Hey, everybody.
Hi, we're back
Yeah, there we go.
after our brief
A little bit of time traveling for me.
yeah, a little bit of time traveling.
Um,
Our sort of break.
Yeah, our break, but for you guys, you didn't
Yeah.
witness it because you guys got two. You still got the same number of episodes.
Yep.
But I went to Pentagon.
Yeah, he did.
I got to meet a Star Wars author.
Mm-hmm.
Saw Matt Lanter and Juan Carlo Esposito. They were too expensive for me, so I unfortunately had to pass for now. Try to get them for Star Wars Celebration. But I met Michael A. Stackpole. Got the first Star Wars book I ever read. Got a new version. Got that signed. And same thing with Rogue Squadron. Got a new version of that. The Essential Legends collection cover. Got that signed. Because basically what they're doing with a lot of the classic Legend stories is they've been reprinting them. Like, they already reprint all their books, and they put the little Legends banner for the Legends content. But certain ones that are like considered classic, they've been reprinting under this Essential Legends collection.
Yeah.
Where they even do brand new artwork. So that was fun. I actually got a little bit of info about Rogue Squadron, the movie,
Oh.
because they're making a Rogue Squadron movie.
Okay.
It's being directed by Patty Jenkins, the Wonder Woman director.
Okay. I think that'll work out.
Yeah, and I think she's like co-writing. I think she's involved in the creative process of actually writing it. And because I talked to Michael A. Stackpole, and I was talking about, it'd be cool to see these characters. Do you know if there's anything going on? Like, what? Do you know if she's using any of these characters? And he said that from what he had heard, so this is all hearsay, speculation. Obviously, nothing confirmed.
Yep.
And I like to make that clear because I want to be honest when we're reporting stuff, especially when these aren't like sources that know me personally, so therefore I don't want to get them in trouble
don't want to.
But what?
Anything can't take back.
So what he told me was that he had heard that she was trying to use the characters to the best of her ability. Obviously, the timeline is going to be a little different from when the book Rogue Squadron takes place. Because it's going to be a little bit like Rogue Squadron. The book already takes place after Episode 6, but from what we're hearing, it might take place a little further than the book. So, but still before Episode 7. So potential like hearing of maybe their kids is something that's been discussed. No word on Baron Fell as a villain.
Yeah, I'm going like I know who that is, but I don't.
He's basically their main primary, like one of their antagonists, because he's the Vader for them, because there is he's the guy that they actually have to face in combat, because he's basically Star Wars' version of the Red Baron.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, so really good.
Sign for them.
Yeah, he's a really good pilot and really deadly. And since Rogue Squadron is very much a dogfighting. Yeah, since it's very much that type of story. That's
all right.
Yeah, it fits him. And then you have the main antagonist. I forget how to pronounce her name. She's like she's a admiral.
Okay.
Actually, she's in charge of Imperial intelligence. Sorry, Hussein Assad. And so you probably haven't heard too much. She's like post Episode 6 is where she becomes a real main villain, and it's Legends. And
Yeah,
I
that
know, I know that's not your strongest suit
No,
when it comes to the
it's
Star Wars
not.
universe. So yeah, so that was fun. What did you do on that for that week? You just chill?
What?
Yeah, you probably just we'll put it at you just got to relax. You got to take
I
that
think
week
I
off.
did some home game stuff, and that was about it.
Okay, some tabletop,
Yeah. No.
some D&D without me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's okay. I know a lot of games happen without me.
I for me it was just like a
I know, like for you guys that I play, like for that group, it's very much a. Are you doing anything? Nope. Okay, let's just play a game.
for that. Both me and Ethan, of course, run a weekly one. But
Yeah.
I was like, I want to get to a finishing point for the last two because they didn't finish off.
Yeah.
So it's like stories have to have a beginning, a middle, and an end.
Yeah.
This one is ramping up to an end, but then we stopped.
So you
So
you
it's
wanted to have the conclusion.
Yeah, so I was like, let's go and have the final boss
I'm gonna.
fights.
It's bugging me.
Oh, is it?
Just because it's
Here,
like
what?
hiding your face.
Yeah, that's why I put it there.
That's why you put it there.
Yeah, explicitly. So I look fine over on that one. On this one, I fucking look pale as a ghost.
It might just because this is
But I
closer
think-
and you can
I don't-
actually see it better.
Yeah, I don't know shit about.
Yeah, I
cameras.
finally have my computer here, so that way we can like control the situation
Yeah.
better than me having to walk back and forth. So we fix that.
Uh,
We're evolving, you could
Yep.
say. So we did get some sad news over the Pensacon week.
yeah.
Also, my prediction was wrong about Kenobi.
Oh yeah, super.
Super wrong. You could say Super Bowl wrong.
Mm. It was a good halftime.
Yeah, good halftime show though. But-
Still wrong.
Uh,
Like I sat and I watched it for like 3 minutes. I was like, this is a good halftime show.
but
But
locally,
I also don't care about football, so I'm gonna go away and do other stuff.
yeah. But locally, there was an ad that I helped with that appeared on
Mm.
TV locally.
Well, that's good.
So there was that.
I didn't watch that either. I'm sorry.
I wasn't in it. I just helped behind the scenes.
Ah.
So, oh yeah. So we also, unfortunately, and I want to dedicate this episode to him. Tom Veitch passed away. He was the author of the Dark Empire trilogy, as well as the Tales of the Jedi series, along with Kevin J. Anderson. So he's very important. I would argue to the we were discussing this because I was explaining him a little bit to
Yeah.
you.
In the car ride.
Yeah, on
over.
the car ride over. Yeah, and he was very important to the Star Wars community. I argue because he, brought a lot. Because there was a time, for those of y'all that don't know, there was a time where we just did not get Star Wars content, and it was before either of us were born. But it was that at that time existed, and so you had you had this lack of books and
Yeah.
even comics, and you had some books and comics coming out, but not
But
like
nothing.
not
big.
not like today.
Not like today, where it's
Where
like
it's-
everything all the time.
Yeah, like I would argue, like we get a full book every 3 to 4 months,
Yeah.
and then we get like a comic every week, or
Almost.
almost every
Like,
week.
Bi-week.
Yeah. I know. For the past 2 weeks we've had no Star Wars comic. Well, that's not true. A digital version of a comic came out, which I read, but nothing physical. And then for the past 2 weeks, basically nothing else. Actually, no. This week we had something. Previous week we had nothing. So we skipped a week.
Yep.
Which is rare, for nowadays. But back then, maybe you were lucky if like something appeared. But yeah. But then around the 90s, that's when Timothy Zahn started writing the Thrawn novels, the original trilogy.
I assume we will eventually get to those, maybe.
If we start delving into more Legends content, then we will.
Yeah.
Right now we're kind of sticking to canon, but that trilogy is Legends. So I do want to delve into Legends, but I don't want to confuse you more than I already am.
Okay.
Because then I'd have to be like, it's not canon. This week, in fact, it's not canon.
Yeah. And
Uh.
I kind of already knew about
Yeah,
that.
you knew that, but like now it's. I'm making sure.
Dear audience, it's not as confusing as I'm going to be in about half an hour.
But yes,
Or
so
less than that, depending on how long.
yeah,
But,
so but yeah,
Mr. Veach.
yeah, he passed away at 80, so he lived a very full life.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if there's because I didn't. Oh, it was COVID. Another reason to hate COVID.
Damn.
So yeah, another reason to hate COVID.
It's also another reason to,
Yeah.
Like, can I go on a brief aside
Is it political?
a little bit?
I mean, I don't think it's political, and
So-
I know our general audience doesn't either.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of the mutuals that I talk to agree with what you're probably about to say.
Okay. Yeah.
So
So back when this was first starting out, and it was like, should I or should I not? The conclusion I reached with myself is, I do not want to be responsible for the death of someone's grandparent. Ergo, I'm gonna go and get the.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, that's it. That's all there is to it.
yeah, and so yeah,
And I've already said my other bits about it before.
yeah, you've talked about it a little bit, but yes, but
so
he is.
It doesn't bear
yeah.
repeating.
As far as I know, he is survived by his wife and daughter, though. Still,
Oh,
so as far as I know, according to Wikipedia.
hope things get.
But yeah, I hope they're doing well, and I
yeah.
hope you guys find peace regarding like all of this because this sucks.
Yeah.
I know as a fan of his work because I love Tales of the Jedi. In fact, that's what we're basing our campaign currently on. So it kind of like although the stuff we're currently doing it's Kevin J. Anderson, but we're gonna get to him, and so like it. I mean, it's funny that we're talking about the Old Republic this week in a
Yeah.
really like dark ironic way
Yeah.
because like without him and Kevin J. Anderson, we would not have the Old Republic. Because their work came first and kind of paved that era of Star Wars. Like the stuff that we're looking at with Kevin J is more 5,000, but that wasn't what they did first. That's actually prequel stuff. They actually did the other stuff first, and then they were like, oh, let's show the Sith War with Freedon Nad. Well, not Freedon Nad, but with Nagasato and Ludocrash. Nagasato and Ludocrash. They showed that.
Have we? I'm trying to recall.
You've met Freedon Nad in my tabletop game. Well, you've met as Ghost, but that's how most people meet him.
Oh, that's right.
He's the one that haunts the armor that Leela wears.
Fucking. Oh.
Because that's his old armor,
Okay.
and I decided to make his armor, even though that's not in the material. Since it's Legends, I like to play around with the
Yeah.
material. If it was canon, then I don't touch it as much. But if it's Legends, I like to play around with it, and
Yep.
so. In that case,
yeah.
I turned his armor essentially into the ring from Lord of the Rings, where I was like, "Oh, each piece of armor you have, you want more of it," and it drives you a little bit insane.
Yeah.
And then once
I
you
think-
have it all, it turns out, oh, his ghost is residing in it. That's why.
Yeah.
And then you basically make a deal with the devil. That's like, hey, you can wear my armor and be super powerful, but I'm gonna possess you a good
Yeah.
chunk of the time.
I think I don't think Sips ever encountered.
Sips has not.
Sips met basically the cult, and he was like, "I don't like this. Here's the thing you wanted. I'm going to leave."
Yeah, because Kayla was playing a member of the cult.
Yeah.
And you were like, and you guys had to deal with her to, like you didn't mind her.
I
but,
didn't mind.
but it was her
like-
group that wasn't great.
It's like, you're okay. I'm not sure about that gang you hang out with on the south side of town that like makes people disappear every Thursday.
And then John built a character joining them after his Jedi died
It's like,
because he built the otter race. I forget their name. He built an otter character and became one of them. And rather, it was either that or join the exchange. And he was like, I'll join the cult.
I love the just
And then
Oh.
Dustin joined the exchange.
Yeah. It's like, what do we have? We have a weird, like, Imperial who, because I don't know, I have a weird way of playing like soldiers where I'm like, here's the rule book for war. How about I follow it, but nobody else will follow it? So it's like we have this one honorable spy, which I'm aware that that's an oxymoron.
Yeah, Sips has a code of not really, like,
It's a code.
he tries not to kill, but he will if he has
It's
to.
like I want
Pants is definitely, though,
Pants
not
to
above
just
it.
Fucking kill you.
But Sips tries not to if
Yeah.
he can. If he can help it.
Pants is like, I want to take a third option,
All right.
but that's not
yeah.
why we're here.
So I wanted to dedicate the episode to Tom
Yeah.
because, his work was very important. All right. So now that we're out of that,
Yeah. Now that we're
let's go ahead and jump into what we're talking about this week. So first, let me go ahead and
you
D-
set the scene.
I should also just I think there's an elephant in the room,
Mm-hmm.
and I think I need to discuss it.
Mm-hmm.
So we promised a guest last week.
Yep. Let's.
Unfortunately,
The
schedule just didn't work out.
Scheduling did not
Um,
work out. Sadly.
Yeah. So no Sawyer this week, unfortunately, but she did say that she wants to be on at some point. So I think that'll be cool. Because I'm open to basically,
Yeah.
honestly, any Star Wars content creator that I can get in touch with. If you want to be in touch and you're a Star Wars content creator, or even if you're a part of like
Yeah.
actual like official like content creation, like I know one of my goals is to get some authors on the show at some point. So if you're even just an author that actually has done Star Wars work and you want to talk about it,
Let's talk.
yeah, let's talk. I mean, we've got a public
That's-
email, escaperealityfilms@gmail.com. I look at that personally. I look at that every day. So I won't miss your email.
Yeah.
And especially if you're an author or if you're just a fellow content creator. Most of the content creators, though, also know me on Discord, the ones that I'm mutuals with anyways. And then if you don't, you've probably seen me on, like, you guys, the ones that I talk to that I would love to have on the show are on TikTok. And they've seen me comment on TikTok, and I've had good interactions. So, yeah, if you just want to be on the show, just let me know, and I'll tell you what we're doing coming up, so that way we can kind of work out what episode you should be on.
Yep.
But yeah, this week just didn't work out.
Yeah.
It happens.
It's one of those things where it's like life happens,
Yeah, life happens
and
'Cause
sometimes events just don't.
because she's in school,
Yeah.
and
School is more important.
school is more important than a video game.
Yeah.
Is the discussion that pretty much came down because unfortunately,
We
basically it came down to
as a
she didn't have time to
college-
really play it, which is fair.
as a college dropout, if you are going to go to college, finish it.
And she's in it for like she's really
She's in it
smart.
for
like-
important things.
Yeah, like I want to say it's biology,
Yeah.
like a biology degree is what I want to say. And
Which,
she's
if
going
that's
for
the case, then fucking you better stick to.
yeah.
Sorry.
I want to make sure I
Like-
get my facts right, but I think that I know it's science because a lot of yeah, it's biology because she talks a lot about Star Wars biology and Resident Evil biology on TikTok.
Real quick.
So you would
thing-
probably like that content too
Yeah.
because I know you like Resident Evil.
real quick thing about Resident Evil and how the viruses and such work. They don't. It's fucking magic.
But there's biology within the logic of its universe.
Within the logic of its universe, which is fucking sorcery compared to ours.
But there's a way to look at it still to
doesn't-
where it can
they
work.
Don't get big. That's not how mass works.
I'm not a biologist, so I can't.
This is a case of I haven't seen any fucking trees on Tatooine either.
there are.
I assume they're there.
We're gonna play Star Wars Galaxies at some point, and I'm gonna take you to those trees.
You're gonna show me the
I'm
trees.
gonna take you to Oasis because I know the city where there's definitely a tree, and they even have water.
Mm.
All right.
Is that canon?
I know it's canon that Star Wars used to be a water world.
Star Wars used
Or
to be,
Tatooine, rather.
Tatooine used to be.
Yeah, Tatooine
Like,
used to be a water
that
world.
I agree with, since they've said that.
Also, like, the Dune Sea is called that for a reason. It was once an ocean.
I'm over here like, what the fuck are the trees? How's anyone breathing on this place? But that's fine. I'll drop that. I'm willing to forgive.
All right. Well, I guess this is the part of the show where we say
Yeah.
spoilers.
Spoiler alert ahead. We are going to spoil Legacy of the Sith.
Yes. So we played the Old Republic Legacy of the Sith. And by we, I mean
Mostly you.
mostly me, but you joined
I was
me.
there as like a,
Actually, I'll say you joined me for most of it.
I was there for most of it. I got to see the cutscenes. Not
And-
from my
well, you also got
perspective,
to
but I
you also got to play though.
Yeah,
you got
I was there for the actual gameplay,
except for the Flashpoint
except for the Flashpoint
and the Imperial side,
yeah,
which you
I
didn't even get to see
the
that.
Imperial side.
But I'm going to talk about it anyways because I experienced it.
There are three things about the Imperial side. Before we even get there, there are three things that the Sith love: betraying each other, lying, and two-pronged attacks.
Yeah.
They love that.
Yeah, they do. Let me pull up a bit of I started to write a script, but I didn't get it all.
Oh yeah.
But I'm going to read the parts that I did get,
All right.
which is a nice little meaty paragraph.
Okay.
But
Go for it.
it's the intro. So it hasn't been long since our encounter with Malgus on Dantooine in the Jedi Enclave ruins, where he was building up his power through artifacts, which you didn't get to experience that, but
Nah.
you've heard.
He wants that holocron real bad.
He wants a lot of artifacts, though. Like he's been,
He wants that spinny thing.
yeah. So because he's kind of building up, he's kind of turning himself more and more cybernetic as the game goes on. Like Deceived, we see a little bit of him becoming more like because we see the Battle of Alderaan, which is where he starts to need the mask and respirator, and then he kind of just from there has become more and more and more and more. But it's also like it's not just regular cybernetics; it's force imbued cybernetics, and it's like, oh, that's dangerous.
Yeah.
And then
Is that a good idea?
and then we'll talk about it a little bit later because there's something brought up in the Imperial side that I found
Okay.
interesting that I might have been referenced in the Deceived novel, but it's been a while since I read the book, so I don't remember if it was brought up before.
Okay.
But we're going to start with the Republic side because it turns out chronologically that's where you start. So we see Arn, who was in the previous expansion as well,
Yeah.
and you got to meet him a little bit because you played a little bit of the previous expansion.
Tau and Arn a little bit before you started helping me with stuff.
Yeah, before I was like, okay, we're just going to jump into it.
Yeah.
But Arn is with the Republic fleet above the planet of Manon for unknown reasons, for now. It seems the Empire has already made Manon its new operating base as they fired the planet's ion cannons at Arn and his army. It isn't long before they are all demolished. Like, it's pretty quick.
Yeah. Because when you have a thing that can stop basically cars.
Yeah. Well, ion cannons are built to are generally built to be the planet's main defense against
Yeah.
ships. So, yeah.
It's real easy to prevent bad people from coming to take your shit.
Yeah. But we come across the destruction at the call of Admiral Rava, managing to locate Arn's ship. We search for survivors, locating Arn and a couple crew members. He tells us the situation with the ion cannon. Admiral Rava suggests that the Republic ships that came with us leave, but first we send the crew members to Rava's ship to keep them safe.
Yeah.
And from there, we end up on the planet of Manon with Arn.
Yeah.
Along with where we meet a
Colonel Gallo.
Colonel Gallo from the local Manon forces.
Yeah.
And that's basically it of what I've written so far.
I
like Colonel Gallo.
like them too.
She is amazing.
Yeah, I'm like, I understand. I understand that you don't like any of us being here, but you have to deal with it.
Yeah, because Manon has a very interesting history regarding the Republic and Sith. Because we've done the Knights of the Republic thing.
Yeah.
For my tabletop game, you didn't get to play in that.
No.
But you've listened to it, and
I've listened to it,
and you've
I've
also
seen
the actual gameplay that the story is based off of. So you've seen the actual video game of Knights of the Republic. So you know the tension on Manon.
It's fucking right there.
Yeah. Basically,
It's real hard
because
to be neutral.
when you're the only provider of healthcare, essentially.
Yeah, when you're the only provider of healthcare, and the two guys fighting both have like
Massive armies and they both.
and like kind of encampments within walking distance of each other.
Yeah, at least in Knights 1, yeah. They were like walking distance.
Yeah, I'm like,
They were on other sides of parts of town, but you could still like get there in
Yeah.
like an hour.
it would on foot.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like if you were like, because obviously I'm spacing it out more like realistically. Like even on foot, like even if we were to space it out realistically and be more liberal with the distance, it's still maybe an hour. Obviously in the video game it's like 20 minutes, maybe 10.
Yeah.
But like in real life it maybe be an hour because I assume during the loading stuff, I assume that there's a lot more walking distance in reality if they were to fully map it out. I
Yeah.
guess we'll see in the remake because they're remaking Knights 1, and I would assume,
They actually give everything
I assume they're-
realistic distance.
or at least they're going to increase the distance
Yeah.
to give it a little more of a city feel.
Yeah.
Because
As opposed to like they're right there.
yeah, opposed to like this is just the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Uh,
I
But-
can go and visit the Imperial base while I go to fucking Walmart and pick up my groceries.
and then go back to the Republic base
Yeah.
like after that in no time.
Do you think that was a situation that fucking happened? Like, they go out grocery shopping and they're like,
No, because they're too busy committing war crimes against
oh,
each
yeah,
other.
that's true. They are very busy committing war crimes.
Specifically, Manon crimes, I guess. Not really war crimes, but crimes that are against Manon's ruling.
Yeah.
Because Manon's like, all right, we're allowing you to have your bases here, but no fighting.
Which is a bad start.
And if you do fight, it doesn't matter who starts it. We're calling everybody out that's involved in the fight. It's like school all
Yeah.
over again.
Just,
It
I-
doesn't matter if you were the bully or the one being bullied. You're both in trouble.
I think. The
Which that was, in Manon's case, it's not as bad. I don't blame Manon. In the case of schools, that's
yeah.
I have a little more problem with it with schools, but Manon is a little less of an issue because I get why. Because honestly, both sides did it in this case. Both sides were being aggressive in different ways. But yeah, so yeah, Manon does not have a great history in regards to trusting the Republic or the Sith Empire.
Yeah, they've kind of. But once again, you're the only people.
Yeah, because while Bacta has been mentioned in this time period,
It's not.
it's like
It's
very new.
Very new.
It's very new, very rare still, very experimental.
Yeah.
So they don't even know if it's going to be a good replacement for Kolto.
But right now, Manon has the Kolto, which makes them a pretty fucking important place.
Yeah. And so that's kind of where we are in terms of stuff going on.
So, let's see, what was it?
So after we meet Gallo, Gallo's like, okay, well, we need to start making plans. We need to capture this base, right?
Yeah.
So we go to capture this base where we find out, okay, now we can figure out how to get rid of the ion cannon because that's our main issue is that ion cannon.
I think. No, we'll get to the. So, yeah, we have to go to get to the base first.
Yeah, we had to get the base first.
And as we're like going to the base, of course there are people that are like, as a matter of fact, no, you're not going to take this base because it's their job to make sure it.
yeah.
And it's like,
And of course, during this whole time, there's an admiral that we're dealing with. And I think for those who have played the other content, we've met him before. Let me make sure I get this right.
yeah.
But you can keep explaining what you were.
There's this major. We'll get to him, I think. So as you're going to the base, of course, do we fight the Darmanda as well? Are they here?
No.
No, I'm getting parts.
You're getting stuff from before
Okay.
mixed up. Because, we did a little bit
Yeah.
of the before.
But what is this guy's name?
Are you thinking of the Imperial guy that I'm trying to
Yeah.
look up? Yeah, that's...
You know what? It doesn't matter what his name is.
Yeah.
What matters is what he does. And this fucker is smart. He's like, I know what to do. I'm going to just go and close the doors.
Yeah, like we walked up to the door and it was like, nope, shut.
Yep. And so the door is closed, and we're like, okay, well, how are we gonna get in?
And then we got some thermal detonators, got our way in, because we had the way to launch them, but we needed like the actual detonators.
Yeah.
So we got that, and that kind of let us in. Oh, I saw his name, Major Dosk.
Dusk. Okay.
Yeah, that was the name I was trying to pull up.
So
I'm trying to remember if we fought him before, but you keep going.
another thing we had to do, there were these mortars that we had to take out.
Yeah, there was a lot of obstacles that were like, oh, you gotta. So basically, the whole Manon thing is basically a campaign of war of us trying to.
It's
The end goal is to get rid of the to get rid of the ion cannon. That's
Yeah.
the end goal.
the end goal is get rid of the ion cannon. But in order to do that, you need to get into the base, cut off the power, and in order to even get to the base, you gotta go and take out these fucking mortars that
Yeah.
will not leave you alone.
Okay, so according to Wikipedia, this is Major Dosk's first appearance.
Okay. And so it's like, all right, we got the mortars. Well, they closed the door. Okay, well, we'll blow the door open.
Yeah, basically each part is like problem solving. But as we're doing this, trying to get in, we're learning more and more about like how Manon feels about this and the Selkath.
And
They aren't happy about either side, but
Yeah.
they're like, well, at least you guys are offering to help lighten some of the issue because the Imperials are the worst
Yeah.
problem at the moment. Obviously,
They're like-
we would prefer if neither of you were here,
but
but if we're gonna have one of you here, we'd
we
rather
might as well take the guys who are,
gonna actually actively help us.
yeah.
And we also learned that there's a little bit of a complicated relationship between Rava and Gallo. I swear, I think there's romantic tension.
I don't think so.
I think there's X. I
But
think
then again, my choice in people I would like to romance in this game is not great.
is it Lana? That's an okay choice.
No. Actually, it might just be from the DLC, the previous one that I think I helped
Oh,
you finish. I was like, it's the Sith lady. And I'm like, you're attractive. However, you are evil. It's the one that's like, oh, I killed 3 Jedi and then I killed 3 more because I fucking hate odd numbers.
oh, yeah.
I was like, you are attractive, but you are evil, so maybe not a good idea. And
Yeah.
that is a problem that I kind of have just in fictional settings. I'm like, well, you're evil.
But you're still really good looking.
You're really good looking.
Oh,
but
I know what you're
evil.
talking about. Is it was it for when I was doing Galactic Seasons? Because we did Galactic Seasons a little
Yeah.
bit. Was it when I had you help me with the veteran mode of that story? Is that what it was?
I think so.
Yeah.
And but eventually, and we're gonna go back to Manon because my brain's just kind of
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go back to Manon. Because that one's because that's 3 expansions behind.
Yeah.
So like
I say with confidence, like I've played any of the other ones.
yeah. So but yeah, so yeah, we learn a little bit about the info going on, and at the end of the day, we end up saving everybody because we destroy the ion. Well, actually, he destroys the admiral destroys the ion or destroys something.
He destroys the power source.
The power source for it.
And we're like, great, thanks.
But now
there's
a bigger issue
there's a
of explosion
problem.
because it's going to mess up the Kolto.
Yeah.
So we end up having to save the Kolto, and then
And-
we fight him.
Nope. Something very important happens with the Kolto, in that they're like, okay, then we'll just steal as
Oh,
much
yeah,
fucking
yeah.
Kolto as
The
we
im-
can.
And that's how we get to the fight with him because we have to stop the Kolto from being stolen, and then we end up being
2 of them get away, and 1 of them is destroyed.
yeah.
I'm like, this doesn't feel like we won.
Yeah. And that actually fits for what I'm going to talk about now, because we basically gone through the majority of the Republic
Yeah.
side,
Uh,
at least the major, like the actual points, rather than a play-by-play. Because this is a situation, unlike our normal reviews, this isn't a
Which
lot of
is the-
story This is more,
which is all story.
yeah, this is more a lot of gameplay with story sprinkled in.
Yeah.
And we'll get to the Flashpoint after I talk about the Imperial stuff.
Yeah. All right. What's up with the Imperials? I want it.
So after we fight, so the Imperial story takes place pretty much basically right after the Republic storyline. So you show up and you meet with.
Also, there is a big fuck you size shark on Manon.
Oh yeah,
and
that's how
I
we
would
won.
worship that thing if it fucking existed and I saw it down the street.
Yeah, that's how we really won the fight there.
Yeah.
Because the shark showed up to like decimate the Imperials that were.
They try to shoot it and it just doesn't work.
So yeah, you show up. You don't actually show up on the planet yet because it turns out that the Imperials are now having trouble thanks to all the work that the Republic's done to help them the Selkath. So you show up and you end up on the fleet ship, and you meet up with Major Henri, which if you've been playing the Imperial side, that's basically their version of Talon, or well, their version of Arn.
Okay.
And so she joins you for this while you had Arn. So she basically tells you, hey, we're stuck here. We can't send a whole ship down we can't send enough soldiers down to reinforce. So just you and me, we're going to sneak down because we could get like a small ship to go there, but we can't get like a full force down there. So you go down there and you meet up with Admiral Cord after you sneak on and, do some killing of the Selkath. Because at this point, the Selkath are fighting by themselves. They're actually resisting pretty strongly against the Empire now that the Republic's kind of given them a lot of assistance. And so you meet with Colonel Cord, I should say. He's a colonel. And he's actually Major Henri's, like, superior. Okay. And so Colonel Cord's like, hey, I'm working with the Sith. I'm working with a new Sith Council member. And he's basically given the orders for what we're doing around here. And so the premise here is to basically take back everything that the Republic's kind of taken from you for the most part. Get the supplies again, get all that taken back. I'm just looking at the gameplay footage because I recorded all that, making sure I'm telling the story as best as I can. But meanwhile, you're kind of getting played a little bit by Cord because there's the Sith Lord. Throughout this storyline, I am constantly asking him, hey, can I speak to the Sith directly? I'd rather talk to because my character's a little bit more stuck up than my Jedi.
Yeah.
So he's like, I want to talk to your boss. I don't care what you have to say. I want to talk to Darth Norak, or Norak. Yeah, Norak, who's this new council member. I want to speak to Darth Norak personally. And he's like, you just missed him. He's too busy. I don't want to.
He's like, I don't want to
bother him. And while yes, that I get that's something that makes sense.
Yeah.
You don't want to.
Also
like it's a little fishy. Not to make the pun there, but it's a little fishy. And for a water world, that's saying a lot. I do like I will say I do like the Imperials. Like, I like their location.
Yeah.
Although I bugged out a lot on their mission a little bit because, so you know how, we had a little bit of bug issues.
Yeah.
Because since we skipped a lot of content on your end, we were having trouble getting you place to place.
Yeah. So essentially, it would be
we would finish a mission, and then I would be going to the next door to go to the next one, and you'd be stuck in the previous section.
Yeah.
Or in a void.
Yeah.
Depending. And so each time after I walked through the door, I'd have to invite you to the new door.
Essentially, I don't know what it looked like for you, but for me, it was a lot of like being teleported from location to location.
And so that ended up happening a lot. So the Imperial one was like, there's just one door.
Go through it.
Yeah, and that's nice until you end up having to leave that door for any particular reason because a bug might happen.
Oh.
And then you get stuck not being able to go through that door. Thankfully, that happened off camera. But off the camera of the actual gameplay footage, which that's going to probably be uploaded throughout like the next month, all that footage. So you guys will get to see our gameplay of this stuff throughout like the next month. So basically, end of the story, it turns out that, Cord was lying to you. It turns out that Cord was fired by Norak from being in charge of the Manon stuff. ages ago, like before you even showed up, because Norak was like, "Hey, I want you to just start a war with the people of
I
Manon."
think we talked about
Yeah.
this in the car, and he's like, "This is a stupid idea.
Yeah,
Here's
Cord,
why.
Cord was like, "This is a bad idea," and Norak's like,
One-
"No, you're fired."
That puts us in a bad position. 2, we don't have the numbers for that, and 3,
Yeah,
it'll stop the flow of Kolto.
yeah, because basically Norak wanted to do this even before the Republic arrived, and he was like, "Yeah, just do a full campaign of taking over the planet. We're gonna make it a Sith planet," and like Cord's like, "That's just not feasible in a strategic way that would work.
He's like, we could follow your orders, but
It's a stupid order."
it's not a good one.
And so Norak was like, "Well, don't say my order's stupid. You're fired. I'll do it myself."
Fuck you.
Yeah, essentially. And so
How dare you not listen to me?
So yeah, and so eventually you retake these new cannons that the Republic kind of turned against you.
Yeah.
And so you take over these cannons, and well, there's actually an option that comes up, and it's you can either take over the cannons and have it like fire basically on everybody, all
Yeah.
sides, because that's what Norak wants. He's like, because you find Norak, he's been prisoner to the Republic this entire time, which is why he hasn't actually been giving any orders. It's just been Cord pretending to give, which is a crime because you can't impersonate a Sith. So he was technically giving impersonation of a Sith's orders.
Mhm.
So yeah. So you find Norak on this ship after you've stolen it from the Republic, and it's like, because you basically hear this banging when you get the Republic ship, and then you go to the back and you find him in like the prison cells of this ship, and you're like, oh, that's where you are. And immediately he's already being like obnoxious, and you're like, I'll just leave you in there if you're gonna be this way. He's like, I'm a Sith Lord.
I don't care.
If I'm gonna kill you if you keep this up. And I'm like, but I'm also the hand of the Emperor at this point, so I outrank you,
outrank you.
even though I'm not a Force user, because I'm playing an Imperial agent.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You want to keep talking some mad shit, Mr. Dark Lord? You can stay in that dark cell.
Yeah, but I let him out, and because I found Cord. I was also annoyed with Cord at that point because I was like, I could already tell he was lying,
Yeah.
and so I was like,
It's a case of, man, this guy's irritating, but also you lied to me,
yeah.
fucker.
So anyways, so Norak gives the order to use the cannon to like basically get back at the Republic, so that way, as Norak sees it, nobody will be able to take the Kolto back from them.
Mhm.
The reality is, it would actually just fire on everybody, Imperials included.
Yeah. And that doesn't do us any good.
Cord's the one that tells you this. But Norak doesn't know that Cord tells you this because he tells you on a personal radio that you've got with Cord.
Little earpiece.
Yeah, a little earpiece. And Cord's like, hey, don't do that. That's a dumb idea. And then that's your light side, dark side choice. Since it's my Imperial agent's dark
You went
side,
dark side.
I
didn't
did what Norak said. Even though I disagreed with it very much out of character. But in character, I had to do what my character, like, what made sense.
you? Mhm.
Also, because I'm trying to get Dark 5.
Yeah.
Because I've yet to achieve Dark 5 in the Old Republic.
You're like, man, I'm not
Well-
evil enough.
Well, also, that character, during one of the expansions, I did the coin thing like we did with you, where I just brought him to the max, to the level just before max.
And the game made some choices.
Yeah, game made choices for me, but also it doesn't pick light side, dark side choices for you, so you just start off with no light side, dark side alignment. So that's why his alignment's so low. He's at a dark 2 right now. So yeah. Whereas if you played the game from base game,
You would've.
honestly, you would have got a dark 5 by the end of the base game. So let's see, where am I at now? So after that, you then finally after you've taken over and you've gotten a shipment off planet because you managed to get a Kolto shipment off.
They get 2 of them in the Republic thing. So I guess they get another one later?
They get another one later,
Okay, so that's 3.
and you actually decide where it goes because you can decide to either to have it taken to your alliance,
Yeah.
since you're in charge of the alliance, or you can have it sent to the Empire. I sent it to the Empire because that was a dark side choice, I think. And then Later on, you finally return with Norak to Cord's base, where oh boy, things go down.
Yeah.
So at this point, they Norak's not happy. He immediately is like, "All right, I'm going to execute you." Fortunately for Cord, another Sith Council member calls in, who is actually Cord's superior, and is like, "Hey, that's my colonel.
Leave him be.
Leave him be. Tell me what happened." And Norak's like, "Oh, he impersonated a Sith. He gave my orders when I was captured. He disobeyed orders. All that, basically gave the full, like, every reason that technically should get him killed under the Empire's rule."
Guess who's getting a promotion?
Well,
Or at the very least, not murdered.
guess who's not getting murdered? Because you get to make the choice. And it's not a light side, dark side choice. And since I personally liked Cord better than Norak out of the two, well, I didn't like either one of them to a degree, I could understand Cord a little bit better. Because I get it, Cord. You wanted to do what was best for the Empire as a whole. Norak's kind of just not listening. Oh, and it felt so good to do it. Because basically the council member that called is like, "So do you have evidence of this? Do you have a witness?" And Norak's like, "Yeah, this guy right here." And I was like, "Nope, he's lying." and then he gets mad that I called him a liar. In fact, for our sake, I'll pull up
All right.
I'll pull it up. So, oh yeah, so he gets mad that I called him a liar. Yeah, so here's your choice to support Colonel Cord or support Darth Norak. And I'm like, yeah, Darth Krovos is the council member who calls in. She's important to the Onslaught stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I say there's no evidence. Norak wants Cord out of the way, and he's trying to manipulate you into ordering his death. And Norak gets so mad. He's like, "Oh, I'm going to kill you now." I do like his lightsaber. He's got like the vented lightsaber, but it's like this. So it's one of the old school. And so you can either incapacitate Norak or execute him, and it's dark side to execute.
So you're like, "I'm gonna execute."
Yeah, and oh, it's amazing. Oh, you guys will get to see this when it's uploaded. It's gonna be one of the later episodes. Boom! You gotta admit that's cool.
I also like that the Major pulled out of what looks like a fucking shotgun.
Yeah, Henri has her shotgun. Yeah. But you did the kill, and so it's like this really cool. It's really cool as the Imperial agent to kind of just go, bam.
Yeah.
Because at that point I picked my. So let's talk a little bit about the new stuff besides story a little bit, because we haven't really gone into the functionality of it yet.
What did work for me was great.
So do you like so the UI is new?
Mm.
Like a lot of the UI is new. Like when it comes to like. So the main border stuff, that's the same. And did that work for you?
Yeah.
This is your first time playing the Old Republic. The border, yeah. And you were connected. You were using my laptop, but you connected it to a TV. So usually I would shrink the UI a little bit, but you were like, "Oh, this is perfect for me because I'm using a TV."
Yeah. This is fine
because now I can see the UI better. And then the new stuff though comes with the menus. So the new UI kind of comes with going in through your inventory, going through your character sheet, stuff like that. How did that work for you? I know a lot of people. So I played the public test server before the expansion came out, and I got to see a lot of this before. The character creator was also new. The way that its design was new. I could show you how it used to look in videos, but it's a little basic in the new version for character creation. It's very slimmed down. It's like, okay, here's the character creator. Just
click.
Yeah. Just do it. But the character, like the way the menus work for character sheet and an inventory, that's new.
It was fine once I fucking understood what I was doing.
Yeah, because a lot of people find it a little bulky. I personally like the new UI a lot. I liked it when I saw it in the public test server, and I kind of like it now still. Because I like being able to open my character sheet. Because your character sheet is also where you it's where you see your inventory for your character as well. You see what your character is wearing. So I like being able to open that, and then the inventory automatically opening as part of it. Because it used to be you had to open the character sheet and then the inventory. So if, say, you needed to, like in my case, I do a lot of personal upgrades to my armor. So like modification, because you start to play with mods and armoring, and when you get further in and you get like modifiable equipment, you start to really play with that.
Man,
You didn't get to that. You didn't get to that point. Like you probably have equipment that's modifiable, but you haven't played with that yet. But when you start to play with that, it's nice to have a menu that you can just go, and then everything's there. And you still have to like right click on equipment that you're gonna change, but it's better than going, all right, character sheet, inventory. Okay, now I've got both of the menus I need. But whereas just hit character sheet. Okay, my inventory's here, and that's why I like it. I do think the inventory one by itself is a little big for just the inventory, but I like overall.
I think it's fine. I fucking wish I knew how to play that game better, but
I'll teach you down the.
I do love that one of the things that you found fucking absolutely hilarious is the fact that I was walking everywhere.
Yeah,
since I didn't know
how to use a mount. Yeah,
how do you like get a vehicle or anything? So I was like, well, I guess I'll just fucking walk through this forest.
Yeah, especially because you were high enough level to have a vehicle. You just, one, forgot to pick up that training from your trainer. And then, two, you didn't have a vehicle. You hadn't bought one. And a lot of my vehicles are free. And you had a free vehicle, I think.
I had a gift vehicle.
Yeah, I have a lot of gift vehicles because I do a lot of stuff.
But no training to use it.
Yeah.
So it's like...
And so we went on a quest to get you your training off screen. We did that. And we were like, okay. And then I taught you how to equip it and how to like ride it. Because I was like, you're walking everywhere. That is too much walking in this game. And then I taught you how to quick travel also because once again, while everything is beautiful in this game,
it can get a bit.
It's just very walk heavy, and then you get stuck with fighting everything. And so
I did a lot of fighting on Osis. Quite a bit once I fucking...
Hopefully I helped smooth it a little bit once I taught you that. Yeah.
I also... and this is still back on Osis, and I assume you're done there. I failed forward and did the same thing for a little bit on...
You hadn't started Dantooine. I think the next place would be... well, we did Mechshaw together.
Yeah.
Which is after Osis. I think it's Osis then Mechshaw, right?
I think so.
Oh, no. Osis, Onderon, Mechshaw.
Onderon.
Yeah, you fell forward on Onderon. That's what it was. Because you told me about that. You were like, I fell forward on Onderon.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I met you, and then I started helping you with Onderon, and we played Mechshaw together as well.
I also had a bad habit of falling off of cliffs.
Well, it's the universe of Star Wars, no railings.
Yeah. I don't fucking believe in that for some reason.
Except for on Mechshaw. Mechshaw has them.
Yeah.
Anyways. So now let's get the reason I wanted to bring up mechanics though is I wanted to bring up the combat, because the new combat styles is an update, which you have not been able to play with because we have decided that you just don't know how to do it, and we haven't figured out why, and I've tried looking at it and I'm like, I don't know what you're doing wrong.
You're like, I don't know what you did,
and like I assumed you did the training, but then you showed me and I was like, no, he didn't do the training sequence. And I finally got to see what it looks like for like
tech users?
tech combat, how that goes. Because obviously I've seen how Force users do it twice now. Because
how does it
so the techies the tech classes get to go to like a gun shop essentially, and they're like, all right, we're gonna teach you a new tech skill. And so they're just like it's more grounded, and so you go to basically this third party gun. It's basically GSI. No, it is GSI. So which is like in the Star Wars universe, they're like one of the main gun manufacturers. Outside of a few other like Aerotech and a few other Star Wars companies,
Blast Tech.
Outside of a few other Star Wars companies, they're like one of the top ones, at least during the Old Republic era. And so since they're neutral, they're like, we'll train anybody. And so I made my Imperial agent learn the Scoundrel class, which I know you're kicking yourself for not having.
Yeah.
because that's how you do your stealthing.
Yeah.
And
Would
so
have made the game a little bit easier.
my Imperial agent, who was a sniper, then also got to take the scoundrel class. So he was a sniper scoundrel. Now the one thing I was confused about when they were talking about it is I was hoping you would have both skills at the same time, but that is not how it works.
You switch between the two, don't you?
Yes, because during the public test server, I never got to actually get a character far enough to actually play with that part of it, because you have to be level 50 to access the second class, which means basically you have to beat the main base game to get the second class. But yeah, I had to deal with that to. You basically switch between combat styles. And so force user combat styles can have other force user combat styles. If you're a Jedi, you can only access dark side stuff if you have a Dark 5 on your account, which is why I'm trying to get a Dark 5.
Did not for that character.
No, for that character I did not. So I went with Jedi Sage, which I ended up loving.
Sage?
Or not Sage.
Shadow.
Shadow. The other consular class. Because there's you have Sage and Shadow for consular. Shadow I ended up loving because one, I like the being able to stealth around, but two, I just loved the way that instead of force jump like a lot of the knight classes, they have like this teleport thing almost.
Like a short range teleport.
Yeah, short range teleport where you can.
Which, oh man,
it made fights. It made fights really easy.
It would be great because essentially,
you basically had to do nothing. You got to just watch.
I got to watch and hang back. Like what would happen sometimes though?
You wouldn't even be in the room yet, and I'd finish it off, and then you'd come in and be like, "Oh, it's done."
Yeah, I'm like, okay, I guess everybody else is just
they're
fucking
dead.
murdered.
Yeah, and so that was fun. I hope I did not steal the fun away from you by doing that.
It was fine. I do like that eventually we got into the groove of you going and scouting ahead and letting me know like where their healers were.
Yeah.
So that when the fight actually kicked off, I could just kill the healer while you and everybody else were dealing with
Which was
stuff.
also a benefit of the Shadow, because I could just go in there, not aggro anybody yet, and go and start tabbing and looking for all the healers and go, okay, we got a healer here, got a healer here.
Yeah.
And since you're a sniper, you were just like, all right, I'll do my big aerial strike first, my orbital strike.
So that'll get all of their attention, and then I'll whittle on the healer, and then we'll switch to whichever.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't make more use of. I don't know if you put it on your I forget the word all of a sudden for it. The tab.
Yeah.
I don't know if you put it on there, but there's an ability where it's basically you pull out your blasters and you just go. Or actually, it's more because you have.
Oh, penetrating blast?
No, it's one where it's like an area of effect, and you're just.
I didn't get that.
It's on your. It should be on there because on my Imperial Agent I had it. I used it a lot. It's good for doing small like micro damage to a crowd.
Oh, do you mean just regular? Because one of them is just regular shots.
No. There's one that's like an area of effect that's regular shots.
Because there's ambush, snipe, penetrating blasts. There was one of them that just was like leg shot, and what that does is like stun lock people.
Yeah. I'm pulling up the abilities.
And so I just...
Portable cover works. The other type of cover does not work on a lot of new levels because there's not a lot of stuff for you to find that cover with. Because in the older levels, there used to be like you could go from cover to cover, like hide behind a rock and stuff. There is basically none of that. Takedown was useful.
Yeah.
Suppressive fire. That's what it is.
I don't think I ever used that.
Yeah, suppressive fire, basically you do an area of effect and you're just shooting regular shots. It does Yeah, it sprays a wave of bolts over target area, dealing damage over the duration to up to 3 targets. So it's a good way to get like microdosage of, but it's also consistent. You can keep like even after you've started, it's only like a 5-second cooldown. So while it's shooting still, you can already get the next one ready and be like, all right, here's where I want the next one. And then as soon as that one's done, you can just go.
I ended up having like a weird mental order for like how I would do things.
Well, it's very easy to get into a groove of it because you saw how I play. Like, you get that little, once you get the highlight, that means it's one that you probably want to do next.
Fucking supercharged.
Yeah, because it's supercharged. And so I usually get into the groove of going from supercharged to supercharged once I've like started a supercharged combo. And then if I don't, then I get into a groove of just going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0 dash plus sign, and then I get the second row with my mouse until like a supercharge happens.
I think Ambush is the only one that ever got like supercharged for me, but that's fine.
Yeah,
because the rest of my other options were either defensive and would keep damage away from me, or I would have like an option. I fucking love penetrating blasts. Not because of the name, but because of what it does.
Yeah. It does a lot of.
What it does is it damages their armor by like 20% or something. So what I would do is I'd be like, okay, we'll do airstrike, ambush, penetrating blast, recover. Yeah, of course I would have all my like defensive.
Yeah, you've got your groove.
And then it's like, all right, snipe after that, or frag grenade in case I just felt like being a little bit of a dick.
And a frag grenade's also good because it also causes certain enemies to fly back.
Yeah.
So it's a good way, like if you're starting to get like getting too many people on your face. Yeah. Especially since in your case you're a ranged character, so it's good for you to be like, nope,
get away, go over there, deal with them.
And so there's that. And I feel like you would like Scoundrel after I've played him. After I played that for my Imperial Agent, because not only do you get to be sneaky, you also have some healing abilities. Because it's one of the healer classes, so you can. Because you've also got like 3 combat styles within that combat style that you can choose from.
Always go.
So and usually we go DPS. But
for me,
and Scoundrel has a DPS, 2 DPS options. There's really only 1 healer option, and then you would like them because I know how you like your characters. You can be a pugilist.
Yes.
An armed one too.
Ignore the fact that it never fucking worked out.
No.
In the Super Universe playtest.
No, it did not. But I know you like that. I thought we found a way to make it work better.
We did.
It's just your rolls were not great. The system worked. Your rolls were not great.
My luck was not great.
But yeah. So there's certain abilities that you have as a Scoundrel where you can just come up on somebody and go bah, and smack them with your gun. And then there's one where you can actually do I forget what it's called, but you hit them twice. Oh, Sucker Punch. It's what it's called. And you go bah, bah. So you could come in from stealth and just go come up behind them and go bah, bah. And then that's how you start your fight. And then there's another ability that I would use often that basically brings in these droids that have like knives that have like the spinning blades on them, and so you bring in 5 of them, and it's an area of effect attack, and so a bunch of droids just pop up and start doing micro damage. It was a great way to get rid of waves of enemies.
Yeah.
But yeah, so let's go ahead. We've now talked a little bit about the system, and I think at the end of the day, we like the combat and we like the UI and all the new updates. Let's talk about the Flashpoint. So the Flashpoint is one of those things. So Flashpoints are always like this for certain ones. This is one of the Flashpoints where the story's not different no matter in either case in Republic Imperial. The only difference is where Malgus ends up.
Yeah.
Because obviously if you're Imperial, he's going to end up with the Imperials. If you're Republic, he's going to end up with the Republic. Yeah. And by that I mean captured.
I was not with you on this one. This one you were on your own.
Yeah, So there was a way for us to play together. The problem was it got rid of the cutscenes.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Because we could play the story version, because there's 3 difficulties in Flashpoints: story, veteran, master.
Yeah.
Uh, and so they added solo story for certain flashpoints because there's certain flashpoints where they are definitely important to the game and very important to the narrative that's being told in SWTOR. And this was one of those. And so there's solo story, which is where you play absolutely by yourself, and that's how you get all the cutscenes. And it's why when we did that one flashpoint, I realized why there was like no cutscenes during that. It's because we played story mode and not solo story, which would have been you going by yourself without me. Yeah. The Mandalorian one, the Darmondo one. Yeah. And so so I ended up just playing it and he ended up watching, so that way he still got the content. So you go to this ancient planet where both the Jedi and Sith are investigating because it's a planet that was once the base of Darth Nul, which nobody knows anything really about.
What was the great fucking immediate thing of us going to the planet?
Oh yeah, we went. So the planet is Elam, and we go there, and we're like, oh, this is really beautiful because there's like a lot of trees, a lot of green for a planet that was a Sith planet. And then immediately we see the
10
creatures.
Feet. We go 10 feet. And I'm like,
you're like, I take that back.
Take it back.
Yeah. Because it turns out that Darth Nul was experimenting on the planet. Darth Nul was a scientist, essentially. A little bit of a scientist, a little bit of a, what's it called, alchemist.
Yeah.
A Sith alchemist. But definitely on the scientist end, because there was also a lot of technology.
Oh, yeah. She fucking updated her computer.
Yeah, so
real good.
So when you get there, you on the Republic side, you're teamed up with Lana and Tau. On the Imperial side, you're teamed up with you have Lana still, and then I forget the name of the representative for the Imperials. Let me make sure I get the name of the character because I don't want to. Oh, I have the footage. Why am I searching? I can just look at my footage.
Yeah.
I feel dumb. Oh yeah, I like the way. Yeah, they Rivix, Darth Rivix, and you haven't met him yet. Okay. So basically, he's their equivalent to Tau, but he reports to the Emperor.
All right.
Kind of a brown noser in a way to a degree. Like really, like I don't like him. I don't trust him either, and neither does Lana. So basically, Rivix is like, hey, we gotta go to this place together to the planet Elam. So Rivix is your Tau for the Imperials. So you go to Elam, where it turns out Malgus has been here.
Yeah, she's hanging out.
Yeah, so this is why everybody's like, okay, we gotta get there because we gotta find Malgus.
Well, you find him.
Well, hold on. Well, let's explore a little bit. So let's explore a little bit of what's been going on because this planet's filled with mysteries as well regarding like Darth Nul. One, there's no written record of Darth Nul.
No,
which means
all gone.
No records. Which Lana, on both versions, suggests that this either means that either she got rid of the records because it just didn't work out, or was a threat to the Emperor in some way, or the Dark Council to the point that they didn't like her and got rid of her somehow.
To get rid of him.
And so, either way, not a great sign.
Yeah, not good.
Especially since, like, and this is a conversation she has after we run into Darth Nul's supercomputer, which is a mini boss fight.
Yeah.
Which is even playing by yourself as a, I don't know, being a non-force user, that fight was hard. I played it on my Imperial Agent, and I tried like 3 different ways to make that work. I ended up having to have Rivix tank, Lana DPS, and then I was the healer in order to get through that fight. So Rivix was doing most of the damage. Rivix and Lana were doing the damage. I was staying back. I was like, as long as I don't die, and as long as Rivix doesn't die, we're good. Because Lana can't die because we don't have her health bar icon, so she can't fall. Because you can only have one companion at a time, technically.
Mm.
And so Yeah,
Just running around, doing your best.
doing my best, hiding, making sure Rivik's got everybody aggroed, so that way I didn't, and so I let Rivix do the work. I had to point him in directions. Sometimes I had to be like, "Hey, attack that," because in in that fight you have to defeat certain things before you
Yeah.
can defeat the computer itself. I'm trying not to spoil the combat, like the victory paths, because like that's I think even if we're going full spoiler for the story, I feel like that's a fun thing to kind of figure out.
Figure it out on their own.
So yeah, eventually you find out, the Imperials have kind of made their way to the planet. If you're on the Republic side, if you're on the Imperial side, you find, the Republic has made their way. So now you start having to like get rid of them on your way to the temple that you're trying to get to,
And-
where basically you think Malgus is hiding.
Yeah, there's
and
also a weird bit where it's like some of these weren't killed by like blaster fire.
oh yeah, that's
lightsabers.
before the computer fight. You find out that
Yeah.
they were killed by the computer,
Yeah, and they're like this. They kind of go like, this doesn't make much sense.
and then you find the computer and you find out, that makes sense now.
Oh yeah. All right, let's go.
So eventually you end up after doing a little bit of mountain climbing,
Yeah.
because you actually have to hook shot, essentially zip line. You have to hook shot zip line, whatever you want to call it, over to the top of the mountain, fighting whichever opposite faction that you're on.
Call that shit a long jump.
Yeah, but you there's like a line that you're connected to. So Link, I was thinking Legend of Zelda hook shot, and then, but I think they call it your zip lining. So eventually you make it up. When you get to the top of the mountain where you're like, okay, I made it to the temple. Maybe we beat Malgus because, it looks like you could get in. Nope. Malgus comes out with his new artifact already attached to him.
He kind of just starts to wreck shop a little.
Yeah, like he gets into a little bit of you get a really short conversation with him where he's like, oh, it's you. Of course
Hey,
it would be. And
I
you're like, yeah, it's me.
remember you.
And so, yeah, you get into a fight with him where he upgraded a bit.
Mhm.
The last time you actually fight him is not in the previous expansion. It's not in the Onslaught expansion. The last time you fight him is during the False Emperor Flashpoint.
I do remember me being like, watching that fight. I'm like, can you survive that hit?
Oh yeah, whenever he was zipping.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so yeah, in
The
this
answer
fight,
is,
yeah, you can, but
you
it's a lot of
can, but
damage.
don't do it again.
Yeah, don't do it too many times in a row. You could probably take a hit, get healed, and then take a hit. But if you take a hit, you're dead.
Yeah. He was a lot faster than I thought he'd be.
Same. Like for a minute, I was good. It's actually easier as an Imperial agent because you can keep range and you can just pew, 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 while he's running
Yeah.
still. Whereas as a Jedi, I had to wait till he stopped running because I was like, I'll let you keep running. I'll let you run that off. You got the zoomies. You're like my dog.
yeah, dog.
Really is like a dog though, because like, especially like Honey. Honey could probably
Yeah.
like roll you over like that if going at that
She-
speed.
Yeah.
She could go and then
like-
you fall over.
It's like Buster. He's fucking taken us out a time or two. We have never given an animal a fucking more apt name.
Yeah, yeah, no kidding. So yeah, so eventually you defeat Malgus. Depending on which side you're on, all the important characters that are NPCs show up to help you save the day.
This isn't necessarily important to the story, but a lot of when the people do show up to save the day, the first
You were really
time,
happy to see a lot of them.
for the first time, there's a brief force battle which either knocks a few Jedi just straight up unconscious or fucking kills them.
Yeah,
It's
And-
unclear.
yeah,
which.
and before I think it just knocks them, because nobody dies on the Imperial side when they arrest them. You almost get knocked over the cliff before the fight
Yeah.
with Malgus. Thankfully, Lana's there to save the day.
Yep.
But yeah, so they all the important characters show up on both sides, depending whichever side you're on. The important characters for that faction show up. So if you're the Republic, Satele shows up, Nostarel shows up. Tau and Arn are both there. Like everybody important's there. Satil's like the last one to show up on the Republic side because she's the one. Because Malgus almost gets away, and then Satil shows up and is like, "No, you don't." On the Imperial side, you get all the important characters that I've mentioned already, Krovos and Henri and all them. Obviously, Henri's kind of useless because she doesn't have the Force, but she's there. But actually, Henri's not there. It's only Force users. All the Force users are there. They all show up, do the basically same cutscene, try to hold him down. Malgus is like, no. And then all of a sudden, the Emperor himself shows up and is like, down. Which, whoever the Emperor is dependent on choices you've made. It's not Valkorion because nobody will have Valkorion because you've defeated him in previous expansions because he's an antagonist by this point. Malgus has kind of taken that spot, though, of main antagonist for a while, for now. But in my gameplay, it was Vowren, because I thought it was Asina, because I was trying to romance her, is the last thing I remember. And then it turns out, no, I must have killed her at some point, so because it's Vowren. Because if you don't kill Asina, it's Asina, that's the Empress. And so I guess maybe Asina shows up for some people. Or maybe Asina dies no matter what. I cannot remember for the life of me.
Yeah. Well.
But anyways, so that's the expansion. So one of the complaints that some people had is that the material's short.
Yeah. I think story material is very short, but the gaming bit itself is at that right spot where it's like just enough.
Well, a lot of people were saying they beat the expansion in an hour. I do not see that. I'm sorry. Whoever is playing this in an hour, are you skipping dialogue? Okay. So, yes, our original play took, 4 hours, I said?
Yeah.
Something like that? Because I was talking to Sawyer and told her when we finished it, and then she asked how long it was, and I said, about 4 hours for us, but that was with technical difficulties and us stopping and starting recordings. Well, actually, that doesn't even include that, because the 4 hours is just what I've recorded.
Yeah.
Playing the Imperial side by myself with technical difficulties outside of the footage, 3 hours still. So, no technical difficulties in the footage, really. So 3 hours. Where are y'all getting this hour? Where?
Is it?
I do agree that the content is it's not long, but it's not an hour. And that's the main complaint a lot of people have right now with the expansion, and some people don't like the UI, but the major complaint is the amount of material, and I'll agree. So it used to be that a lot of the content we got for expansions would take up I'd say it would take a few weeks to get through everything. And that's if you sat down and seriously played it like I did for the Imperial Agent on this one. But we did. We would sit down and seriously play it. But then Knights of the Fallen Empire and Knights of the Eternal Throne kind of switched up everything to where they tried to do the Telltale thing. Where they were like, we're going to release the expansion in chapters. But the first thing they did was they released the first 9 chapters, and then they were like, okay, and then the rest we're gonna slowly kind of milk out. And so a lot of people assume that's just how they were gonna do expansions from then on out. I guess people didn't like it that much. I didn't care either way, and so they went back. They went back kind of to the old method of just release the expansion, and then instead of doing the old way, which was just release the whole expansion at once, they still kept the piecemeal thing, but instead it would be in updates. So it would be part of story updates. So you'd have this is version 7.0 that's currently out. And then they would do 7.1, and we're going to get 7.1, 7.2, and that's where more content story would come in. And that's what they did with Onslaught. Onslaught was 6.0, and then you had 6.1, 6.2, and then we had 7. I think they did 6.3, and then we got 7.0. And that's how you got the ruin, Dantooine and all that, and Meksha. That was stuff. The only thing that was out originally was the Ossus material. So the Onderon and Meksha was an update, and then they did another update for the Ruins of the Enclave, which was the Dantooine stuff, and then they did one last update before 7.0, which was some Kira and Scourge stuff, where they finally finished up the Valkorion storyline.
All right.
And so, like, I'm fine with this piecemeal thing. I don't care, and I think we know, and it's because we've seen it. But also, like, I kind of wish that there was more. I don't know how you feel, though, with this being the only experience you've had.
I think that's just kind of how games are nowadays. Because of just how technology and everything sort of works. In the sense of you don't get these very big DLCs anymore.
Because, honestly, when I think of expansion, I think of content that's probably going to... And no expansion has honestly ever done this, but I would think expansion should be something that's at least half the size of the original game in terms of content. It doesn't have to be the same amount, but I would say at least half.
I'd settle for a quarter.
A quarter could work too, especially since usually expansions, back in the day anyways, you would get at least 4 expansions in a game back when expansions were the thing and not DLC.
Yeah.
For a video game. For MMOs, it's a little different. MMOs, you tend to get even smaller than that.
Yeah.
Because they plan...
I mean,
because MMOs tend to, they think long term, you're going to be playing this for decades if the MMO's good, which we've now reached 10 years of this game, so...
First decade down.
And World of Warcraft's, what, 15 at this point?
It's either 15
or 20.
Or 20.
Something like that. So, and honestly, this is a good thing for the Old Republic. I mean, not a lot of MMOs even reach this point.
Yeah.
A lot of MMOs die probably within the first 5 years, I'd say.
It's good on you, Old Republic. You made it.
Yeah, Old Republic, DCU Online, and this, and Warcraft. Those are probably like the 3 only ones that have lasted really long, I think. And then, like, RuneScape.
Well, I think that's everything for today.
Yeah, that's it for this episode, at least in the spoiler review. I like the expansion. I'm excited to see what the updates do. We're gonna review the updates when they come out. Which means we'll have to get you the subscription again. Well, no, we won't. The updates are free, but maybe we'll get it for you if we find out that your class thing isn't working. But that's not going to be for a few months. They're not going to update it for a few months. There won't be a 7.1 for a while.
I was like,
maybe at the, I'd say maybe May is when we'll see 7.1 if I was to take a shot in the dark. They haven't released their updated timeline for things yet.
Okay.
Cuz they had one, but that was back when the expansion was supposed to come out in December.
Cool.
But they had to push it to February.
Yeah.
So now they don't currently have a timeline for us yet, a public one anyways. All right. So I guess let's talk about what's next week. And I did get permission to announce our guest for next week. This one will happen. I promise.
Oh.
Actually, I shouldn't say that.
You want to test that theory?
No, it's not.
Okay. But you might as well announce them anyway.
Well, let's talk about what
Or
we're going to
they'll,
talk about first.
That's true.
So next week we're going to review. We're going to go back to the High Republic Adventures. We're going back, High Republic. We're going back to canon. We're going to talk about the High Republic Adventures, volumes 1 and 2, because volume 2 came out this week, so we can review both now. So
I got reading to do.
You already own volume 1.
Yeah, it's at my house, and I know where it is.
Yeah, and I'm going to give you the copy of volume 2 I bought today.
Yeah. All right.
To read, since I've got it all digital, so I can keep up still. Plus, I've read it before, so it's not so bad. I've also got it physically, like the individual issues. I just don't have the only ones that I don't have individually issued physically is the Free Comic Book Day, and that's it of that volume. And so for that episode, I got my mutual on TikTok that I enjoy, Shaylo Wren. She does a lot of... She enjoys High Republic Adventures as well, so that's why I'm inviting her. she also does Pokemon stuff, talks about Pokemon and other stuff on her TikTok and Fallout. So that's just something you guys have in common, Fallout, that you could talk
I
about.
don't know a lot about Fallout. I will admit
You
that.
just like to play it.
I like playing it a little.
Yeah,
Just a little.
just a little. Just a little. Just a
Yeah,
little.
Just a little.
It's not like, for a while there, I would come over to your house and you would always be playing it.
Look, man, I had some stuff to do.
You had to deliver some messages.
I had to fucking give. I don't steal shit from me in a video game ever.
Or leave you for dead in the
Yeah,
process.
it won't work out well.
Yeah. For a while there, I would show up to his house and he was always playing Fallout New Vegas.
It was either that or Fallout 3, which I fucking gave up on because I'd already done.
But New Vegas you hadn't beaten before, so I guess you figured you were going to beat it that time.
Knew I had beaten it before, but
It'd just been a while. Or were you just really into it?
I think I was just a bit too into it.
And now it's Borderlands.
No, I got done with Borderlands actually.
Oh. So it was, and also it was, well, it wasn't really Resident Evil for a while. You were just doing the side stuff of Resident Evil, really. You weren't actually playing the main game.
No, I've beat that fucking game 3 separate times.
Yeah, that was Resident Evil
For some
3.
reason,
No, that was one of the older ones. That's right.
It's
Because
6,
you
and nobody likes it.
yeah, because that's that's right. Because you have a
I'm on a
PS3 still.
PS3.
So yeah, I would come over and you would do the side stuff on Resident
Yeah.
Evil 6.
The little bonus.
Yeah, the bonus content. Yeah, the little timer
Yep.
stuff.
Go kill 100,
Survivals.
Go kill 150 within
Like 2 minutes.
2 minutes. But it's not 2 minutes. It ends up being more like 7 or 10.
Yeah. What's the game you're playing now?
The current game that I'm on, I'm probably gonna finish it sometime later today. I'm going through The Wolf Among Us.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because you're getting hyped for Wolf Among Us 2.
Hmm
I don't know how you're gonna play that.
Yeah, I don't either. I think
I think Ethan said he'd let you borrow his
Yeah.
Xbox. Yeah.
Speaking of, I'll probably be like going. I think we're gonna do something on Wednesday where I get to play Elden Ring with him for a little bit.
I need to figure out how to get my copy. Anyways, that's where we're gonna. Yeah, that's where we're gonna end it. Now that we've announced next week's episode is gonna be Higher Poke Adventures Volume 1 and 2. So if you want to join us for that and you want to read along, now you know what we're reading. We're gonna have Shayla Wren on, so it's gonna be a good time. I think that's it in terms of like announcements. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. I'd like to thank Gamers and Geeks and Mobcast Network for letting us borrow the studio, as always. Unfortunately, our little friend Johnny is off the screen this time.
Didn't get me this time, fucker.
And
I don't think I've ever called.
yeah, no. Be sure to check out Mobcast Network's content as well, because I help out with that as well. I'm a producer for them. You can find them on YouTube. If you want to see the video content, it's youtube.com/Mobcast Network, where you can watch Cult Movie Cantina, where they talk about old movies. This week, you're going to get to see... We're going to talk about... I don't know if this week the Pensacon stuff will come out. I think the Pensacon video that we just shot will come out first.
That might be it.
Yeah. So you'll get to see what happened, what all I did at Pensacon besides get some books. And then the other show we have is now My Star Wars Life. It was Mando Mondays because we were talking about Book of Boba Fett, but now that that's over, we're going back to My Star Wars Life, where we're just going to talk about Star Wars in general, very similar to this, except they're a little bit more general. We kind of we have a schedule regarding certain things that we talk about. They're kind of like, what happened this week? What do we want to talk about? Like, I think we're going to talk about the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser experience, the hotel.
Hotel.
Yeah.
Didn't they say it was like $2,000 for 2 people?
It's like something like $2,000 for 2 people for 2 nights, something like that. Or I think 4,000 actually.
You got a big pocketbook.
Oh no, it's 2,000. I was looking at it because it's 5,000 for a family of 4.
Okay.
but it's a whole experience. It's kind of like
Mm.
being on a. It's kind of like being on a cruise ship, except it's a hotel, and you've got this whole interactive experience. There's like a story going on and everything. But I'm gonna save that for my Star Wars life.
Yeah,
So
save that for that.
Yeah.
That show needs some.
yeah. So well, they got content too, and it's also two different audiences, I think, for the most part. But please check them out. Be sure to subscribe to them; they're really awesome. If you don't really care about the video side, you can find them on any podcasting app. I can't find us there yet. We're working on getting the podcasting app thing going. Right now, it's just here on YouTube and Twitch, and I think eventually I might do Facebook as well. But if you want to watch more of our content, there's youtube.com/Escape Reality Films, where you can check out our other content. That's where you're going to be able to see our gameplay of the Old Republic within the next few weeks.
Yeah.
I think it's actually going to start probably this upcoming week. You'll get to start seeing it. And then after that, we got some other content that we're planning. If you're already watching us on YouTube, you can check out the Twitch, which is twitch.tv/DJ Star Wars 94, where you can see me play Mass Effect, and for the most part, it's been a while since I've done that. It's also where you can see a lot of the podcast stuff, if you aren't there already. And if you want to check us out on YouTube, please be sure to like and subscribe. And if you're checking us out on Twitch, please subscribe and follow. It really helps out every little bit. And if you're in the Mobile, Alabama area, check out Gamers and Geeks, which is where we have this place at. Usually I like to give them a little shout out. It's a gaming shop, so if it's very friendly to everybody. So if you want like your tabletop games, your Magic the Gathering, Pokemon cards even, and then they have the Engage store there as well, where you can rent out video game consoles, including you can rent out a computer. Like they have a tower they have different towers you can rent out. You can even rent out a VR headset.
And I think they've also got their
and then for Gamers and Geeks, they got the arcade back here, where you pay $10 for the day and you can play pretty much any arcade game without any coins. You just free play. Let's see, what am I missing? Oh yeah, the Patreon.
Oh
yeah, the Patreon.
I forgot we have one.
Yeah, we have one of those. So if you really want to help show financial support, and you don't have to, but if you really want to help out, it helps. Because ideally the goal is to eventually have me work for myself, so that way we can kind of just make this full time. And then once I am able to pay for myself, I want to pay for like people like Seth.
Yeah.
So that way you could do this full time if you wanted to. If you wanted to. Obviously, this might not be your interest, but
maybe one day.
Maybe one day.
For now, the grind is the grind.
Yeah. So the Patreon would help end the grind a little bit, and every little bit helps. $1. I think our lowest though is a $5. I think tier.
I wouldn't know.
Um,
Set that up, not me.
Yeah, it's been a while since I looked. Oh no, the lowest one is $1. Because we have a patron. We have our one patron at the moment. And you can find that at patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. The $1 a month, which does still help, is the Antonio tier. For a single $1 a month, you will be given weekly updates on projects through our Patreon, where you'll have insider information on on what we're making and how far in the process we are. You will be given access to our Discord server, so you can come hang out with us. You'll also be given access to the Super Universe tabletop RPG playtest. So it's a playtest for a RPG system that I'm working on based on my novels. And so through the Discord server, you'll have access to that. $5 a month, though, you'll get all of that on top of having access to the YouTube videos a week before they go public. And honestly, I would even probably suggest, if you like sci-fi, because I really should push my novel, because you were talking about it earlier before we started, and I really should push for it more. It's our most expensive tier, but. And I'm probably going to add something to that, because I haven't added my newest book to the rewards yet. But I do write novels as well. And so for the $25 a month tier, which we call the Sylvester tier.
Oh God!
After your character from the playtest that we did for Super Universe. along with all previous rewards that are mentioned, which there's a lot of other rewards.
All the tiers are named after.
After characters, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You got the Antonio, the Jimmy, the Toki. So if you like our Star Wars RPG games, you got the Toki tier at $10, which gives you PDF copies of scripts that we're doing a month before we make it. Which ideally, I want to get back to making like scripted content, like in terms of like stuff like D&D adventures, and that's where this helps out. Really,
Yeah.
this helps fund that stuff and make it to where that's a reality and where I can sit down and write a script and just full time make videos like that. And that's really the only reason that I haven't been able to do that as much. The Sildenafil tier, so if you like our D&D adventures, that's $15 a month. And that will grant you a once a week you'll get to listen in on like creative meetings that we'll have, which we'll get back to making creative meetings by that point, and that would be on a Wednesdays, ideally. At $20 a month, you get the B9 tier, which for that tier you get to be part of a one shot, a Star Wars one shot, and that would be once a month. You'd get to be a part of like a player in a one shot.
Truly a terror amongst the stars, that one.
Yeah, but it would be run by me, and it could be it would be at any point in the canon of our tabletop games. So it could be during the Edge of the Empire time, or it could be Knights of the Republic or Tales of the Jedi now. And then, as I was saying before, though, the $25 a month, the Sylvester tier, that grants you all of that, and it also gives you a free copy of my first novel, Super Worlds, a physical copy. And you get that for every month that you are in this tier. So, like, if you have friends that you know like sci-fi, and this would be sci-fi superhero, if you have friends that are book readers, hey, it's a great way to get a free, basically, it's almost a free gift. You're basically getting $15 off on that book because I only sell it for $10 on Amazon. But because of all the other rewards you're getting, you're really saving money.
But with that,
I also wanted to say what other books I'm going to add to that tier because I'm going to make that
Oh,
tier
yeah,
even more
yeah.
worth it.
Oh boy.
Because while it sounds like you're paying more for the book this way, I'm also going to include my other novels. I'm going to include my short story collection, Super Universe Volume 1, The Coat Wars, which has a bunch of short stories that take place in the Super Worlds universe. And then I'm going to include my most recent novel that came out the last year. It was the end of last year.
Fuck, what's
Time Ninja.
Time Ninja?
Yeah. And that's more fantasy with a little bit of time travel. Historical fiction almost. If you like a little bit of time travel with ninjas and you want that a little bit of action, that'd be your book. Now, obviously, you don't have to get my books this way. This would just give you a free copy of all three. That's the way you can get all three. But the other way you can get my books is by going to Amazon. And I'm trying to figure out a way to link. If you're on YouTube, it's linked. Super Worlds is linked already in the description. And so from there, you could probably find my other books. The easiest way is actually to look up my name, because for some reason, Super Worlds is hard to find if you look up Super Worlds. Unless you add my name, Caleb Lockwood. Because when the first results, it's not up there, even in books. Like, even if you specify books. Which is kind of upsetting. It's not on the first page at all. I don't think it's even on the second page. But I think Time Ninja might show up, though. Right away. Yeah, it's on the first page. So, Time Ninja is easy to find. So if you want to check out Time Ninja, that one's easy to find. Super Worlds is a little harder. You have to look up Super Worlds and then my name. Super Universe, Coat Wars. So yeah, Super Universe is easy as well. I think even if you just do Super Universe, it might... it shows up on the first page. So you can find all my books there. So that's other ways to support us. I just wanted to throw that out there because I'm really usually bad at promoting the books. And I really need to do that more, especially since I want to do more. And I want to do more with those books, too. So, thank you guys for watching. And we'll see you guys next time with... Now give me a chance to quickly find out what our link is for the YouTube one. And the Twitch one's easy because it's just my Twitch channel. Oh, that's what I should have put in the description. I forgot to put that we have our first guest. Oh well.
You might want to go do it.
Well,
Actually, you know what?
I've already started the stream.
It'll be a nice surprise for them.
You know, yeah, it'll be a surprise. Let's see what's our live link. I need to update our live picture because that was back when we were still doing the Knights of the Republic campaign for the
Yeah.
tabletop.
We might want to change that.
Back when Scion was a problem, aka Colton, because he was playing Scion.
Oh
Oh
boy.
my god.
Uh,
Although actually Colton wasn't playing Scion by that point. It was me. It was me. Dio.
we've already talked about
Yeah,
that.
we've
meme.
already talked about my problem with that, like how that people like to use that as a joke, and it's like, yeah, but the context of that scene does not make it funny.
It's the one fucking time
Like Dio,
where Jonathan is like, "No, I'm actually gonna beat your ass for this."
well, because Dio
'Cause of-
committed
Yeah,
he committed sexual assault.
like everything else was fine. He forgave him for fucking killing his dog. Well, he didn't forgive him for that,
No.
but he was willing to let that one slide.
I wouldn't have. Nobody's killing Carrie or Honey. I know you feel the same about Twix. Yeah, any dog. Like,
God, Buster tries my patience so
yeah,
much.
Buster tries your patience, but I love Buster.
He's
Last night
a
though,
big dumb idiot, but I love him.
let's see, does Cal have a? I forget what Cal's sharing little corner is. I know Cal has one in his server. I'm sending the links to everybody.
Is the live stream started yet?
Yeah, we're yeah. I'll give you
Okay,
the
I see.
yeah.
I was gonna say I was gonna put it in the Discord.
Yeah. That's why I didn't touch yours. I've only posted in Sawyer's and Dyads, and I'm trying to find where to post in Cal's. Oh, Fletcher stuff. That's right. I'm in too many Discords.
Mm.
It's why Sawyer didn't join ours, because I sent her the link last week, and she was like, "I'm already in so many. I'm trying to get rid of them."
She's like, I gotta leave.
And yeah. All right, we are
In too deep.
way too deep. Okay, I think I've shared. I think we're ready to go ahead and actually be seen and heard.
Yeah. And I also have to fucking make that retraction. I
Oh
told
yeah, you still have
about.
to make your retraction
Yeah.
about droids.
Yeah.
That's gonna be great. Should we start with that?
We might as well.
Starting out with an apology?
Yeah. Because it's two-pronged. One, I was wrong in the use of the word, and two, there's evidence that can be cited against it.
He was initially against droid rights. We've now.
Oh no.
But on the premise of actual slavery is still a thing, and I explained it more to you in the car
Yeah.
on the ride home. I'm like, I don't care
Well,
about
let's save it. This is yeah. I'd rather let's save it for the one-
fucking. Here, let me throw the oil onto the fire.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and pop us in where they can see us. All right. They should be able to see and hear us. Oh no, my
Oh.
I messed up Shay's camera. That's great.
Oh no, they don't need to see me. It's fine.
Okay, I fixed it. I think
Okay.
Yeah, that was the
Yeah,
problem.
There we go.
Because I was in a chat and I didn't go back to our call. So we've got a guest this week. I guess that's where we're gonna start.
Yeah, we're starting with that. We have our first guest.
Woo!
This is
She's up here.
ish.
She's like way up here.
Over here.
Yeah, you
There we
can
go.
reach.
Well,
I
then-
can't.
Like
Above your buddy John Carpenter.
Don't talk to me about John. I don't like. He does good work, but I don't like that he's fucking right behind me all the time.
So
Watching.
Yeah.
he's always watching. So we brought her in because we're going to talk about some fun stuff. We're going to talk about the High Republic Adventures Volume 1 and 2, and I know
Yeah.
how much Shay loves High Republic Adventures.
Yeah,
we have been
one of my faves.
Yeah, we've been planning this for like months now.
It's happening finally.
Yeah.
Oh.
So first off, we decided that we're going to start with a retraction.
Yeah.
Because what was it, 2 weeks ago now?
It's 2-3 weeks ago.
We talked about droids
We talked
and
about
sentience.
droids and sentience, and
Be
they
the
do
sappy
have,
music.
and they do have that. Like they can understand emotions and they can feel things, which I think is weird because that means someone had to program them to actually feel things.
Yeah, Clone Wars proves that.
And
with
it's
the
a
battle
little
droids.
bit fucked up. And then I was like, well, they don't have free will, but I'm wrong about that. Because fucking R2 and C-3PO can backtalk people. You can't backtalk people if you don't have free will.
Yeah, and the only time they don't have free will is when it's forced upon them with
Yeah,
the
with the, like, restraining bolts.
Yeah, the restraining bolts.
Did you
like-
miss L3's whole movement in Solo?
It's funny because this conversation happened after his first time watching Solo.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unfortunately, I also watched fucking Rogue One. I was like, I think that... So they sort of blended together. And I was like, doesn't someone want to shoot someone's dad, like, really bad in that
And I was
movie?
like, oh no, no, that's Rogue One.
And we were explaining, I'm like, well, if you can just literally go and make another one, then it's not that. But they can't do that for L3.
As
you
far as
explained it.
we know, anyways, like the way they present it, anyways, in the film is like, no, you can't copy L3,
Yeah.
or more, at least it's against L3's wishes to do so.
I think that's the real reason, in so much as, like, going and just building another
Yeah, 'cause-
body.
'cause
It's
like-
that they can't download her back from the ship to a new body.
Yeah, and also because like Lando respects L3,
Yeah.
so like that wouldn't happen.
But I was wrong. I will admit that.
All right, so
There's a benefit to being an idiot and knowing you're an idiot.
so
It means
this
you get to apologize when you make a mistake.
It shows a lot that you'll admit that you're wrong. Most
Yeah.
people won't.
yeah, as
Round
you
of
and
applause.
you and I on TikTok have seen the people who won't admit they're wrong.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
So let's go ahead and talk about you a little bit, since it's your first time on the show. Yeah, I know you've stopped talking about Star Wars a little bit as much, and for good reason. I understand. Like I,
We take breaks.
yeah,
We have to
it's
rejuvenate.
yeah, and it stops being fun.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
It stops being fun after a while, and when it's not fun, I don't blame you for stepping away. For me, this is still a lot of fun because we're only 11 weeks in, and also I'm
Yeah.
not big enough. I'm not big enough to have people like arguing with me all the time yet, and I'm not also a woman either.
Don't be afraid to take breaks either way, because like if you get burned out on Star Wars, it'll ruin it all. So
Yeah.
just like you just gotta take breaks sometimes, and
Yeah,
that's okay.
and I also don't have the female woman experience either of being a Star Wars fan, which is
Yeah,
another whole can of worms right there.
another nice little layer to it.
Yeah. But so yeah, and so right now you're doing a lot. You're still even outside of that, like because you still have your Twitch channel which you, as far as I know, you have your stream later today. In fact, right?
I may wait till next week. I just got a job, so
Yep.
my life has been chaos.
Yeah, that was
But
another.
I think finally I'm settled, so like I didn't have time to like plan anything for stream, but I think next week I'll be able to actually plan
Yeah.
stuff. So.
Yeah.
Which I saw, because I saw this morning that you got your first paycheck. Because
Yes.
I was scrolling TikTok this morning and I saw you got that.
It's a
More
good
money
thing-
for Star Wars stuff.
It's a good thing that you two plan ahead, because I fucking don't, and it's a problem.
Yeah.
I plan ahead so far as to maybe Thursday.
Yeah. Yeah, as far as this show, at least I plan ahead. My Twitch, I'm terrible. I should be done with Mass Effect 3 by now, but I've just not been consistently playing it.
Well, you know,
But I finished 1 and 2.
well, that's good.
Follow
Which-
the inspiration.
Which I'm glad my internet is now better because I still get really bad like flashbacks to when she was nice enough to give me a raid.
I felt so bad. I rated you, and you're just having so many internet problems. I felt so bad.
Like I still get war flashbacks to that.
It was
Oh,
fine.
boy.
Yeah, and so I'm glad that's resolved because now I can do stuff like this. And even if my internet sucks, I could always come here to the studio.
Yeah.
So there's that. But yeah, you do Twitch. You have another TikTok account now. where you
Yeah,
talk
we're
about your
doing
religious
2.
experiences.
Yeah, religious deconstruction account, because why not?
Yeah. Yeah, which is very interesting. Like, I follow you. Obviously, I follow you, but I also follow a lot of other deconstructionists while still, like, being.
Oh, so you're in the sphere.
Yeah, like, I'm still very much Christian, but I also can, like, admit, like, yeah, we got problems. We need
Yeah,
to.
one of my favorite deconstruction podcasts. You know, they're not deconstructing their religion like to nothing. They're deconstructing Christians, so they're still Christians. you
Yeah,
know?
and they're deconstruct, and I think I know who you're talking about because I watched him a lot on TikTok, especially, and like, yeah, you're deconstructing for the sake of bettering the religion, not to annihilate it.
I have no dog in this.
Yeah,
fight.
you have no. Yeah, we've discussed this a little bit, you and I.
Like, I don't know, man.
But yeah, no, I'm definitely glad I never had the experiences you had. But it suck. But it sucks to hear about that stuff, and it's good to make it aware too. Like,
Yeah.
and that's the reason that you do it, is so that way more
Yeah.
people don't fall for it.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Yeah,
We'll see.
because it's really easy, especially college students, which
Yeah.
I am now way past that. We joke that, in our friend group, I'm the dad age, essentially.
Yeah,
I'm the old man.
but you don't act like it though.
I know, yeah, everybody assumes I'm like in my early 20s when they first see
Yeah.
me, and it's
I
like,
would have
no,
guessed 21.
yeah.
Although,
but I'm like 28 now. So it's like,
Old.
it's like, thanks for the compliment, but
it's weird in that while you actually are that old, they don't see you that way. Whereas
you
like,
are younger than me.
I'm younger than you, and I very much am like almost fucking old man that just wants to sit out on his front porch.
Yeah, like we were playing Jackbox we were playing Jackbox 7 last night, and we were playing the Devils and the Details, I think is what
Yeah.
that one's called, where you have to work together as a family, and you and I got the parent roles, and you were being the responsible one trying to get all the tasks done, and meanwhile I'm there trying to get like the devil tasks done, so that way I rack up all these points. And you're like, you can't do that. You're the dad.
I think I have shouted and swore at everyone in that room last night more than I ever have about anything in the house at all.
Yeah. But yeah, so I
So
get
quit trying to fucking read a book. We have shit to do.
so I guess we'll go ahead and
Uh,
I guess we'll jump ahead into the actual topic for this week, because not a lot news-wise has happened. There's a couple rumors here and there, but nothing.
nothing
Major.
really solid to work
And
on this
I've
week.
already talked about my opinions on the main rumor on TikTok.
Oh,
Yeah, Star Wars Eclipse.
but we haven't shared them with the audience.
That's okay. So Star Wars Eclipse is rumored to not be happening for 5 years because they haven't even really hired anybody.
When I saw the dates they projected, I was shocked. Like the year, I was like, that far? I thought it was going to be in the next couple of years.
Yeah, like
'Cause the
yeah,
trailer came out.
yeah. When you show me a cinematic trailer, I'm thinking, okay, maybe 3 years at most.
Even
But-
3 years, I would be like, maybe, but it's stretching it.
I mean, if it
Surely
was
they
Square
wouldn't
Enix
do
3
that.
years, if it's Square Enix 3 years makes sense.
Dear video game developers, here's a tip. Maybe wait until it's 2 years out before releasing a trailer if you're going for a long burn,
Yeah,
but not 5 fucking years.
exactly. Like,
I understand.
what were they thinking when they were like, let's make this awesome cinematic trailer, and we probably haven't even written the story yet for this game.
We have
No
3
idea what they
minutes
were
of
thinking.
animation. Let's do some bullshit.
And it's not
They're
like
like,
we're
we
in,
have a vague idea of this video game. Let's put it out there.
and it's not like we're in a complete drought for Star Wars video games. We're about to get Lego Star Wars, which you and I are playing for sure.
Oh,
When that comes out, I'm getting ready to pre-order it on my
I-
next paycheck. I'm pre-ordering that puppy.
I hope you're ready for the worst co-op you've ever had.
And then we're getting Star Wars Hunters later this year at some point for free, I might add. So
Forgot about that. It's true.
yeah, and that's for free for Switch and phone. So and like they're putting Hutball in it because they've shown like some of the game modes. So more Hutball, which I love. So as an Old Republic fan. But But yeah, so we're not in complete drought, so they could have held off. Also, on top of that, technically EA still has the license for like the next few months. Like the license isn't up yet, so like other companies aren't in a rush to show their games.
They're like, we can stay another round.
Like we know Ubisoft is making a game, but they haven't shown anything.
They don't need to.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine to say, hey, we're making... Like, you can announce that you're making a game 5 years out, that's fine. But the moment you show me footage, I'm going to think it's closer than...
A whole cinematic trailer
Yeah.
at that.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so that's my opinion. Like, this isn't just for Star Wars games. This is just for gaming industry in general. Like, just hold off. Like, it's why E3 is falling apart. Nobody cares about E3 anymore for this exact reason.
Yeah. I
Like-
promise we'll be there when the game comes out. If you're like, you don't have to keep reminding us 5 years ahead.
And heck, with that far out, they might not even make the game because people don't like the company behind it.
Yeah. I'm surprised that, like, I wouldn't be surprised if it kind of just sizzles out and fades into the ether.
That's what I'm thinking
after
will
the
happen.
reaction.
Yeah, like, because people don't like the company for fair reasons. I still like their games, but I also don't like their I don't like their CEO. So I agree that there's issues that need to be dealt with.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would be surprised if Lucasfilm pulled the game and said, nah, you can't make this game anymore.
That's chose a bold choice, Lucasfilm.
Well,
It
you know,
was.
We'll see.
yeah. Anyways. All right, so let's get into our actual subject now. Now that rant's over.
Yeah, I think. Let's see. I've apologized. Not me. Since that's my error. You were fine.
Yeah, we've had our rant.
Lloyd's rights.
Yeah, we've had our rant. We've had our guest introduction. I think we can get into the topic.
So
We read two comics.
Yeah.
One comic, but like a lot of issues of it.
yeah. So spoiler alert.
Yep.
This is
Because
the part where we go over the books that
Yeah,
we've read in the
and-
week.
yeah, and I
we
mean,
give
technically they've had months, but they've also had a week if they only watch us.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm assuming that they
Yeah,
only
like-
get 1 week.
Yeah, 1 week. You get one
You
week
get
to
1
read it.
week, and then the book stops existing.
But no, so yeah, we normally do a full spoiler review, but we're gonna kind of hop around a little bit
Yeah.
because this is different. It's our first time with a guest, and I kind of want to change
Yeah.
up a little bit.
Let's see.
So let's kind of start off with the idea that so first off, it takes place because for your sake, I know
Yeah, you sure do love to throw me around the timeline.
so yes,
We're all over the place.
yeah. So the first volume, anyways, takes place concurrently and after Light of the Jedi. So, we've read Light of the Jedi, so we've at least done that. It's volume 2 that's going to get confusing for you because you've yet to read The Rising Storm.
Oh no.
So I
Because
know-
as new things come out, that's when we read the thing. So
Right.
so the new thing will come out, and I'll give it like the next week is when we'll read it. So yeah,
essentially, the one place I haven't been to or paid a visit to, courtesy of not having the book or reading anything, is the Republic Fair.
yeah. So you don't know what happened at the Republic Fair, although you get to see a little bit of it in volume 2.
I just know it was bad.
because of free comic book day, you get to see a little bit of Valo destruction.
Yeah.
But volume 1, it's not necessary to know it. But in volume 2, they kind of brush it aside other than the free comic book day. You also see Ty York for a second and have no idea who she is, and then she's gone.
I'm like, I don't know who you were, but that was cool, I guess.
It's okay. I think we're gonna read her prequel comic before Rising Storm. So
That'd be a good idea.
I'm over
Good
here.
character.
But because I've seen like a little bit past the fall of Starlight Beacon,
yeah,
and
because
the
you've seen
shit that's
Fallen.
gone
We
over
read Fallen
Corellia,
Star.
I'm over here like, oh,
Yeah, it's
this
more
isn't
reason.
gonna work out well for you.
It's more reason for you not to be a fan of Corellia because you're just like, I've read Fallen Star, I've read Midnight Horizon. You don't like I've joked that I'd rather live on Tatooine than Corellia. Just because the
That's
politics.
A bold statement.
Because the politics. I'd rather deal with Hutts than Carillion politics.
Or they're
We already
roast
know my
in
feelings
the
about
desert.
Tatooine.
But yeah, so Volume 1, we start off with a... I like how they've kind of put the regular Star Wars Adventures comic into this volume, because we see the Tales of Villainy short story of the Gaze Electric. And we meet a kind of important character who becomes more important as the story goes on, Dr. Utterson.
Yeah. He's in charge of keeping Mari Tekka alive,
Yeah,
right?
Mari Santeca, yeah. He's in charge of keeping Mari Santeca's life support stuff going. Also, basically just updating our boy Marcion, as... I still am mad at Mark Thompson because he can't decide, because one audiobook says Marcion, one says Mark.
I know. I was trying to figure that out today.
He
and
just
it's
shortened
it's
his
so
name
many
to
different...
Mark.
Yeah, I shortened it to Mark.
Mark.
Okay, Mark Rowe.
That's intimidating. That's a good villain name.
Mr. Rowe. Actually, that's his dad.
Not anymore. His dad.
That's his
Fucking
dad.
But no, so yeah, he reports to to Rowe. He
Yeah.
reports to Rowe personally. Although Rowe basically just puts up with him, is what I get out of
Yeah.
it. Rowe's like, I just have you here to deal with the technical stuff because I don't know how,
He's like, I don't know how to keep this old lady alive, but you do.
and I need her because that's my one piece of collateral above everybody.
Yeah.
So yeah, Dr. Utterson becomes way more important later, as we get further into the phase, because he starts to deal with other stuff. You already know about the creature.
Yeah.
Utterson's job basically becomes taking care of that as well,
Yeah.
taking care of the leveler.
Mm.
And
It's an
so,
intimidating name. I love it.
yeah, the leveler. I think there's an actual name to it. We just haven't learned it yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, so far we just call it the leveler, which yeah, I'm glad I'm not a Force user because I don't have to deal with the leveler. But yeah, so, and in this issue, it's a very short thing of
Yeah.
just like, how did they get to Trimont 4? And why did they go there?
They-
Basically, it's a funny little comic of like showing kind of the inner workings of how the Nihil view each other. And they're like, oh yeah, everybody's competition. And even when we're doing something that's not that important,
highly expendable.
yeah, we're all highly expendable to each other. Like, we'll sacrifice you and kill you just to beat you to the front of the ship to hit a button to basically make sure power's going so we can jump to Trimont 4. Even though the only reason that we're racing each other is because maybe there's a death threat if we don't get there in time for Roe to... But then it turns out that everything's fine. We didn't have to race each other. It turns out that the power's back on.
Fucking asshole.
Like, in fact, Roe is already giving this speech about how we're going to Trimont 4.
Great. Awesome.
If
Thanks.
you could fucking use
Worth
the
it.
intercom, then why did we have to run here?
I love Star Wars Adventures, like all of their comics. Like, I love the IDW comics.
So here's the issue I'm currently having.
Yeah, because we're now hitting Trimont 4 now, so we can talk about Trimont 4 if
No, it's not with the comic book itself. It's with me.
okay.
Since I got done reading this on like Wednesday, there's a few gaps here. So
Yeah, there's some gaps later on for sure when we jump from volumes 1 and 2.
No, I mean I don't fucking
What are you lost on?
remember.
Oh,
It's fine.
yeah, it's fine. That's what I'm here for and what she's here for,
Oh, good.
because we've literally finished reading it today.
Okay, good.
I reread it today, yeah. But
So volume 1 is where we jump to Trimont 4. We don't. Yeah, it's a little bit of Trimont 4 and a little bit of learning about. I forget the name of the ship now, but it's basically the portable school.
Yeah,
Star
Which-
Hopper?
Jedi.
Starhopper. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, Starhopper,
okay.
which things like Starhopper have existed in Legends before, so it's interesting seeing stuff like that come back. Because in Legends, there were like Jedi academies that were just ships that would go from place to place and mission to mission, and that was an interesting way to teach your Padawans because, we need to go to the Outer Rim, very similar to the reason Starlight Beacon exists. We need to go to the Outer Rim. What better way to teach our students than on the go, because this is the type of stuff Jedi have to deal with anyways.
Yeah, so why not?
In the field experience.
Exactly. And so,
They
you know,
basically live on a Jedi tour bus.
yeah. And so you've got Yoda in charge, and then you've got Cantum Psy and Buckets of Blood.
Buckets.
And yeah, it's great. And so they're basically the heads with a few other heads that are there, but they're our main focal leaders.
Yeah.
And then of course you've got Lula Talasola as one of our prime leads for the book.
Yeah.
And then along with that you've got her buds Court and Farzala.
I actually like Farzala.
Farzala's so great.
Farzal is a baddie. Love him.
And then Court I just adore because like
I would
Oh.
give my life for
Court's the
Court.
one
He's
that
so
looks-
cute.
yeah, Court
like a Triceratops, right?
well so he wears a bone mask and they're going to get
yeah, I know.
so
I don't know why.
yeah, that's something that Volume 3 is going to get into cuz he gets his own arc. It's great.
Love it.
His arc is so special and it's like, "Oh, I love you even more now."
I bet Cubone's his favorite Pokemon.
I was about to say he's the Cubone of Star Wars.
But that's not wrong either. Like that's exactly like that's 100% because like in that story arc when we get to it, that's basically his story.
He's Cubone.
It's basically just as tragic.
Oh.
But yeah, so Volume 1, we are also following Crix Camerat and Zine. I had to sigh on Crix because we will explain my feelings on Crix later.
So
But yeah, so we learn a little bit about you got
I have one thing,
yeah.
and this is about the whole series. I am running out of pity for people.
Yeah, you texted me that.
See, before it was anger,
Yeah.
then it was hatred.
Yeah, because you really went down the dark side when it came to your feelings on the Nihil. I feel like you would pull an Elzar man.
If I saw one, probably. But then it sort of cooled off into like, well, this just kind of sucks for everybody. And now even that is drying up to the point of where it's almost entire
like
disregard.
almost apathy.
Yeah.
Honestly, apathy's worse. We literally 2 weeks ago read a book about apathy being worse. Ram's whole story arc.
It's that he doesn't care anymore.
Oh, he learned nothing.
But yeah, so like, and so we learned a little bit about Trimont 4's culture for the few seconds that we get to see Trimont 4 in peace. Because basically Trimont 4 is like, specifically the elders, because Elder Tromac is in charge of this very like, what's the term I'm looking for? Nomadic, yeah, very nomadic group where they go planet to planet essentially, and just to survive. And that's the part that's
I thought
where
they were just refugees.
Yeah,
on this
they're
planet.
a little bit of refugees, a little bit nomadic. It's a combination. It's a lot of people that have survived really rough experiences with like raiders, specifically like groups like the Nihil, but not the Nihil in particular. Because as we learn later, Elder Tromac works for the Nihil, or at least has made deals with them.
Dun, dun, dun.
But
I think it's not that
like he's at least made deals.
He's making a deal.
I think he's made some in the past because the way they pull up, they're like, "Yeah, we've already agreed for you to come on our ship. Come on."
I think he's bargaining in that moment.
That is true because we might have missed
'Cause
it.
for
We
some
might have missed
reason-
because like maybe the book doesn't show us everything. Maybe they go over like they missed like the scene where he's like, "Hey, I know where you can find the leveler," or at least I think a way to control the leveler is what I think is the piece that they already have because they talk about they've already got half the puzzle, and so I think that's where some of that comes important later. But yeah, because Tromac's like basically the culture though is very anti-force usage.
Yeah.
Like they acknowledge that the force exists, but they're like, if you're a force user, you're a terrible person.
Such an interesting perspective on that. Isn't that the only people we've seen like that so far in Star Wars? Like as far as like a whole group goes.
Like,
In canon, as far as I can think of.
Anti-force.
The thing is, And I thought about this, and I'm like, and me and you have discussed this several times about like how I feel about like force use.
Yeah, you're not
stuff.
you have issues yourself with it.
But there is always the counterpoint of, and I've been debating with this. I'm like, would it be better off without force users or not? And then it's like, but all these Jedi keep helping people. But the reason that they have to keep helping people is because they showed up here and now they brought the problem with them.
Although
or it was already there and they've gone and made it worse.
which I think is arguable, because the Nihil, I'd argue, would have been a problem either way.
Yeah, the Nihil would be a
Yeah.
problem either way.
Now the Sith, you might have an argument.
but with the Sith,
Yeah.
it keep happening every couple hundred years.
Yeah. Although the Sith are by the sequels are officially dead, because technically the Sith is a religion, and therefore Kylo, while a dark side user, is not a Sith.
Yeah.
But you have a point there, and so like
And
it
like-
becomes a very nuanced discussion of like the Force. And in canon, we don't really have some discussion of that, but we've never had a group that's like, fuck the Force, to put it bluntly.
Or it's like a aspect of their culture.
Yeah. And hi to Mr. Liability, by the way. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah.
Hey.
And so,
But like,
yeah, but outside of that, like out in Legends, we've delved into it a lot more. Like you could argue the Vong. That's basically their thing, is they hate. The Vong are in particular are not fans of anything that's technological, but they also don't like the Force. And yeah, the Sith are. I think. Yeah, the Sith are basically answering Mr. Liability. They're basically more of a religion in their own. They're like a subsect of a religion to a
Yeah.
degree. Like the Jedi are a religion, and then the Sith were also a race in Legends. I don't know about where that stands in canon.
I think they're gone now.
Well, I also don't know if they existed as a race in canon. But in
I don't think so.
but in Legend, like we don't have any canon evidence of it yet,
Yeah.
anyways. But in Legends, they were a race that the Jedi basically were like, they had their sect war, basically the
They had a schism.
the schism, the Lutherans versus the Catholics. and basically the dark, and they weren't Sith when they left, they were just dark Jedi, and then they came upon the Sith race and were like, oh, that's a cool culture, let's take over that. And that's basically how the religion was born of the Sith. It basically started off as a subsect and then became its own thing. So with Vader and Palpatine dead, there is no religion because they were the last two, as far as we know.
All right.
But yeah, going back into this, yeah, like Legends, they kind of discuss it because Kreia, Knights of the Republic 2, that's literally the whole argument is the Force, it's bad, or is it?
It's well, since
Because that's Kreia's whole thing. Like, Kreia's whole goal is to literally kill the Force.
I'm gonna punch God.
Yeah.
wouldn't you if you had the opportunity to?
The problem here,
I would probably punch
the problem
them and then hug them.
the problem with Kreia's goal is though, and it's something I had to deal with my tabletop game, because they got really close to Kreia winning, and so I had to immediately start thinking, what happens if the Force doesn't actually dies? And I started thinking, well, does that mean everybody is injured by that? Do all Jedi and Sith
I would
die?
imagine
Because-
everyone gets a mild migraine if you're not.
I think it'd be more than that,
Force-sensitive.
because everybody is Force sensitive. Because 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago we had Scotty on the show as the Force, and he talked about it, and he was like, technically, Force sensitive is an incorrect term because everybody's Force sensitive.
Okay, then how about all those people who heavily use the Force?
That would be
just
Force users,
fucking
yeah.
die.
Yeah, and that was
And everybody else gets a mild migraine
and
for
that
the
was
rest of their
and that was
life.
something I thought about. I was like, if the Force gets killed, does that mean all these actual Force users die as well? Kreia, that's not a great plan, because you die, and also
I think
what
she's
she was
aware
willing.
of
She was willing
that.
for that. She was willing for that, but also like, it doesn't solve the problem because with or without the Force, there's always going to be chaos in the galaxy.
Yeah, I think
We live in a world where the Force doesn't exist.
I
I
think
think we
the-
are evidence of this.
I think the reason why she's so pissed off about it is that the Force is sentient.
Yeah, because the Force is its own living thing, even in canon.
And it's like, well, I don't want to constantly be fucking manipulated by this shit.
Yeah, which I think that's going back to the Trimount 4 group. I think that's kind of where they're coming from. And so,
Yeah, I wonder if, like, as a group, they have some, like, generational trauma with Force users. Like, I wonder if
and
what
it's something
their
that,
run-ins were.
yeah, and I'm curious. I have not read the second issue yet of or completely of the Eye of the Storm comic with, which is Markion's backstory. They kind of brushed over it, but I'm curious how heavily Force users were involved with his trauma.
I know that he has some issues.
Yeah,
with
because
the
he
Jedi,
definitely does
at
not
the
like
very
Jedi.
least.
It's like daddy issues, but with Force users.
Which he already
you
had
call
daddy
that?
issues too, because
Oh, no, yeah, total whammy.
yeah. But yeah, so meanwhile, with this group though, unfortunately Zine, one of our main protagonists, is a Force user, and she has basically pulled a Fantastic Beast by hiding her power.
I just don't want to talk about it, man.
Yeah, we don't talk about my Force powers.
Yeah. As in, I've never talked about it at all.
Yeah. In fact, I haven't told my very best friend because I'm afraid how they'll react.
And then we see that was a
And
We see that might have
legitimate
been
fear.
yeah.
So
We see
it's
that might have
grounded
been a
in
good
some reality.
choice, which is a discussion we were having last night.
Yeah. And I'm like, I don't think he's actually mad about her being a Force user. He's mad about her lying to him.
But at the same
Yeah.
time, we've seen that he's willing to take information and give it if it helps him personally, even if he's screwing over somebody else.
Yeah. In a terrorist cell, Caleb.
But if you're willing to join that terrorist cell,
I don't think he was much willing
He-
at that current situation.
also there weren't a lot of options. It was either join a group that you've been raised to believe are evil, or join
or go with
Yeah.
the Space Marauders. That's a pretty shit deal either way.
yeah,
Yeah.
because the Nihil do attack Trimont 4, but thankfully the Jedi, well, thankfully or not thankfully, depending on your point of view, the Jedi show up to help. The group from the Skyhopper, yeah. And so, we get to see some really cool ship designs, by the way.
Yeah.
I like the spider ships that
The
the Nihil has.
spiders.
I don't. It looks angry.
Well, it's the Nihil. It's not supposed to be happy.
I love to hate it.
And so, yeah.
I don't want to deal with that. That fucking shows up at my house. I'm like, fuck this. I'm leaving.
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with it.
But, so, yeah, at this point, we get to see, like, this is when Zine has a really important choice. Because she sees all what the Jedi are willing to do to help them, even
Yeah.
as they're like, we don't want your help. And like Zine decides, well, I'm gonna save Lula because she's about to get in harm's way. Because I can do this, I have Force powers.
Yep.
Why should I hold back when these other people are obviously willing to do the right thing? And so that's kind of her decision. Like that's her important like crossroad moment
Yeah.
where her journey kind of starts.
Save this random stranger or don't.
Yeah. And so she ends up saving Lula, but in the process loses Crix because Crix is like, wait, what?
I didn't know you could do that. Also, you lied to me.
By omission, but yes.
Me and my mom also have this discussion about the concept, as they call it, the noble lie.
Yeah.
And I disagree with that.
But yeah, so Elder Traumac gets a free ride from the Nihil.
He
Zine,
also...
Zine and Crix tried to get this free ride, but they're like, nah. And
Zine doesn't.
oh yeah, it's just Crix.
It's just Crix.
Yeah, that's right. Zine is busy. Zine at first does try to show up with Crix, but then they separate at some point, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, she doesn't get on with that.
Yeah, but she leaves and to help Lula.
Yeah.
And that's when Crix is like, "Hey, Elder Tremac's like, "Hey, I need this kid. He's useful. He doesn't look it, but he's useful."
He's my assistant.
Yeah. He's my assistant, and if you want the information I've got, you need him. So Markion's like, I guess. I guess we'll take another freeloader.
Guess I won't kill the kid.
Yeah.
That's almost...
Yeah, like that's almost
like the right tone. He
Yeah.
doesn't want the kid here, but he's like...
I guess we'll save the one kid out of all the children we're murdering today. And so they leave. Meanwhile, Yoda is trying to give chase with Cham Cham, as I like to joke, Champ Champ.
He's so cute.
Yeah. He's amazing. I remember when I was more active in early TikTok for me, doing High Republic highlights, and I did a Cham Cham one.
Such a cutie. Love him.
I need to do more High Republic highlights. It's been a hot minute. There's characters I need to talk about.
Yeah, there's so many. Also, Yoda's design in this, speaking of Yoda,
Yeah.
he looks like, it's like when Squidward is like handsome Squidward.
Yeah, it's
He
so
looks like
weird.
handsome Yoda.
Like, boy, 200 years really make a difference.
He looks great here.
It's not even 200 years. It's just dealing with a fucking Nihil.
Yeah, it's just the Nihil. It's the stress of the Nihil that did this.
Valid.
We've seen what the stress of the Nihil can do to people.
Yeah.
Just look at Elzar. You haven't seen what happens to Avar yet. Avar gets stressed about it. You've definitely seen what happens to Stellan. Poor Stellan.
Oh yeah. Oh boy.
They're all
Mr. Liability
struggle
said- Mr. Liability said Yoda has always been handsome.
bus. My bad.
But yeah, so like Yoda sneaks aboard because he's like, well, I'm gonna go help your buddy Crix because as far as they know at this time, Crix isn't Team Nihil yet.
Yeah.
He's neutral at the moment. So of course, Zine, being a good friend, is like, save my friend.
Yeah.
And so Yoda's like, cool, I'll save your friend. Give me Cham Cham, so I've got proof that you sent me. And so, also like Cham Cham's great backup. It turns out.
Yeah. Apparently.
Turns out like he'll eat a Nihil.
I was thinking about like
Eat him.
either they were a very small Nihil,
Which
or
we've seen
Cham
some.
had a very big appetite.
I wonder if Cham Cham's kind of like snakes. He can just break, like he can
Just
dislocate his jaw, and he can really, get going at it. We know that he at least started with the fingers because they mentioned that somebody lost their fingers.
That's
What a baddie.
And so, yeah. Meanwhile, we learn a little bit about Torben Buck, who goes by Buckets of Blood, which great nickname.
Whenever my friend Trevor read this,
Oh, I love
the High
Trevor.
Republic Adventures, yeah, he's a paramedic, so he related to a lot of the stuff in this, and it turns out that Buckets of Blood was somebody Daniel Older actually knew as a paramedic. Like it was, I think it was another paramedic or something.
That's cool.
If I'm remembering correctly,
That's
that's
cool.
the inspiration for that character.
See, and now that
That's
makes
so cool.
sense a lot. And it's nice seeing healers in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah.
We don't see them often.
Yeah, it
maybe
makes
if
total
they had
sense.
more of them.
Yeah. But yeah, Torben is really experienced with that. And so he's like out on the front battlefield.
He's like, I fucking hate it here.
I hate the front. I don't want to fight. I just want to heal people. Meanwhile, the Padawans who don't understand the reference to his nickname yet are like, I'm so confused. Why is he like acting this way about fighting? His nickname makes it implied that he should be enjoying this. And so they manage to get out of it and they save the day. And meanwhile, Yoda comes back and is like, I couldn't save your friend because he
Mostly
didn't.
because he didn't want to be.
Yeah, in fact, he called the Nihil on us. He ratted us out.
In fact, he tried to kill you. Sorry.
He ratted us out, and so
But I gave him this thingy.
yeah, I gave him a communicator, which also has a tracking device on it. So that way, if he reaches out to you or you reach out to him, cool. It works out for both. Like it's cool if you guys want to reach out still. It also helps us.
Yeah.
So that's a setup for the next few issues where like basically they don't ever call each other like in real time.
Yeah.
It's always like voicemails. Like they always just miss each other.
they leave like
Yeah.
pre-recorded messages.
Yeah. Which I feel like if they weren't doing the pre-recorded message thing and they actually just had an actual talk-to-talk, they
Think-
could have solved so much.
Uh,
Like so much of everything could have been resolved if they had just talked to each other.
It's one of those classic. What is that trope? I can't remember. Never mind. Forget it.
But I know what
there's,
you're
like,
talking
that
about, yeah.
Trope in literature where like all the conflict is just that they didn't freaking talk.
Yeah.
And, like they
poor
just didn't
communication
communicate.
skills.
Yeah, poor communication kills. That's it. Yeah.
It's like
Rip.
Yeah, like
all you had to do was talk.
although I feel like, and we learn later that Zine kind of agrees, I feel like Crix would have probably ended up this way no matter what.
Well, we'll never know.
We'll never know. But the Crix that we do know, I guess I'll go on my Crix rant.
Go for it.
I
Let's
want
hear
to
it.
feel bad for you, Crix. I do. But every time you get to make a decision that's important, that shows your character, you make the wrong decision. And it makes me hate you.
I can only give you so much sympathy.
Yeah, there's only so much sympathy to go around when you keep making the absolute worst decision every time you have a choice.
It's like one thing to like make a bad decision once. It's like every time you had so many chances.
Yeah, like he gets his chance when he first joins the Nihil, which I don't blame him for taking the free ride off Trimon 4. I give him that. But then he gets his other chance when when the communicator gets found by the Nihil, and he can just not say anything. It would end badly for him still because we learned that Markion he already knew whose it was to begin with. He was just seeing how Crix would respond to the situation. But he could have just said nothing, which is a valid choice. But no, instead he's like, "No, it's Elder Tromax. He did it."
Oh, you little jerk.
And so, like, I get Elder Tromax not a great person either, but he at least learns a little bit about that he's made some bad decisions, and he's like, yeah, the Nihil are not great. I'd rather work with the Jedi.
It's not even that. It's I want to get off the ship.
Yeah, that too, but it's like, I'd rather not. Whoever can get me away from the Nihil.
He's willing to like take his chances with the Force users.
Even though he hates it.
Yeah.
And so, meanwhile,
I didn't see any of that shit.
Yeah.
It's just I don't want to be with the raiders from outer space.
Who have also tried to kill me now.
Yeah. I don't want to be in a place where there's 50 people waiting to kill me outside my bedroom door.
Yeah. But then on top of that, Crix also makes the decision to tell Markion the information that Elder Tromac trusts him with.
Yeah. He's
Which
like,
is another choice he got.
That's one of the ones where I'm like, no, Crix, no, why? God damn it,
And-
you stupid kid.
And it turns out that specific choice has great effects on the rest of Phase 1 because it's Crix's fault that the leveler is a weapon that they have.
There's so many things I want to say and can't.
Yeah. Like so Stuart's in the chat. We love Stu, and
Oh,
he
Stu,
he told you not to bite your nails.
I'll do what I want.
And
You
so
can't keep me down.
yeah. And so we but yeah, and so Crix is slowly, as he makes these decisions, he's like chipping away my feelings for him as being able to be like, you can still turn. Nope. And honestly, we see that he can't turn because we've already read basically the end of his story as far as we know for the moment with Midnight Horizon.
Oh.
Which is basically the end of his story for the moment. He's not dead, but like
he's in jail.
But like his story's basically ended there for the moment, which is like he's completely, there's no turning back. He claims later on that, and we see a little bit more of it in Volume 3, so I'll save like the rest of like, because we see the more intimate side of what happened in that conversation between Zine and Crix during Midnight Horizon, but I'll save that for when we discuss that volume. But yeah, Crix, and then on top of that, Crix, when he has the chance to save Zine later on, when they're on the junk moon, he chooses no. But you claim but you claim you love her. Later on, he does.
Interesting way to show it.
Yeah. Like he claims that he cares for her at the very least in these two volumes. And in later stories, he claims he loves her. But like, you're not showing it. To me, that type of love, as I'm gonna make a musical / old movie reference. It's a JD from Heather's move.
Yeah.
You claim you love somebody while holding a gun to them.
Yeah.
That's not love.
Yeah, probably not.
Very conditional, it feels.
Yeah. Like, he even doesn't want her to be... So we see in these two volumes, he doesn't want her to be herself, which is why the drift happens even more. because as she's making friends with Lula and Farzala and Court
Yeah.
and all these other Jedi that are on the Starhopper, she's learning to love herself.
Hmm.
That's her journey, and she's
That's
learning.
why so many LGBTQ fans love the High Republic adventures, because it's literally like being closeted and coming from somewhere where like you can't be yourself, and then finding a found family where you can be yourself. And it's such a beautiful. I love Zine. It's such a beautiful story.
Yeah, exactly. And so like that's her journey, and she eventually comes to the point of like, look, I love being a Force user because that's just a part of me. And so like Crix is very conditional, because when he calls her to meet on the junk moon, which is a trap but also not a trap, because it's a trap for Markion, but as far as Crix is concerned, he's trying not to trap her. Things go sideways, very hard sideways. But like as
Say
far
the
as
least.
yeah, but as far as that's concerned, like Crix is very conditional, because he's like, yeah, we can run away together, and you don't have to use as long don't use your Force powers, and we can run away together.
I think you guys are right in that Crix loves the idea of who she used to be, not who she currently is.
Yeah, he has this idealized picture of her.
It's why can't we just go back to the way things were? But that's not how that works.
Yeah, people change and time moves forward. You can only
I
you either grow with that person or you just drift, and that's kind of what they've done. And then we see and on top of that, Zine, it's kind of why Lula and Zine become romantic later on, is because Lula is very much like, I love you for who you are.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's very sweet seeing that.
yeah.
And they're not only do they accept her the way she is, but they're willing to help her grow and like
Yeah. Like-
improve in the way she is. Like they're like, let's
Like
teach you how to do this right.
Yeah, like the Jedi Masters were like, "Hey, let's consider even bringing her in. Like
Yeah.
she's a little too old
a little
to join,
bit old, but we can.
if she wants to join, she can."
They're like, we can bend the rules a lot.
But also this
What?
is also during a time though where I think the age thing isn't as big of an issue, because
Yeah.
Jedi during this time are a lot more willing to like teach why the attachment thing exists. And also we see that, and we learn later on, Zine has a really good handle of her attachments too, because she like later on when she's tasked with the Takodana situation, she's like, "Oh yeah, I can." They're like, you have a connection to Crix. Maybe you shouldn't go." And she's like, "No, I've learned that Crix has changed. I've changed. My attachment with him is gone."
Healthy.
And so yeah. And while yes, there to a degree you can't get rid of your attachments completely, it's about letting go just enough that it doesn't control you. And we see that Zine's willing to do that.
It's like the Jedi of this era were not like, it's not like that you're never going to have connections to people. It's about not letting them rule over you and you control them. So it's like a much healthier outlook on attachments.
I hope this relationship works out, Caleb.
Oh, between Lula and Zine?
Yeah.
Okay, so far from what I've read, I'm going to give a little spoilers from what I've read of stuff that's further on the timeline. They are both alive.
Oh, good. Good.
So
I really hope it works out for them.
Because currently they are both alive, as far as I know. Because Lula is alive, because we see more of her perspective of what's going on in High Republic Adventures Volume 3. She's alive by the end of the Midnight Horizon stuff.
Okay.
And then, of course, we know Zine's alive by the end of Midnight Horizon, because Zine's like, I'm going to look for my girlfriend now.
Yep.
And tell her how I feel, because we did not actually say how we felt last time.
Yeah.
Oh, now that we've almost died, maybe I should do that. Maybe I should have done that.
Maybe I should get around to that before I get shot again or something.
So let's jump, I guess. Let's talk a little bit about Free Comic Book Day, because we've talked a lot about Volume 1, because Volume 1 is very, very much just a highlight of like the introduction of these characters. But Free Comic Book Day, we jump basically. So the volumes are out of order for me, and I don't like it, because Free Comic Book Day takes place after issue 6 and 7. let's see, a Yoda novel, 100 Years in the Order, and would be nice to get exact from his perspective narrative, everything from his training to the Empire. Oh yeah, I would like to see a Yoda story, Stu. I don't know if we'll ever get it. That's the thing. We keep going backwards in time though, because Phase 2 is supposed to be 150 years backwards. So
Yeah.
with a little
Maybe
bit
we'll
of
see even
yeah.
hotter Yoda.
yeah, even hotter. Yeah, we're definitely gonna get sexy Bardota.
Let's go.
Not to throw Mr. Angle under the bus, but I'm like, did Santa Claus just fuck up like everybody in this room?
Yes, because Porter Engle is a badass even in his old age.
Yeah.
But yeah, so issue 6 and 7 technically take place before Free Comic Book Day or concurrently, but the volumes do Free Comic Book Day, and then 6, 7, 8, and then the annual, which is all over the storyline. Let's do the chronological, I guess, and we'll jump back to present. So I think first chronologically is First Mission with young Vern. It's either that or Set for Life. But First Mission is young Vern arriving to her new master, Stellan Gios. Young Stellan before all the stress of being a Grand Master of the Order.
Oh, poor Stellan.
Yeah.
Yeah, him playing around with I assume just a fellow master that they've been assigned to this planet with, and it's great seeing them just goof around with the Force. And so, like, because this is before the Nihil are an issue. This is during a time where, as far as we know, like, there's pretty much no conflict because no Sith, no Nihil.
There's like
Life was
minor
good.
street crime.
Yeah. And so, I'm going to pop the chats into here so that way the audience can see it. There we go. Because I can see it, but the audience can't.
Yeah.
But yeah, they, we get, so Stellan is assigned to this world, and basically it's because the Hutts and the people of this world, I can't remember the name of the planet all of a sudden.
Long story short, they're trying to
They're
make like
peace deal.
peace negotiate,
And-
non-aggression
And
pact.
yeah, and we see Jabba specifically.
He's
which-
being a fucker again.
Jabba's up to his old shenanigans. And because
Shenanigans.
and we see why Vern is like a prodigy.
Yeah, she like looks at. So they go to a party after
Yeah,
they
go to
have
the
a
part- to
brief
the-
little
after a
pseudo
brief little-
sparring match.
Yeah, where Vern beats Stellan so easy.
Yeah.
But like Stellan's not mad, which is great. I love that
Yeah,
relationship
he's like,
where Stellan's like,
oh, good, you're capable.
yeah, good. He's like, I know you just slid me into a wall, but that's still awesome. It's unfortunate that we'll never see his reaction. Unless I missed it and I can't remember which book it was in, we'll never see his reaction to whether or not he was okay with Vern having a light whip.
I don't think it matters now.
Because I feel like he would have. I feel like it's kind of upsetting though, because I feel like Stellan would have understood. Whereas Vern was always afraid that Stellan would be mad.
I don't think he would be mad, but I think he would have the same like.
Because everybody views light whips as evil, because that's the only side that's used it. But
I don't think that would be his reaction.
No.
But at the same time, I don't think he would be like, "This is cool." I think it would be like, "All right,
no,
you did that.
but
you do you. It's your weapon.
I think
do
yeah.
what you
Also,
need."
you're a knight at this point.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
not-
not your fucking master.
Yeah. But yeah, it was nice seeing an early version of their relationship, and it was nice. So they go to the party along with the other master.
Yeah.
And it's basically to celebrate this treaty
Yeah, and
that technically hasn't been signed yet, but it's going to be signed at the end of the party.
yeah,
And Vern notices something:
it's like
the
isn't-
alcohol they're serving.
Hey, isn't that wine like super fucking poisonous to Hutts?
Also, like if they realize that this wine is here, they would like consider that an affront to like they would be like that, like it's super offensive to their culture that you even brought it.
I think it's Stellan who like runs over. to,
Yeah, he
like,
does
one
a
of the-
flip.
to one of the waiters and just slams his hand through the whole thing. And he's like, "Stop the party!"
And Jabba's like, "What's going on? I don't know what's going on."
And he's like,
Oh, well, somebody was trying to poison you. And Jabba's like, "Oh, great, you ruined that. Now I don't have a preemptive
God
reason for
darn it.
attack.
now I don't have a reason to fucking kill all these people.
Now for me, I'm being a little political. Now for me to not be able to pull Russia."
Oh no.
Damn it.
As soon as I saw that, as I was rereading it, I was like, "Huh."
Oh, Jabba.
Oh, Jabba.
You fucker.
Jabba's the Putin of the Star Wars universe, confirmed.
I mean, similarities.
Yeah. Let's see, slimy.
Incredibly old.
Slimy murders.
Yep. All right. But yeah, so like,
He's like, fuck.
yeah.
Well, I guess we'll just leave then.
I guess we'll just attack you now. So he pulls out a gun. And Vern's like, "Hey, vault me over your shoulder, Stellan." And so she vaults over his shoulder, and like they manage to like fight back the Hutts.
Yeah.
And then the people of the planet are like, "Okay, cool, we can arrest him and deal with him as we see fit. We'll hold him for ransom for the Hutts, and if they don't pay, we'll find a way to make him pay for doing what he did."
Yeah, we'll handle it from here.
And so yeah, they turn him over, and then at the end, Vern's like, they have this really interesting discussion of like what it means to be a Padawan, and like whether their relationship will work and if she can live up to that. And Stellan's like, "Yeah, you'll be fine.
I think you'll work.
Yeah, you'll work out." It's not as deep as Master and Apprentice when it comes to that type of discussion, but
Yeah.
it's there. And then of course Stellan jokes. He's like, "Oh yeah, and by the way, you guys show me how you did that force vault trick."
Yeah. There are actually a lot more discussions between Master and Apprentices
we're about to-
over the 2 volumes about what it actually means to be a Jedi and the
Yeah.
lessons that you need for it.
Which we're about to jump into that next one
Yeah.
because we're going to talk about my boy, Loden Greatstorm, and
Love him.
yeah, and his connection with Bell,
Yeah.
with the short Set for Life, which is also part of the annual, and that is a story that once again takes place before the rest of the High Republic novels, and we see life on the planet Elfrona.
Yep.
Where when we see the Academy, it's our first time visually seeing it.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, that it makes
Angle.
sense because based on the planet's discussion, like we know that it has a lot of like metal.
Yeah.
It's a mining planet, so like they built their
Ingle's
temple.
there,
Yeah, Ingle's.
Indira's there.
Yep.
Best Girl Ember is there.
Yeah, Best Girl Ember.
I love Ember.
And so yeah, so they get a call basically of like local trouble because at this point they're just a Jedi outpost that's there for the local issues. Because at this point, once again, no Nihil, so Jedi are spread across the galaxy in outposts where they basically just deal with the local community issues.
Yeah.
And so they get basically a droid that comes in and is like, "Hey, there's a mining accident that they need your help with," and poor Bell's like, "Man, I wanted to eat Porter Ingles stew because Porter Ingles stew is the best." And Loden's like, we'll take it with us.
He's like, "I am a merciful master. Bring it with you."
And then they start having a discussion on the ride there, and they talk about they talk a little bit of hinting towards what happens in Light of the Jedi in terms of the jumping out of flying vehicles.
He's like, "Don't worry, we'll get to that.
You don't have to know it yet. We're good."
I'll eventually teach you how to jump out of planes, but not right now."
Yeah. You don't have to pull a Captain America yet.
And that is great. I love that Bell struggled with that for so fucking long.
I
Because
would.
it's like,
Yeah.
that's
blame him.
understandable.
Yeah, like, okay, I'm already not the biggest fan of heights. I can handle it to a degree. Like, but climbing a ladder gets me sometimes. So
Yeah.
being on a spaceship in atmosphere
Yeah.
and then being told, "Hey, you should jump down and land on the planet. Don't worry, the force. If you use the force at the right moment, you can slow yourself down." No, thank you.
Don't get me wrong. It's not that I'm not afraid of heights. I'm actually fucking very afraid of heights. However, I think the most that I've ever fucking been like, this could be a real problem if I actually fall. Is I've told you I've been like over to Europe before.
Yeah.
Going over to like Dover and going and having to hike back down the cliffs on the fucking cliff edge
Yeah.
where the roadway is about this big.
Yeah.
Here's the edge of the cliff past this like
Yeah, I got
mouse
you.
over there. Don't put your foot over there.
Yep.
That's a good like
As
70 feet.
Yeah, Mr. Liability says just eat yourself off the ship. It's easy. That was basically the solution in Light of the Jedi. That's basically what Loden did to Bell. He was
Sink
like,
or swim.
he was like, there you go, yeet.
It's like when your parents like just throw you in the pool and then to teach you how to swim.
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of toxic, but it works sometimes.
It fucking worked for me.
A little traumatizing, but it works.
Yeah, and so, but yeah, so basically the lesson in this one, because they go to the. That's how I learned to ride a bike. Yeah, good one.
That's
But-
how I learned to drive. I was really scared, and my mom like forced me. And then was like, instead of like practicing in a parking lot for a while, or she was like, get on the road. Just
Yeah.
pushed me into it.
Yeah, I just did a driver's ed thing, and the driver just had me drive on the road, and yeah, that was enough for me. Anytime I tried to practice driving in driveways, it was terrible because my mom's one of the moms that's like, "You're hitting the brakes too hard. You're hitting the gas too hard. Stop!" And I couldn't do
Yeah.
that. So when I
You
had
did
an
a
actual
loaded-
professional driver's ed teacher just teach me, I was like, "Okay, cool, I got this." And I took one lesson and I was good, and then I did my actual driver's test, and
Wow. Perf.
because by then I was already like 18, and so it took me. I waited to get my license.
Oh.
But yeah, they go to the mine where they learn. Oh, there's just one guy really stuck left. There was, if you can go get him, that'd be awesome. But also like it's kind of dangerous. And they're like, we're Jedi, we got this. Ember, stay outside because you're not a Jedi, and also you're best girl, and we don't want to risk you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Protect the girl.
So Loden and Bell go in, and they find this guy who's like, I don't want out yet because I found this really priceless, shiny, ruby-looking thing,
And if I get it, I'll like basically never have to work again.
yeah,
Valid.
And they're like-
I would go for it too.
So, you should probably get going, sir. This place is gonna like fall down any minute now.
and he's like, nah, and so they start to lift it anyways, and he's like, oh, perfect, you lifted it just enough for me to try to get this, and that's when another collapse starts to happen, and Bell's like, oh man, should we really risk this? And Loden's like, I'll risk it, you get out of here, and he force pushes Bell out of there because Bell's hesitant to leave Loden alone. And so Loden manages to save him just as the crash happens, and the guy managed to get his ruby.
The question isn't should we risk it, it's should we risk our lives for this idiot who clearly is going to die?
Yeah, and that's a discussion they have at the end, and it's like, would you have done your Jedi? Would you have still done the right thing if you had known from the beginning that he was, as you put it, selfish? As Bell put it, rather. As Bell put it, selfish. So it's like, would Bell have done this still? And Bell's like, I actually don't know.
And Loden's response is not, "Oh no, you should."
Yeah, like,
it's not our job
to decide
to
right and
decide
wrong.
Right and wrong. It's our job to help people. It doesn't matter what the situation is.
Yeah.
We have to do the right thing.
And he basically says, you'll eventually learn that. It's fine that you don't understand that
Yeah.
right now. Once again, a healthy master and apprentice relationship, because he's just like, yeah, it's okay you don't know this. Whereas we've seen, like, further down the timeline of Star Wars, like, these masters that are like, oh, you don't know this lesson? I'll stick it in your head until you know it. And it's like, that's not how you learn.
Yeah.
It is a way to learn, but it's not the best way to learn.
Like, Loden's teaching style in Bell, this is from one of the novels we read.
Yeah, Light of the
It's
Jedi,
like-
probably.
Loden's teaching style was, even if it takes 10 times as longer, I'm going to make sure you
Yeah,
do
that
this
was Light of the Jedi, yeah. Yeah, if
so
it
that
takes...
you know how.
Yeah, if it takes forever for you to learn, fine, as long as you learn it.
Yeah.
And so, let's go ahead and go to the Free Comic Book Day in 6, 7, and 8, because the last two take place after that. So, Free Comic Book Day, we see the results of the High Republic Fair, which you have yet to see.
Yeah. At
Uh,
this point, it can't be worse than the fall of Starlight Beacon.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, because we've read Fallen Star before. Because
Because that shit
Really?
is bad.
he's read Fallen Star before he's read.
Oh no.
Well, because it came out.
Oh, also
Yeah.
the hyperspace disaster. It can't be worse than that
Yeah.
either.
I'd say it's worse than Hyper.
20 billion people, Caleb.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you that.
On numbers alone, the hyperspace disaster has it
Yeah. Yeah, it was bad. It was
Yeah,
real bad.
High Republic Fair is
beat.
more.
There are entire planets that are no longer inhabitable.
Yeah, the fair disaster is more of a
Is it-
morale
Oh,
loss.
well, yeah. because
Yeah.
It's like a big.
It because it was supposed to be basically their version of the World Fair,
Yeah.
and
Got
also
freaked up.
bad things happen, and we don't talk about what Elzar did. There's a reason why. There's a
Oh.
reason why in Fallen Star he's having to relearn being a Jedi,
He almost succeeded in relearning.
which he almost succeeded. Yeah, he doesn't even really succeed at that because he pulled an Elzar in Fallen Star. He was like, "Oh, Nihil. Oh wait, you were a good Nihil. Crap."
Frick.
Ah.
It's like, if I see one more Nihil fucking around, oh, they're fucking around. Better go kill them.
Yeah, we discussed this. We've already discussed this. I feel bad for Elzar. He's trying. He's trying his hard.
It's the
His
opposite of the
intentions were
Crick.
good.
It's the opposite of the Crick
Yeah,
situation.
it's the opposite of the Crick situation.
In which, while Elzar is making the wrong decision, it's because he doesn't have enough information, whereas Crix has all the information and keeps making the wrong decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so yeah, we see a little bit of that. We meet Ram, and really that's what Free Comic Book Day is about: is to kind of get Ram for the
Yeah.
comic book fans connected to the comic book, because his introduction is in Race to Crash Point Tower, which is referenced in Free Comic Book Day,
Haven't read that either, so I don't know what happened there.
and that's his introduction. And so obviously for the comic side, they had to be like, well, we need to introduce him since he's going to be a main character in the comic. Yes, Elzar, the chef from Futurama, not Elzar Man. What was it? It's
Exactly.
he does the BAM thing similar to the real life chef. I forget his name. Yeah. So
Who was it? Oh. Never mind. Emerald?
yeah,
Emerald?
yeah,
What's his name?
you're on the right track.
I know
yeah.
who you're talking about.
Yeah, bam. You get the spice and go bam.
Yep, I remember that.
Yeah, there was a TV chef that was his whole thing, is he would
His
get
whole
spice.
thing, he was like, bam, bam, bam. And it's like everybody would go crazy over nothing.
Yeah, like he would get like a pinch of spice and just go bam. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. And so like that's basically what Free Comic Book Day is.
alright.
We meet Ram, he gets part of the group.
He's cool.
We also jump ahead 6 months from where volume
Oh,
1
yeah.
is.
Oh, 6 months, huh?
I feel like although they look like they aged like 5 years.
It's that
Yeah.
Nihil stress, man.
Like, because if you look
Yeah.
at the like you look at the art style, and it's probably just, I don't know if it's a different artist thing. I didn't check. I have volume.
The art style looks the same.
Yeah, but like
But-
they aged it. Let's see.
They do look a lot older, which
Yeah,
I thought was intentional.
It's still Harvey Talabao. Sorry if I messed up. I killed your name. I'm sorry. But Harvey. Harvey did the art for both. I'm looking at volume 2 right now. Let's see. Yeah, and it was a different person for. No, wait, that's volume 1. It did change in Back Together in a Way Again's arc. So when they get back to so it's still Harvey for the first 2 issues of volume 2, but then it changes to Tony
Okay.
Bruno.
So there is a slight, like, art shift.
There is a slight art shift, but it's later.
Yeah.
But it's not it's not during the gap, because like we know that at least a year passes between like the start of phase 1 and the end of phase 1,
Mhm.
because obviously Fallen Star talks about it. They're like, oh yeah, it's been a year. But like,
Nihil stress, man. It really.
yeah, and so like at the very least, like 6 months happens between books 1 and 2, I think, between Light of the Jedi and Republic and Rising Storm. And so, but they look so much different. Like Zine looks like she's like gone from like being 12 in volume 1 to being like 17, 18 in volume 2.
Yeah, she looks like she aged up a lot.
And she's probably meant to be closer to 17, 18 to begin with. Like even in volume 1, it's just the art style was they found their footing.
At that age, you mature very fast physically too.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're assuming that they're like humans, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. And so, and even Lula looks different, like you can tell. And
Yeah.
it looks, but I do like the show. I do like the later art style. I do. And so we start after we get done with the Republic Fair storyline, which is basically we just see a battle. And we see Ram be useful with his droids because that's kind of his thing. He's the techie.
He's like, all right, I could just.
Yeah. He helps Ty, which we get to see a dragon. There was a dragon.
That was new.
Ooh.
And so we jump to 6 and 7, which are about our boy Farzala and Court. And we jump back to some of your favorite characters and mine,
Yeah.
the crew of the vessel.
My feed completely froze for a minute there, so I did not hear the last 30 seconds of what you said.
Oh no, you're good. We jump back to the crew of the vessel with
Yeah.
with Farzala and Court, which some of my favorite characters and yours as well. And I know everybody.
I love Farzala.
Yeah, and everybody loves Geode. So
Yes.
Leox
Icon.
continually too calm about the situation.
Leox is, but that's because he's this character that's straight ripped out of a Matthew McConaughey movie.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like Matthew McConaughey should just be live action. He should play Leox.
Fan cast.
Yeah, fan cast. Yeah.
Who?
Although I'm upset because in the audiobooks he sounds like I've talked about this. He sounds like Woody Harrelson, but Woody Harrelson is already in the Star Wars universe. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like the way Mark Thompson reads it, he sounds like Woody Harrelson when he talks.
That was a nice. What I remember explaining how I thought Leox would sound to you. I
Yeah.
was like,
He's basically this hippie mixed with like a. Yeah, a hippie. He's basically a hippie.
Yeah.
And so, who we want to talk about?
So we're gonna talk about like what they're doing there because they're on their way to which Hut planet I just lost.
Okay, so
now-
we're starting with Farzala.
Yeah, we're gonna start with that story, the issue 6 and 7.
Yeah.
Which is they're going to the Hut world, one of the Hut worlds.
I think it's Narshada actually.
Yeah. It's Narshada, but it's under like construction
Yeah.
supposedly.
I think that's just like a mob thing where they label stuff as under construction.
Yeah.
so
Well,
they can
there's
launder money through it.
well in this case it's as we learn later, it's so they can solve their Drengar
oh yeah,
issue.
there's a slight problem.
Yeah, the
the
Drengir.
angry plant people.
Yeah,
are
the
there.
stupid Drengir, man.
I don't like them very much.
Yeah. And so
I don't-
the reason that they are here is because in the main Star Wars comic, which you haven't read yet,
No, I haven't.
Avar has made a deal with the Hutts where basically we're going to work together because the Drengir is a huge problem.
Yeah.
And we were already killing Drengir on one of the Hutt worlds, so we're just going to work together and deal with the Drengir issue together. And also maybe we should work together on that Nihil issue as well, because that's becoming a bigger issue. And so Farzala's master, along with Farzala and Court, basically hire out the vessel to go there so that way his master can negotiate with the Hutts and be like, okay, what are the terms? What are we going to do? That plan kind of immediately isn't working out because it turns out his master is part of an alien race that just has a sleep cycle based on their homeworld
Yeah.
and the seasons.
An unfortunate side effect of this
Is that he's just sleeping.
is that they might be asleep for a century.
Yeah,
Because that's how long
No
seasonal
biggie.
changes take place on their home world.
yeah, because we already learned that his master. We learn later that his master has been alive for at least 1,000 years, if not more.
Yeah.
Because we get a little flashback to Farzala and his master moment where
And
he's.
we'll bring up that conversation later because that's one that, although
It's very important to Farzala's character growth.
Yeah,
One of my favorite in the whole series.
And so Farzal was like, well, I guess I'll
He's like,
represent.
I guess I'll do it.
Because Affy's like, well, somebody's got to do it because we're landing. Well, not even landing, we're hovering because we've been told we can't land
Yeah, due to the plant people problem.
due to construction.
Oh yeah.
Wink,
And-
wink.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And so they land. They hover over and they meet with I forget the name of the character, but I love them. The Hut bodyguard.
Yeah.
And so the Hut bodyguard's like, all right, you look a little young to be our representative, and because it's Farzala, and then Leox is joining because Leox is like, I should probably go in case the kid needs my help,
Yeah.
because I've dealt with the Huts before.
Yep.
So, meanwhile, Affy and Court and Geode stay on the ship.
Yep.
And so Leox and them go down, and the bodyguard's like, "You're a little young to be the representative, but I guess."
Like-
And Farzal was like, "And I guess you're the other representative." And he's like, "No,
No,
I'm bringing you to
I'm
the
just
actual
the muscle.
Yeah, I'm just the muscle. I'm bringing you to the actual. Oh, also, give me your weapons because we can't have weapons."
Like, I'm sorry, but the part of my job, I can't let you just go in and see my boss with your weapons.
And of course, Farzal is a little hesitant
He's like,
because,
"I'm not-
as anybody would be around the Huts.
Like, I'm
Yeah.
not sure this is a good idea.
But
Sure.
Leox assures him, he's like, "This is just normal procedure. You're good." And so,
This will not have consequences later.
so they go to meet with the Huts. Meanwhile, on board the vessel, turns out that they have some stowaways. And at first, we're led to believe they're Nihil, the way that the comic presents it at first.
Mm.
But we learned that that's not true. We'll talk about who they really work for later. But can we talk about the best member of that group? The Shakespearean droid.
He's just shouting throughout the entire time.
That Shakespearean droid is amazing. And then, of course, like the rest of the crew are like, "Shut up, we don't like you."
I hate it here. We hate working with this one. They're like, we hate working with this droid because he never shuts up.
And it's part of why, like, Affy and Court and Geode figured out they were on the ship because they were just being so loud.
Yeah. Like, as soon as Farzala and Leox got off the ship,
they
and
were
the
like, "Let's
door
make
was
some
closed,
noise."
They're like, let's find these.
And
Yeah.
they held off as long as they could.
Yeah. And
For
so,
not being able to shut up.
yeah. And so, meanwhile, Farzala and Leox have their meeting with the Hut representative, not Jabba this time.
Yeah.
Although Jabba is part of the story. We'll get to that. The Hut that they're meeting with is the sister of the one that Avar made a deal with. And
Something like
or
that.
sibling, because Avar's one is the sister of the Hut they're meeting with. And so they're like, "Well, why should we keep this deal? You know, what do we benefit from it? Especially when, I don't know, your ship is attacking us now."
What?
And they're like, "Wait, what?" Because it turns out those guys that snuck onto the vessel are firing on to the planet now.
And they're
Thanks a lot.
They're
we
like,
can do that.
"That's not us," and
And
it
they're
sounds
like-
super sus. Like, it sounds super sus.
And they're like, well, we don't care.
We think it's you because it's your ship. And they're like, "Well, let us investigate." And they're like, "No."
No.
I mean, that is a very valid assumption to make. Like, they just got off that ship and all of a sudden it's firing at you.
Yeah.
It's your ship.
And also, like, on top of that, like, them saying, "Hey, let me go back to my ship and investigate." That doesn't sound sus at all. I'm not totally going to get...
Definitely not going to escape.
Yeah. Exactly. And so, yeah, they
They're like, it's jail time for you.
Yeah, it's jail time for you, which leads to a big firefight. Farzala takes his lightsaber back, and so they find out that the real reason why construction's going on, because as Farzala and Leox try to escape, they find the Drengir.
And they go, ah,
This is why we couldn't land here. Gotcha.
well, shit.
And so yeah, they have to deal with the Drengir. And
Drengir or Angry Huts?
they deal with both, unfortunately. And then Bodyguard manages to capture them.
He's like, come on.
Meanwhile, Affy and Court get caught.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, and also Geode is just doing what Geode does, where Geode is the ultimate like stealth like assassin. Like he always disappears when people are looking for him that are evil, but then he always manages to come out of no. Geode's Batman.
Yeah, because he's always doing something important.
Like Geode is Batman. He disappears and can reappear behind the villains whenever he wants. And he scares them just like in Batman. Like, literally, there's a guy going, "Where's the rock?"
Like, fucking keep an eye out for that rock.
It's like when a guy's looking for
so
Batman. And so Geode's just like a one-man army. He's taking down most of what he can,
Yeah.
while Sleeping Master is still sleeping for now.
Yeah.
But so Farzala has been captured now, and he's kind of going over like he's internally processing his emotions a little bit and his fear.
Yeah.
Because throughout 6 and 7, we're getting a ton of flashbacks.
Yeah.
Because
So-
we're also getting flashbacks to his youngling years.
Farzala and Court had this Jedi that they like super idolized. They were like, I fucking forget what their name is.
It's Master Bola, something like that.
Paul Boda.
Boda, yeah, that's it.
and
Tal Boda, yeah.
Master Talboda, and they're like, man, he was fucking awesome.
He was the best. He took on Sith. He had no fear.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what Farzal is kind of processing, because
And
he's like,
fuck, man, this is scary as shit. Why the fuck did I think this was cool?
yeah, like what made me think I could be a Jedi like Master Boda, with no fear. And he starts to realize, wait, I'm thinking about fear wrong.
And there's the little flashback with him and his master discussing things, and his master goes and he turns almost directly to him and he's like, what's wrong with you? It's not that you're not supposed to feel fear. As a matter of fact, if you don't feel any fear, you're a fucking idiot. That's normal.
Yeah, it comes down more to like
It's like
control, like not letting that fear guide you.
it's don't have it, because if you don't have it, then you won't have any regard for your own life.
Yeah,
But make sure to know,
Yeah.
hey, here's the goal line.
yeah.
This is what you need to do.
Yeah, like it's okay to fear something and realize, oh, this is too big for me. But at the same time, you also have to know when that fear is getting in the way of you accomplishing something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's one
And
that I've
like
seen.
how he explains, you can't overcome something you've never experienced because you don't know how it works. Like, how do you learn to deal with fear if you never feel it?
Exactly.
So,
Yeah.
And so, like, on top of that,
He's also like,
we-
oh, by the way, you're not the first apprentice I've had.
so
Why do you think I have 5 lightsabers? And it's like, I always assumed it's because you were a weird octopus man. And it's like, no.
while
I've lived for 1,000 years. All of these are from my former apprentices.
and then once again we go back to that discussion of attachments. It's it's almost like the High Republic really wants us to talk about this.
they're
And-
wanting us to healthily process it ourselves.
Yeah, it's almost like they really want us to understand what it actually means to have, understand these attachments that the way the Jedi do. It's almost like we've been thinking about it wrong all these years.
Yeah.
And so, like,
It like highlights the everything wrong with the philosophy of the prequel Jedi.
yeah,
Like, just that, like, instead of, if you push it down and you never like try to process these things in a healthy way, they're gonna rule over you so easily,
Yep.
and you're never gonna be able to overcome them. Which was like why Anakin fell to anger so much, and so it's like they always tell you in the High Republic, like, oh, you can, you can care about people, you can love people, you can feel fear,
And you can
but
grieve.
you gotta, you gotta learn how to like healthily do so.
Yeah, which the grieving is the important part because that's really what the lesson he was
Yeah.
giving.
Yeah.
Because his master was like, I've lost so many apprentices just because old age.
Just because I'm gonna live a lot longer than them.
And in fact, I'll probably outlive you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so,
And Farzal was like, all right, I gotta do my job now.
yeah, like this is the moment where he's like, okay, time to break out. Because he finally realizes I can't let the fear stop me from doing what I need to do. And so he breaks out and helps Leox get out.
Yeah.
And
My
my favorite is when he approaches the bodyguard, and the bodyguard's like, how'd you get out?
It's like, it doesn't fucking really matter. Look, can I have my lightsaber back? And he goes,
No.
what if I say no? And he just takes it anyway.
Ugh.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, like we really see Farzala come into his own in this.
It's like, I'll just fucking take it. It's mine anyway.
I like though that the High Republic Adventures really takes its time with their characters,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
really, they like really are like, okay, we've got this ensemble cast, but we're gonna do story arcs that are like that show their growth,
Yeah, everybody gets a moment.
What else?
and then
Oh.
so yeah. Meanwhile, Geode and finally his master wakes up from his nap
Jesus
and
Christ.
manages to kill like the last one.
Shakespeare droid gets it hard.
Yeah, poor Shakespeare droid.
He didn't need to kill him to destroy him in that form that brutally.
Yeah, he did 4 lightsabers in the back.
A little extra, a little unnecessary.
I'm like, you only needed the one, but sure. I mean, if you're going, he really wanted his
Yeah.
style meter to go up.
And it's
for
at
that one.
and also by this point they have learned that oh, by the way, these are not Nihil, these are Jabba men.
Because once again, Jabba's being a fuck.
Yeah, and also once again these guys just can't shut up, and they were talking about how they worked for Jabba the entire time while they were doing this, and it's like you're really giving away your boss.
And
So easily.
So yeah, they managed to take down these guys, and this is as Farzala and Leox and Bodyguard have approached the hut, and Jabba's here now.
they're like, we're gonna have a talk.
Yeah, we need to. Well, they also don't know yet. They're like, hey, we're gonna work together and figure out what's actually going on. But then all of a sudden, and Jabba's like, nah, you don't need to do that. It's you guys. It's totally you guys. And that's when they get a call from the ship where they're like, oh no, it's that scene from the Clone Wars movie
Hey.
where Zero calls and has to admit that, hey, I did something bad. And so like in this one, it's Jabba's men calling and being like, hey, yeah, we were the guys that did this.
They're just like, yeah, it was us. He paid us.
And like, because immediately like the bodyguard and the main hut for this one are like, isn't that Jabba's men? And Jabba's like, no, it's not mine. It's totally not mine.
Ignore the fact that he's got his, like, basically gang symbol on their clothes.
Yeah. And so yeah, they once again Jabba is being dealt with internally because that's how the huts do things.
I'm surprised he's still alive after this.
The man makes it to be like the main boss of the Hut cartel.
Yeah. I remember
He just
that.
won't die.
Yeah. And so that's basically wraps up that. Basically they agree to kind of help each other out for now. And in fact the bodyguard's like, hey, I'm gonna join you.
Yeah, can I go?
Basically be a
I'm-
liaison. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, this is open forum, so like don't let me stop you.
He's like, yeah, I'm gonna go with these guys, and they're kind of like, why? And he's like, I don't want to be here anymore. He just wants to leave.
Yeah.
Smart.
He's like, I can get out of here. I can be the liaison because, you know, you're going to need that. It's multi-prong. And so we finally get back to the Skyhopper after all of these characters have dealt with trauma in some way. Lula and Zine dealing with the Republic Fair, which also had Drin gear, by the way.
The drink are scary.
Yeah. And so everybody reunites and hugs, and they introduce their new friends. We get the cool little Breeback and love the Breebacks and all them, the little Rams creatures. Which DJO has made. I think I've talked about this. He made a life-size one that you can put on your shoulder.
He did?
It's on. I saw it on like TikTok somewhere. He posted.
I gotta go look. That sounds adorable. I missed it.
I think he made it just for himself though, which that fair.
Hey, custom orders, Daniel.
But yeah, and so yeah, they reunite and they're like, here's my new friend, Ram. Here's some info about him and why they're cool. And Ram's like, I don't know if I'm gonna fit in. They're like, oh yeah, sure you will. Group hug. You're already part of the family.
They're so sweet. What the heck? I love them.
And then they basically do the same thing to the Hut bodyguard too, because even the
He's like, I don't know. I don't like this.
I'm not a Jedi.
You
This is
don't have to be for
uncomfortable.
hugs.
Yeah, you don't have to be for a Jedi hug. Look at Zine. Zine's still not a Jedi. Zine's that cool smuggler that also just can happen use the Force.
That is peak Force user.
I love that.
Like Zine dresses like a smuggler.
Yeah.
I think people start giving. I think Vern is there as well at this point.
No.
No.
They interact. They've interacted with Vern though during the. Who are you thinking of? Because Lula, Zine.
It's fucking great because eventually they start making fun of them because they're like, "How did you fuck up making tea?"
Oh,
like
they were making
that?"
fun of Lula.
Okay.
Oh yeah, she's can't
Yeah,
cook.
Lula can't cook, and because they mentioned that the Hut bodyguard is a really good cook, and Farzala jokes and he's like, "Oh, great, maybe he's a good teacher too and can teach you, Lula." And Lula's like, "I mess up one time," and it's like, "But you burnt water."
But that one time was really bad.
and the Hut bodyguard's like, how do you that's not a meal. And they're like, it is if it's tea. And he retorts, well, it's not if you burn the water.
This is the deep quality lore you get.
This is what we
Lula
want.
can't cook, burns water.
Yoda is an excellent baker and has great recipes.
Yes.
Apparently Torben Buck will leave the oven on though when he goes to missions. Also he accidentally left the preheat. He actually accidentally put it in during the preheat and learned that's not how you cook. That's not how you bake. You can't.
He's a great medic, but God.
He's become better at baking. We'll get there. But yeah,
He's learning.
He learned that, okay, you do the preheat first and then you put it in.
I feel like the problem is for
Which I was talking with I was talking to Shaylee. I was like, I'm gonna make that this upcoming one, and then I remembered that the custard is not until volume 3, the recipe. So I'm gonna make it for volume 3 though. I'm gonna make that custard cake.
Sneak peek for next time.
Yeah, next time, because they gave an actual recipe.
Have you seen anybody make it yet?
I don't know.
Like on TikTok or anything? I don't think I've seen anybody.
I haven't either. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I'm excited to see if it works out for you.
We'll see. I'm not the best at baking all the time. We'll see.
Caleb, if you ever get the chance to like talk to, I know my mom's in Illinois now.
Yeah. Oh, your mom. Yeah.
But if you ever get the chance to, ask her about the time I fucked up making like a pot roast by. So.
This is gonna be great.
So the recipe called for carrots, right?
Yep. As a pot roast tends to.
As
What I was
one pot roast
supposed
does.
to do was just cut up the carrots and put them in.
Oh no, you put them in whole, didn't you?
No, I didn't put them in whole because I'm not an idiot.
Okay.
I made this more complicated than it had to be. So I cut them up and I was like, these aren't all gonna fit in there. So I go and I fucking find the cheese grater. I'm like, this'll work. I just shred the carrots.
Did you shred yourself in the process?
No, I didn't.
That's good.
I just fucking shredded the carrots.
Because like you had
but I
already
didn't-
cut up the carrots, so they were like now baby carrots
Yeah.
as you were shredding them.
But I didn't need to shred them.
No.
Because it's gonna melt down
How did it
later.
taste?
Yeah. Also,
I like carrots.
Did it work? Did the meal work out still?
I mean, for me, it's great. I fucking love carrots and potatoes.
Yeah.
And pork.
I've messed up.
Uh,
I've messed up Hamburger Helper before.
I'm not gonna give you shit for that.
Uh,
You've seen the writing on the back of the thing? It's kind of.
I can't remember if it was too little or too much water. It was one of the two.
Mm.
Fucking hate hamburger help.
But I do make a mean ice cream bread.
Oh, they're these little like you can buy like packets. They come in little packets of cake mix, and they're supposed to be a serving size where you put it in a cup
Mhm.
and then you mix it with you literally just water, and then you put it in the microwave, and then you've got cake in a cup.
Ooh.
But it comes with icing. But I'm an idiot and didn't think about that, so I kept getting the icing pack and put like squirting the icing into the water and being like, I don't think this is right. And then I would like microwave it, and of course it wouldn't do anything because it's icing and water. And I was like, what am I doing wrong?
Oh my
I
god.
was putting the icing in there.
All right. Well, let's see. We got about 20 minutes, so I want to kind of let's get us through the story a little bit. We've been. Let's see. So we don't really have too much left of the story, so we're
No.
good. So issue 8 is the storyline, is the start of a new storyline, but they're gonna cut it off at the end of. I don't like that they did that for volume 2.
Yeah, it was interesting.
So I feel like that should, if you were gonna do that, just save it for volume 3, because we had Free Comic Book Day, we had 6, 7 in there, and then we also had all of the annual. So that filled the volume, in my opinion. But yeah, so issue 8 is the start of the Takodana arc, and it's also where we see Sora, what's her name, Sabata for the first time,
Oh.
who is in Midnight Horizon.
Hmm.
And we all, so yeah, she's the one that's the Nihil that's planning all the evil things, along with Respriller, who we see in the annual. And so she works for Crix, not happily though. She is not happy to work for Crix.
No.
And so Crix is like, hey, I got to prove my worth to the Eye, so we're gonna go ahead and attack a Jedi temple. Even though I've already kind of proved my worth to the Eye because I presented the leveler to him.
There are no flaws in this plan.
Except for the fact that there's the best Jedi there, Sav.
On the other hand, they've already scouted the place out. There's no reason for them to stay there any longer.
Yeah.
And that's pointed out. But then
Yeah, because even the Eye, even Markion's like, it's kind of useless for you to do this, but
They're
okay.
they're like, one of them's like, shouldn't we just go back?
Yeah,
And-
one of the
and Crix is
one of the
like-
sisters. It's either Sabata or her sister, but they never say.
And Crix is like, oh, what, you gonna chicken out? What? We can take them.
I love that. And we see that Crix is becoming less and less mature the longer he hangs with the Nihil.
Literally, he's regressing.
Because like that's some like child on the playground behavior.
Which one of you chickened out? Huh? We can take them.
Crix just,
They can't take
I'm
them.
just gonna say it. Crix just kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Crix, I used to fucking pity you, man, but god damn it.
Yeah, like I said, that pity really dried out pretty quick. So yeah,
Sure.
Crix. Yeah, so Crix ends up.
Maybe Zine was right to ice you.
Well, yeah,
Because if she had, nothing would have changed.
yeah,
It wouldn't have mattered.
but yeah. So Crix
It would be bad for her, but overall,
Crix does lead this Feld assault
yeah,
because it turns out Sav is there and is a badass.
they got an old lady with a stick, and she handed.
Once again, a character that is we presume is pretty old based on what we're told. At the very
Yeah.
least, we know that relationship is at least a couple hundred years old because she's like friends with Maz Kanata, and they're like down the lake from each other. Which that brings me to one of my favorite things about the High Republic Adventures is the in between every issue, they have this little galactic data file thing where they go, oh, here's a cool little thing about the universe.
Yeah.
That kind of connects to the story that they're telling. So like for the Farzala arc, I know in one of the issues they show his lightsaber, and they show like the other lightsabers of the main characters, and they show the inner workings of a lightsaber.
Yeah.
There was one that I actually really liked. I forget whose it was.
Yeah, and then for this one, they show the map of Takodana, and they show like where Maz Kanata's palace is in relation to the Jedi Temple that's currently there, and it's like this huge lake that we've seen in the movies, and then like down the opposite end of the lake is where they live from each other, and of course they've got like it's almost drawn out like a.
It's like a
topographical map because it's got like the lines that you would normally see on a topographical map around it, which I thought was cool.
Yeah.
And so it was cool seeing that and also
Yeah.
getting a feel. It really helps you when you're reading the story, especially later when everybody is in the woods trying to get to the other buildings. And so you're like, okay, where are they probably at? Oh, this makes sense now. I can kind of geographically know where they are. And so... because that's basically where we end the issue for the most part, is with Sabata and her sister crashing their ship, and Sav finding them and them immediately going, "Hey, we give up. We'll join you, as long as we don't get like murked by a Jedi."
Yeah.
Crick's angry that
Right.
Crick's angry that his attack on the Jedi failed, and so he's like, time for round 2 where I bring an even bigger force and we just go for the Jedi Temple this time, because the first time they were going for Maz's palace.
Yeah. Dang it,
And-
Crix.
Yeah, and then we have the Jedi on the Starhopper going, all right, we're gonna go help Takodana, because
Where's Engel? Engel's busy.
oh yeah, Engel's busy. We're gonna get to that because we still have 2 more stories from the annual. No, 3 more stories from the annual. So that's basically where the main
Yeah.
story wraps up for Star Wars the High Republic Adventures. Is them basically on their way for this big battle for Takodana, which was I think like a 2 to 3 issue arc.
Yeah.
Outside of this issue. So yeah, now we go back to the annuals, which take place. Most of these actually take place closer to like the start of Fallen Star,
Yeah.
and or after. Because the first one is I forget the name of it, but it's No Stone Unturned, which is the vessel crew. They got hired to
Yeah.
take this stone from like this planet, and it's supposedly like Indiana Jones style, where they're being chased by the natives.
They were originally told that
Nobody lived there.
Nobody lives there, and it's like, well, if nobody lives there,
Surprise!
then no
Why are we
one's
being
gonna-
chased?
Then why are we being chased? And it's like, oh,
It's because we were lied to.
fucking every time.
Yeah, and so I love that one. We learn a little bit more about the vessel crew because I always love learning more about them. And we get this confirmation that we don't like to kill. If we cannot kill, we will avoid that route. We also learn though that at the same time as they're running to the hangar, they're prepped either way because the gun slides down,
They're like-
ready for them to grab. Like they got the little gun on the hook that slides down the ramp.
It's like, just because we don't like to kill doesn't mean that we won't.
Yeah.
We will, though.
Yeah, and so they managed to talk to the people and learn, oh, this stone is very important
Oh.
to their like farming culture. It basically tells them, hey, we're gonna have good crops this year and all
Oh,
that.
then I guess we should give it back.
Like,
And they're like, it's a little bit too late, but
because you had to do it when the star aligned at this certain point,
You
like-
already messed it up, but okay.
and they're like, well, don't worry, Geode's tall enough.
they're like, yeah, we can help you with that.
So Geode carries it, and of course they joke, oh, great, now Geode's gonna get full of himself about this
Again.
because Geode's already got it. Let's be honest, and it's a well-deserved one.
Yeah.
Geode has a really big ego.
Yeah, as he should. We love a confident king.
Yeah, like he's a confident king who gets all the ladies, as confirmed by Fallen Star.
Geode knows what he's about.
Yeah, and so that's No Stone Unturned. It's a fun little like,
It's a lot more lighthearted. And I'm like, oh, thank God.
yeah. I know you're getting tired of the depressing High
Like-
Republic stories.
You're like, essentially,
So sad.
what has been happening is you're like, all right, Seth, come here. Let's take a look at this fucking crime scene. And
Let's
you
get
get
you
to
really
watch what
attached to all
happened.
these characters and then watch sad things happen to them after you're attached.
I'm still not forgiving you for that fucking kindergarten teacher.
Oh, the master in Fallen Star. I forget his name. But yeah, the youngling master in Fallen Star. He's upset about that one. He jokes it's the kindergarten teacher that got killed.
Because it basically is.
Yeah. He's like, I think I'm gonna go back to being a kindergarten teacher. I miss it. Dead.
Nope.
Nope.
But
But yeah, so and then the next story takes us to our least favorite place, Corellia.
some of the
But some of our favorite characters from there, yeah, because it's Crash and the crew.
yeah. Well,
So where they've been hired to bodyguard Lena So, who I guess is making the rounds of going from planet. I mean, Corellia is not that far from
Yeah,
Coruscant, so
no.
it's not like she's going out of her way.
but it's still
It's still
not
like part of her
Coruscant,
like it's
so-
still part of her like we are the Republic
Yeah.
tour essentially.
Or
Yeah.
It's like stop one, I guess.
Yeah. And so they've been hired to protect her while she's on Corellia. Meanwhile, Respriller is up to his shenanigans and been told by Sabata to do this. And this is all set up for Midnight Horizon, as we learn at the end of the...
If we can kill
Because
Lena
basically...
So,
Well, it's more of they were intelligence gathering.
yeah.
They were trying to see how good the protection of Corellia is. It's 50-50?
It's a coin
Yeah.
toss.
Like, Crash and her crew are, like...
They are
They
doing
are
their
competent.
best.
They're a competent crew, but
They can't be prepared for everything.
yeah, and they can't do it by themselves.
Yeah.
It also doesn't help when they figure out which ones are the stronger members of that crew and then take them out.
Yep.
Ha. Rip. Yeah.
that's all there is
They're
to
like,
say all
maybe
the time.
we should
Rip.
get that guy with 3 dogs who can track us down.
Yeah. Who also can't be in sunlight.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
Maybe
take him
let's
out
get
first.
that guy first.
Yeah, we'll take him out first because he's the best member of that crew and also like probably the easiest to take out if we put him in the sun.
The
So-
vampire.
Yeah, so we learned that Sabata is behind it because she's trying to her main reason, as we learned basically in the last issue of the main set, is that she's trying to undermine Crix.
Mm.
Because
Honestly, good for her.
like I don't like her either, but yeah, out of the options. But yeah, so that's that story, and then we get to a fun story. Well, a fun Porter Ingalls story. Not so fun if you're a Nihil.
They're like, it's just a big fucking box in the desert.
Yeah, it was.
Let's just go get it. It should be an easy snatch and grab.
Yeah, so basically the Nihil are attacking this vault where they think this really cool, like, basically they think priceless items are in there.
Yeah.
And Lorna D shows up
She's like,
and does what Lorna D does best, takes over.
she's like,
And actually-
I want it though.
And Lorna D is also really competent. So once again, Lorna D does what she does best and actually does stuff. And so they get into this vault, which apparently the guy that was in charge of it was like trying for hours.
Something.
Maybe
she's
even-
like, this is my raid.
He was like, "This is my raid. What are you doing here?" And Lorna D's like, "I'm here to actually make sure it goes through."
Yeah.
And
Well-
and so they get inside, only for them to surprise, it's a trap, and Porter Ingalls there, and they're like, "What happened to the treasure?" And he's like, "Haven't you heard of a trap, you idiots?" And Lorna D just leaves, and he's like. The guy that's in charge of the raid is like, "Hey, where'd you go, you coward?" And she's like, "Oh no, it's fine.
I mean,
you were
it's
your
after
raid.
all. Yeah.
Who am I to take that away from you?" And then Porter Ingalls like captures that one, but kills like the rest of them.
He's like, you're the last one. Do you want to run or do you want to stay? Because if you run, it won't work out.
Once again, proving why like Porter Ingalls is like the
Scary motherfucker.
and why I'm excited that we're gonna see where he got his Blades of Bardota nickname from in the next phase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
So that was High Republic Adventures Volume 1 and 2. So thoughts?
Like,
I liked it. I wish I could recall things in more detail.
Does this kind of help put a lot of perspective on later events that we've read?
A little.
they do a really good job of connecting everything. It's very
Yeah.
cute. Pretty cool.
Yeah, like, unfortunately, since we're going out of order for the sake of the show's premise, which makes it interesting, to say the least, it hurts you. But I did say at the end of the season, we'll do a timeline episode where we'll go over the chronological order and see if that helps.
I might end up just making. me
Yeah,
more
this would be
confused.
very hard to jump around on. I don't.
We've managed so far.
I have all the important bits. There's a few minor things.
Yeah, like so far he's missing the last. So he's missing the junior novel for phase one for wave one. No, wait, no, we read Test of Courage.
Yep.
We've done all of wave one. Sorry, we've finished wave one now, except for the comics for wave one, and then wave two. We haven't read anything for wave two except for now volume 2 of High Republic Adventures, and then wave
You've got
3.
plenty of time. There's no new High Republic stuff coming out for a
Yeah.
bit.
And wave 3 is now slowing us. Wave 3 we're reading as it comes out. And then what else are we missing? Oh yeah, and then we jumped ahead a lot because we talked about Book of Boba Fett,
Yeah.
and then we
jumped very.
yeah we
far
jumped
ahead.
very far ahead in the timeline, and then we also talked about Visions. That was our first episode. Visions was our first episode, and Ronin novel, which was I'm upset that I couldn't get a response from Alex because he's the only Star Wars Explained is the only guy I could think of that could talk Ronin with me. I don't know who else read it.
I plan on reading it. I'll let you know when I do. Maybe I can come back.
It's a really
'cause
good.
Star Wars Visions is my favorite Star Wars in a very long time. So
Ronin.
I would love
It's
to
a really
read.
good
I just
novel.
hadn't got around to it.
It's really good. I recommend it. I think
I'm
Seth
very excited
recommends
to
it
get
too.
to it.
Yeah. Go read it.
Yeah, and
I'm not gonna say anything.
yeah, there's some great moments.
decisions- There's some fucking.
Yeah, and
There's
so
some heavy decisions that I agree with, and some fucking very funny moments.
I guess we normally rate. So I'm putting it at about a 9, maybe 9.5 out of 10.
You mean like the High Republic Adventures first 2 volumes?
Yeah,
Let me think about it. I would put it at like a 8 or 8.5.
I could put it. Yeah, I could see that 8.5. Yeah, I
don't-
honestly maybe I'll drop mine to 8.5 only because I think it works best when you have the whole series of High Republic Adventures. Like Volume 3 is
Yeah.
missing, but Volume 3 is not out yet. So like as a volume, like
Yeah.
you can read all the comics that are part of Volume 3, but as a volume, it's not out yet.
I think I'm gonna have to agree with you guys. I think it's an 8.5.
Yeah, like
Super solid.
like
Love it.
Daniel Jose Older
What was
is
the-
some of the best High Republic writing.
Yes.
I remember I was really harsh to one of them and gave it. What was it, like either a 5 or a 6?
I can't remember which one that was.
Was it out of the High Republic or?
Yeah, it was. I think it was High Republic because you gave Ronin pretty good.
Yeah. Ronan was up there, but
It might have been light. It might have been light. Poor Charles. I like Charles. He does really good Vader though. That's really where he peaks is with his Vader and the main Star Wars comic. Which Elzar is in the main Star Wars comic. He meets Luke, kind of, sort of. Yeah, but yeah. Okay, so I guess that wraps up volumes 1 and 2. So next week, we've got Mission to Disaster. So we go back to Vern. I'm predicting now, because I have not read it yet, since it is Wave 3 of the of Phase 1, and we've been seeing this a lot in the Wave 3 stories. I'm predicting now that Vern becomes a master by the end of the book. And that maybe I don't think he's gonna get knighted. Her Padawan.
Emery.
Yeah, I don't think Emery's gonna get knighted.
I want to see how that shit's going.
Because I don't think Emery. I think Emery is still learning. He's not. I don't think he's far enough for knighted.
Probably not.
But I think she's at master.
Yeah.
I think
We'll see.
We'll see. Honestly, though, if she makes master, then Emery's got to be knighted at the same time because that would be a cute moment. We've never seen what happens when somebody is made master. We just hear that they become master. We've now seen the knighting process at least 3 times.
As opposed to fucking Comac's knighting of Wreath where he did it.
Poor.
It just was like, all right.
I'm still mad at Comac for that. Like, I love you, Comac, but that's some pressure you just left on my boy Wreath.
He had to step away.
Comac's like, you're a knight now, bye. Emotional damage.
But Comac is right to step away since I was feeling very similar. He's like, man, we should fucking take out as many of them as we can.
Yeah,
But
you're with Comac.
But once you get to that point, I'm also like, okay,
Yeah.
it's time to go.
So let's, I guess, do a little bit promoting now that we've come to the end. We've come to the promotion part of the show. So thank you guys for watching. Be sure to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel if you're watching there. That's youtube.com/Escape Reality Films. If you're watching on Twitch, it's twitch.tv/CJ Star Wars 94. You can follow or subscribe. Both help. If you really want to show some financial support, we also have a Patreon, where it's patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. You can, if you do the first tier, you get access to the Discord, where you can come hang out with us, where Shaylee is now there. I know, Shaylee, you also have your Discord. I know you also have your Discord. That one's free. Anybody you can talk to me there. I'm hanging out there too. That one's fun. You have a fun community.
Yeah.
Honestly,
really
the Star Wars TikTok community is awesome altogether for the most part.
I agree. After being on Star Wars Twitter, Star Wars TikTok community, angels.
And so, so I would definitely check that out. Also, check out Shaylee's Twitch, twitch.tv/Shaylo Ren with the dash on the Shaylo dash Ren.
Yeah.
The underscore.
Yeah.
You can also find her on TikTok that way. And what's the name of the new one? You go ahead and.
Oh, and then I started a new one for religious deconstruction and awareness of cults, and it's called Scaredy Cults.
Scaredy Cults, that's right.
Yes.
And
so if you're into that.
Yeah, if you're into that, check that out as well. I'm on TikTok as well. It's Caleb Lockwood 5, because I was the 5th Caleb Lockwood. I guess. I couldn't get my name. Usually I try to get my regular name. And so on there, I talk about Star Wars. I talk about my dogs.
Perfect combination.
Yeah. And so I also want to thank Gamers and Geeks and Mopcast Network for giving us the studio. If you're in the Mobile, Alabama area, Gamers and Geeks is an awesome gaming store that you can come to. We've got Magic the Gathering, Pokemon cards. We got an arcade in the back where you can pay $10 for the day, play whatever arcade games for free play for the day. It's connected with Engage Gaming as well, which lets you do a monthly rental of like consoles and computers. So if you want to play some video games that way, and you don't have like the console you want, but you want to play this really cool game that's out, they let you do that. That's how I'm probably going to play VR and play Vader Immortal finally.
Oh, that sounds fun.
I also need to do the Tales from the Galaxy's Edge stuff, that the VR games. And then for Mopcast Network, that's the other podcasting network that films here. I produce for them as well. We got, and you can find their video content on youtube.com/Mopcast Network. We're going back to bringing Mando No, we're done with Mando Monday. Sorry, we're doing My Star Wars Life next. And we're doing Cult Movie Cantina. And we're about to hit our 500th podcast. So we're going to do a 500th special. And so you can watch there, or you can find the audio podcast on any podcasting network that you use, whether it's Spotify or Apple or whoever you use. And what else am I missing? I think I've covered it.
The renting.
Yeah, I did the rental.
Okay.
Oh yeah, the second tier for Patreon. I always talk about the first tier. Second tier.
There's
Let's
no more tiers, just the first one.
Second tier lets you enjoy our YouTube content a week before it's uploaded to YouTube. And there's further tiers. I know one where you can get my novels for free that I've written. And I'm working to make it to where it's not just Super Worlds that's free. I'm working to make it to where all the novels I've written is in one tier. So that's a cool way to do that. So if you want to get all my books, so you can support us that way. I know I have one. Nobody's signed up for it yet. I want to run D&D one-shot or Star Wars one-shots for Patreon members. So that'd be fun. And so
That does sound fun.
yeah, a lot of cool stuff going on. And so check all of us out. Be sure to show support to Shaylee because it was awesome to have you on here. Like we've been planning this. She and I have been planning this since the premise of season 2 of like December, and like yeah, like nothing worked out until she got her new job, and then we were like, oh, that works out now.
Yep. Finally have a schedule, so
Yeah. Woo! So it was great having you on. Hopefully we'll have you back on and we can make this a thing. And
Sorry
Yeah,
if I
I
was like a rude jackass.
what? No.
Yeah, I was talking.
he was talking to me. He was like, I'm worried that I'm going to be rude. And I was like, no, you're good.
I was like, because I haven't said anything. I'm like,
No. Not at
No.
all.
Like at first when you came into the Discord, he was like, I told him who you were yesterday. And he was like, oh, that's who that was?
Oh no.
But-
no, you're totally fine.
Yeah. But yeah,
I had
we'll
a
make
great
this.
time.
Yeah, we'll make this a thing. So thank you.
I'll let you know if I read Ronan.
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, we'll maybe do a rehash on Ronan and
yeah, I think that'll be fun.
yeah. All right, so thank you guys for watching. You guys have a good one,
Yeah.
and we'll see you guys next
Have a
week
nice
when we
week.
talk about Mission. Welcome back to another episode of Escape Reality Star Wars Talk, where we just talk about Star Wars in our best attempt of
Yep.
chronological order, but we go out of order a lot.
You know what happens in the order it happens. I do not.
Mm-hmm.
So, we had an interesting conversation before the show started, but we don't need to rehash any of that.
Oh yeah. We talked a little bit about the Force and how the Force works and doesn't work, and what happens if the Force died, and how that would kill so many people, but also not.
Yeah. But in this week, we're gonna cover the Kenobi trailer,
Yep,
and we're
because that
also-
came out.
Yep. And we're also going to go over and review. God, I always forget the title of the
Mission
book.
to Disaster.
Mission to Disaster by Justina Ireland,
Yep. And
where once again the Nihil are fucking around because the Nihil love to fuck around.
yeah. So
Sadly, no comeuppance for this one.
yeah. So I guess we should jump into the Kenobi stuff.
Yep.
So Disney had their shareholders meeting,
Mhm.
and even though I think this was probably the worst Investors Day we've had in a while, because I feel like they didn't show off as much as they usually show during these things.
Mm.
Like, I think Kenobi was basically the only actual trailer, like actual by itself trailer we got. Like, we got, the little, here's all the stuff, but like nothing that was like specifically
Yeah.
oriented towards one project. They talked about Andor, but didn't really show like actual footage, which is fine because that's gonna be later the year. So we got Kenobi trailer though,
Yeah.
which is something everybody's been waiting for. And in fact, I know our guest from last week, she's gonna be streaming tonight or today, later tonight, and she's gonna be discussing it. And they're gonna create some. I've been seeing people make bingo sheets of like stuff that they think might happen. I know some people that are believers of the Corky Kenobi theory, and so that's probably going to be on some of their sheets.
Mm.
And a few other things. So like maybe we'll talk more after the trailer. So we're going to watch the trailer together.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're playing with some new
I-
toys here.
I got a little spoiled.
Yeah, so am I. I've seen it. I've only seen it once, so I haven't done the watch it over and over yet to look for stuff
the
yet.
Frame by frame.
Yeah, I haven't quite done that yet. So we're just gonna watch the trailer together. Let me
Mhm.
turn it up, and then yeah. Oh, we got subtitles.
Yeah.
People think he might be talking to Qui-Gon then. Look at baby Luke. Or child Luke, rather. But yeah, child Luke. Yeah. We got our... Let me make sure we're not killing the... There we go.
This patience.
Yeah. There we go. Make sure we're over it.
Mm.
There we go.
Jedi cannot help what they are.
It's the Inquisitors. It's a new Inquisitor, too.
Oh boy.
And Uncle Owen. And that's a new planet.
Jedi code is like an
Uh,
itch. He cannot
New Inquisitor.
help it.
So a couple new Inquisitors.
Where is he?
Oh, the Grand Inquisitor. And fifth brother. So there was a lot. God. May 25th. Oh man.
To look forward to.
Yeah, there is. Let me go ahead and hide that now. Hey, welcome to the show. You got thoughts?
Yeah.
I'm gonna crash.
Okay. We didn't have a guess.
Win a copy of Lego Star Wars: The
Oh.
Skywalker Saga.
Legos.
Yeah, no. We're talking about Kenobi.
I know. I heard the trailer.
Yeah.
Oh, I just couldn't crash for a minute.
Yeah, decided to play with the new feature of showing the trailer live with us.
Right. Hi everyone. I'm Scotty. This is my studio.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
He's a nice man that lets us record
yeah.
here.
He's also got connections with the Force.
I do have connections with the Force.
Oh.
So yeah, they showed that trailer at the investors meeting. The only trailer, like I said before, it's the only full trailer we got at the investors meeting. Not the best investors meeting I thought this year.
Where's Justine's mic?
We put it over there. Yeah.
great.
Here.
Do you want me
Yeah,
to-
we'll swap.
Okay.
Is this here?
Yeah.
Is it on?
Yeah, all of them are on.
Oh, cool. See, we'll just do that. Hi, we have another show. You should come watch my Star Wars Life on Mobcast Network.
Oh yeah, I advertise. I advertise at the end. Don't worry. Yeah, get that. Yeah, but get that plug.
I like how we just pull out micro. How many? Do you know how many people watch this?
There we go.
Currently, I'm not sure because for some reason
Gotcha.
my number feeds are not showing up.
I gotcha.
OBS has been doing updates and then like magically making settings that I have disappear.
No one cares about the technical stuff.
Yeah. Anyways, so
I just
that was a
crashed the
lot.
show. I can't believe I
Yeah.
just crashed the show.
There's a lot to unpack. Obviously, people think that Qui-Gon's going to show up, which is more than likely, or his ghost rather. They think that conversation he's having, where he's talking about we failed, that he's talking to Qui-Gon during
He's definitely not talking to Luke.
that. Nope. Yeah, he's just watching Luke from the distance get.
Talk to the 7-year-old kid. We lost.
I think
Oh,
he's
10. He's 10.
Yeah,
He's 10 years after.
He's 10.
He's 10 years after.
Okay, so then that was
Episode 3.
because that was a question some people had. I was trying to figure out the timeline because they were asking. A lot of people I know have been doing bingo cards for this show, so they're deciding things that they want to see.
Oh, please find one and print that because we need that for our show.
Yeah, I'll print a few out because
we need that for our show.
and so they were asking about Kanan showing up, and I was trying to figure out this would be during his smuggler days.
Yeah,
or-
this is him and Hera. This should be around A New Dawn.
Yeah, like a little bit after, if not a little bit before.
No, let's see. Yeah, this is around New Dawn
Yeah. Yeah, it's somewhere around there.
because
Yeah.
they're teenagers in New Dawn.
Yeah. So
Mm.
that makes sense. So he could show up in theory. But I don't know why because they only have so many episodes. This is even less than Boba Fett was.
6, right?
I want to say 5 or 6. Yeah.
I think it's 6.
So
Yeah, because Boba Fett was only 8.
it was 7.
Yeah, Fett was 7.
Yeah.
Mm.
Usually it's 8. Usually that's how they were doing Mando, and then they were like, nah, 7 for Boba Fett.
Yeah.
I think it could have used at least one more episode.
There were like 5 for Boba Fett because 2 were Mandalorian episodes.
Yeah.
If you wanna
Yeah.
hear my thoughts about that? That's
Yeah.
on the other show.
Yeah, that's for Mando Mondays. But there's a lot, and the Inquisitor. So the big thing that the internet has taken away is, why is the Inquisitor's head not tall? Because practical effects
Okay, so
and stunt work. Because they did the same thing with Ahsoka's.
all right. So I'm going to call BS. And I like the trailer.
Mhm.
I'm excited for the show. I have 2 problems.
Okay.
The Inquisitor is all wrong. The Grand Inquisitor is all wrong, and the Fifth Brother is all wrong. The Fifth Brother looks like his prescription of prednisone's been up too much, and he needs to lower that dose because his face is real chunky. And I was just like, buddy, just lower that prednisone because you got to get that steroid down. You know, flatten that face. All right, so episode 3 is where we get the Umbarans.
The
Utapauans.
Utapauans.
Yeah, Utapauans. I knew it started with a U.
And while
And that dude,
we've only seen but he also isn't doing he's not doing spins or stunt work that.
Sure. This is Lucasfilm.
But we've noticed that their Disney Plus TV projects, while they have a higher budget than normal TV, it's still less than
This is
movie.
This is Disney, and this is Lucasfilm, and there is no reason why they shouldn't be able to do the impossible.
But by that logic, they should have.
They make
then,
the impossible possible.
But that same energy, I don't think, was put into it. So, like,
I agree.
You did not make the same argument for her.
I was more forgiving with her shorter head tails. I was less forgiving, if you remember, about the weird wrinkle that made it look like it was a prop.
Oh yeah,
in her head.
yeah.
They can do better, and I think they just got lazy and didn't do better.
I don't
His
know.
head is wrong.
I don't know.
It's
I'm
wrong.
I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt that they did test attempts.
But this is also the company that gave us, and don't get me wrong, in Mandalorian season 2, the finale, we were excited to look at Luke. Luke doesn't look great. He looks a lot
No.
better now.
Yeah.
So you can do it. You can do it. They just don't. They think they're going to be like, oh, no one will care. And it's like, Star Wars fans are the most nitpicky people on the planet. Of course they're going to care.
And also, on the other hand, you could make the argument that because Rebels was a cartoon and it's stylized, that maybe this is just what the Grand Inquisitor always looked like.
God, he looked dumb with a flat head. The flat head is weird.
It'll
take a lot to get used to.
I kind of wish that they had just cast,
Jason Isaacs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love them to cast Jason Isaacs. I wonder if he was offered.
He might be busy for all.
That's true. But
Yeah.
I'm curious if he
I
was
wonder,
offered.
yeah. Because his schedule probably didn't fit. That's probably what.
Have you watched Rebels yet?
Bits and pieces.
Because I know you're kind of on
He's bits and pieces.
you're on the Star Wars journey somewhere,
I-
right?
I gotta walk through. I haven't seen everything. I know a little from here and there,
Mm-hmm.
but I think I was busy
Yeah,
in
'cause
high
I've-
school at the time.
Yeah,
Right.
And I've shown you World Between Worlds episode, and
Yeah.
that's about
So for me, Rebels is what brought me back to Star Wars. There was a point in my life where I had thought I had outgrown Star Wars. Star Wars was a big part of my childhood. It's a big, I met a lot of my friends through Star Wars. Star Wars was important, but as I got older, it was just like, that was a nice thing. They're fun movies, but it's not like how I want to attach my identity.
It
Yeah.
fades.
And then I'm in college, and when you're in college, there's not a lot of money and a lot of
Yeah.
but I had access to Disney XD thanks to a friend, and watched Rebels as it was coming. So I started from the pilot episode. I watched every episode, and be 100% honest, the pilot episode nearly lost me because it's the Adventures of Space Aladdin, and I was like, this is what Disney's going to do. They're just going to we're going to get a Space Little Mermaid, we're going to get a Space Lady and the Tramp. It's going to be just all it's going to be. And it turned out to be so much more, so much magic. It took 3 episodes. Because the second episode in Rebels is like, hey, do you remember these guys? And it's got 3PO and R2 in it. I was like, oh, they're just going to put nostalgia. It's not going to be great. And then the third episode is the characters actually have to work together and become friends.
Yeah, that's the TIE Fighter
The
episode.
TIE, they steal the TIE Fighter. And it's funny as all get out. But
and then you
it's-
learn about you learn the
every-
relationship.
You learn everybody's relationship, and they kind of melt, and then you realize, oh, this is Firefly. I love Firefly. This will be great. And, and so, I describe Rebels as when I was a kid. This is what we played in the backyard when after seeing Star Wars movies. This is what we were playing in the backyard, and I think Dave Filoni has that same feel. That's why it makes it work. So I'm a little more protective of like when Rebels things show up in live action because I'm such a fan, and I know I'm critical about that because I'm so close to it. They could make it like even a little bit. The point's just not right. It's just off, and I'm like, Lucasfilm and Weta are the two experts in this, and so somebody should be able to make this work. And
Maybe, yeah. I'm willing to see how it plays out before.
I mean, we are 6 weeks or so
Yeah, something like that.
before that. So, and there's still time to fix some of this stuff, a la what happened for Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
I mean, Sonic the Hedgehog had a whole year, but
Yeah, we're about 6 in a few days.
yeah. So 6 weeks, yeah.
So yeah, there's time. I mean, if they want to, like I said, I'm willing to see how it plays out.
But
But
even if it doesn't, two minor things, I'll just cringe and I'll
Yeah.
complain about it. But other than that, it's
yeah,
good.
and then I'm interested to see this new Inquisitor Reva.
So the third sister.
Yeah, third sister.
So
That's
they're-
which is the one that from what what Lucasfilm has been saying is the one that's mainly hunting Obi-Wan.
Right, and it's good. Everyone kept thinking it might have been like the second
So-
sister, and they're like, no, that's a different one.
And then there's that new one that also we don't see too much of.
Right.
People think that she's a Tothlothian.
Gesundheit.
Yeah. the Adigalia's race.
Yeah.
I will reserve my judgments for the show for when it comes out,
Look
and
at
I
him.
assume we're going to do this.
Yeah, we'll do the same thing we did with Boba Fett.
I will take the story as a whole and save my.
Oh, so you can watch it.
judgments
You're making
until
watch it
then.
all at one time.
Yep.
God, you're a monster.
And however, I will say this: I think one of
Well,
the
it works because it's kind of like watching a longer movie.
I got you. I feel
I
you.
will say, I think what one of the lessons that Obi-Wan is going to learn, apart from like Force Ghost
Yeah.
stuff, is this really hard lesson. When you are in hiding from a governmental body that knows you have a predisposition for helping people, you're gonna need to learn to not do that, and that is hard to let shit slide.
I think also he's learning a second lesson though, because at least from what Ewan has talked about, is that this is a crisis of faith that Obi-Wan's in
Yeah.
at this time.
Yeah, that would probably
And
also happen
so we're-
after having stabbed your brother, removed all his arms, and left him to die on a shit planet.
Yeah, and then finding out that he still somehow survived because
Yeah.
now he's after you.
And also having, not to mention the Inquisitors.
Yeah, because from what I understand, from what they've mentioned, is this is going to be his crisis of faith
Yeah.
series where he's trying to resolve the fact that all of this terrible stuff happened
Yeah.
while still trying to come back to believing in the Force again.
So, are you guys on Twitter?
No.
I am, but not actively.
All right, I'm active on Twitter. Twitter's like my favorite social media.
Mhm.
Twitter's where I allow myself to be myself. So I love Twitter. And I'm on the other ones too, but mostly for advertising
Mhm.
for the various projects I have. But
Yeah.
Twitter's kind of where I get to play.
Yeah.
Do you know the two best tweets that came out of this Obi-Wan announcement were?
No.
First of all, it was the official Obi-Wan Twitter page.
Mhm.
So do you know what the first tweet was?
No.
Hello there.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. I heard
which
about
is,
that.
Which is brilliant.
Yeah.
Like this, you could not have a better opening tweet.
No.
The best one, but my favorite tweet was Sam Witwer's, who plays Maul
In the
the
Clone Wars and Rebels.
he's voice of Maul, and he said, "You ever had that guy who was rude to you get a promotion? Please respect my wishes." So he's like, right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, poor Sam.
Once again, though, I hope. While I
Nothing
love,
could be ruder than being fucking cut.
yeah. Once again, while I love the character of Maul, please do not appear in Obi-Wan
I
Kenobi.
want Maul. I like Maul more than I like Vader.
Well, also, I don't want Maul only because it takes place 10 years before,
So
or 5 years. It's
so,
5 years before.
But I went back and rewatched Twin Sons like the other day.
Yeah.
The other day being yesterday.
But the
'cause
timeline doesn't fit now anymore.
No,
They bring him.
No, it does fit.
No-
A, he doesn't have to fight him on Tatooine. B, Maul Maul is searching for him, but Maul doesn't. We don't know when the last time Maul has seen Obi-Wan. So
Yeah.
we are led to believe that it's Clone Wars era. But now we've got this whole new timeline going
Yeah.
on, so it can be any time in the.
And I guess there is that new planet that's
Right, so
kind
that-
of Blade
yeah,
Runner
right,
mixed with
right.
Narshada.
and right.
I just assumed no, because it's not that planet. It's too bright.
Which one?
What the?
Oh, you assumed it was Coruscant?
I assumed it was either Coruscant.
No,
or
no, it's
one
a brand new
it's
planet.
got to be in the inner rim,
it's very
right?
Let me pop
it's,
her up
it's
while we
very,
discuss it.
Blade Runner-esque, but it's
Yeah.
very like they
Yeah, it's
in the Entertainment Weekly article they compared it to like Hong Kong,
yeah.
and so
Let me
But-
add Star Wars to the front of that because otherwise it will think I'm talking about the character.
I have right.
Let's see the new planet name because I know it's a new planet because
Yeah.
I've heard that.
So it was in the Entertainment Weekly article. Because again, the reason I say all bets are off because if Vader's going to fight Obi-Wan in this, we get the because we all assume that
Dayu.
we assume that in a New Hope that
The last fight was Mustafar, but
Mustafar,
but that can't quite work. And also, it kind of fixes a unintentional error in Return of the Jedi, where Vader says that Obi-Wan once thought as Luke did. Obi-Wan in Episode 3 did not think that Anakin had a chance of being redeemed. He
Right. So there's that. There's also fixes a plot hole and 4 that kind of built up out of all this. He's more machine than man. Then how does Obi-Wan know this?
yeah.
Yeah, Obi-Wan doesn't know. Obi-Wan shouldn't know what Vader is. I mean, Ahsoka figures it out.
Yeah.
Like it takes her a little bit, but she does it. She'll figure it out. She doesn't know now. She'll
Yeah.
figure out for
Do we think the fight will be
6 years
on?
from now, 4 years ago.
So, in order for him to figure out this information, could the fight be on at Fortress Vader?
Oh, you think go back to Mustafar to fight?
We know that Fortress Vader is in the show, and
Right.
we know that the Fortress Inquisitorius is in the show,
Right.
which are like in the same system.
Man, Caleb, we need our own fortresses. I want a fortress so bad. I'm gonna pitch this on the next episode of our show. Fortress, my Star Wars life.
Yeah, that'll be
If I
good.
have to go through some
Fortress
trap
Mobcast.
bullshit
For-
to talk
Fortress
to you, I'm
Mobcast.
gonna be pissed.
Yeah,
Uh,
but yeah. Well, you also have yet to read the Tales from Vader's Castle series,
True.
which, oh boy, those people are dumb. They go to that fortress like 5 times.
going back there, this seems like a bad idea.
Can I tangent?
Yeah.
Because you mentioned the comic.
Yeah.
Did you see the German Rebels comics are coming out?
Fine. Yeah. I shared that in our group chat because
Yeah, right.
because I was
I pre-ordered it.
yeah. Oh, thank God.
I
Yeah.
pre-ordered. So
Because
when I'm done reading, you can read it.
originally it was in UK,
Right.
and that was where the magazine started, and I read all of that one.
It's
And
all
then they only did then they started only being in German,
Right.
And so I was like, well, I can't read all, and then I stopped being able to find them,
right.
And so I was just like, I give up, and then I got mad because I was like, why are we not?
It's like 500 pages. Dark Horse is putting it out,
yeah.
and so
I'm glad that that's kind of one of their first projects. I hope they do some
on
original
Amazon,
content
on,
too.
on Amazon now for $26.
Yeah.
And
And
it's not a
then
bad price
and then what else is
for 50 pages of Rebels content.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
500 pages of Rebels
original content too?
Yeah.
Because it's not adaptations of anything like the manga, which I have the first volume of,
Oh, you need to bring it because I'm going to see it because I'm
Or-
debating about getting it.
or second volume. I've got the second volume.
I still want to see it.
It's an adaptation, but it's a loose adaptation. So
Well, it's like I mean, do you have or seen the original Star Wars mangas?
I have not.
Oh yeah, they did all 3 movies.
Yeah, I knew about them. I've never read
and
them.
like the lightsaber fights are way more cooler.
So I have a question to the two of you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Who do you think is the one being chased by that Inquisitor in that little
Well-
snippet?
And when they're on top of the city and they're shooting blasters,
No. I think
because there's that part.
'cause
There
there's
is that.
two of 'em.
Yeah, there's a couple of chases that are in that
Yeah,
trailer.
and that
There's
doesn't
one-
narrow it down.
There's one on Dayu where somebody's shooting a blaster, which might be Obi-Wan trying to avoid using his lightsaber.
Yeah, I thought it was Obi-Wan.
They aren't shooting back in this one. It just looks like they're running, and the Inquisitor jumps them.
Oh, it's probably just Obi-Wan then.
Because Obi-Wan
I-
doesn't use blasters; they're uncivilized.
I assume
Unless he needs a killer Grievous.
either Obi-Wan or Owen, but that doesn't make
Owen,
sense. 'cause why would Owen
staying,
leave?
Owen's staying on Tatooine. Owen is not. That is my biggest thing. Owen is not leaving Tatooine.
So
Because if Obi-Wan's leaving Tatooine, Owen is not.
So my biggest complaint, my biggest two worries, well, complaints, but my biggest two worries before I saw this trailer, when this show was announced.
Mhm.
First of all, I was like, I don't want an Obi-Wan show because an Obi-Wan show would be just him creepily watching a boy.
Yeah, like I
And
wanted.
they showed a scene of him creepily watching
Yeah.
a boy, and I laughed. I was like, I won that. But if you've not seen the memes that go along with that, just feel there's now all kinds of memes of different things that Obi-Wan is looking at. It's great. And then I was like, well, he can't leave Tatooine because he's protecting.
Yeah, that's why I'm
Luke,
like, why would he leave?
However, I don't know if you brought this up in the group chat, but somebody brought it in the group chat. I think it was a group chat.
Yeah,
I
it
think
wasn't me.
But it was like, well, to protect Luke to lure them off the planet.
That's a
Okay.
and
And
that's
I'm-
a discussion that I've seen.
And
on,
I'm like, okay,
well.
now you've got me.
because the Inquisitors are already sniffing around,
Right.
and what if they happen to sniff? Oh, this kid is Force sensitive. Let's bring him
Right.
back, because that's also the Inquisitor's job.
Right.
Is not only to exterminate Jedi, but also locate other
Because he'd be
Force
like this-
sensitives.
We found a Skywalker kid at this moisture farm. Vader's like, which moisture farm?
yeah, yeah. Found the Skywalker kid, Force sensitive.
There's a grave with your mom there. Look. He said something there. You familiar with that?
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh man. That.
okay, I could see that working.
Yeah, and so Owen, while in episode 4, he does not get the best, because we're watching episode 4 from Luke's perspective.
Yeah.
Owen does not get the best, like, we don't see him in the best picture. In reality, Owen is a great father figure.
He
I don't think he exists anymore. He died the same as your father. You
Like-
knew my father. Drop it, boy.
Yeah, your father was a drug runner,
uh,
because he says he was a spice pilot,
No, he
I
was
don't
he
recall
was on a cargo ship.
cargo ship, but
Yeah,
they
but-
mentioned spice.
No, they don't mention
Nope.
spice for that.
No?
none of that.
Mhm.
You just
That
watched.
is
I've
some
heard somebody
weird
I've
shit.
heard somebody reference
They
that.
don't talk about Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru. Do not fucking say it.
Well,
Damn
they
thing
they
about
they
it.
mentioned that he's a pilot.
They
That's it.
mentioned that.
No,
That's about
they
it.
don't mention he's a pilot.
They say
he's
nothing
on-
else after
I think
that.
they say he's on a cargo ship. He died in a cargo
They
ship.
mention he's a pilot because that's why Luke wants to be a pilot.
I think he says he wants to be a pilot because I don't know.
He wants to go to that flight
Yeah,
academy.
he wants to be
get
he
good
wants to be an
and
imperial.
and join up
Yeah,
with.
maybe the Empire pays for college.
I think they actually might, which is strange.
Actually, no, they don't, because the Imperial Academy is your college. That is your education. Because that's what the same education Sabine had, same education Wedge had,
Hobby,
or in Hobby. Yeah,
because you're gonna mention Wedge, you gotta mention Hobby.
yeah.
Because they're in the same.
And-
letters when I mentioned.
And Biggs for like a hot minute was like, nah.
No, he graduated because he's on the Okay, in Legends.
In Legends, he graduates.
Yeah, we can grad because he's on the.
As far as we know in canon, I think he
Eclipse is what the ship
yeah.
he's on, or he because his in Legends he and his training staff like mutinied and took over a ship, and that's how they joined the rebellion.
yeah. But I think in canon, as far as we know, he kind of just is there in episode 4. Like at the end, he's like, "Oh, by the way, I'm part of the rebels."
How do you think? How do you view deleted scenes?
I view them as canon if they're in the novelizations, which they are.
Okay, I'm just curious. It's just a weird.
It's the same. It's the same thing because I think, especially
Because I understand why it was cut, but I like the scene where Biggs is on Tatooine talking to Luke and them.
like an imp. I was trying to read that comment. But yeah, like the. Oh, you're checking that scene.
Yeah, you talk it off.
But like one of the best deleted, like all of the best deleted scenes in the prequels are in the Revenge of the Sith novelization.
Mm.
And like the Revenge of the Sith novelization is great. If you have not read it, so as far as we know, the movie novelizations are not officially canon, except for the new movies novelizations, which is why I believe that deleted scenes count, because in those the deleted scenes are there. And so like some of the best scenes include Padme like helping create the actual rebellion, like in the early stages, along with Mon Mothma and Bail Organa, and it's in deleted scenes for Revenge of the Sith. because basically they're starting to see the end of they're starting to see the ends of the Republic,
Yeah.
but they don't like out loud say, "Hey, this is a rebellion." They're like, "Hey,
Yeah, maybe
Palpatine."
don't openly
No.
advertise the fact that you're going to try to rebel.
No, it's more of like, "Hey, we're noticing that Palpatine is being really sketchy as the Supreme Chancellor. We should probably keep an eye out on that, and let's form our own little group of trusted like senators that we know are all in agreement that hey, the democracy works if we do it right."
All right, so you are right. He is a navigator on a spice freighter.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Luke says that to Obi-Wan.
Okay, so yeah.
Well, I guess I was wrong.
I was too.
So yeah, he's a drug runner.
I forgot this.
God.
His dad was part of the drugs.
Unless it's a different spice. 'Cause,
Yeah,
you know, maybe,
yeah.
maybe it's like medicinal. Medicinal.
Yeah, medicinal spice. Maybe medicinal spice exists.
Right. You know, it was like it was basically a cargo run of ibuprofen.
Yeah, I know Star Wars Explained was trying to justify it. He
He
was
just
like,
makes it so casual to make it seem like it was. You know, if it was drugs, I think Luke would have been like, he was a drug runner.
yeah, he was my dad was part of the drugs.
But then
Also, why would and if that's the case, if you know your dad was part of the drug run community and you want to be like your dad, just go visit Jabba. There you go. Easy job. You don't even have to leave planet.
Is that a new issue of Star Wars Insider?
Yeah, that's this month's.
I didn't know they still made Star Wars Insider.
Yeah, I get them for the short stories.
Oh,
and
good.
that's what we're going to talk about next week.
And the only reason why I noticed that is because it says interview with Emily Swallow, and I'm like, that's new.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
New.
As a Star Wars expert, I should know these things. Did
Yeah.
not I learn something every day?
Yeah. Yeah, they I think it's switched publishers to Titan because originally it wasn't Titan, and now it's Titan that does the publishing.
Cool.
But ultimately, once again, I don't know a lot. Okay.
Yeah, so you're just here for the ride.
I'll see what happens, and whatever happens,
Yeah,
and I'll puzzle out how I feel about
yeah.
it.
Really, the bingo card stuff is for people like us and other fans that have been like wanting certain things. So like, obviously, I have friends that put Corky Kenobi on their bingo card because they believe in the Corky
Is
Kenobi
that-
theory.
What is the
I
Cor-
could
what
use
is-
an explanation on
Corky
that.
from Clone Wars.
okay?
The theory is that he is actually Obi-Wan and Satine's love child. Which I don't know. Which I don't know how I feel about that.
I feel terrible. I'm gonna be a little nauseous. That's how I feel.
I'm going to admit I don't think so.
I do hope, though, we do see or at least hear talk of Satine. I want to at least see a flashback of Satine, or at least they mention her, because Obi-Wan, I feel like, would be this would be his time of reminiscing on the past.
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah. He's like, here's all the tragedies in my life. How am I gonna deal with this?
Yeah, a lot of PTSD.
The problem is that while the shows tend to highlight things from different other shows, they don't dwell on big enough for like you have to watch it.
No.
So trying to show a flashback of Satine.
A flashback might work better only because then you don't have to watch Clone Wars, because then they could just go, here's what happened.
Right, but that would just take up time. So you've got 6 episodes to
Yeah.
show more Mandalorian.
Once again, yeah, we only
and
have 6
Grogu.
episodes.
What are we cutting out? Is the question.
Yeah.
We have to put Mandalorian and
What-
Grogu in this.
What does the audience need to know about what happened during this time?
Yeah.
That's the question that if you're
Yeah,
a
exactly. Yeah.
director, you're gonna have to ask.
Especially when you're only doing
Right.
6 episodes.
You only have so much time.
Right.
So
So much-
Arguably at best 6 hours, which that is not how these Star Wars shows ever work. So more than likely, probably around, assuming 30 minutes for 4 of the episodes and an hour for 2 of them.
I hate to. I am
Because
sorry.
I hate that it's 30 minutes for these shows.
Right. Hey, first of all, I hate to crash your show, but I'm glad I did. 2, I hate I'm making you're gonna have all these conversations again tomorrow when we record the other show.
No, I'm fine with that.
But so the other thing that I want to point out is that
I don't know. There's another direction where that conversation is going to go tomorrow because of Drew.
Yeah, Drew's got a whole.
He's got thoughts.
Me and Drew are gonna fight. I can't wait. 'Cause we started you in the chat, and I was like, no, let's save this for the show. But so that's a teaser. You should watch next week's
Yeah.
show. We've joked about this before, but so we're 9 years before New Hope,
Mhm.
and Obi-Wan has 9 years. Oh, Ewan McGregor has 9 years to turn into Alec Guinness,
Yeah,
and
and we're gonna probably see how that happens.
Owen's got 9 years, and Baru's got. I mean, like, oh, they Tatooine hard living. Twin sons hard living.
Yeah, it's got 2 sons. It's double the cancer.
Right? I was like, I saw memes, got them all lined up together. It was like, this is only 9 years from now. I'm like, woo.
Yeah. See, and Obi-Wan, you could probably get away more of like getting, because Ewan is also not. Well,
I mean,
no, he's probably the right age. He's probably the right age for this, because
We'll find out.
Also, I'm trying to see.
fly by one.
Yeah. They but yeah, I mean, I'm excited. But I'm also like, this isn't the Obi-Wan show I personally want, but that's okay because I'm getting what I want in the novels, which is younger Obi-Wan adventures. Because I want like Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan days.
All right, so Alec Guinness was 62 years old when he filmed Star Wars, which doesn't seem like old now, but like when you hear them talk about him, they're like how old he was. It's like it's only 62.
Yeah.
And then maybe that's because I'm in my 40s. I'm like 62 is not that far from that, so it don't seem so old to me.
It also doesn't seem that old based on like the
40
stories they told. Like they made him sound way more old and crotchety.
Okay,
And Ewan
grandpas,
McGregor-
that's 40 years older than me.
Yeah.
Ewan McGregor is.
I don't think he's there yet.
No,
He's nowhere near there.
They're my age.
Yeah.
So he's 50 years.
Yeah.
So he's got 50. You know what? I'd buy it because he's okay. So he's 50 now. He's let's say 40. He started at 49. He's got.
Yeah.
So it's a couple of years older. I'll buy it.
I can buy it.
I got it. I'm good with this.
And we don't know like the kind of like we don't know the stress he's going to get yet in the
right,
show.
right. I'll just buy. I mean,
I'm gonna assume a lot.
Yeah.
it can't be as stressful as getting Force lightning in the face.
Oh yeah.
And you know why I mentioned this, right?
Probably.
Because Palpatine gets Force lightning
Yeah.
in the face, and he got Force lightning in the face so hard it made a butt crack in his forehead.
Although there's also
Have you
yeah.
It is.
There's also discussion though that he also always looked that way to a degree.
Sure. But here's the thing.
I don't think it's.
Because there's a discussion that he always looked like that and he disguised himself using.
My reasoning is this: I think he let the lightning hit himself.
Well, yeah, he did absolutely. It was to get. It was to get.
unlimited power.
Yeah.
Well, also he let the lightning hit himself because he knew Anakin was coming, and what's a
like-
great way to appease to Anakin's humanity than
Right.
because Anakin is
He didn't have to do it.
while
He
Anakin
did it to
while
himself.
Anakin makes very poor decisions, and there is some argument that he just got tricked because of his humanity, but also at the same
I
time,
just want to save his wife.
it's not just that because it is very much a discussion of he wanted power, but he just could never admit that to himself.
I do think that one of the
The dark side always leads
All right.
to that conversation.
So I really want to talk about Palpatine's butt crack forehead. So
we'll do that first.
We'll pause on that.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll remind to get back to because
Yeah.
jokes. But now you want me to put serious stuff. All right. So I don't think Anakin wanted power. I think Anakin just wants respect. He thinks he's the most powerful, and he is one of the most powerful Jedi. But Jedis are arrogant, so they don't. Respect is not a thing they do, and so
especially during prequel era,
Right.
because we're
Right.
we're exploring High Republic era where we see a different
Right,
aspect
but-
of that. But yes, during prequels, yes,
prequel era, they're just kind of like whatever. And it's like no,
they've
but
gotten complacent.
Yeah, it's complacency.
Lazy.
right, and I can. It's like I'm basically Jedi guy. Whatever. What you can't be mad. I mean, literally.
Yeah.
If they would just respect him a little more, this movie happens totally different.
I don't know. I don't know because it is about power though, because he wants the power to save the ones he loves. But
No, he wants that power, but he doesn't want like ultimate power. Like Palpatine wants
I mean, but
unlimited power. That's the whole thing.
but it starts with just power enough to save the ones he loves. As the films go on afterwards, after he starts his journey down the dark side, it becomes more of I want power for the ruling.
Okay.
Because Empire Strikes Back, he literally.
Yeah, but that's
So-
when he's already flipped.
The way that I
I'd say. Yeah, go
Well,
ahead.
I'm curious.
the
Go
way
ahead.
that I see
Because
it
he's an outsider. I love this.
is one, Anakin could use a little bit more humility. Two, the Jedi could use a little bit more respect
It's
for
a little
other
both.
human like beings as well. And 3, while I do agree that he wanted to save his wife initially, that's correct. And then, of course, couple of years pass, wife's dead, doesn't need to care about that anymore. That's when like the power hunger comes in, because he's like, now I am a symbol hit for the Empire's reign. I have to appear powerful all the time.
Okay.
Every time I
so,
am out. in
so I'm
combat.
going to disagree, and this is why I disagree.
Okay.
Is because now we have comics.
Yeah, there's a little bit more,
So-
which we've delved into it, but we haven't delved into the stuff that talks about Padme yet,
I tend to,
because there is stuff that talks about Padme.
and Caleb will know this. I rarely this. I think this is the first time in a long time I've actually had a discussion about a Legends content with Biggs. The first time
Oh,
I was
yeah.
like, I'm Mr. Canon. That's I like, because there's so much Star Wars content
Yeah.
out there, and you've just gotta ring it in. That's what canon does. It rings. It
Yeah.
in. So Anakin's issues all start from Phantom Menace.
Yep.
He
Immediately.
Yeah.
he is taken from his mother.
Yeah.
He makes the decision to do that, but still he's taken from his mother.
Yeah.
In episode 2, he's literally taken from his mother because she dies.
Yeah.
And so he implants in episode 1 this kind of surrogate mommy syndrome to Padme, because
Yep.
she cares for him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She
he-
becomes this surrogate mother to
Yeah.
him, and which he turns into love.
Mhm.
Which sometimes that happens, and especially with younger love.
Mhm.
And so he turns that into love.
I mean,
and
yeah.
then he's so worried about her. Because he has these dreams that she's going to die.
Yep.
Because emotions are the future. He's seeing Force visions, basically what he is seeing the future, and it's always emotion. He's getting negative, and so emotion leads to the dark side. It's not a really fun thing to have.
Yeah.
He's not really looking for power after that. He's trying to adapt to what he is and trying to figure out what he is, and then he's also now plotting his revenge against the Emperor, because he kind of resents Palpatine for this all happening.
Yeah.
And so and then Palpatine keeps like
Yeah, because he figures out a
Palpatine's
lot.
like
Especially in canon, he figures out that Palpatine manipulated a lot of the situations. While he may not have directly had a hand in certain people's deaths, he manipulated the situations.
Once Vader finds out he has a son, he again goes to, I want to connect with family. But he's dark side, so he does it in a negative way. I need my son with me so we can rule the galaxy.
Yeah.
But that's what it's none of this is. He's just and on the flip.
But I think it can be both. I
Well,
think
I mean,
I think it
I
can be
don't
about power while also being about
I've never
what
seen
you're
Vader
saying.
or Anakin as a power hungry character. And
because the dark side is always about power.
is it?
Yes, Darth Maul, power. Count Dooku, power.
I will say Maul. I don't think we get enough Dooku to make that decision.
Clone Wars is enough Dooku to make that decision.
I think. I also
And the book and canon material too. Also,
true, but we don't. Okay,
Jedi lost.
there's that, but see, here we get, because I don't.
Yeah,
wanna,
now we
I don't
delve
want to
into
be
the-
I don't want to be pro dark side, but I end up trying to pro dark side every time I have this conversation. But like
Like it may not start.
we don't see.
I don't think it ever starts as about
Clone Wars
power.
does a really poor job of explaining what the separatist cause is.
Yeah, well, for
They do a good job
for
at
the
paint-
higher ups, it's about power.
Yeah,
but for the lower,
but-
for the other planets that just happen to join, it's about
well,
they see actual
Right,
corruption in the Republic.
Right. The Republic's become corrupt, and so
The problem is both sides are corrupt.
all governments are corrupt. That's
Yeah,
how that's
that's the
lesson.
lesson.
The
It's
lesson of Star
It's
Wars.
George's lesson.
It's just one life. Look at the Ukraine right now.
Yeah.
It's literally all governments are corrupt. But, like in the end, Palpatine. What do you think? You think Palpatine's ultimate goal is power? I think that's a byproduct.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Is as that you delve into the dark side more, power becomes
Right. But I'm saying
the automatic
What do you think
goal.
Palpatine's goal is? And I'm gonna blow your mind what I think it is.
control.
No. I think that's a byproduct.
Okay.
Peace. He wants peace. Unfortunately, the way he sees he has to have peace
Is
is
it-
that he's
It's the peacemaker way.
right? Because look,
Is it the case of if I beat everyone's ass hard enough, then they'll start
The-
to listen?
right? And then because if you pay attention to canon after the movies, Palpatine's just not really there. He avoids the rule of government. He just lets them take care of it, and as long as it's not bothering him, he doesn't get involved. And then when it bothers him, he has to get involved and lay the smack down.
The reason I would still argue power even with that,
No,
though,
I
the
think-
reason
I'm
yeah,
not disagreeing about
yeah.
power. I'm just saying it's a byproduct. I think at the end he's like, this is a way for peace.
Thing is, though, during the reason that he's not involved with the government is because what's he doing that whole time?
He's evil things. He's just
He is looking for
more Sith secrets and
to add to his.
sure, it's again part of the byproduct, but he's top dog. So what he's going to do with all the power? See, again,
But he's not passing it down because
he
he's
doesn't
not
have
giving.
to. He's
But
trying to live forever because
Yeah.
Darth Plagueis, baby.
Yeah.
I don't disagree, but I think like
I said, it can be both.
'cause
The answer is both.
right, but and I thought, but one of the things in Episode 3 that he even says that when he turns Anakin, when Anakin becomes Vader, he's like, we can return to peace.
Yeah.
And then I got thinking about, what if this is him misguided, just being like, look, you guys are so bad, you just need an iron fist and a velvet glove to rule this place. And unfortunately, I have to do it through this dark side, whatever. And
Can I tell you guys what my favorite exchange in that fucking movie is?
what's that?
It is when Palpatine, of course, tells Anakin directly that he's responsible for everything, and he immediately ignites his saber and points it at him, and he's like, "What are you gonna do? Kill me?" And Anakin goes, "I would fucking love to."
And Palpatine goes, well, you must.
He's
Yeah.
like,
I mean, he's honest.
He's like, yeah, I'm the bad guy.
yeah, you have to.
he's like, the smartest thing for you to do would be to kill
Kill
me
me.
right
Kill
now.
me.
But if you do,
But wait, hold on. I can help you.
yeah, he's like,
okay.
and Anakin, like, you can see at that moment, he's like, I fucking want to.
There-
But what's he gotta say?
Episode 3 has its problems, but I
Well,
do
it's
enjoy it.
because the whole thing is, and canon stuff has added to this. Anakin is complete. Like Palpatine has completely like molded Anakin. Like from
Right.
the moment he got to Coruscant.
We'll be watching you.
Yeah,
Yoga.
and it's not even just that. Like the Obi-Wan and Anakin comic, which we'll get to, Palpatine basically starts his manipulation of Anakin. Then, like, he walks up to the Jedi and he's like, "Hey, you mind if I have some alone time with this new Padawan?" And they let him because he's the Supreme Chancellor, and
No, fuck him. Why? Why would you do that?
Why wouldn't you? He's Supreme Chancellor.
yeah,
Who gives
why?
a shit?
But
He
but why
doesn't-
why do we not trust him?
Why do you trust the Jedi? It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we trust him, and
Also for them, and this is where the plan backfires in Episode 3 is like, I kind of think they're like, well, if it works out, we have an inside man. And then when you try to make him the inside man, he's like, huh? I mean, even Ahsoka is bought in that she cannot believe that Palpatine is evil.
Yeah.
There's no way that he can be evil because he is her mentor's best friend.
mhm.
And so he's basically grandpa.
It would be like somebody saying that, like somebody telling Ahsoka or Anakin that Padme was evil.
Right. It's like
It just-
it does, and like in I don't know if you've seen the Clone Wars cartoons, but the 7th season.
Once again, I think bits and pieces.
Bits and
There's,
pieces.
I hate I'm spoiling all this stuff
No,
for you,
it's
but
fine.
but
It's been out for 7 years.
Well,
Really?
season 7 is more
a couple
recent.
years,
Oh.
but like the smartest thing that they've done was we got to see Ahsoka's journey through Order 66.
Yeah.
And so the last 3 episodes are basically her version of Revenge of the Sith, and they're great. And then one of the scenes in there is when she's on Mandalore, and she's talking to
Maul?
no, she's talking to a hologram version
Oh, yeah.
of Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
Who's like, well, it's like, where can I talk to Anakin? And it's like, well, Anakin's busy. He's spying on the Chancellor. And she's like, what?
Why?
Well, and it's like, we think he's like, how do he can't? Well, you can't do that to him. this is a bad idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, that does bring up a question. Where did they, aside from just general corruption, Where did they get their evidence?
That's mostly it, is the corruption. And so basically episode 3's whole plan is we got rid of Grievous, and he's supposed to let go of his power because technically we've already killed Dooku. So if we kill Grievous, that should be the end of the war. And similar to the U.S. where we had wartime powers, they gave the wartime powers to Palpatine.
Yeah.
But in this case, it means that he can be Chancellor until the war's over.
Right, and so the war's over because your leaders are
Because he's already gone way past his...
Yeah, both the leaders are dead, so the war should be over.
And he's gone way past his term.
Yeah, way past his turn.
Cincinnatus, Palpatine.
Because he's been Supreme Chancellor for 13 years.
Yeah,
at this
longer
point.
than any other Supreme Chancellor. And so they're like,
13 years, because it's at the end of Phantom Menace, and it goes all the way till, because 10 years for Attack of the Clones,
Yeah.
and then 3 years for Revenge of the Sith.
yeah,
So 13 years.
he's been in charge.
And I'm assuming it's a 4-year term similar to us.
Right.
And
I don't know if that's been
yeah, there's
verified,
no
but I
there's no
think,
verification of
Right.
it, but I'm gonna just assume for now until we get verification. But they implied they straight up say he's past his term. We gotta get him out. So yeah, that's basically the plan, was to see how he reacts to that.
But see, the problem with that is
But it could also just be a corrupt politician.
they just I think they're expecting him. Oh, Grievous is dead. I'll resign right now.
yeah,
Instead of
because that's the other thing. It
because
could
the
just be
war-
a corrupt politician.
Right, the war is not. I mean, the war. There's cleanup to do at the end of the war. So
Yeah, there's
Has anyone at that point in time signed any No.
no, because after Grievous dies, they still have to deal with all of these.
Don't they have to
They
go and sign?
They still have to deal with the Trade Federation people that are alive.
Yeah,
They still have to deal with
everybody else who's on most of our the banking clan.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
Who went to
the
Mustafar.
Techno Union.
Techno Union.
So the war's not over, at all.
No,
until
no, it's really not.
That movie
See,
where they're
right,
fucking gone.
Yeah,
And even then, you could argue it's not
I think
over.
that's my favorite scene in that whole movie.
Yeah.
It's
It just closes the.
because it's like Vader doesn't look like Vader has some badass moments, and unfortunately they're all after the Holy Trilogy.
Mhm.
I think in Episode 3 when he walks in and he
Starts closing.
closing doors and
I
windows
think
and
you
stuff.
should probably start running at that point in time.
Yeah,
Dear
that's
government officials,
It's like Lord Vader.
maybe you should fucking run.
Yeah, when you see-
a scary motherfucker in black robes,
And it's like,
shows up
Lord
and starts
Sidious
closing
promises
and locking
peace.
the door. Oh, he promised you peace, all right.
And I love this scene afterwards where he's just standing in the
It's like-
staring in the lava. His eyes
kind
are
of
yet-
just thinking back on what he just did.
right. But so it's almost like he's almost feeling sorry for what, but because he's crying for one, his eyes are yellow because he's turned into this monster. Oh, it's such a good scene.
Yeah, because he realized what he's done is terrible,
Right.
and especially once Padme shows up, he realizes it too.
Right.
But yeah,
Padme, who dies of sadness.
George does not know how to write.
I know, right?
Ugh.
Can you just sadness? I don't know what's wrong with her, but she's got baby sad.
Yeah.
Lady sad, lady die. That's what that robot said. Beep, beep, boop, boop.
Yeah, like the best attempt George has had at women was Leia, specifically in Episode 4.
All right, so I want to go
But
back.
yeah, let's-
I want
let's
to
go back to butt crack.
All right, so
Okay.
so
So much more less serious.
Yeah, we're done with serious.
This is a less serious note because I and this may actually get brought up tomorrow too. But is it the dark side of the Force's joke to put an ass crack on Palpatine's head? And because it is an ass crack, it is like a straight. If you see it without the hood, it is straight up an ass
Yeah.
crack. And you can pull it up.
Yeah, I've seen- yeah,
because just to remind, to remind
Yeah.
you that it is like I kept
It's like
I
a
c-
big line,
like just
isn't
right
it?
there, in his giant booty forehead. And my question was, someone had to design that makeup, and
Well, even there it
there
is. That's a good one.
Look, that is a wrinkly ass crack in his head, and
Yeah, he went from this
right
to that.
to that right, and
and then somehow it got lessened
right
to that.
right because it's like you never notice it in the hood and in Jedi, but like man, I can't unsee it now, and
Hey, it's still better than monkey, dog, whatever face that he had in the original version of Empire.
right. However, so makeup artists had to design that, George had to go, yeah, he totally has a butt crack for a head, and approve it. And then he had to sit in makeup every day to get the butt crack put to, and no one's like, it's an ass crack, right? That no one has this discussion,
Yeah.
and it's like, maybe we fix it. No, butt
Yeah.
crack in the head.
Yeah, here's the original Palpatine in Empire, where before they got Ian McDermott.
With Clive Davis doing the
Yeah,
voice.
Clive.
That's a
Revelle.
lady who's doing the part.
Yeah. It was one of their editors.
Yeah, I can't think of her name though.
And then they added like a monkey stuff to it, and like they overlaid it.
That's one of the
To be
things.
honest, I'd actually be a lot more scared of that because that doesn't look human.
Right. Well, they didn't know what
It
he was going to
looks
look like.
human,
Yeah.
it's
Whereas this is
uncanny
the once they did the
It's
Re-release.
The re-release looks less scary though. That's frightening.
yeah.
But I got you got to match.
You gotta
It's
you
one
gotta
of the-
you gotta have
it's-
continuity.
It's
One's a
one.
nightmare creature, the other is a decrepit old man.
It's one of the changes that he made that I was like, okay, this
I
totally-
understood it,
100%
yeah.
makes sense, and I'm okay with it. The biggest one.
Empire tends to have the best changes.
Yeah, I like the Wampa scene.
It's
Bespin looks great.
It's really just a New Hope where the changes are kind of wonky just for the sake of being there.
Right.
And
Jabba scene's a
Return
little
has
weird.
some, but like it's really a New Hope where
Jedi gets forgetting because he's got Jedi rocks, and I know there's haters out there, but I love Jedi rocks. Goonie J.
you love your Yesm.
I love my Yesm. I love my. I like my biggest the biggest thing I didn't like in the Empire was I love Boba Fett's original voice,
Oh yeah,
and
but once again for continuity they
right, but I'm like, it's a voice changer. Does it
Yeah.
have to be? I like. I just it doesn't.
Yeah.
he doesn't sound right to me.
and then I like Yub Nub, but not enough to be upset that they switched it.
I forgot about Yub Nub. I like Yub Nub too, but because
Because honestly, the new song works better because it feels more like this is the end of the trilogy.
right, but it's still not like Yub Nub.
Yub Nub's fun playing Battlefront 2 with.
Yub Nub.
Like some of my best memories
I
of
don't
that
know all
song
the
is some of,
Ewok-ese.
some of my best memories of that song is playing the original Battlefront 2 Jedi, the hero mode.
Some of my fondest memories is playing with my Ewok village in front of my giant, the old school TVs that were like part of your
Yep.
furniture that had the wood around it.
Mhm.
It was probably a 24-inch screen because that's the biggest we got. It was heavies because it was all glass CRTs.
Yep.
And but I remember playing my little Ewok village playset during the end of the movie, so I could actually pretend like I was in the movie. I was such a dork when I was a kid.
All right, so we are just about an hour in. We should probably talk about our book.
Yeah, we should probably do that.
Well, I've ruined your show.
No, you're good.
It's
It was fun.
I have not read the book, so this is where I'm going to exit.
Okay,
Because reading is hard. I don't know why you read, jerks.
don't worry. I'll get you to read the comics soon. It's a few more weeks before we're gonna get to that.
All right, cool. I'll be back to read some. I can read. Those have pictures,
Yeah, those are picture books.
and that are if it's an audiobook.
Although I
can do
think
that.
this book had pictures too, but I didn't
it's
get to
got a
read the
few.
physical. I did the audiobook.
All
It's got
right.
a few pictures.
I let him borrow the physical.
Mission to Disaster,
Yeah,
but Justina Ireland.
she's been
She's
pretty
knocking it out of the
good.
park.
Yeah, she's been pretty good. Justina Ireland's been writing some good books. And then
This one is better than the last one I read.
oh yeah, the last one was Test of Courage.
I believe so.
Yeah. And she didn't write the second of the junior novels, which we haven't read yet.
You jumped. Fucker, you jumped in time again.
Yeah, I thought I told you.
Man,
Damn
I've jumped all over this conversation, so it's okay. I
Yeah.
blame me. It's my
Yeah.
fault.
I
I crashed it, ruined his train of thought. I just
No,
heard
it's
the
not
over-
your
No, no,
fault.
no.
I just
It's
heard.
yours.
I'll accept that.
actually, the fault is based on their release schedule. Stop releasing Star Wars books until we get caught up.
Read faster.
Well, we only do one book a week.
Wow, that's a lot, man. I've proof that they don't have kids. I don't have kids either. Like,
Hey, but
I don't know. You may have like 3 kids.
you know
I don't
what's great though is tax write-offs.
Word.
Yeah.
I
me.
can write these off.
Oh god, yeah. Me, father of the year. No,
No.
true at all.
But yes. So this is Mission to Disaster.
Mm-hmm.
This is the
I'm just gonna sneak off like I snuck.
no,
out.
you're good. This is part of Wave 3 of Phase 1.
Okay.
So to put this into perspective, it's before Fallen Star
Yeah.
and before Midnight Horizon.
Okay.
It is after the Great Fair that you have yet to see still.
Whatever the fuck happened on Valo, everyone, I've already said this. What happened and how bad can it be?
Yeah, because it obviously had to be worse than the Great Disaster.
Yeah. But it can't be as bad as Starlight Beacon. So, what tragedy am I looking at this time?
Yeah.
How bad's that gonna be? Because now I have a
Now there's just
fucking
so much.
list.
Yeah, there's just been so much build up to it that I feel like when we do get to Rising Storm, it's going to be disappointing.
Like, if it's, oh no, X amount of people died, and it's not higher or lower than 20 billion, which is the starting point, I remind you.
Yeah.
I will probably be let down.
Yeah. Well, this book has less death.
Yeah, this one has a lot less, actually.
Yeah. So we're going to kind of do a more casual,
Yeah.
full spoiler review than
Yep,
usual.
Full spoilers.
Yeah, it's full spoilers as always, but it's a little more casual. We're going to kind of just hit the high points. So we start off with Avon
Yep.
because we get all of our characters back from the first
Yep.
of these Test of Courage. So we get Avon, who is studying that Kyber crystal that she took from Emery.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, she has still not caused the Death Star yet.
Nope.
You know, her research is the start of what Galen and we were discussing this. It's you know, she's got 200 plus years before that research gets finalized. Because Galen and Krennic, Galen and Krennic finish
Carrot
off
Man.
Krennic. Galen and Krennic finish off that research. More Galen than Krennic.
So,
But yeah, so she's studying that along with J9. When the Nihil
it's J6, isn't it?
J9,
J9? Are you sure?
I heard J9 over and over and over again in that audiobook.
Okay.
I can pull it up.
Let's see. They got the number wrong.
Let's see. It's gonna be the forever. Oh, J6. It's J9 in the audio.
Well, they were wrong.
Yeah, in the audiobook they kept saying J9.
Yeah, but the audiobooks have
They also have disagreements where Mark Thompson doesn't know if it's
Markion,
Markion or
Martian.
Marchion. Yeah, Markion or Marchion row.
But I'm not gonna give him too much guff.
Anyways,
So yeah.
so yeah, J6 is there.
and
as
it's
usual.
a nice little lab.
Yeah, a little
Things are
lab. You know,
fine.
basically Avon is in like sort of an internship.
Kinda, yeah.
And so, but then the Nihil show up and ruin
Because
it.
Of course they do. Because the Nihil just love ruining things.
But J6 gets a taste of blood for
Yeah.
the first time because J6 is like, oh sweet, I get to use my protective programming that Avon's given me. Time to murder some Nihil.
Like, J6 is not with Avon at this point.
No.
in time.
But J6 is around,
They're around.
and
but-
so they're obviously they are like, oh, where's Avon? Where?
Yeah.
Uh,
Where's my daughter?
essentially?
Uh,
Unfortunately, Avon is captured
yeah.
because
But
the
not
Nihil
before-
gas.
But not before stuffing one of her classmates essentially into a closet so that they don't get caught.
Yeah. And so and they do send out a distress signal.
Yep.
Which gets sent to our Jedi
Mm.
friends, Emery and Vernestra, who are on I forget the name of the planet, but it's basically the planet where they test they practice their force jumps
Yeah.
techniques.
It's
And-
Cliff Planet.
Yeah, Cliff Planet. Yeah, they basically practice their force jump techniques so that way they can learn to catch themselves with the force or have their master catch them.
And
Which Vernestra is like, Emery is like 5 times bigger than me. This kind of sucks.
yeah. And at that point, I think I've been doing it like 30 times. It's like the 30th time.
Yeah, and it's just like Emery is like 5 times bigger than me, even though I'm his master. This sucks.
Yeah.
So,
And so Emery is like, Don't worry, Vern. I've got it. I can nail it this time.
Does not nail it.
Actually, he does.
Oh yeah, he does on the last one.
because Emery.
Emery
not
is well, Vernestra is busy having a little bit of a force vision.
God, these things are a fucking problem, but they're also really useful.
Yeah, in this case, it's really useful because she basically sees the attack that we just witnessed. And so, thankfully, Emery caught himself because
Emery caught
Vernestra was
himself.
not paying attention.
She was busy. Actually, I think Emery crashes like directly into her. That's what causes the vision to
Yeah.
stop.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And so,
Turns out all you need to do is fucking throw a force sensitive at another one and the vision stops.
I don't know. I feel like that's a bad thing to do. I feel like that's the same thing as like how you're not supposed to awake somebody who's sleepwalking.
Probably not a good idea, but it worked this time.
Yeah. So obviously we know Vernestra has force visions because Test of Courage showed that whenever in hyperspace she usually gets them. But this time, this is her first one where she was not in hyperspace and she got one, and she's like,
oh no.
now I'm getting them more often. Oh no.
On the upside though, Emery has gotten a lot better at dealing with emotional overload.
Yeah. Because
Since he's basically good at absorbing ambient emotion.
Yeah, because his power is literally empathy.
Yeah.
He's an empath. But basically they discuss it and they're like, oh yeah, we should probably look into that, especially since we're not that far from the planet where this happened. Port Hayleap. Port Hayleap. Hayleap.
Look, man, I don't have the audiobooks. I don't have a pronunciation guide.
Yeah, Port Hayleap. So they go to Port Hayleap.
So everything is read phonetically. All of the letters are there.
But Hayleap is phonetically still too, because if you read it, it's leap. Yeah. But yeah, so they go to Port Hayleap, which is where they started in a Test of Courage, also.
Yeah.
So this is kind of like coming back home, especially for Emery, like because Emery was trained here a lot. No,
Vern
was
stationed here to look over Avon.
Oh yeah. I thought Master Douglas and
Nope.
and Emery were also there. That's why Avon and Douglas connected.
I think so, but I think Emery got like essentially student transferred.
Yeah. So, well, Master Knight transferred because she's not a student.
Yeah.
Teacher transfer.
Yeah.
So yeah, they go back there where they discuss the what went down because they find out what happened.
Emery's fucking complaining. He's like, "Who blows up a noodle cart?"
Yeah, because
Emery's like,
I immediately, as soon as that scene happened, I was like, wait, so Emery is the Naruto of Star Wars?
I have no idea.
He wants his noodles.
Like, he's like, damn.
Yeah, because they got there and the first thing they see is the destroyed like noodle cart.
He's like, Emery is like, man, I fucking hope whoever did this is suffering.
Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately,
no.
they got away with kidnapping Avon and a few others.
So they continue, and eventually they're like,
They meet up with the Jedi that's stationed there.
yeah, and they're like, yeah, the Nihil came and took all the children. That's not the voice they give him, I'm imagining.
No.
But that's the long and the short of it.
Yeah.
They're like, they blew up all our stuff.
Thankfully-
took some stuff, and they took the kids as well. And they're like, well, why would they do that?
Well, thankfully, one of the kids is there to explain it.
Yeah.
Because thanks to Avon hiding that kid in a closet.
Yep. And this is when J6 is like, hey, can I come with you guys to fucking murder these guys?
Yeah, because I got a taste of blood now, and now I'm like,
I want my daughter.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so, let's go ahead and jump to
J6
what.
is Avon's real mother.
Yeah.
Change my mind on this.
Yeah,
Gira.
Gira is a terrible mother.
Mm-hmm.
And we will discuss, like we talked a little bit about it during our Midnight Horizon, not Midnight Horizon episode. It was the Fallen Star episode.
Something.
Yeah, during the Fallen Star episode, we talked about how bad Gira is as a mother. We'll get more into that at the end of this book.
But they're like, all
Let's-
right.
Yeah, so they decide to go. Well, unfortunately, they get and before they can deal with that, they get a call for help from some of their old friends at the what's the name of the planet?
Donna?
Donna. Yeah, Donna.
They're like, we got some weird stuff going over here. You guys want to come take a look at it?
Yeah, like it's not Nihil related, but like as far as we know, but like it's still weird,
It's still very odd.
and we need some Jedi assistance.
Yeah.
So
So they go there.
yeah, and they have friends at Donna because they've got
Yeah.
you've got
Got Honesty, Shania,
yeah,
and the Jedi, whose names I can't remember.
Yeah.
But they're a lot nicer.
and so they decide to go there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Avon
Avon,
so when she first arrives with the other kids, she wakes up to find the other kids not knowing where they're at or any like that, no clue what planet or anything. She's like, "Hey, I got Jedi friends. We can get this solved. In fact, let's start coming up with plans now
Yep.
for how to get out of here."
Mhm.
Unfortunately, that doesn't go well because she ends up getting the attention of a couple of the Nihil, one of which is your favorite character from the War of the Bounty Hunters comic, as well as your favorite Nihil, Diva LaPump. Diva LaPump?
God,
LaPump? Yeah.
despite that woman's gonna live forever.
She at least lives until War of the Bounty Hunters.
Yeah. which
And
is
after that-
like- which is about what, 170, 180 years?
It's 200 plus.
Oh shit.
Because remember, 200 years. Remember, these books are 200 years before. Well, now 199 years before A New Hope. I'm not sorry, Phantom Menace. 199 before Phantom Menace. Add 19 to get to A New Hope. Add 3 to get to Empire.
She's gonna live a while. But she's
So
essentially the entire time Avon is on the ship that I assume they're in transport to Dalna.
yeah,
She's like, okay.
yeah, because it's revealed that that's where they're
Yeah.
like we learn later that's where they're going.
So she's like coming up with plans to escape, but every time fucking Deva catches her and she's like, "Oh, you thought you were real clever, huh?"
You're lucky I don't want to eat you.
Like they even bring that up. And like
Yeah, because
one of the children-
they talk about how they've heard that race eats people.
And so Avon kind of goes like, "No, you're kind of like stereotyping." And the thing is, we know for a fact that Deva eats.
Yeah,
people.
we know for a fact because War of the Bounty Hunters, one of the first things she does is she eats her ex-boyfriend.
Yeah, she doesn't eat children though.
Apparently,
Correction, we haven't seen her do it yet.
yeah, she at
I
least
don't think so.
no, like
But with this instance, it's more like I don't feel like it.
yeah, less than
Rather
I just don't. It's more of a I don't feel like it.
yeah.
Yeah, she's the worst.
So
And then, but she does bring her
She's
Avon to the actual
yeah.
leadership of this
Karazu.
Karzu, who's a Weequay, no, Aqualish,
Yeah, thing.
yeah, an Aqualish, because they mentioned that it's similar to the Aqualish from Test of Courage.
And so Karazu's like, all right.
Who's I think she's the runner for this
Yeah,
one,
she's like a
Tempest runner.
Tempest runner. She's like, all right. What was your plan? You got this far. What were you trying to do?
Yeah,
Avon's like, well, I better start lying.
yeah, and so like, because she gets caught messing with some of the electronics. And so she starts going, well, I'll just talk, science mumbo, like I'll do some science speak. And since I know what I'm talking about and they don't, maybe I can get away with it. Unfortunately, there is a scientist on the Nihil team.
Are we going to Dr. Encampa or are we going to the repairman?
Uh,
Because the repairman happens first.
oh, yeah, let's talk about the
The
repairman then.
repairman is on the ship and
Yeah.
it's like, fine, I will take you under my wing. We're just going to work on the ship.
Yeah. So,
That's it.
yep.
Until we get there.
Yep. And so that kind of happens. Eventually they get there.
Yeah, they get there, and
Once again, Avon is like, I'm going to mess with the stuff to figure things out. And also, I got these kyber crystals I can mess with.
I think Diva catches her again, and it's like, "What was your plan here, kid?"
Yep. That tends to be the broken record there for her.
Like, Diva doesn't even seem upset. She's just like, "This is a fucking smart kid." If
That-
only she would quit trying to run
Yeah,
away.
it's more of a slight annoyance.
It's like, fucking quit it. It's like telling like a 3-year-old to stop fucking throwing a car or something.
Yeah. And so like cuz really the reason they're kidnapping these children is to enlist them into the
We
Nihil.
need more Nihil.
Yeah, because I don't know if you've heard, but the Nihil are losing,
Yeah.
or at least supposedly.
Yeah. It's a fake out.
It's a fake out, yeah. It's a huge fake out, as we know by the time of Fallen Star.
And so she starts rambling. And she uses the power of science to save her life again.
Yeah, she's got the power of science on her side.
And some of the children are being farmers. Some are like, okay, these are the new recruits, and
You're gonna
Miss
go.
Tech Face.
You're gonna go with Doctor M.
Tech face, that's
Yeah.
not what
You're gonna go with our doctor.
you're gonna go with our doctor. By the way, don't run away. It won't work out.
Yeah,
Quit trying.
and so she goes with the doctor for a bit, and
It's where we get
Avon is trying to figure out this is where we really figure out where Avon draws the line in
Yeah.
terms of her scientific exploration, because Doctor M.
Dr. M. Compa
has
is
no line. There's no line.
that part of science that does not question whether or not it has gone too far.
Yeah, there is no moral line to research.
Yeah.
The goal, well, also the goal for Dr. M. Compa
But she's also
is
a war
not.
scientist.
Yeah, her
so-
goal is not to cure anything or provide a new source of renewable power energy. It's how do I create weapons that can have the most
Yeah.
death?
Since she was like on a planet that essentially Civil War was just the thing that they did.
Yeah, don't. Well,
Different planet.
oh yeah, well, Delna also has never-ending civil wars originally until recent. It's
Yeah,
really
it
recent
stopped
history.
100 years ago.
Yeah, which is recent.
Yeah.
In terms of like planetary history.
Oh, here is something that I thought about because this book did make me question it a little bit.
Yeah.
So, have you ever thought about the implication of how? So the families in certain children are going missing, right?
Yep.
Have you ever thought about that on like an actual planetary scale? How fucking big these planets have to be, and how hard it would actually be to monitor
Oh yeah.
every family?
Yeah.
I'm like,
Now
well,
add that to
fucking
a-
Of course, there are
n-
people going missing.
And now add that to a galactic scale.
Yeah. And it's like people go missing like very often if we're raising the numbers up, right?
Yeah.
So of course it could either be legitimately real in that they actually don't know,
Hmm.
or they're just lying.
Yep.
And that's sort of the like tone I was able to
Yeah.
get.
And also I guess we're gonna go back to the Emery and
Yeah.
Vernestra side of it. The Downians don't want help from the Jedi
Because of
because they don't trust them.
what was it called? I think it was called like the Night of Blood or something.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, we don't really like the Jedi for that reason.
Like we put up with you guys, but that's it.
Yeah, we'll let you stay here.
But we just won't trust you with anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's that.
And so they go over and they review that, or they try to look it up. Like what happened.
Yeah, and they try to talk. They can't find anything in records, so they talk about it with honesty.
And he's like,
And he's like, kind of gives like the vaguest of description because we don't really talk about that.
it's one of those things where they're like, by the way, don't talk about this after midnight or something will
And-
fucking happen.
And
it's
and in
not
fact,
good.
just don't talk about it ever because we try to avoid Night of Sorrow.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah.
We try to not talk about it. Now I'm curious though if since Phase 2 is going a few years back, 150 years back, I wonder if we'll see the Night of Sorrow.
And they're like, we don't like the Jedi. Why? Some bad shit happened.
We won't see the Night of Sorrow because, according to Wikipedia, it takes place in 380.
Mm.
We'll be a few decades short. Oh well.
That doesn't tell us anything either.
Yeah.
Just that a lot of people died.
Yeah, according to Wikipedia, the Night of Sorrow was also known as the Massacre of Dana, was a devastating battle fought on the Outer Rim territories, planet Dana, around 380 BBY, so like I said, a few decades short of where we'd end up in Phase 2. When the planet was newly settled, during the battle, the Jedi Order and Galactic Republic answered a call for help from Dana, and not fully understanding the problem, the Jedi rushed in, which caused many Dalanan deaths. In the aftermath of the battle, the Dalanan Jedi Temple was built, and Dalanans blamed the Jedi Order for the deaths that occurred. So it sounds like maybe they are falsely putting the blame on the Jedi, but maybe there's still some of the blame.
Maybe not. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know, because we haven't seen it.
Yeah.
But anyways, so yeah, they don't talk about the Night of Sorrow, similar to not talking about Bruno.
Shut the
It doesn't quite have the same ring. No, not the same flow. Anyways, so yeah, they don't talk about it. But at the same time, Honesty is trying to help.
Yeah.
That-
Honesty's trying to help because he's like,
These are my people, and we honestly have issues that need to be dealt
Yeah.
with.
and so he brings Shania because she saw some stuff.
Yep.
And he's like, all right, we'll meet up with you at the temple and we'll talk about it, what you saw. And it's like, okay, you could tell them. They go over at sunrise. And you know the thing that surprised me? Normally it's like, oh, the chief of security is the one that's working for, like, the bad. Not this time.
Nope.
This time, super not corrupt. And is just in a case of, I would fucking love to do something about it.
Just can't.
I'm not allowed to because the Nihil have like hostages
Also, like, tons of red tape on top of that.
and the bureaucracy is getting in the way.
But there is a spy among the
Yeah.
Dalanans, in fact. Though It's funny that you mentioned the spy.
And so essentially they have like the vice president's son out in a shack next to a volcano, and the threat is, if you guys try anything, we will fucking essentially drop a mountain on your son.
Yeah.
Which, probably a pretty good threat. And we know the Nihil don't make idle gestures very often of such things.
In fact, I don't think
Actually,
they've
never done
I was
that.
about to say, I don't think they've ever made an
They've
idle
always
gesture.
carried through,
Yeah.
even if it was a bad idea.
Yeah. Yeah, looking at you in Light of the Jedi. What's his name now? He's dead now.
He's dead. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He made some poor decisions.
Don't fuck with Ariadu. when
Yeah, do not fuck with Ariadu. That's where Tarkin came from.
And so they eventually do get the vice president's son back, and it's like, okay, now that that's done, I can just tell you everything that happened.
Yeah.
Also, we don't really like the new president, but at the same time,
What you gonna do?
yeah.
Yeah. And so, yeah, there's
So,
that.
Continue.
What was the name of the spy? I forget.
It's just the Dawn president. I don't fucking remember what their actual name is.
Yeah, because they were like the cousin of the Nihil member.
Yeah.
And yeah. So there was like a cousin of the Nihil member who's a spy.
And so they're like, okay, president's gone. Now what? They're like, well, I guess we should go fucking looking for these kids.
Yeah. So meanwhile, Avon has once again tried to escape, and also was messing with the research
Yeah.
of, and so they
Avon has now gotten to the she's realized something about her assignment with Dr. Mkampa, and it is that she will be putting together the weapons the Nihil use. And she is struggling a little bit with, what the hell am I going to do?
so she decides, because she has the Kyber crystal. The Kyber crystal is apparently very important to Dr. Mkampa's like weapon research. She decides, well, what if I just like pretty much fracture it in a way, like just make it not work, like make really bad copies essentially.
So that's what she does. And it doesn't.
Unfortunately, it doesn't quite have the result she wants.
Yeah, the first time initially. And she's like, okay, I still need to try and go and break out and get help.
Yeah.
And so she does.
Yeah.
And so this is one of the things where I'm like, despite the fact that I know I'm not the smartest, I just guessed what they needed for the thing to supposedly work properly. So she gets caught again, but not before sending out a message on repeat and
Yeah.
encrypting it so people won't get caught up.
But she now has to come up with, once again, a
Yeah.
lie of, what was I doing? Oh, I was doing this technobabble thing.
Yeah.
And
And
M.
the
Compa at
funniest-
first is like, what? That is terror. That's not how that works.
And so this is a weird part where I actually sat for a good 5 minutes in thinking about what you would need for that to actually work. And I'm like, oh, you would just need either a very special lens or a slightly bigger lens.
And sure
the
enough,
next thing, they're like, oh, you would just need this very special lens. And I'm like, oh, fuck.
wow, you're as smart as Avon. Look
I'm
at you.
not as smart as Avon. I just understood what the bullshit meant.
Oh, see, I'm not.
Resonant just means vibrate.
Yeah.
They just need the crystals to vibrate at the right frequency.
Yeah, because they're basically creating
They're just
essentially an
making-
earthquake machine.
Yeah.
Because, on a planet filled with volcanoes, an earthquake machine is enough to get
Yeah.
that going.
And so she's like, those theories didn't used to work, but because of this new scientific development, maybe it will. And they go,
So they
I
let
still
one-
need that kid.
Yeah, so once again they let Avon pass because they're like, okay, she's smart enough.
Yeah, and so Avon continues with her plan.
This time though, they
They
for a very
Good.
short amount of time they chain her up.
they chain her to like a table.
Yeah, that way she only can go so far.
Yeah,
Enough to help Dr. M. Compa, but not escape.
yeah.
But once again, does not take them long to just be like, yeah,
Yeah.
this is stupid.
Dr. Incampa actually is like, your physical body is not free, so your mind isn't either. It just unlocks it and is like, all right, you're free to do it.
She's also like, you're useless to me without
Yeah,
being able to walk a little bit further.
yeah.
So, and once again, Avon starts messing with the crystals.
And she's like, okay, I need to make them a little bit more essentially cracked this time for them to work the way
Yeah,
that I need them
like
to.
the more fractured they are, the more likely she's hoping that it will
Yeah.
not work.
She's right.
She's right to a degree.
Yeah.
Because eventually the cracking actually helps the machine.
No, her initial ones where she started to crack them weren't enough, so the machine still worked properly.
Yeah.
So she's like, oh, I need to crack them
Yeah,
more
yep.
in order for the thing I want to happen to happen.
Which was just to destroy, like,
Yes.
basically blow up the machine
Unfortunately, it also does the thing that,
at the same time.
yeah,
So yeah, it also still allows the machine to work, but then,
but then it's one
It-
use only.
yeah, it's a one-use machine.
And so that,
Which is still enough for M. Compa to be like, I like those results. Perfect. And so Avon's like, hey, I got a weird request. Can I go back to those kids that I was with when I first arrived? And she's like, why would you want to do that? They're beneath you.
and Avon lies and she's like, I want to gloat.
Yeah, I want to gloat and kind of rub their
Yeah.
faces in it about how cool, how scientifically superior I am to them.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, that actually follows.
Yeah. And so she goes and she's like, all right, here, go talk to your friends. And only one of them is still there.
Yeah, the other one has escaped.
The other one has escaped, and another one has actually like just fully joined up with an Nihil.
Yeah.
And she's like talking, and she's like, so here's the plan. This is the 5th one we've tried, but it'll work this time. And so I forget what that character's name is, and essentially they're like, I don't have any other option, so I might as well try it.
Yeah.
And of course, this is when Avon figures out that they're on Dalna.
Yep.
Or roughly around this time.
Yeah, around this time, yeah.
And she's like, well, this is great.
Yeah, it's at this time because because after hearing about her friend escaping, she's like, I hope they got away, and then she hears afterwards, oh, we're on Donna.
Yeah.
Okay, then he definitely got away.
Yeah. Ice skaters are cool. I don't know how the fuck they work, but they're cool.
Oh yeah, M Compass, little cybernetic guy or no?
No, ice skaters.
Ice skaters. Oh, ice skaters, not ice scanners. Got it. I misheard. Hey, I'm the old man out of the two of us, so I'm allowed to mishear things.
I know.
Ice skaters are a freak of nature.
Yeah. I was having this discussion with you in the car. I'm like, what the fuck is this planet?
It's Donna.
Donna is wild.
Ice skaters are also on the cover of the book.
Yeah.
So
But it raises some questions from me as to whether or not they're cold-blooded or warm-blooded.
Wikipedia does not say.
Well, I guess it doesn't really matter now.
Well, apparently they lived on polar ice caps and moved to warmer places during summer.
That doesn't answer the question.
No, and in fact, it raises more
It makes-
questions.
Yeah. What the fuck, Dalna? You have a very strange ecosystem.
Yeah.
I assume they eat the
Also-
little buffalo thingies.
Yeah, because apparently the average height is the size of a land speeder.
Okay, yeah, that tracks.
That's scary.
Yeah. That.
Yeah, that's terrifying. Because your average land speeder is... Those are...
Height? Or width?
Height.
Height? Well, that means they're anywhere from like the size of a car.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, like I said, that's kind of terrifying.
They don't look like that on the cover, but
So let's kind of be glad that, well, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that at the end.
but Vern, Imri, and the rest of the Dalton Jedi.
Yasik.
Yasik. That's what his name is.
Yeah, and then Lissa Vots.
Sparkbird.
Yeah, Yasik Sparkburn.
Every
Yeah, because they have to say Emery's not there because Emery is on his way to Starlight, or he's already at Starlight by this point, actually,
he's either, yeah, he's at Starlight.
because he went to get help.
Yep.
Got to get help.
Because essentially Vern's like, you're a better pilot than I am, and also you're better at talking to people, so you go and deal with that.
Yeah, because they talk about it in this book, and they talk about it in earlier books that we've skipped so far.
Yeah.
Vern cannot fly a ship to
Yeah.
save her
Yeah,
life.
She's crashed. Like,
She's crashed so many
3
that
of 'em.
she's crashed so many that the Jedi who's in charge of lending out ships has basically been like, you are not allowed to have ships anymore.
In her defense, though, she is having weird space visions every time she drives. That's not really her fault. But
It's not quite every time, but like just about. We're exaggerating, but
she that's probably not a good reason for her to not be piloting the ship.
but yeah, so she has Emery fly whenever they go somewhere now. Thankfully, Emery's a good pilot. So
And I believe Imri takes the vice president with him.
yeah, because during the
Starlight.
ice skater situation,
Yeah.
they are saving the vice president's son.
Yeah.
Hackreck.
Yep. So they take him and they're like, all right, we're at Starlight. We'll talk. And so during.
Yeah, because he talks to Astala Maru, who is like the Jedi chief,
Yeah.
along with the actual Republic chief of security, who is in the short stories that we'll eventually start reading. That's right. That's who the spy is.
That's another one of them.
There's another spy, which I'm upset because I like that character, and so to find out, like after all this time,
You're a
that they were
traitor.
like, because they've been around since Wave 1, like in the short stories, Gal Tarpfin, because they're the chief of security on Starlight Beacon.
The Nihil are everywhere. all the time.
That was
they're always fucking watching.
That was a betrayal that I actually felt, and I was kind of upset with. I was like, ugh.
And so
But I'm also behind on a couple short stories, so maybe there was more hints to it. But
And so Hakrek Beb and Emery's like, oh, thank God, I can finally go and get some rest after like seeing off Hakrek Beb
yep,
to his like hotel room, essentially.
yeah,
And Emery's like, oh, thank God I can go to sleep. And no. As it turns out, someone has taken
some
the Bioshock approach and just fucking smacked the shit out of Hakrek Beb on the back of his head.
yep,
I don't know why they did that,
yeah.
because that doesn't necessarily.
And also, while they're on Starlight Beacon, somebody takes pot shots at the president or the vice president.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
Which turns out it's Gaul.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused because I don't think that helps the Nihil's plan.
Yeah, they never really explain why.
does-
It never gets explained why Gaul attacked the vice president.
Is it so?
It might have been a distraction.
Yeah, but it doesn't work.
It's enough.
Why?
It kind of works because they don't leave. They don't leave to go to Dona until after they realize that Gaul is gone. Like that's a whole like day's worth of investigating that they did, where they could have already been on their way to Dona.
I think they have to wait for.
Which they have to wait anyways because they're waiting for the Star Wars hotel to arrive and drag the Starlight Beacon.
Yeah.
Because the Star Wars hotel ship is in this book.
So they go.
Yeah, cross promotion.
So essentially, Emery.
Halcyon
eventually-
Legacy. That's the name of the ship.
So they eventually get all the stuff together, and they're like, "All right." Hakrek Beb wakes up, and Emery kind of questions him. He's like, "So, is there any reason? What's going on with the Mawat Mountains?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, it's like this fault line."
And that's when they puzzle it together.
Oh.
And by then Avon has thankfully escaped again, along with her one friend that still hasn't escaped.
And they're like, "We better get on that ship and fucking leave."
Yeah. So they managed to get the Halcyon Legacy to drag Starlight Beacon into hyperspace. And so, because the way they figure is, well, if Halcyon Legacy is towing Starlight Beacon, then it can go into hyperspace and bring Starlight Beacon to hyperspace with it.
Yeah.
Because, they'd be in the same hyperspace well.
Essentially, they're doing a toe jump.
Yeah, they're doing a
I think
toe
that's
jump.
actually what it's
Yeah,
called.
that's what they call it, a toe jump.
And it's not just Halcyon Legacy. There's a bunch of other ships.
Yeah,
jumping
but
as
it's
well.
like one of them. Yeah, it's just the one I could recognize
Yeah.
off the bat.
And so they do that, and it's a good reason.
It's
Starlight
also
Beacon-
probably good that it wasn't just Halcyon Legacy because that's a cruise ship. That's not a. It's not exactly a tow ship.
And so they bring Starlight Beacon to Dalna, which is a good plan, considering what happens to Dalna.
Yeah, like while they're on their way, unfortunately things go off on Downa.
Yeah.
So Macampa and all of them are like, okay, we should set off our weapon because we're starting to lose control of the situation.
Diva and I think several others of the Nihil are currently gone because they're like, let's go conduct a raid.
Yeah, let's not be here essentially.
Yeah. Because we're the Nihil and we take what we want.
That's exactly their line. So yeah.
Yeah. So they go, almost everyone's gone. It's really just Dr. M. Campa and like a skeleton crew, really.
Not even. Yeah, it's not even the Tempest Runner. She's gone.
Yeah, she's gone too.
Yeah.
And so everyone's like, now's the perfect time to escape. And
Yes and no.
almost works. And so Mkampa shows back up and she's like, oh, I see how it is.
Yeah.
I guess I have to kill you now. She has a gun arm. And you know what? This is the one thing in this series I was like, okay, Avon.
Yeah, we're looking at the picture of Macampa now. She looks really cool. I'm gonna post that.
The one thing I didn't really agree with Avon on, she's like, putting a gun in your arm seems a little bit unethical, and I'm like,
Have you seen the universe we live in?
do you know where you live? Are you sure about this? Is like the least unethical thing in this universe.
Yeah, there we go. There's Dr. Macampa.
Yep, there she is.
Yeah.
Oops.
Nope. Yep. There, you
we
go. Yeah,
Right.
on a little bit above, kind of covering your buddy Johnny.
Good. I don't want to see him today.
Yeah.
I'm like,
But yeah.
that's like the least unethical body modification in this world.
Yeah. There's like way more unethical ways, but I get it because like the way Avon's looking at it is like that's not forwarding science in a way that is useful.
Yeah.
That's more of just war and destruction, which Avon is kind of against using
Yeah.
science for that.
Well, she's sunk to their level. That's what she supposedly claims.
Yeah, that's what she feels that way at the end. I disagree. I get why she feels that way, but I also am like, no, you did what you had to survive. That's not you weren't actively. In fact, you were actively trying to stop their plan.
Mhm.
That we'll talk about that when we get to that
Yeah.
part. But yeah, so she manages to.
So Dr. M. Campa is largely cybernetic.
Yeah,
Despite the picture you just saw,
it's
a
a little
bit more extensive than that.
Yeah, I think the clothes hide a lot of it.
Yeah. And she's like about to kill her, but fortunately, the Jedi show up
Yeah.
just in time.
Yeah. Vernestra shows up.
Fucking really cutting it close this time.
Well, when have they not in this series, and specifically in the High Republic?
Mm. If only their investigative instincts were a little bit stronger, maybe they would have helped more.
Yeah.
Not a diss to them, just an observation.
Yeah.
A sad one, but they do their best.
So yeah.
And so,
Oh, and Karzu was Quarren. That. Yeah.
I see.
That's
so
the
a
that's
little
the
bit
other fish people. The non-Mon Calamari fish people. Yeah. So yeah, they managed to fend off Mkampa, but she escapes,
Yes, she escapes,
which is
because-
very key because I'm hoping we see more of her because I kind of like her as a villain.
Yeah. So
She's a great foil for Avon.
yeah, they
Uh,
escape, and there is a great. They're like, okay, here's the truth: the planet's probably gonna be fucked for a while.
yeah. So like
Because of what?
and at this point everybody's evacuating.
Yeah.
And as they're after they evacuate, like while they're flying to, because at this point Starlight Beacon's made it.
Yeah.
So they're like loading everybody onto ships to fly up to Starlight Beacon, and while on one of them, Honesty talks to Vern.
Yeah, it's not. It's either a little bit before that or during that.
Yeah,
And Honesty is like, hey,
it's okay.
it's fine. Oh no, because there are two of them. There's two conversations.
Oh, I was
Well-
thinking of the one later. Yeah,
So the first one is Honesty being like, hey, you're probably not going to hear this from anybody else,
but thank you.
but thank you.
Yeah,
The second one, which you're bringing
Yeah.
up, is the one where she goes over and she's like, hey, are you going to be fine with like
the loss of your
the loss
planet.
of your planet? And he's like, it hasn't really felt like home since Dad's been gone.
Yeah, and also like he kind of brings up that the other Delnans probably are okay with this too.
Yeah. They're like, we kind of knew this might happen.
Yeah, I mean,
We don't
you lived
enjoy
on a
that it happened.
like you lived on a volcano world. Like what? Like
They're like, we knew this might happen. We just didn't want it to be like today, but we understood.
yeah.
So
So,
they're not really upset about it.
the good news is no more ice skaters.
Yeah, I don't have to continue to ask questions about the environment and the ecology of this world, since it's all fucking lava now.
Yeah.
And so another conversation happens.
Yes. So Avon.
Avon is worried
She is distraught about having helped Imkampa, at least in her point of view.
Yeah, and so
And and she admits everything to Vern. She's like, "Hey, I took Emery's crystal. Here's everything that happened when I got captured." And
And
Vern's
she's
just like, "You got to talk to Emery, not me." And also, like, I don't think you did anything wrong.
she's like, one, that's Emery's crystal, not mine. Why are you talking to me about it? Two, you did what you had to.
Yeah.
Go talk to Emery. He'll help you sort this out.
And so she does, has a similar conversation, once again breaking down crying.
And
But Emery does what Emery does kind of best, but also it feels invasive when you
Yeah.
think about it a little bit. He does his empath thing.
yeah, and
Avon notices, because...
like, are you using the Force to make me feel better? And he's like, yeah. He
But only-
doesn't even
Yeah,
lie.
he's just like, a little. And she's like, please don't.
Don't. And he's
Eh,
like, look, I
I'm j-
don't think that the Jedi should only be the only ones to have access to these things.
Yeah, in fact, I knew you took my
It's
crystal.
like, I fucking knew the whole time. And I'm like, why are you telling her that? She already knows. You gave it to her.
I think the way they kind of, I think there was, they kind of imply
Gave
she,
her the broken
yeah,
lightsaber.
yeah.
He knows the crystal's in there.
Yeah,
He
I
knew
don't
the
know.
whole
I don't know.
time.
Oh man,
Because it's mentioned in the earlier book that we read.
yeah.
And I'm like, why would he be mad at you for that? He
Well,
knows the whole
I
time.
think it's more of how she used it is more of what she was worried about.
And he's like, I don't fucking blame you for that.
Yeah. He's like, I knew you took it, and I knew what you were gonna do. So like, and I knew I could trust you because I know you're gonna use it to better people's lives, not make more
Yeah.
weapons.
And so, of course, the rest of the stuff continues.
Unfortunately,
There is
so
a moment.
there's a moment. So while she and Emery are just talking, Avon's mother shows up
Yeah.
because it turns out her mom was on Starlight at this time.
Yep.
And she's like, "Oh, you're okay. Thank goodness. I can't believe that you survived Dr. Mkampa and Karazu and I think she
And
mentions
Diva.
Diva, yeah,
Yeah.
and Diva." And then she walks away after like giving a brief hug and all that, and kind of being and going like, "Okay, you gotta talk to
Yeah.
your friend, your Jedi friend. All right, I gotta go."
So, as Emery and like Avon are kind of walking away,
They're like, "Wait," Avon's like, "Wait a minute, I didn't
tell her any of that.
Yeah, I didn't tell her any of that, and the only person who knows any of those names is well, actually,
Nobody
no,
else.
nobody knows those names because I told Vernestra the situation, but I didn't say the names of anybody
Yeah.
because we were in a hurry.
And so, why does my mom know all the names of the Nihil I was with? Like,
Like perfectly. We
wait
need
a
to
minute.
we need to talk to my mom,
Yeah.
and then we don't resolve that.
Oh no, actually, she asked Emery directly, "Hey, do you know who Dr. Mkampa is?"
Yeah.
And he goes, "No."
Yeah, that's how she knows that like nobody like. That's how she knows that only she can know.
Yeah. And so she's like, "Oh shit, that's not good."
So yeah, there's gonna be some
That
Staros family drama.
is left unresolved.
To think that Sana Staros came from this family.
This is a weird fucking family. But,
Fuck Avon's mom.
traitor.
Yeah, traitor. I was gonna make a joke. I was gonna say technically Mark Shion already did that, but
Hey, to anyone,
Gira.
to anyone, a bit of advice. Maybe don't have romantic relations
With a terrorist.
with a terrorist. I don't care how hot they are.
Yeah, I don't care how much like an elf they look,
I don't. Me and you have had this discussion.
because I've shown you. Have I shown you
Yes,
what
have
he looks
shown me
like?
What he looks like.
He's a blue elf.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't think that Vernestra is a bad master. However, I do wish that they had focused a little bit more on that relationship dynamic.
Yeah.
And I also don't really feel like, aside from calling the Jedi there, that Honesty didn't do much.
Yeah, but
Then
at the
again-
same time, it's his home world, so they kind of needed him
Yeah.
there.
It makes sense for him to be there.
Yeah.
Though, pretty good.
I'm kind of upset that we don't know what's going to happen with Gira.
Yeah.
I want that Staros family drama.
Mm.
Bring it.
Oh yeah, we also tried to like figure out how quickly she left Starlight Beacon.
Yeah, because we were driving when we were driving here. I was like, wait a minute, because she has to leave Starlight Beacon before. So hold on, let me pull up the timeline.
Yeah.
Let's pull up the timeline first and foremost.
What, did she like leave the next day?
Like, so let's see, because this takes place before both Mission to Disaster and the Fallen Star,
Yeah.
because obviously it has to, because Starlight Beacon still exists.
Mhm.
Let's see, Mission to Disaster. Here we go. Mission to Disaster is here. Midnight Horizon is down here. Let me share so that way they can see what we're looking at. Let's see. Is this the one? No. Come on. It's not letting me share the window with you guys. But I'd assume it has to be within the same week.
Yeah. Cause like she gets off real quick.
Yeah,
And we also know that
here we go.
as far as I'm aware, Avon is not on Starlight Beacon.
And actually, I'm gonna make it bigger, and I'll let it cover us up real quick
Yeah.
so that way they can really see the timeline. So yeah, Mission Disaster's at the top of the current page where I said it. It's right here. And then Midnight Horizon, which we've read, is down here, and we've read Crash and Crew do what they do, and No Stone Unturned because that was part of last week's.
So
And then Fallen Star, we know is concurrent with Midnight. Midnight Horizon's ending is concurrent to Fallen Star.
yeah.
So it has to be within a week.
Yeah.
So we go a whole week, as far as we know, without, because we don't see any argument yet. As far as we know, Avon has not talked to her mother yet in a week about something that she suspected. Specifically that her mom might be in league with the Nihil.
Yeah. But at the same time, how do you go over and start that conversation?
Well, it helps that she has a Jedi by her side.
Yeah.
Because Emery also knows.
Yeah. Henry's like, what the fuck? Should
Because I was listening to the audiobook and I knew it was near the end. So I was like, oh, are they going to end it with the death of Emery and Avon? Is Gira going to kill her own daughter to
Kira
hide
just
this?
goes over, I got a plan for you. Brought you into this world. I'm taking you out of it.
But no, it ends before any of that. It ends with actually ends with very important, Vernestra getting recruited by Avar Kriss to go hunt Lorna D.
Yep.
Because they still believe Lorna D is the Eye.
Which we know is not the case.
Yeah, which we know is not the case. Which, funny enough, it's funny that the ending of the book loops into that because I also bought the physical copy of the Tempest Runner audio drama, which is about Lorna D.
Oh boy.
All right, so that was
That's
Mission to Disaster.
Disaster.
Oh,
It was good.
yeah. Thankfully, so this is one of those where we can say nothing completely tragic happened,
Yeah.
other than Donna.
Well, Donna's gone, but its people are not.
Yeah, I guess the important part is people aren't dead.
Yeah.
The ice skaters are.
They're gone.
No more ice
But they
skaters.
confused me too much.
They can't exist. They don't make enough sense.
Yeah. When I get an answer as to whether or not.
You know what? I will put out a tweet just for you and see if I can tag Justina Ireland and ask. Maybe tag Pablo Hidalgo. Maybe he knows.
Yeah.
He knows how ice skaters work.
I mean, They might not be extinct. Maybe someone decided to put them with some Rathtars on a ship.
Ah.
That's just the funniest fucking thing.
Question is, which ones would survive? Which one would be eaten first?
don't
Would the
know.
Ice Gators eat the Rathtars, or the Rathtars eat the Ice Gators?
I don't know. How big is a Rathtar?
Well, have you seen The Force Awakens? I know you didn't watch it with Andrew yet,
No,
but
we haven't got there yet.
oh, I gotta pull up a Rathtar for you, buddy.
I think a Savrip could take an Ice Gator.
Oh, here we go. That's the scale. Yeah, because Balatique.
I don't know.
I think the Rathtar might eat an Ice Gator.
Yeah, because it has tendrils.
Yeah, it's got the tendrils. You gotta watch out for those.
Yeah.
As was learned in Fallen Star.
Hmm.
Almost didn't go well for some people.
Yep.
All right, so next week we're doing something a little different. We're looking at a magazine.
Mm.
We're mainly doing it for the short story. So we're jumping ahead in time.
Okay.
We're going to pre-Attack of the Clones, but post Phantom Menace.
All right.
They published a story that's about Jango Fett and Zam Wessel.
Okay.
It is called The Wessel Run.
I'm not gonna laugh at it.
I think
punny name.
it's meant to be, yeah.
Very punny name.
So we'll read that, and I guess if you also want to read some of the articles, you can. It's up
Yeah.
to you. I'll probably read some of them, and we can discuss the articles as well. But really, the main topic will be the short story because
Yeah.
it's canon.
All right.
It's mainly why I get Insider magazine still, is so I can get the short
Read the
stories. I do like, though, that they have been republishing the short stories into collections now, because that makes it so much easier for somebody like me. Because do you know how hard it is to get really old magazines just for the short story?
I imagine extremely difficult.
It's almost impossible.
So extremely difficult.
So the fact that they do reprints is nice, because they've been doing hardcover reprints where it's just the short stories, and that's been nice.
Oh.
But yeah, this will be our next one.
Okay.
Once again, no guest. Really, a guest isn't worth bringing in for just a short story.
Yeah.
Uh,
Want to try and bring them in for
for the
something
big
a little
stuff.
nicer
Yeah,
than
the big
that.
stuff. Yeah, which I think we're going to be on short stories for a while now. Let me check the schedule.
Hmm.
Unless something releases surprisingly out of nowhere, we should be sticking to the schedule for a minute.
Watch them release something.
Now that I've said that,
Just,
yeah. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna start the Starlight Go Together. We're gonna start the Starlight short story collection, which is about Starlight Beacon, and is gonna have Gal Tarpon, and also her the boss of Starlight, the one that I was talking about. It's gonna have not Master Maru, although he's important. I think he appears a little bit in it, but
it's either so far Geos, Chris, or
oh, sorry, this one isn't gonna have them yet. Sorry, the first short story is actually gonna have our favorite couple, the Adrians.
The Adrians, they're back.
Yeah, Joss and
Oh, the best boy.
yeah, it's got Buryaga for a little bit. Yeah, Best Boy Buryaga, Wookiee Jedi. But yeah. So, yeah, we're gonna do some short stories for a bit. Yeah, and then we'll do volume 1 of the mainline comic,
All right.
which that's gonna be where we bring Scotty in to actually discuss that, because that's gonna be our way of getting him into the High Republic.
Fail miserably.
Well, I mean, at the very least, you'll have read some of the material, whether you like it or not. That at the end of the day, you've at least tried it, and that's what matters.
We'll see.
Yeah. All right. So that is the end of another episode. So thank you guys for watching. If you are on YouTube, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. That's youtube.com/Escape Reality Films. If you are on Twitch watching us, it is twitch.tv/CJ Star Wars 94, and you can be sure to subscribe or follow there. I'd like to thank Mopcast Network and Gamers and Geeks for providing the space. You can watch Mopcast Network podcasts at youtube.com/Mopcast Network, where we've got Cult Movie Cantina, which is starting our new season coming up, where we will be reviewing Xanadu as our first. Watching tomorrow. And that will be our first movie for the new season. And we are doing My Star Wars Life as well, just talking about Star Wars for now until Obi-Wan comes out. Then it's going to, I think we're doing, we're going to talk the trailer. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the one currently out, we talk about the Star Wars Hotel, Star Wars Eclipse, and what's going on there, which we've discussed. And... and the anniversary of the finale for Rebels. And then this upcoming episode, it's going to be the Kenobi trailer and whatever else happens to be on our minds. And then eventually we're going to do kind of an Obi-Wan thing once Obi-Wan comes out.
5 years. That's all I'm gonna.
5 years, yep, 5 years. And then what else am I? You can also check them out on Spotify or wherever or Apple, wherever you listen to your podcast. If you're more of a listener and less of a viewer, although I assume if you're watching us, then you like to watch your podcast content.
Or you could be like me and be a weirdo and then just go and watch it, but leave it on and not pay any attention to it.
Yeah. So you're more of like you're still a listener. You just turn it on so that way, because in our case we only do the video. But if you're in the Mobile, Alabama area, you can also come check out Gamers and Geeks. As I've said in previous episodes, it's a gaming shop. You can get your Magic the Gathering, your Pokemon, your D&D. They also have an arcade in the back where you can pay $10 for the day. Basically, play any arcade games that we have back here as a free play. And there's also I forget, all of a sudden I just blanked on the name, but the video game part of the shop. The grid is or engage, which you can do a month. I think they do a monthly thing where you basically are a club member. I've wanted to do it for a while, just to do the VR stuff, because they've got the VR machine, you got your PlayStation and Xbox, and even a PC. So if you want to do some PC gaming and you don't got quite the rig that you need for your games, that's one way to do it. What else am I missing? I've done Patreon. Check out our Patreon if you really want to help out. That really shows us some support. That's how we eventually get this to be more full-time. And that's patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. First tier will get you access to the Discord where you can come hang out with us.
Yep.
And second tier gets you a view at the YouTube content a week before it's uploaded. Well, a week before it goes live. Because I upload that stuff way ahead. Because obviously I have to upload it for you guys to watch it a week ahead.
Yeah.
All right. And so that's it. We'll see you guys next time with a short story about Zam and Django.
Have a good one.
All right, it's a new episode of
Yeah.
Escape Reality Star Wars Talk.
Welcome.
Welcome back, everybody, to another week. We are on episode 13.
That means we've been doing this for 3 months now, give or take.
Yeah,
Do we count?
give because we skipped a week. A week. We skipped Christmas week.
Oh yeah, yeah, we did. We did do our first one right before Christmas.
Yeah, we
didn't
did. Yeah, we did the week before Christmas. Then we skipped Christmas week.
Yeah.
And then we did the week after, which was like New Year's. I think it was, in fact, New Year's Day.
Yeah, that lines up, I think.
And so,
all right.
so this week we are going to explore the underworld of
Yeah.
Star Wars. We're going to learn about the criminals and how they operate, and also a little bit about the law and how it
Yeah.
works. And in fact, we have some discussion on that because we were just, I can't remember if we discussed it on the show. I know we discussed it outside the show, how bounty hunting works.
Yeah.
And like the legality / gray area of bounty hunting, which is a major part of what's in
Yeah.
Star Wars Insider this month, as well as a major part of the short story that we read for this week.
The conclusion that we have reached is that we don't know how it works.
Yeah, like I assume that it is legal as long as you are going after a legal contract, like an actual, like somebody that the law has put up and said, hey, this is somebody who has broken the law. We need you to go after them. And Dead or Alive works.
Yeah. In Star Wars, apparently.
Yeah.
I assume there are ones that are like don't no kill.
Yeah, there are.
But
in fact,
they don't
In
seem
fact,
to
that's
be-
one. In fact, that's one that's in our short story this week.
Yeah. But they don't always seem to be that way.
Yeah,
And it's also unclear if they
and then honestly, we have yet to. And I can't think of in canon any leak. That's not true. There is one legal contract in the entirety of Star Wars that's canon, and will always be canon because it's in a movie. Empire Strikes Back.
no.
When Vader hires the bounty hunters, that is a legal hire
Yeah.
because he is a representative of the government hiring bounty hunters for a government contract.
Yep.
Because Han is a criminal,
Yeah.
and technically Leia and Luke also have legal contracts on their head
Yeah.
because they work for the rebellion. Basically, any major head of the rebellion has a contract on their head from the Empire,
Yeah.
which are legal. While they are the bad guys in taking these contracts, they are following
They
the
are
legal
perfectly
law.
legal.
Yes.
And as we've discussed, Boba Fett is very about his business when he is on the fucking clock.
Yeah. Now, where the legality gray area comes in is, while yes, Han is a contract for the Empire, he's also a contract for Jabba,
Yeah.
which is outside the legal system.
Yeah.
Because any Hutt contracts are not legal, except for in Hutt space.
Yeah. And I think that's like what it would be like if you went into one neighborhood or
It'd be more like if you went into
one like
somebody's state.
Yeah, like
It's like a city-state, almost. Well, no, that's not fair. Honestly, I'd argue Hutt space is its own country.
yeah,
Because there's enough planets to qualify
Yeah.
that. Because you've got Hutta, now Hutta, you've got Narshada as part of Hutt space, you got Tatooine as part of Hutt space.
yeah, it's got enough to be comparable to a country. I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
It would
So it'd be like you bringing American laws into a different country.
it wouldn't work, but sure. And I
Yeah.
suppose he already has a bounty out on him there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Like, yes, he committed a crime in that other country as well. But you can't take him back. We don't have extradition here.
Yeah.
But in this case, since the Hutt, as we, so let's, I get, because we'll talk more about this in depth as we talk
Yeah.
about, because you read the article about
I
the
read
different
the crime article.
the crime about the different criminal syndicates that exist, as well as certain individual bounty hunters and law keepers that exist, law enforcement. because they didn't really talk about groups of law enforcement. They talked about people.
Yeah, individuals.
Whereas on the criminal side, they talked about the actual syndicates rather than the individuals.
And
But we'll get there. I don't think we'll start there. In fact, I want to kind of start at the beginning of it because I tried to read the entire issue through. I didn't quite get to everything. So first off, they highlight something that we talked about in our either first or second episode of Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. They talk about the Return of the Jedi being put on the National Film Registry.
Yeah.
And they talked about because that's happening this month officially.
Oh. All right.
And I think, yeah, it's either this month or next month because this counted as the March-April issue.
I see.
All
right.
And then the other thing they talked about was George Lucas and Kathleen Kennedy being awarded the Milestone Award at the Producers Guild of America, which we discussed as well. And that one is next month. That's April.
All right.
So once again, congrats to them and congrats to Return of the Jedi for
Yeah.
making it in the National Film Registry because that means it's a protected film within our government. Like it is now a part of like history more than it already was. Like I would argue that the original trilogy, honestly, every Star Wars film is a part of history, even the current ones. But now they are legally identified as a part of history. Another interesting article: a British collector made over $68,000 at an auction selling off his toys from the 80s, his Kenner dolls, Star Wars toys. Which Kenner is like the original line of Star Wars action figures and stuff.
I see.
In fact, and apparently as a kid, he basically bought them like really cheap, like for essentially chump change. Because they were just being sold at chump change because they were just at the time they weren't as, and so he just bought them at chump change price and then made profit. In fact, let me pull up the Leia one because they actually, just to give us an idea, they talk about his Leia action figure and how much that was. The Leia figure alone, here it is. What he bought for 49 pence.
Okay.
Which is 67 cents in
Fucking
American.
cheap.
Yeah, it's 67 cents in American. And then he sold it for over for 1,750 pounds, which is $2,389.
Damn. Okay.
And that's just one figure.
Fucking no wonder he made 60.
Sold 93 figures in total, which included one of the ultra rare yak faces. That guy. The yak face.
Oh.
Yeah. Which is, for those of y'all kind of familiar with Clone Wars, he's it's that same race as the old Jedi that helps Ahsoka find her lightsaber.
There we go.
Yeah. This one. So now I'm going to kind of go into there's a couple advertisements because honestly, they advertise a lot of like, hey, this is new, and it's Star Wars, so we're going to advertise it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to kind of just go through all that, even though it's out of order a little bit.
All right.
So they advertise a Boba Fett blaster rifle from Nerf, which I know you would like if it wasn't over, how much is it? Over $100.
Oh Christ!
Nerf is not cheap anymore.
No, they're not.
It's available for pre-order through Hasbro Pulse, though.
Oh well, that's fucking nice.
Because it doesn't come out until spring of next year for general sale.
Well, hopefully it won't be $100 fucking dollars.
And actually, at the time of recording, okay, it's still on pre-order. It stays on pre-order until the end of this month.
If my kid ever asked me for a fucking $100 toy,
It better be a really good toy.
it better be durable as shit and never break.
Well, let's see. So going into the stats of it, Has
I forgot Nerf guns have stats.
it can fire up to 12 Nerf Elite darts,
Mm.
and includes an illuminated sight and series accurate sound effects. So that's probably why it's $100.
That might explain why.
Also on sale, because like I said, I'm just gonna kind of jump through all the stuff that's on sale. They're for the 20th anniversary of Attack of the Clones, which is this year.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's
2022.
Yeah,
that movie
and
came
Attack of the
out
Clones
in
was 2002.
2002.
Yep. Which I remember that because of that story that I share all the time about my first Star Wars experiences. Yeah. 2001 was when I first got introduced to Star Wars with Phantom Menace, and I saw Attack of the Clones as my first theatrical. So because of the anniversary, though, they're releasing a new Padme figure as part of it, and it's it's more of a statue than a figure because it includes the little base. It's her during the Battle of Geonosis, and it has her in her ready stance with her blaster next to a pillar to kind of describe it for you guys. We're looking at it.
Yeah.
There's a little comic that's just for giggles, making fun of the Imperial guy in Solo, giving Han his name. Also on sale, if you've been looking to cosplay as Rey, and you just haven't found your outfit yet, apparently there's a new outfit for the Jakku look. It's been created by a creator known as Dunuo Novo. And apparently they, along with the actual Jakku style outfit, it comes with the X-Wing helmet, the scavenged X-Wing helmet that she has. So, and then there's some magnetic mini gargoyles of the Rancor on sale that are supposed to like match the style of Jabba's throne room. I don't wear earrings, but there's some earrings on sale as well that include have new characters, that have some characters like Yoda, Leia, Mandalorian, and Grogu.
Oh, well, that's nice.
One that I've talked about in Discord with some friends.
Yeah.
There is a new Boba Fett sling bag. So if you need a bag to carry your heads in for your bounties,
Oh, right.
there you go. You got that.
You know that in regards to like watching like Old Republic stuff and playthroughs, the things that always get me,
Or the heads and bags.
it was the heads in the bags and like some of the I think it's some of the dark side options where the character will just sort of like present the head and let it fall out of their hand. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man.
Especially that one. I know which one you're talking about, because there's one specifically where you do that to the guy's wife.
I'm like, did you have to go that hard?
Well, yes, because you were hired to make her scared, and that's gonna make her scared.
Yeah. That'll do the trick.
She's not gonna fight the Hutts anymore.
She can't.
Because she was trying to, along with that bag, though, you can't forget your Fett Adidas jacket. Because there's an Adidas jacket that's designed to kind of look like Boba Fett's, like, I'll show you. I've shown Discord, but that's kind of what it looks like. It's a little track jacket, tracksuit jacket. Then there's also a new potato head that looks like Mando, and it comes with a little Grogu. A new Mandalorian pop figure with him riding the Blurg is out. Mando also has a micro. I know if you're into I know some of our listeners and friends of the show are fans of Lego. And there's a new Mando micro Lego piece that has Mando riding in a micro version of the Razor Crest, the micro fighter.
Okay, that's actually pretty cool.
So, if you're a fan of Legos, there you
Yeah.
go. Oh, and that's actually reasonably priced, $9.99. That's a
Okay,
Lego I
yeah,
could buy.
That's something I would buy for my kid.
That's actually reasonably priced for Lego.
I think Lego's gonna be fucking around forever.
But for Lego price, that's actually pretty cheap.
Yeah, considering.
That Funko Pop's not too bad either at $25. Because it's him on a blurg. It's him on a blurg.
Okay.
It's not just him standing.
Yeah. If it was just him standing by himself, I'd be like, all right, son, you're pushing it.
And then I've already got a popcorn maker, but if you want one, there's a Grogu one with him in the little egg thing the little baby basket the floating baby basket he has. So
All right.
there
Were some
there's some really good
interesting-
stuff on sale that, like, if
You
you
know-
are big Star Wars fans like me, you might lose your money.
You might lose some money. God, that kind of reminds.
And it's a little. There's something for everybody too.
Yeah.
Like if you might not care as much about Star Wars, hey, you might find the Nerf gun cool,
Yeah.
or say you might think the jacket's cool because, like, I joked in Discord. I was like, I don't usually do, like, I don't run or do track or anything, but I might buy the jacket and start doing it just for the jacket
God.
because it looks cool. I mean, and then if you're a lot of these are for serious collectors, like the Padme figure. That's definitely for collectors.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even talk about the price for that. I where was that? Yeah, it's $179.99. So that is for, like, serious That's for serious collectors. And
Okay.
although I might get that for our show because that would look cool up front,
For those of you who, no, actually,
and then I can write it off.
oh yeah, it's another tax write-off.
Because it's a prop for the show.
I think that's one of the greatest, like, flyby comments that you make when we're done with the show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
about all the books that we've read.
Yeah, you're like, this is another tax write-off, and I'm like, well, that's good. Contrary to popular belief, I actually do pay my taxes.
I mean, I pay my taxes too, but I'm also able to write things off because we do stuff like this.
However, I'm also not unaware of the fact that I look like a deranged homeless man.
So let's go ahead and, now that we've done the capitalism side of Star Wars. Let's talk a little bit about some of the other stuff I read. So they talked a little bit about the shows that are in production.
Yeah?
So Andor is, as of this article, as of this issue, was still classified as in production. But
Right.
Bad Batch is now no longer just coming is now just coming soon rather than spring 2022, which is what was originally.
Okay.
So that means it's either pushed back, like it's probably pushed back. It's probably been moved
Yeah.
because we know Obi-Wan's coming up next, and we know after that is Andor
Yeah, so they probably want to have something for
if they need it.
winter.
Yeah, well, winter. I'd assume we get Mando season 3.
I suppose they could do that.
We're starting to hit
Are there any, like,
we're starting to hit a point where
are there
because
any-
the way Disney Plus releases their shows is they do Star Wars, Marvel, Star Wars, Marvel. But we're starting to hit a point where there's just no space in a year to do all the shows that they're making,
Yeah.
which means eventually we're gonna have to have shows airing at the same time. Because the way they currently try to space things out is to make sure that, like, if you're in the same demographic, they try to make sure that you're not
overwhelmed.
like that they're not accidentally advertising two shows to the same demographic at the same time. Meanwhile, people like me will watch anything and everything. So I'm currently, while we're about to get Moon Knight this week, I'm also still watching the Proud Family show because they brought the Proud Family back,
Oh yeah, they did.
and it's actually pretty good.
Also, I fucking forgot that Moon Knight's coming out.
Yeah, Moon Knight. Yeah, Moon Knight's this week.
But then again,
It's either
I'm
this
not-
week or next week.
I'm not a big Marvel.
Yeah.
Well, I like them, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't have the time, or the means, or the interest
Yeah.
to go and see such things.
But yeah, it's either this week or next week. Well, you don't have to go anywhere. It's on Disney Plus.
I don't have that.
Yeah. Well, you just hang out with me.
Uh.
Because I've got everything.
Yeah, I'm like,
The only thing I don't have is Apple
Oh,
Plus,
God.
which I need to get Apple TV Plus back because I like a show that's by Rob McElroy, who's the Always Sunny creator. He's the one that plays Mac. And it's basically him running a a video game company where they make an MMO.
Hmm.
It's pretty funny. So let's see. So that's the updates on shows at the moment. Some books that are on their way.
Oh.
We're getting The Mandalorian Search and Find. So A Mandalorian Where's Waldo?
Boy.
But it's like specifically like you're looking for specific people, not the same person.
Oh,
It's one of those books.
I see.
Because you're a bounty hunter, so you're looking for
Where are they?
where's your bounties.
Mm.
Yeah. I assume, anyways, that's what it's going to be. If it is more like Where's Waldo, I guess you're looking for Grogu on every page.
Yeah. Where is he?
Where's my kid?
Green bastard.
Also we're getting Queen's Hope, which is the third book in the Queen trilogy, which is something we plan to review soon.
Okay. I don't know who the titular queen refers to.
It would be Padme.
Okay.
But it also follows her handmaidens, and so we get a really what makes these books really, really good
Mhm.
is it gives so much character to all these handmaidens, and like everybody loves these characters now because of these books. Like they're good characters, but the problem is the movies did not give them that
Yeah.
kind of respect. They either are in the background.
They're around.
They're either around or in the
But
background, or they
what-
just die.
Oh yeah. That's
Dorme.
right.
Don't forget Dorme. Never forget Dorme.
God.
She immediately dies within the first 5 minutes of Attack of the Clones.
I mean, they do their job. It's fucked up, but they do their job real well of dying instead of their queen.
And you learn that similar to Padme, which Padme is not her
real name.
real name.
Yeah.
Well, Padme's her name. It's the Amidala part that's not true. It's Newberry. Padme Newberry. But you learn that similar to how she had to have her name changed, all the handmaidens had their name changed to have the A part at the end of their name. So you got Dorme, Sabe,
Oh, God.
which Sabe is one of the best characters to come out of the Queen trilogy so far, because not only has she been in the Queen trilogy, she's been an important part in the Vader comic because she's still alive.
Oh. She's like, I remember when you were a lot more chill than this.
And she also, you know what? I'm not gonna say because
Okay.
we're gonna run into her soon because we're gonna go back to the Vader comics at some point because obviously we got to review the next. Well, we'll talk about that when we get to comics.
I was
But yeah, we're gonna review Queen's Hope when that comes out. I am upset because everybody and their mother who I know through the Star Wars community doing stuff like we do, they're all getting review copies, and so they've already read it or are halfway through reading it, and it comes out next month. And I'm just like, we do a review show where we talk about books every week.
Yeah.
It'd be nice.
Oh man.
Because then we could actually, if we got review copies, we could actually talk about books the week they come out and not the next week.
To be honest, I'm glad we're probably gonna end up doing. Fuck.
And actually, we might not even get Queen's Hope that week because, depending on my schedule, we might have to skip a week.
Okay. Well, I've also got. It's the first time in a while. I'm gonna peel back the curtain a
No,
little
go
bit,
ahead.
that I've had a 39-hour work week.
Yeah. So you were glad that it was just a short story.
Yeah.
That was like barely 5 pages.
Yeah. And the upcoming
And the
this
next few,
upcoming
and the
week,
next few,
and then the next
yeah, the
one
next few
is
weeks are also just short stories. Yeah.
Yeah, is also 39. Sorry, this one hasn't been so bad. It's only been about 19.
Yeah.
Next week is 39, and the week after that.
And to kind of put that into perspective, your job is basically unloading like a bunch of
Yeah.
you're
get to
basically
go- I move
you're the
boxes.
yeah, you unload like the shipments that come in.
It's not even shipments. It's just us getting the problem. I've explained the problem a few
Yeah.
times, but I don't think I've ever addressed
Mm.
the audience. So the problem that we run in is we get our stock re-upped every week.
Yep.
And sometimes there's already stuff that's out on the shelves and we can't actually put stuff out. So it gets stuck there. And then we get more stuff. And we can't put that out.
Yep.
And it just keeps getting worse and worse.
And you just have to hold that stuff until like finally you can,
Yeah.
and then you're just like weeks and weeks behind on putting stuff out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, although we get...
That sounds like a problem that could easily be solved by whoever's in charge of ordering the shipments to kind of put a pause on them if they realize that we've got too much inventory.
They don't, though.
Because you can do that. Like, I am absolutely sure that they could just go, we're going to pause our shipments for now.
Yeah.
Because we have like 3 weeks worth of stock in the
So-
back.
Yeah. The issue with that is...
The problem is then you'd have to reset up the orders, which you'd have to be like, you'd have to do it when you still have like 2 weeks in your inventory in the back, because you don't, with the way shipping is currently, you don't know when that shipment will arrive.
I think that's all we would need to do is instead of having them come once a week, we would just have to switch it to
Every
once
other
every
week.
2 weeks. And then we might have a fucking chance.
Yeah. But
But that's...
up to them.
I'm sorry.
That's
this is a Star Wars podcast.
no,
and I'm
no.
complaining about my job.
No, it's fine. It's fine. While it's a Star Wars podcast first and foremost, this is also a just talk about whatever. Because, this is our kind of time to just hang out and talk about whatever, and
Ah,
I know our listeners usually don't mind either. Cuz that's just how podcast works. That's just the format. Tangents happen. Going back on track though with books. So we're getting 2 mini/tiny books. We're getting the mini book of lightsabers, which I think you would like because you liked looking at the inside of lightsabers and looking at hilts.
yeah.
This is a visual guide to different lightsaber hilts in the galaxy.
Mm.
So that would be a fun one for you, probably.
I want to go on another tangent.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So, while I do like certain lightsaber designs, and I understand, I don't understand how the 2 blades works.
How like double-sided?
Yes, I don't
Um,
know how it works. And also, that seems like a really bad idea if it just gets cut down the middle. Wouldn't it just stop working?
Well, it would stop at least one half, depending. It also depends where it got cut. If it got cut perfectly in the middle, then potentially both your halves survive, or neither half, depending on how you built it. It depends how you built it.
I am
because it's
so concerned. I'm like, that's both very cool.
But as we see in Phantom Menace, because of where Obi-Wan cut it, one blade still worked.
Okay.
Because technically,
Because it's like personal
technically you built.
design.
Well, also technically you built 2 lightsabers and you've just put them together.
Yeah.
Which is how Ventress also does hers, because she has the double Dooku blade, the curved hilt,
yeah.
and then she can actually attach it. Which I don't know. I feel like that's even more dangerous with the curved hilt, but
yeah. I don't remember ever seeing her do
she's done
that,
it in
though.
Clone Wars show. I think she actually does it in the Clone Wars movie, which is like the pilot episodes of Clone Wars.
Hmm.
I argue that it's just 4 episodes of the show, but which is how which is also how I've gotten less, because like when it came out, people were mad because it was not good, because what they did was they were like, it's a new movie, it's animated, and it's going to be a lead up to our show that's coming out, and we're putting it in theaters.
Maybe not the best call.
Well, yes, the budget was higher than most TV show budgets for animated features, like animated shows at the time. It still was not movie theater quality.
Yeah. Yeah. No. I remember watching it on Cartoon Network
Yeah,
at the time. And
like-
I was like,
because it's high budget, because George paid out of his own pocket,
oh boy.
to produce this show, which is one of the reasons why when Disney bought Star Wars, they were like, okay, we kind of have to cancel the show, because George, while we've got Disney money, George was paying out of pocket to help make the show.
Yeah.
Like Warner Brothers, I guess, had put some money in because Cartoon Network was airing it, but who knows how much they were putting in versus how much George put in.
Yeah. Who knows?
And now George is just sitting on retirement.
Yeah.
The other book that's coming out is the Tiny Book of Legendary Women. which it's gonna basically be a fun book with quotes from all of our favorite Star Wars women. So Princess Leia, Rey, Padme.
I'm remembering.
There's gonna be some good quotes in
Yeah.
there. God, Leia especially has
Yeah.
like some of the best quips.
Yeah, she does. She's got those real quick flyby.
And then last but not least, the Mandalorian sticker collection, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's a sticker book. You like sticker books? There you go. I like sticker books sometimes. Like I get sticker books only because like sometimes there's some really cool stickers in them. Like I know I'm not the demographic for these books at all.
But
Like I'm not 5, but I remember getting like a ton of sticker books. So episode 1 especially, I got a ton of sticker books for episode 1 because that was me getting into episode 1 was also the height of like the Scholastic Book Fair time.
oh yeah.
And this was also like the height of Star Wars books being at the Scholastic Book Fair. So a bunch of sticker books were part of that. I got a ton of sticker books from that. And then I was dumb and put the stickers in the pages of the book.
No. On the chapter pages or like the cover?
Like in the actual, well, it's not chapters because you know it's a sticker book. It's like a book that's that thin, but like in the actual books, yeah, like on the pages.
No, Caleb.
And then you can't take
no.
those stickers off because back then, like stickers now are a little bit easier to pull off of pages.
You were fucked.
But back then you were, yeah. Back then they were
stuck. You weren't getting those motherfuckers.
And then if you tried to, then you end up with like the even worse scenario, which is, oh, I've taken the sticker off, but there's the back half of it that's still just there, so there's a bunch of white fluff on the page. Man, my B1 battle droid stickers, man, they went through some stuff.
Oh man.
And then that was also how I really got into chapter books as well. Like Jude Watson is a really good author that got me into Star Wars books, because Jedi Apprentice was a series she wrote, and it was basically Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan before the Phantom Menace doing their thing. And they were
yeah.
like small chapter books for like, you know, young like older than young reading age, but like around like, you know, middle school reading age. So, you know, you got like the same kind of reading level as a Magic Treehouse book, which was also my jam back in the day.
Magic Treehouse was pretty fun.
Especially once they really started going into the Merlin and stuff. Like they really went into the
Yeah.
Arthurian legend stuff.
As a guy, me and my brother had like the first 4 books on like an audiobook DVD.
Yeah.
And then we also had another one that was not it wasn't Magic Treehouse. It was like Patrick something
Yeah.
blank and the bear in the attic.
That sounds actually kind of interesting.
It was a collection about him being, it was like a weird adult thing where he's like, yeah, so I went in and took my driver's test and I'd been working and putting my truck in between the hay bales for parallel parking. And, and the man behind the desk just gave me my
Oh
license.
my gosh.
It's not a joke. And him just,
I hope you still have that because
I fucking want to listen to it so bad, and I don't know where it is or if it got destroyed.
that's the worst.
I know it exists. It's an entire series of them,
Yeah.
but I don't know where they are.
Yeah. Maybe it's on Audible now.
I hope it is, because they're fucking great.
So let's go ahead and jump from books to comics. So there are some upcoming comics that include, well, Han Solo and Chewbacca, which now that we're on, it's already out. I've read it. It's a good start. It was one of the first things we reported on for the season.
Yeah?
Because we talked about how they were doing a Han Solo and Chewbacca comic and that they have to work with Greedo.
Oh, God.
Which, the first issue, definitely... doesn't matter if I give some spoilers. I don't think
Not to
anybody
me.
cares. I mean, we're going to read it eventually.
Yeah.
So, Han Solo might have found his dad. Because the mission brings him to Corellia.
Okay.
and this guy thinks that he might like Han, and this guy think that this guy might be his dad
Mm.
because Han said the name of his dad, and the guy that he was talking to works at the Corellian shipyards,
Mm-hmm.
which is where Han's dad works.
Mm-hmm.
Because Han grew up. That's why he loves YT. Like that's why he likes the Millennium Falcon
Mm.
because he likes the YT ships. Because Corellia is known for designing them, and his dad worked on those type of ships.
Oh.
But also, is this guy scamming Han?
I don't like Corellia.
Because it is Corellia.
It's fucking Corellia. God damn it.
Like people
Which
who.
place is worse for crime, Tatooine or Corellia?
Well, I've already told you my opinion. I'd rather live on Tatooine and their twin son hotness than on Corellia.
I'd rather age 20 years for every 10 than deal with Corellian politics.
Yeah. Also coming out is Crimson Reign 3 and 4, which is the follow up to the War of the Bounty Hunters storyline.
yeah.
So that's why we're eventually going to come back to the Vader comics because we got to read Crimson Reign when that's
Miss
finished.
Kira, I have the sense that you may or may not be very, very fucked.
I mean, well, you know, they got 2 more storylines because they got Crimson Reign and then they Crimson End, I think is what they're calling the last of the trilogy. Because they're doing a trilogy of the events for the event comics.
Well, hopefully that works out.
And then we're getting Halcyon Legacy number 3 and 4, which is a tie-in to the new Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser Hotel. Because tie-in,
Oh, man.
because we got to advertise. And it basically tells stories of like the actual ship throughout different periods of Star Wars history. So I've read the first issue. The second issue's out now, and I haven't read it yet. But the first issue takes place. So the main story takes place at the same time that the hotel and the park takes place, which is during the sequel era.
Okay.
So, like, if you were to ever go to the Disney park and go to Galaxy's Edge, there's a story there.
Yeah.
Same thing with, like, when you go to the hotel, there's the role-playing side of being at the hotel.
All right.
There's a story, and it's canon.
oh, boy.
And it's basically in the sequel era. But the first issue of Halcyon Legacy showed basically somebody told a story and was like, here's a story of the Legacy back during the High Republic era.
Mm.
And how the Nihil tried to take over it.
Speaking of the Nihil, I was thinking about this the other day, and I'm like, man, the Nihil, from what I have seen, do make the Empire look like a bunch of little bitches in terms of the shit they've done comparatively.
Yeah. Yeah, what have you guys done, Empire? You destroyed one whole world.
Yeah, well, those are rookie numbers. In comparison.
Although they actually blew up a planet.
Yeah, Nihil didn't have to blow up a planet.
No, they just, yeah.
Unless we count terraforming to an extreme degree.
So then we've also got the mainline comics for, so we got Star Wars number 22 and 23, Dr. Aphra 19, Bounty Hunter number 21, and Darth Vader number 21, all of which are going to tie into the Crimson Reign storyline in some way, because that's the big storyline going on right now.
Think we'll see the favorite scary ass bird woman.
I can't remember if we've already seen her, because I've been reading it as they come out. I
She
think
scares me. I'm
yeah.
worried about it.
yeah.
Not in the like for her safety. I mean
for everybody else.
for everybody else.
Well, who's scarier, her or Deathstick?
I'm gonna go with Deva.
Diva?
Yeah, because we see Deathstick lose. We haven't seen Diva lose.
Let's see. Also, it's kind of the end of an era. Phase 1 of the High Republic is completely out. Like every book and comic that's part of Phase 1. Meanwhile, we're still catching up until Phase 2 comes out. We're riding through it still. So let's talk about some of the articles now.
All right.
Actually, one more thing before we get to the articles. There was a giveaway going on, which came with a quiz as the form of entry.
All right.
And the prize is a RTFX model kit of Obi-Wan and Emperor Palpatine. And I'll kind of show you what it looks like on here.
All right.
Where is it at? Yeah, here it is. So that's what they'll look like. So you'll obviously, since they're model kits, I think you have to put them together.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna need help with that because I suck at models. The question though,
Mm-hmm.
and I knew the answer immediately thanks to visual dictionaries. Like that's the only way you're gonna know the answer to this.
Okay.
What was the name of the group of statues displayed in Supreme Chancellor Palpatine's office? A. Two Knights of Baroni. B. Three Sisters of Mercy with 2 eyes. Or C. Four Sages of Dwarty. They all have 2 eyes at the end. Now I'll let you make your guess. I won't tell you if you're correct or not because obviously this contest is still going until until
Does
May 4th. It says is when you have to have your email in.
they have? He has statues in his office.
Yep. In fact, I will pull them up.
Yeah.
Um.
I'll try not.
Yeah. Look
I'll
away
make
while
sure
I
that
type
the
it in
answer
because
isn't on the page.
yeah. Look away while I pull them up so that way.
Let me know when it's good.
Let me see about just downloading the image because that way, because I don't want the name at the top.
Yeah, no, I don't get to see the.
Palp statues is what I'll call them in the save file. And I'll pull. Okay, I'll pull them up for our. You're good now.
Okay.
I'll pull it up for the viewers at home. So this is it.
Okay.
These are the statues that are in his office.
What was the?
You got Two Knights of Baroni, Three Sisters of Mercy, Four Sages of Dwarty, which, yeah, I just realized this might give away the answer.
Yeah. It might be the one with 4 in it.
Pick number 3, my lord. I didn't think of that.
To be honest, though, if you hadn't shown me that, I would never know.
Yeah. So I guess there's your answer. I guess so. Yeah. It's the Four Sages of Dwarty. So hey, if you wanted to quickly enter into that, there's your answer.
Don't you bastards cheat now?
Well, it's fine.
Despite the
At this
fact that
point,
I essentially just cheated.
at this point, just go for it.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of don't want anybody else to enter because I want it, but I suck at these things. So maybe somebody who's better at that type of we'll get it.
Maybe. Who knows?
Somebody that's actually good with model kits. So there were some interesting articles.
Oh, yeah.
So we got a really amazing interview of the 3 men that were inside the Jabba puppet during Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
Did you read that?
Yes, actually.
It's a really good interview.
It is.
And you learn a lot about the history of like puppeteering in film because a lot of these guys are either had either already been in the industry doing puppetry for Jim Henson specifically.
Dark Crystal. I
Dark
think.
Crystal
Like
was
two of them.
2 of them were on Dark Crystal. One was around even longer than that.
One of them had been like doing marionette shit since they were a child.
Yeah, like because their parents
Yeah.
did puppeteering,
Oh, God.
and that was the one who was the lead puppeteer of the Jabba puppet. He was the left hand and the mouth.
Yeah.
And then the other guy was the right hand and something else.
The weird part.
And then of course, and then the guy that was the tail was also Master Logray for the Ewoks. It was interesting also hearing technology, like what they had to do to like communicate.
They're like, yeah, we had like
Really tiny, like bad CRT TVs that were black and white.
we also had like little earpieces so we could kind of talk.
Yeah.
There was also they're like, we just climbed in and had to stay there for a couple of hours.
Yeah, like 10-hour days.
Yeah, I was
10
like,
to 12-hour days of just being in the
God.
costume.
I'm like, I fucking could never do that.
And of course, but I mean, also they were able to goof around
Yeah.
in between takes. They were like,
No, it was that wasn't what got to me. I was like, I don't know how much space is actually in there.
Apparently enough for 3 guys. Well, yeah, 3 guys. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I don't. If something goes wrong, y'all are fucked.
But then on top of that, there was also
But
they also had somebody running the eyes and stuff outside the costume, so that way they could like,
yeah.
because they had actual animatronics as well doing certain pieces.
One of them
And-
was like,
and
yeah. One of them was like, I brought candy. Another one's like, I got used to being able to do stuff.
I just
where I
read-
could like read the news.
Yeah, I would just read the newspaper. Yeah. And then like no actual frogs were harmed when Jabba
Yeah.
ate the frog. So there you go.
One of the interesting ones, and it is in regards to Jim Henson and the Dark Crystal, and he was like, man, I got this job. It's about him and the
Yeah.
job, and he's like, I got this job offer. And I talked with him about it, and he was like, apparently Mr. Henson was,
He was like, you're still under contract with
Okay,
me. So
I understand that you're still under contract with me. So if you finish up your stuff with me early,
then you can.
then you can go on and do it. And I'm like, thanks for being a fair boss.
Yeah. Well, because this was also at a time where it was even harder to work for multiple companies at once. Like it's hard now to do like multiple film jobs at once, but it was even harder then. Because back, that's a little bit closer to a time where you worked for the studio that you were under. Like you worked full time for that studio. There was no, but at the same time, it was like technically you're already working on Star Wars 2, Mr. Henson. So can't I?
Yeah.
But yeah, because and then there was a guy that was a Skeksis, and then became the tail.
Yep. I don't know if that's going up or down in the puppetry world, but it's something.
Well, he went from one terrifying creature to another.
Yeah. It's like switching schools.
But yeah, I thought it was fun looking back onto that. Of course, we have CGI Jabba now
Yeah.
and CGI Hutts in general.
How do you feel about that?
I think they look fine now, but obviously, like back in Phantom Menace, Jabba was a little rough.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
and at the same time, though, like puppetry is a dying art form, so
Yeah.
I guess that's another issue.
Mm.
So of course we no longer have. Like the Henson Company still exists, and his son, Jim Henson's son, still is very heavily involved in the film world and TV world, but
Mm-hmm.
it's not the same degree.
Yeah, but he also did that in Happy Time Murders.
Yeah,
He's gonna, you know, continue his father's legacy. He surely did take a piss on it.
I think it. I
No one heard that.
no.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ooh.
Scotty walked in and he was talking about the I guess his disdain for Happy Time Murders.
It's funny, but it is definitely taking a piss on.
Yeah, quote taking a piss on Henson stuff. I think yes and no. I think it's okay. I think it's good that he kind of is willing to laugh at that type of stuff because like puppetry doesn't need to be just for the kids, so to speak. Because we're talking about the articles in here, and there's a interview with the 3 guys that ran the Jabba puppet. So yeah, I mean, that would be cool. I would kind of like to see more of a blend again. I'm surprised that like people like I know Favreau is very much like I love CGI, like not to the same degree as Lucas, but very much close to it.
I was older than I should have been when I found out that Nine Numb and Akbar are puppets.
Not just guys in
Not
costumes.
guys in costume. I mean, I was way older.
Yeah.
I thought I think it's when I met Mike Quinn at that celebration in Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
When he got pictures of him operating the puppet, I was like, I just thought that was you in the suit. It was him in the suit.
Yeah, I would assume there's certain scenes. Yeah, I would assume that there's certain movies or scenes where,
But in Jedi, it's just the puppet.
huh?
The
odd.
Nine Numb is just a chest piece.
Yeah. I would like to see though a return to puppetry mixed with CGI. Yeah, blend works best, in my opinion as well. So let's go to the next article and talk about the criminal syndicate. It's why we're really
Oh,
here.
God. I learned more about how they work, and then I got confused because I also read the article on Spice.
Oh, I did not get to read the Spice article yet.
Neat.
Please tell me what's in that article. I
Essentially, it's like, here's sort of what it does, but we're not really sure. We don't fucking know. The closest thing we've got it is like opioids, like morphine and heroin, which I'm not entirely sure is an opioid, so don't quote me on that. I don't do drugs. Okay.
okay, there we go. You're good.
And it's like, that's the closest thing we have, and
yeah.
there are different versions of it.
Yeah,
much like,
I would assume there's different versions of Spice because there's a discussion to be had of, well, like we discussed last time we had talked to Scotty about Spice and stuff. Medicinal. Like, there's got to be medicinal Spice, probably.
yeah. I think the really illegal part comes from the organized crime and slave labor used to make it.
Yeah, because it's from the mines of Kessel, which is all slave labor.
Yeah. And
Glitterstim spice is supposed to be from the spice. There's multiple spices.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the spice in Bubble Pit, I'm not sure. It's not Glitterstim.
N-
It's called something else.
Yeah, it's just, I think they just say Spice.
they just
never
say spice.
They, never
don't give
specify.
any
No,
specifics.
I'll have to look it up. But
Yeah.
I should not crash your show. You're nobody's gonna hear what I'm saying.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out which.
Star Wars, and I like
No. I'm fine with that.
And
useless knowledge. I mean, I have my own podcast. I should talk about it there.
and God,
Sensana Spice, which is mined on Kessel. Which is mined
Yeah.
on Kessel. Yeah.
one time I'll crash it. We'll reverse the rules.
Yeah, but it is mined on Kessel. But Sensana is mined on Kessel because that's also the spice that's in Solo.
Okay. So probably illegal as shit.
Yeah. But yeah, so yeah, because there's
And-
Glitterstim, there's Sensana, and I think there's another kind, but yeah, that's basically your spice.
So we were discussing this earlier about Hut Space, and I'm like, do all the crime syndicates just hang out in Hut Space since it's like its own country over there?
no, because the Pikes also have their own set of planets as well, because that's mentioned in the criminal syndicate chat section. They mention their planet and that they've got control over. Let me pull it up. It's actually not too far from where I'm at currently in my digital copy. Well, they run Kessel because the Pikes are in charge of Spice, for the most part. Let's see. Oh, but they're based on Obadiah. I feel like saying Obadiah is hilarious, but we're gonna go with that because that's how it's phonetically
Yeah.
spelled. Because it's Oba space Dia. So
What the
Obadiah.
fuck is that?
That's their homeworld
No, I mean, where is it on the galactic map?
on a galactic map.
Yeah,
Let's find out.
because if I'm right about this, no wonder the
But
Empire has such a fucking hard time with crime.
But Obadiah does. It's near Kessel.
Mhm.
Because it's I think it's either because it's like that's why they were like, oh, we should take over Kessel because it's like right nearby. It appears in an episode of Clone Wars because
Yeah.
Obi-Wan and
They're very close.
Anakin go there. Yeah. It is in the region called the Slice. It's an Outer Rim territory planet. So yeah, all the crime is in the Outer Rim.
Makes
Now,
sense.
not specifically Hut Space, but yes.
Yeah. So I guess they're like, if we just do the crime far enough away, no one will care.
Yeah. Well, and that goes into the discussion of why the High Republic versus the
Yeah.
prequel era Republic. The High Republic actually cares what's going on in the Outer
Yeah.
Rim,
And
whereas the prequel era Republic is kind of like
not.
that's their problem.
do you think it's because of what the Nihil did that they're so like, man, fuck it, the Outer Rim can be left alone?
I don't know. I mean, that's
Because let's think about it. They're like, that's not actually too far back,
it's
considering some
yeah,
species live up to
yeah,
1,000 years.
considering we can already name like 6 characters that like are Jedi alone.
Yeah.
And like one character who's not a Jedi, who are long lived and we know are in this era. One of which we haven't seen yet, like because Plo Koon is long lived, but we haven't seen him yet.
Yeah.
but we've seen Yoda, we've seen Master Oppo Rancisis, Jarl Poof, Yaddle.
And they're like, I can see why they would eventually come to the conclusion of, like, man,
Which the Jedi still try.
we can try, but
But also, in the case of Hutt Space, you can only do so much because
yeah,
by the prequel era, the Jedi are specifically working for the Republic, which means they can't interfere with
Yeah.
another. It's once again, it goes into it's a separate country. They can't interfere in another country's politics.
they're like, we sure would like to, but we're not allowed.
It's why they don't just free all the slaves.
Yeah,
I mean, yes, it's something that's on their to-do list. It's just really low because they don't know how they would get away with it.
They're like, we want to do this, but at the same time, because we have essentially
Aligned ourselves with the country, we can't. And so, yeah, they talk about the Hutt clans in the Syndicate chapter. They talk about the Pike Syndicate. We get a little bit about Crimson Dawn, especially since Crimson Dawn is making a comeback. So, we learn about Voss Dryden, Darth Maul's involvement, and now Kira's.
Yeah.
We learn a little bit about Black Sun, which are kind of the rivals to the Pikes. And Black Sun, I think, is one of the cooler syndicates. It's also where we get Prince Jazor from one of Scotty's favorite characters era, which is the Shadows of the Empire video game, which has his smuggler character Dash Rendar that he likes. It's not canon, but Prince Jazor was recently made canon because he's made an appearance in the comics. We talk about the best pirate ever, Hondo Ohnaka and his gang.
See, I don't know a lot about the man, but I do know that he actually treats his subordinates rather well.
Yeah, unless you really fuck up, he's actually pretty fair.
Yeah, I do.
And even if you betray the man and you join Darth Maul, he's like, oh yeah, you can come back.
He's like, no, I get it.
He's like, you can come back.
I think,
But also, he's a small time, so at the same time, you have to consider: is he doing this because he's actually just really considerate and friendly, or is he doing it because he realizes that his crew is very small and he needs all the help he can get, or both?
yeah.
Which
I
is
think-
also likely. Both is likely because it's Hondo.
Okay, as you know, I've been apparently going back and rereading The Art of War again.
Yeah.
And a lot of my characters, you've seen it over the course of like
They
different
fit it.
tabletop of games. A lot of them are like soldiers or stuff like that who have
Military
to develop
men
a
of some sort.
strong, like, bond with their units, and for some reason it fucking keeps working.
Yeah.
And so essentially it's like, always treat your men well and with respect and be forgiving.
But make sure they also know
But
you're
make
in
sure
charge.
They know you're in charge. And it's like, treat them as if they were your sons and they will follow you into the gates of hell, I think is the
Yep.
quote.
Yep, that's
and
it.
I'm like, well, fucking no wonder they like Ohnaka. He fucking understands that rule.
I mean, hell, even if you're working against him, he treats you really nicely. Like
I do.
like his relationship with Obi-Wan and Anakin is hilarious.
I like one of my favorite scenes is when Count Dooku, Obi-Wan, and Anakin are trying to break out, and they're like, there's probably not that many people guarding us, and there's fucking 8 people outside the cell.
Yep.
Just armed to the teeth, and they're like, maybe this was such a good idea.
Yeah.
We can wait a little bit longer.
And then we also, on a very similar end of the stick, we go to the Broken Horn Syndicate, which is basically the Rebels version of a Hondo Ohnaka character, except a little more sketchy.
Yeah.
Like Vizago is like, he works with the good guys, but he's a little sketchier when doing so than, say, a Hondo. Hondo, you kind of know the cards that are on the table. Vizago, you're not quite sure.
I don't trust any motherfucker that employs droid. No. No, actually.
We're not getting back into the droid discussion.
No, it's fine, actually.
But yeah, Vizago is a little sketchier, but like at the end of the day, he's never properly betrayed them.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, he's still a good guy.
Yeah.
Because that's something that the beginning of this article mentions is that not everybody who breaks the law is
He's
bad.
Yeah.
and not everybody who upholds the law is good.
Yep.
Now, there's a fine line between the law and breaking the law, but there's also that line between good and evil.
Yeah.
Those lines still exist. The fun part is looking at characters who follow the law and are evil, or break the law and are good.
Yep.
Because that's where the fun is. Like that's how you make a morally gray character well. Because everybody thinks, oh, a morally gray character should be an evil character, but
No.
that has good. No. A good morally gray character that's evil should be somebody who follows the law still, but uses the law to their advantage. Because that's how you make a good evil character that's morally gray. Same thing with a character. I mean, it's why Han Solo is one of the best examples of a morally gray
Yeah.
character. He's got a heart of gold, but he's breaking the law a ton. And you could argue that our heroes break the law in the original trilogy, anyways, because they're the rebels.
Quite a lot, actually.
They're the rebels. The Empire is the law. Now, is that law good? No, of course not. That's the point.
What was the... So, my feelings in regards to, like, upholding the law or not, or in regards to such matters is often... And I think a lot of... So I'm going to quote St. Thomas Aquinas on this. And the exact quote, if memory serves me correctly, is an unjust law is no law at all.
Mm-hmm.
And that is something I try to believe in
Yeah.
for the most part. I'm like, there are some crimes that I'm like, really? How this fucking managed to be a crime?
Yeah.
And other ones,
And
I'm
it-
like, no, I get
Yeah.
it.
And the ones that you wonder how did this manage to be a crime, if you ever look into them, you realize, oh, it's to oppress somebody.
Yeah.
Like it's all like the laws that you wonder why they exist and realize, oh, this law is dumb. When you research them, they always end up being some form of oppression.
Other times they're just weird and
Yeah, sometimes they're weird, but for the most part, like if you look into those type of laws, you realize why they exist and why they're still around, even if nobody upholds them.
yeah.
Speaking of the law, though, the article also goes into, like we hinted at earlier, individuals that hold the law. And we see, so the Mandalorian, you got Grief Karga and Cara Dune. So the article kind of talks about the fact that in the Outer Rim worlds, there really is no like standardized law.
Yeah.
It's really a bunch of martial. It's the West.
Yeah.
It's keeping with Star Wars theme of it's a Western.
Yep.
It's a Western. You got your sheriffs and your marshals. And so you've got Grief Karga, who kind of takes on the role as magistrate, which is basically mayor.
Yeah.
He's basically the mayor governor of his planet. And then you got Cara Dune, who becomes the marshal. And Cara Dune even gets officially recognized as the marshal by the standing government. And then on the other end, you've got Cobb Vanth, who's a sheriff out in the middle of Tatooine, the marshal.
Oh no.
And, that's just kind of his role as the marshal.
Yeah.
And
Oh wait, no, he's not dead. He lived. He's recovering.
He's recovering. Although
but he was very close.
I am glad though to see that they're keeping a lot of his background from the Aftermath novel, because in the Mandalorian they don't reference his background as a slave, because they kind of just go from the point they just do the mining collective part, the Red Key Syndicate, and they just show the Red Key Raiders. They just show that part, and then forward. They kind of miss out the part of him being a slave and how he became the marshal. And then fought back against the Red Key Raiders. I would like to see a little bit more of his background recognized, because Aftermath was a good novel. And then we'll keep to the Outer Rim. We'll talk about him last. But on the Outer Rim in Jakku, you got Constable Zuvio. Once again, kind of just takes the job because somebody has to.
Yeah.
Like somebody, a lot of these are somebody has to be in charge. So I guess I'll do it because I care about the people enough that
It's either I care or I'm the only one actually skilled enough to do it.
Yep. Meanwhile, on the not as skilled end of it, in my opinion, you got Tandivo from Clone Wars, who is part of the CSF, the Coruscant Security Force.
Is
Lieutenant Tanavos Exanter Devo, to be exact. and he's basically the inspector.
Inspector Clouseau.
Yeah, he's Inspector Clouseau. I'd say more closer to Inspector Gadget though, in his very much I'm not that great of a detective, but I will get close to figuring it out, but other people will figure it out before me, like Padme.
Mm.
And so that's kind of my feelings on that. So let's there's more articles, but let's go ahead and just jump to the main piece of today, so
Yeah.
that way we can kind of get through here. So the main piece is the short story,
Yeah.
The Wessel Run. A pun on the Kessel Run, which is we were discussing off the air. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, so this is the official pronunciation then, because, you know, as a younger kid, and since you never heard the name Zam Wessel on screen,
Yeah. No.
in the back of my head, I'm like, how do you pronounce this? Is it phonetically, or is it going to be a weird space name where it said like a word that we know, but it's spelled nothing like that? So Wessel or Weasel, but it's Wessel because the Wessel Run.
Yeah.
So this story is Zam Wessel trying to do a bounty,
Mhm.
and she's
So
she's yeah. Go ahead.
she's examining it, and she's like, "All right,
Also, spoiler alert.
yeah." Spoiler alert. This is the
part of the show where you
review
get your
section.
spoiler alert.
This one's gonna be quite a bit shorter.
Yeah, it's
I'd
a short
imagine.
because it's only 5 pages.
Yeah. So she's scoping out the place where her target is, and she's looking, and she's looking, and she's looking, and she's like, "All right, there's the target. Oh, that could be a problem."
Yeah, there's 3 like really good. I forget what the name of them are. Let me pull it up. 3 Mabari, which are like apparently really good hand-to-hand combatants. Like, and she was apparently once one of them.
Yeah, and she's looking at.
She's like,
Them-
I could take one of these guys,
She's like, one I could probably take.
but 3.
3 is pushing it. So what I'm gonna do?
Jeff is in the chat. The crime syndicate is run by B9, FYI. You know what? I would not be surprised if B9 is somehow still alive by the time we hit the main
God, it
eras.
fucking wouldn't surprise me at all.
But as we were saying,
Bastard's immortal.
yeah, as we were saying though,
And so she's looking at the 3 Mabari, and she's like, I can't take that. Fuck, I gotta go call him up, don't I? Fuck, I gotta call him. Okay.
because she realizes one, the Mabari also. On top of that, she realizes the Mabari are afraid of only one type of armor, and it's Mandalorian armor.
And so she's like, oh, I gotta call this asshole, but I don't want to call him.
But he's also gonna,
But he's also really good.
and he's also the only guy I kind of trust, but not really.
Yeah.
Like, he's the closest to trust that I've got of a fellow bounty hunter.
So I better go and call him. Hey, Django. I got a job, and I'll give you half the pay if you help me.
Okay.
That's
That's basically it.
what happens, except Django's an asshole about it.
Yeah, he waits a few seconds and then says, okay.
He's like, fine.
Well, give me coordinates, and they make his way there, and they scope it out. She gives him the lay of the land. She tells him, hey, it's got to be a live bounty, all that good
Yeah.
stuff. She lays down everything. Because that's the other issue, is she could go, that's the other reason why she's getting Django to help,
Yeah.
is because she realizes that I could easily get this bounty still, but they'd be dead,
Yeah.
and it wouldn't, and
And it wouldn't do me any good.
I wouldn't get paid because it's alive only.
Yeah. And so she goes, they go in, they do their battle. But during the course of it, their not target, that we'll get into later,
Yeah.
takes out a blow dart and shoots.
Well, yeah, and this is after they've beaten 2 out of the 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 out of the 3 of the Mabari,
Mhm.
because there's one still hiding.
And so,
He takes the blow dart and shoots Django with it,
yeah.
because it manages to get right under his helmet.
Yep.
I guess he needs a little bit better neck protective.
Mandalorians,
Yeah, necks are the weak point.
necks and joints.
Yeah, as we
the
learn,
same as like regular
yeah,
armor, actually.
as we learn also with Attack of the Clones, he never gets that neck protection.
No, it does not. Might have helped
Might
just
have,
a little bit.
yeah. A little bit of neck armor he might still be alive.
But and so Zam is briefly debating as to whether or not she should just go after the target or leave him behind.
Yeah,
And she's like, so she goes to try to, and essentially the door's locked and she can't open it. So she goes, well, shit. How am I gonna open it?
yeah,
While
because
Django's asking her for help.
he's dying.
Yeah. And she's like, hey,
You've got your rocket launcher.
can you...
Can you go pew pew with it?
And he's like, yeah, I could if I wasn't fucking dying.
And she's like, fine, I guess I will. Well, actually, first she's like, no, just do it. And he's like, if I shoot this wrist rocket, I'm going to shoot you. And she's like,
She's like, fine.
yeah. So she goes to,
I also did
he's-
not know... I should have known after reading The War of the Bounty Hunters that bounty hunting is fucking cutthroat as hell in
Oh,
Star
yeah,
Wars.
it is.
And I'm like, really? Just not even... Your first thought is, oh, I can go get that guy, instead of maybe helping your partner?
And so Django suggests, hey, looking in the drawer where he pulled out the dart to begin with.
Fortunately, he's right.
Yeah. And so, yeah, because she smells it first. She actually pulls the dart out of his neck to smell the poison, and she figures out what the poison is. And she's like, all right. Well, and she looks at the thing, the vial, the yellow vial of goo that they find. And she's like, oh, well, this looks like the cure last time I've seen it.
Yeah. And she's like, but if I'm wrong, you're fucked, man.
And he's like, yeah, I'll take that
It's like,
chance.
I'll take it.
It's like, I'll die either way.
Yeah.
So he takes it, and fortunately, it is the cure.
Yep.
The what they call it, the anti-venom. They didn't call
Yeah.
it venom. It's the anti-venom.
It works.
And so,
Yeah, like-
yep. And so he shoots his rocket, and sure enough, oh no, she did fight that third guy because it was while he was getting shot that she fought the third
Yeah.
Mabari. So I was about to say, where'd that third Mabari go? He's dead.
He's dead now.
So they catch up to their target, who just in time because they're fidgeting with the controls
Yeah.
to their escape ship.
They're like, now don't you fucking move.
Yeah, and so they make sure that it's not another changeling like her, because remember, Zam is a changeling.
Yep.
It
works.
And yeah, they capture. There's a little bit of pettiness, but they both are like, it was still good working with you.
Yeah. You almost left me to die, but you...
Yeah, like Zam's even like, I saved your life, so I should take more of the money. And Django's like, except I've also saved your life plenty of times, so let's not do this.
Let's just take even pay.
And call it a day.
Yeah.
And so, yeah. It was a good short story. You get I mean, and then of course it says next issue we're getting a Grievous story, so that's going to be interesting. So I guess we're jumping ahead again.
Yeah.
At some next month. Thankfully, you got a month. We got a month of catching up before that happens.
In the end, it all worked out fine. Except it didn't. We know how that story ends.
Jeff said, "Hey," by the way.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, he was watching while on lunch.
Mm.
That's why he left the comment.
I see.
So, yeah, I'd say that was a good story. I mean, it served the purpose. It gave us a little bit of insight on Zam because we don't know in canon. We don't really know the relationship.
Shows up once.
Yeah, and in canon, like in Legend, Zam and Django are like really tight.
Yeah.
And we learn a lot about that connection of like, and it's almost romantic in the comics and in Legends, but in canon we don't have that.
Yeah.
We don't know what type of relationship it is. So here it's very much a very professional.
Yeah.
It's very like, all right, we'll work together, but that's it.
Yep.
Um,
Zam's like, can almost trust you,
but not quite.
but not quite.
All right, so let's.
Because bounty hunting.
Yeah. So before we end it, there is a quiz, because there's a quiz in every Insider magazine. So let's take that quiz. Well, let's have you take that quiz along with our audience at home, and I'll take it too,
Okay.
because the answers are at the end of it. So I'll try not to look at that
Okay.
So the quiz. Let's see what it is. You don't survive in the Outer Rim by being stupid. Dive into the underworld to answer these questions on Hondo Ohnaka's role in galactic histories. So it's specifically about Hondo Ohnaka.
Okay. I don't know a lot about him. I just know how he treats his people.
All right, so in a jam with the Jedi,
Mhm.
who was sent to confirm that Hondo had kidnapped a Sith Lord? A. Luminara Unduli and Barriss Offee. B. Mace Windu and Yoda. C. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker. D. Plo Koon and Ahsoka Tano. I'll actually be kind of disappointed if you get this wrong.
Well, it's either C or D.
The reason I'm going to be disappointed is because you referenced this episode. Like,
So probably C.
yeah, it's Obi-Wan and Anakin. Because you literally referenced this episode like 5 minutes ago.
All right.
Which planet did Hondo's pirate gang operate on when he first met the Jedi? A. Utapau. B. Florum. C. Christophsis. D. Felucia.
That's not actually one I know. But
Just take a wild guess then.
I'm going to go with C.
It is not Christophsis. It is Florum.
Hmm.
I knew that one, so you were good. What did Hondo use in his duel with Anakin Skywalker on Felucia? A Beskar spear, a vibroblade, an electro staff, or a stolen lightsaber?
Anakin has a history of losing his lightsaber. I'm going to go with D, I guess.
Nope,
No.
it was the electro staff because Anakin had his lightsaber, so it was the
Oh, yeah.
lightsaber
It
versus the
wouldn't have
electro staff.
been-
It wouldn't have been a duel. Which Force-sensitive person was killed when some of Hondo's gang rebelled against him? Asajj Ventress, Evan Peel, Savage Opress, or Adi Gallia?
Well, it's not Ventress or Savage.
Mm-hmm.
Because Ventress makes it to Rebels. And Savage is, I think, killed by Palpatine. So what were the other two?
Evan Peel or Adi Gallia?
I don't think Evan Peel would be it. Because that sounds like a guy you could meet on the street, so probably the last one.
Yeah, so your logic was kind of right, but you got the correct answer, Adi Gallia. That was the episode where Hondo's gang rebelled against him and joined Maul and Savage for a little bit.
Hmm.
And then Ventress doesn't make it to Rebels, but she does make it past Clone Wars.
Hmm.
Well, at least past the show. Not past the Clone Wars itself. She dies before the Clone Wars ends.
I see.
Well, I'm not going to say where because we're going to get to that eventually.
Hmm.
Evan Peel is a Jedi Master, but he's not in this episode. I don't think he's dead yet.
Hmm.
But he does die in the show. And then Savage, you are correct. Palpatine kills him. It's actually Savage who kills Adi Gallia.
Oh. Once again, I'm right about something being dangerous, but wrong about the reason.
Yeah. So what did Hondo hope to steal from the Jedi cruiser, the Crucible? Kyber crystals, younglings, architect droid Huyang, or hyperfuel?
I don't think it's younglings, because I don't think he would kidnap children. I don't... So it's probably either the droid or hyperfuel. I'm going to say the droid?
It was the Kyber crystals.
Oh, fuck.
Because that was the episode with the younglings making their lightsabers.
Oh.
It was after, and Architect Droid was the one helping them. Yep. But yeah, you are, once again, on the right track. You are correct that he would never kidnap children. That's kind of a step too far for him. He will hold them hostage, but he will not, like, he wouldn't harm them.
Hmm.
All right. Rebel Without a Cause. Where did Hondo claim he had found an abandoned Imperial cargo ship to pillage? Bespin, Katu, Onderon, or Hosnian Prime?
It's not Bespin because there's fucking nothing on Bespin.
I might actually have to look at the answer for this one because I don't know it.
I think I'm gonna go with Hosnian Prime.
All right, you're going with Hosnian Prime. I'm going with Bespin. Let's see what the answer is. Which question is this? This is question 6. We're both wrong. It's Katu. I should have realized because that was the name that was the weirdest out of them, and I was like, they never go. I started to think about it after I said Bespin. I was like, they've never gone to Bespin, and they definitely haven't gone to Hosnian Prime in Rebels, and they didn't go to Onderon either. Crud. Which species did Hondo's co-conspirator Melch belong to? Gamorrean, Deveronian, Ugnaught, or Weequay? And here's a hint: they got a picture of him. That's Melch.
Well, he's not Gamorrean. Sorry. Is that one Welch?
Yeah, that's Melch. That's Hondo.
Okay.
Come on.
It's not Deveronian either. So probably Ugnaught?
Yep, it's Ugnaught. The Ghost Crew broke Hondo out of an Imperial prison located on what planet? Naraka, Coruscant, Scarif, or Vandor?
It's probably one on Scarif.
See, now, I don't think they've gone to Scarif and Rebels. And they definitely haven't gone to Coruscant.
No, that seems like a bad plan if you're a pirate.
Well, Rebels is during the Imperial, also the Ghost Crew would be our main Rebels. So going to Coruscant would be a bad idea as Rebels because that's the capital of the Empire.
Yeah, I was like, that sounds like a terrible idea.
So I'm thinking either Naraka or Vandor. I'm going to go Vandor. Let's see. Number 8. It was Naraka. How did Hondo acquire his ship, the Broken Horn? A. Won it in a sabacc game. B. Stunned and detained its owner. C. Salvaged it from a shipyard. Or D. Purchased it from the Empire.
I'm gonna go with C.
I'm going to go with B because the Broken Horn is originally Vizago's ship. And I think in that episode, Vizago is still in the ship. Yep.
You just took it.
He just took it. Because Vizago is the Broken Horn Syndicate, remember?
Shit.
Yeah. So let's see. So far, you've missed, what, 3?
Yeah, but most of them have been rebel stuff.
Because you missed the Florum question. I'm just keeping track of the score because there is a score at the end. You missed the Jedi Crew, the Kyber Crystal question. So I think you've actually missed 4. I've missed 2. 3, 4. No, you've missed 5. I missed 2. Okay. Keeping track because I think at the end we can add up the score. So I'm going to write it down just so. There we go. Keeping track of the score. All right. And that's just how many we missed. All right, number 10. Who did Hondo help the Ghost Crew rescue from the planet Nixus? Smugglers from Ord Mantell, farmers from Lothal, bounty hunters from Tatooine, or refugees from Lasan?
I'm gonna take a wild guess that's not bounty hunters from Tatooine if you are a criminal group. So not them. And I do know that they go to Lothal, but I don't know why they would have to rescue the farmers there. So what were the other 2 options?
Smugglers from Ord Mantell or refugees from Lasan?
Probably smugglers from Ord Mantell.
I'm going to go with the refugees because I think I remember that episode because that's where the Lasat they find the Lasat homeworld together, I think. So number 10, you said A, I said D.
Yeah.
It is D.
Well, this is a bunch of this has been Rebel
yeah,
stuff.
yeah, we're now in the Rebel stuff,
I'm
which
at a
you have not.
I'm at a disadvantage here.
All right, we're done with Rebel stuff.
Hmm.
Now we're both going to be at disadvantage here because at the Galaxy's Edge.
Oh, great.
Although I've read some stuff and I kind of know some of this, so I think I can get some of this.
Okay.
What company did Hondo establish on Batuu? A. Onaka Mining Consortium.
Mm-mm.
B. Onaka Transport Solutions. C. Onaka Trade Market. Or D. Onaka Cargo Security.
I'm gonna go with D.
I'm going with B. It is B. He created a transport solutions.
It's something.
Yeah, it's
S or
Onaka
S.
something something. Yeah, in this case it's OTS.
I think it fucking says that earlier in the magazine.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, in the it talks about that in the criminal underworld article.
I should. God, I'm gonna stop overthinking these questions.
All right, which Jedi did Hondo name his light freighter after? This one I don't know. Kenobi, Katuni, Skywalker, or Tano? Oh, I think I know the answer now.
I'm just gonna go with D.
You're going with Tano? I'm going with Katuni, and my reasoning is that that's the Jedi youngling that he meets during when he tried to steal the Kyber crystals, and I think he developed a respect for her because he respects most of his enemies.
Yeah.
And which one's that? So you said D, I said B.
I'm just gonna go.
It is Katuni. I just made a guess because I was like, oh yeah, Katuni was like Jedi youngling in Clone Wars.
Bits and pieces, man.
Yeah, you just gotta add stuff together, yeah. After which battle did Hondo make a deal with Chewbacca to use the Millennium Falcon? The Battle of Starkiller Base, the Battle of Dakar, the Battle of Crate, the Battle of Exegol.
Fucking Exegol, I guess. I don't know, man.
So I don't think it's Exegol because if I remember correctly, Galaxy's Edge takes place before Episode 9. I want to say the Battle of Starkiller Base because technically the Battle of Dakar isn't a battle. That's the whole Last Jedi storyline. And then the Battle of Crate is the last battle of Last Jedi. So I'm gonna say A. I might be wrong here. I am. It was the Battle of Crate, so it's after Last Jedi. That makes sense because the Force Awakens or the Last Jedi takes place immediately after the Force Awakens. Hondo would not have had time to ask to borrow the Millennium Falcon in between that. So we are both wrong.
I get the sense I'm not getting a passing grade on this quiz.
All right. Where did Hondo use the Millennium Falcon to rob a First Order train? Corellia, Kijimi, Membom, or Iadu? Not Iriadu, Iadu. Just to clarify, because we know not to mess with Iriaduans.
Mm-hmm.
So Corellia, Kijimi, Membon, or Iadu. This one I absolutely don't know, because I feel like that's one where you'd have to do the Millennium Falcon ride to know that.
Mimban seems nice and robbable.
Membon, just for reference, that's that place where Han and Chewie met. Back when Han was part of the Imperial Army.
Okay, maybe not as robbable as I remember.
Yeah, that's that mud planet.
But afterwards, though, it's probably...
I think Membon might actually be a good guess. But
after everything.
But so that way if you're right, you get the point, and if I don't, or other way around, I'm gonna go Kijimi. Just to make things interesting, because I'm not gonna steal your answer. Since I don't know for sure on it. Like if I knew for sure, then I would totally take your answer, but I don't know. Oh, we're both wrong. It is Corellia. That was my other guess. That actually kind of makes sense.
Are we sure we want to go robbing Corellians? This doesn't seem like a very smart idea.
Well, he's robbing the First Order.
yeah, nah.
All right. I think this is the last. Let me double check. Okay, we're almost at the last one. There's this, and then there's a identify that quote section. Okay, number 15. Who received intelligence from the White Worms regarding Hondo's presence on Batu? Balatik, Bazine Natal, Fennec Shand, or Tasu Leech?
I don't know.
It's either Balatik or Tasu Leech.
I'm gonna go with Leech.
Actually, no. It's Bazine.
Hmm.
Because Bazine is the bounty hunter that appears in The Force Awakens, and she's the one that turns in Han and Chewie to the First Order that they're on Takodana.
Hmm.
And she's searching for the Falcon. And you said which one?
Leech.
Leech. So B or D? It is B.
Hmm.
It is Bazine. That one wasn't fair to you, though, because I knew that one because of books and comics. All right. So now we got identify that quote.
Hmm.
So we're going to get a quote, and then we've got 4 options of people that... Hold on. 5. Hold on. Double check here. Hold on. Okay, yeah. So we got 5 quotes.
Mhm.
And we got to identify who said them to Hondo.
Okay.
They could be friend or foe.
All right.
So the first quote, I should assume you are walking us into a trap.
That's vague, but probably a Jedi.
But do we have a specific Jedi?
I'm going to assume Kenobi,
I'm going to
since
take...
he's a smart ass.
It is actually Plo Koon. I did not know that either, so I am taking the loss as well. There we go. So, provide me with the proper means of communications. I will arrange for any ransom to be paid.
I don't know.
I know this one. This is Dooku.
Hmm.
Yep. Because that's when he's captured. He's like, "Hey, I'll just reach out to my associates in the Confederacy,
Hmm.
and they'll pay for the ransom." And Hondo's like, "No, they'll send their droid army if I do that." All right. You can dispense with the pleasantries, pirate. This planet is now under Separatist control.
Well,
I have a belief of who it is, but I don't know.
that sounds like some Grievous shit.
Yeah, that's who I'm thinking. It is indeed Grievous.
I can hear his raspy ass voice from here.
You can dispense with the pleasantries, pirate. I can't do it.
You can just fuck.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna try. I'll just
Also, we
stop.
don't have like the...
Yeah.
We need like a toilet paper roll to kind of get that voice echo. Let's see. 4. We have no quarrel with you, and we seek no revenge.
That is fucking definitely Kenobi.
Yeah, that's Kenobi. You are correct.
'Cause-
Oh wait, why am I? We were both correct. Why am I erasing? Why am I adding a failure? All right,
No,
last.
add a failure for my success. Maybe I'll make the score even.
All right, last one of the identify a quote, and then there's one more section where we have to identify people that Hondo knows via pictures.
Okay.
Number 5. 3 of your lieutenants have already sworn allegiance to me. Oh, I know who that is. You should know because we've discussed this event numerous times
Is it-
now. Today.
Is it Savage Opress? Or it's either them or Maul or somebody.
You got to pick.
Probably Savage.
It is Maul.
Shit.
Yeah.
I think Savage.
You got to
is
remember,
there, but
Savage
it's
is.
not the one
You got to remember, Savage is not the talker of the group.
Yeah.
Okay. So now the last section, identifying people based on a segment of their picture.
Okay.
So let me make sure it's. There we go. So who is that? And let me show the. Let me give a chance to show them as well. Before you guess, let me show them. I think it's this one to get the camera. That face. Trying to get less glare. There we go.
I'd say that looks like Django, but Django's dead at the time. But can't be Boba because he'd be too young. That's not what his helmet looks like. Maybe one of the fuck, what's her name?
I just double checked my answer. I'm correct.
Hmm.
But I'm waiting to hear yours.
What's her name? The one the armorer's like, hey, the stupid fucking sword was
Right.
hers, and she really fucked us.
Oh, you're talking about Bo-Katan?
Yes, that.
It is
her.
not. It is not
It's not-
Bo-Katan. It is Django. You're
No. I was like,
because
Is it
remember
flashbacks?
Django. Well, it's not far fetched that Django would have known him at some point.
is it flashback stuff?
It's not. It's shown in Clone Wars, but it's
Because
not.
he would be
it's-
dead at the time.
yeah, but it's not. It's not. It's not far fetched to believe it.
Ah.
That one is a trick question. That one is a bit tricky. All right, you don't watch Rebels, but that one's gonna be a Rebels character.
Oh, I don't fucking know. His second-hand guy from earlier?
No,
No.
it's As Morgan.
Okay, well, I don't know who the hell that is.
He's a rival.
Hmm.
He's a rival that was originally making a deal with him, but then like Hondo being Hondo, double crossed a little bit, but like unfriendly double cross because it's Hondo. Number 3.
Hi.
She
She's a
appears-
bounty hunter.
Yeah, she's a bounty hunter. She appears in
I
Clone
don't
Wars.
know her name.
Should I put that? Should I just go ahead and take away that point?
Sure, go ahead.
It's Aurra Sing. That's her name. And then from Rebels, we've talked about him today.
We've talked about a lot of people today. Do you know how little that narrows it down?
I'm trying to avoid giving too much of a spoiler. He runs a syndicate, a smaller one.
Hornman.
You are on the right track. What's his name,
Black
though?
Horn.
What's his name?
Uh,
I'll give it to you if you can name his syndicate. Hint, he named his ship the same thing. And Hondo stole his ship. We literally just had that question.
I don't fucking remember. Okay.
Oh my god.
No, I don't know. I give up.
Vizago
Vizago.
of the Broken Horn Syndicate.
Oh, it's. God, this is gonna.
Okay.
Black Horn, I said, filled with confidence. Horn man.
So let's see. There were 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22. There were 24 questions.
Yeah, I'm not getting a passing grade on that one.
Yeah, because you missed 18.
Yeah, well, half of them are from something I didn't know.
So let's see. You got 6.
Hmm.
According to this, okay. And I got 19. So I missed. I just barely missed getting a complete, like getting an A, but I got it like a B.
Yeah.
You didn't get a complete failure, but no, it's a failure. Because you hit the 0 to 9. Were you able to keep track of Hondo Anaka's scams and schemes? At this rate, our venture will not be a profitable one. I like that.
Yeah,
It's quoting
yeah.
Hondo.
No shit.
And then, as for me, not bad. Someday you might make an excellent pirate. All right, so that was our Insider special,
Yeah.
and we're going to have another one next week, which means another quiz.
Oh no.
There's actually 2 quizzes because we have to do 2 Insiders because there are 2. We don't have to actually read the articles, though, on that one because it's an old... they're old issues at this point. I mean, if we want to talk about the articles, we can. But yeah, so that's the end of this episode. Next time we will be discussing we will be doing the short story Starlight.
Where they're all the Jedi are on roller skates.
Yes, Jedi on roller skates, Starlight Express. Go Together, part 1 and 2,
Okay.
which will bring back our favorite couple, the Adrians, our favorite non-force sensitive couple,
God.
who Geode tried to break up because Geode is one very smooth rock.
You know what's a smoother rock? The fucking Audrey's relationship.
Well, also it helps that they were told that Geo didn't mean anything by
Yeah.
it. Although Geode is apparently a big flirt.
Apparently. I don't know how he managed
Apparently, yeah. I don't judge him just because he looks like a slab of marble. All right. So, I guess we will see you guys next week
Yeah.
with Starlight. Go Together. Anything you want to promote before we...
that. Me personally?
Yeah, you
No.
personally, anything?
Uh,
I want to go ahead and promote my books, which, if you're on YouTube, all the links are there. You got Super Worlds, you got the Coat Wars, and you got Time Ninja. Super Worlds and Coat Wars all take place in the same exact universe. They're sci-fi, superhero with a little bit of war story. And then Time Ninja is historical fiction
yeah.
with
It would definitely fit into that role.
I just wouldn't. I don't know if it counts as historical
I'd
fiction
say
because it doesn't.
leans heavily on the fiction part.
Yeah, I just don't know if it would count as historical fiction while it takes place in a historical period. I'm not focusing
Actually,
on an
no.
historical figure.
Actually, no, then they would just be fiction.
Alternate history,
Yeah,
alternate timeline.
Alternate history.
But it's time travel with ninjas. Yeah, and samurai. Feudal Japan so. If you like that type of time period and a little bit of time travel and a little bit of fantasy, because Highlander is a big inspiration for that book. A lot of the rules to time travel kind of stolen a little bit. Other than that, be sure to like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, hit that subscribe or follow button. And if you really want to show us some support, we also have the Patreon link where the first tier gets you access to our Discord. You can come chat with us. We'll talk about whatever Star Wars, as you've seen from today's episode, literally anything.
Yeah.
And then the second tier gets you access to our YouTube content a week before it's uploaded to YouTube. And also, if you just want, if you want cheaper versions of my book, you could also support me on Patreon, and we will mail you copies of the book. We'll give you all 3 books if you get the right tier. I think it's the 25. I think it's the $20 or $25 tier, and that gets you access. That will get you access to all 3 books. Right now, it just says Super Worlds, but I'm gonna update that to give you all 3.
Time Ninja, Super Worlds, and
And
the
Coat Wars. Yep. Which Coat Wars is a bunch of short stories in the Super Worlds universe. Super Worlds is your main book, and then if you want to learn a little bit more about the universe, the Coat Wars is perfect for that. And also, I want to thank G&G and Mobcast Network for providing the space. Gamers and Geeks, thank you.
Yeah.
Gamers and Geeks, if you're in the Mobile, Alabama area, is a wonderful nerd shop. If you want your comics, because they got comics, they've got your trading cards, so Pokemon, Magic, Yeah, and yeah, currently there's a convention.
Yeah.
If I remembered
That-
if I remembered last week, I would have advertised. There's one in the summer. Yeah, I'll have to look at the schedule and I'll make sure to advertise it on here before. But yeah, we do conventions. They try to do one at least every like every quarterly, like
Yeah.
try to hit all the seasons.
I'll be honest, that surprised me today. I
Yeah.
didn't know there was going to be.
Yeah,
one
I
today.
knew it was coming up, but I forgot when.
Mm,
until-
okay.
Yeah,
You told me as we were pulling into the parking lot. Like, oh, we have a convention today. I was like, great.
yeah, and so there will be the summer one, and then usually there's the Halloween one. But yeah, and also if you really like arcade games, they've got an arcade in the back. $10 for the day, free play on all the machines except for a couple that are coin based, but they put up signs to tell you don't use those because you're paying for the day. So why would you spend your quarters on those? And they are working though on trying to get all the machines to be free play. And then there's also the Engage Gaming, which is like inside the same building, but it's its own shop, and that lets you pay a monthly, I think, to play on their PlayStations or Xbox or computer. Say you got a game you want to play
Yeah.
that you say you want to play that new Elden Ring, like I have been, and you don't have the computer capacity to run that thing, although Elden Ring is broken anyways. But say you want to have some really good, computer power, you can do that at Engage. They'll let you do that. Or say you want to play a VR game, which might be how I end up playing. It might be how I play the Tales from Galaxy's Edge games because I want to play those. They've got a VR machine headset here as well. And then, of course, with Mopcast Network, they have a ton of podcasts that are great. I'm usually a part of them. Yeah, I am a part of them. Well, sometimes I'm going to need a break. I haven't called for one yet, but yeah, I need an apprentice because I know. Yeah, I need a youngling because I know that I want to go. I'm not going to go to Celebration itself, but a lot of my friends are. A lot of you guys watching are going, and I know that there's been discussion about just going to Disneyland as well. So I might go to Anaheim just to do that and hang out with you guys. Yeah, but I mean, Disneyland would be fun too, because then I could go to Galaxy's Edge for the first time. Because I've yet to do Galaxy's Edge. I might build a droid, because I was pricing everything out, and the droid is cheaper than a lightsaber.
Mm.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah, it's 8 hours away. Yeah. Yeah, I saw a really good Airbnb at Anaheim. That's why I was kind of thinking about it. Saw one for like 25, single room. 25 a night. That's not bad. But yeah, I also know people out there though, so like maybe I could ask and be like, "Hey, can I crash? Do you have a couch?" Because I know the first day of Celebration is somebody's birthday. So, and they were like, we should go to, because I mentioned it, and they were like, well, we could go to Disney on my birthday. And I was like, well, when is that? And they were like, the first day of Celebration. I was like, oh, perfect. But yeah, but Mobcast.
Yep.
They've got My Star Wars Life, which there was a mess up on the audio on the last episode, but we're going to try again and discuss Kenobi. Kenobi! And then we have the new season of Cult Movie Cantina, which has started. And we had the first episode was Xanadu. Yeah, 2.5 hour podcast episode. It was a good episode though. It was a fun episode. We had a fun guest, and I'll leave that as a surprise for you guys to find out by watching. And you can watch on youtube.com/Mopcast Network. But if you are more of a listener, you can find them on basically anywhere you can find a podcast, Apple, Spotify. Those are the big two I can think of.
Hmm.
Yeah, Google. Yeah, iHeartRadio. All anywhere you can find podcasts. Make sure to show them some love and support because that's how we get this nice studio.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else I'm missing? I think I hit all the major
you've
points.
got all of them today.
Yeah. You gonna say hi to Johnny this week or no?
Nope. I'm not. I'm ignoring him. He's not getting me. If I don't look at him, he's not there.
Except he is. Look at we got the shot right there.
Don't confirm his existence for object permanence to me. I know he's there,
Yeah.
but if I don't look at him, he's not there.
So I think that's a great way to end the show. All right. We'll see you guys next week. Have a good one. Oh, sorry. Say it again. I muted you.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, there we go. Bye. Hold on, sorry, I just realized our audio wasn't. There we go.
Oh,
Welcome back to Escape
this is
Reality
the
Star Wars
voice of
Talk.
God.
Yeah. So welcome to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk, where we talk about Star Wars on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
We try to go in timeline order, but sometimes we get off track.
Sometimes we don't.
But now we're finally going back in the order, and I'll let you kind of take it from here of like what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Our main topic this week. And while I look up a little bit of what we're going to talk on the side, I know we're going to do, besides our main topic, we're going to be doing a quiz.
Fuck, not another one.
Yeah, we got
God damn it.
another quiz.
Oh, fuck me up again.
So I'll let you kind of take it from here.
Yeah. So,
Oh yeah, in case you don't know us, that might be a good idea because we are really bad at introducing ourselves.
yeah. So,
In case you don't know, I am Caleb.
yes.
I'm the main co-host, I guess. I kind of
Yeah.
produce it and make sure we know the topics of the week.
He basically does everything. He just hands me stuff to read, and I read it. And then I
Yeah, so go ahead and introduce yourself.
pose weird questions. Hello, I'm Seth. My job is to ask questions and sort of bounce things off. It's kind of like a weird game of verbal tennis. So read the stories. At one point, we tried taking notes, but then we both decided, fuck that, that's too hard, and we don't have the time for it.
Yeah, it just doesn't work for us.
Yeah. See,
It's not a bad idea, it just doesn't work.
just don't do it.
Yeah. That's really what it comes down to.
For those of you who haven't seen us, we operate.
You good?
No. And I've already explained why, but
Yeah.
to the audience, I'm very tired. I've
Yeah.
had to get up consistently at 3 a.m. for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah. And I'm like, honestly, you could have told me and we could have taken the week, but
No, it's fine. It's just a short story today. It's not just a short story and maybe like a little bit of news.
yeah. I'm actually double checking what news right now.
Yeah.
Um,
And occasionally we'll get guests on from time to time, but that so far seems to be a rarity.
yeah,
It's not for lack of trying.
No. Well, also in this case, I haven't reached out because they're short stories,
Yeah.
and I don't know who like specifically is interested in these particular stories to bring on. Like I could bring people on, but I just don't know who. I know once we get further in the schedule, there's some people I want to reach out to though, because we got Lego Star Wars coming up. And we got Queen's Hope coming up, which I know a lot of people who have already read it, so I would like to bring them on. So there's a lot going on. I just haven't particularly reached out yet. I should. I guess in terms of news, we got one. We had a final trailer for the Lego Star Wars game. Speaking of, which focuses on the villains. Once again, we're already gonna play it, so we didn't even watch it because we're already gonna play the game. You've already sold us.
Man.
And then we got an excerpt and a cover look at the upcoming Shadow of the Sith novel, which that looks to be awesome. Here's kind of the cover for you.
I see.
Yeah. And so it's going to focus on Luke and Lando going on an adventure after the events of Episode 6. And they're dealing with Exegol, the Sith planet from Rise of Skywalker. And they're having to deal with Ochi, the assassin. You remember Ochi because he was in War of the Bounty Hunters. Working with Vader.
Oh, shit!
Ochi and
He
Bastion.
made it.
Yeah. Yeah, he makes it all the way until who knows when. We don't know the specifics of when he dies. We just know he dies while trying to kill, spoilers for Rise of Skywalker, while trying to kill Rey's parents. Because we find his skeleton in Rise of Skywalker.
So he makes it 20 years past his employers.
Well, past at least one of them. Because remember, Palpatine returns.
Yeah, I guess.
I have not had a chance to read the excerpt yet. I'm actually kind of skimming it right now. Woo! Reference to Tython. So that's interesting. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a fun adventure that's going to revolve around the Sith cult, obviously, because if you're going to Exegol, that's what I'm expecting. And so, that kind of story.
All right. Pretty interesting.
It is on our schedule, so don't worry.
I can only imagine Lando over here like, what kind of bullshit is this?
But then it also explains why in Rise of Skywalker he already knows like what Luke is kind of up to. Like, because he meant or what Luke would have been up to, like, in regards to dealing with like Palpatine and stuff. We're getting a new reference book, Star Wars Exploring Tatooine. So a visual guide, essentially, with some references regarding the planet.
Oh.
So maybe we'll get a full history, which I know you have a question on still, because we were just discussing it again.
Yeah.
It's a ongoing discussion of trees. Where are they?
Yeah. I know.
On a bit of sadder note, the director of the Ewok Caravan of Courage TV movie passed away, John Cordy. He was 85. I actually like the Ewok movies a lot. Caravan of Courage is not my favorite out of the two, because there's two. There's Caravan of Courage and then the sequel, Battle for Endor. Did he do both? I'm double checking right now. But he definitely did the first one. The first one's all right still. It's still a fun movie. It's cheaper, obviously, because it's made for TV. But it was like, it was Star Wars still, and it had your Ewoks that you know and love. Wicket and all those, and Logray and all of them. He only did the first one. But yes. So...
What's up?
Cal Kestis's lightsaber is now available at Galaxy's Edge. The Jedi from Jedi Fallen Order.
Okay, I know who he is. I like the lightsaber's initial design and that it's broken and busted. I do not like any of the shit you can do with it later in the game.
Okay. Well,
That's just a personal opinion.
Well, you can make the original design now at Galaxy's Edge as your hilt. So there you go.
That is nice. However,
although you can also get the double. You can also get the double.
Shit.
Oh no, it is. It is because I'm looking currently into doing a trip to Disneyland.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we should be. I got a text, so it was making me wonder if we were down or not. No, we're up. I was actually doing the research on it because I was trying to figure out, am I going to do the lightsaber or am I going to build a droid? Like, what all can I do?
Mhm.
It's $219.99 for your lightsaber.
Oh, that's steep.
But that's also because you've got the whole experience. Like, you're going into the shop, you're finding your crystal, you're picking your parts that you want. Like, they give you all the parts to choose from. So, like, it's not like you're buying a pre-made lightsaber for that much. There's an experience.
Yeah, I guess.
There's an experience to it. Obviously, pre-made good lightsabers that are about as good as those, if not better, are a little bit cheaper, if not about the same price. Because I'm pretty sure my Revan lightsaber was around $250. So more. But it's a pre-made. But you can also do a lot of the same stuff you can do with this one, where you can take out the blade and.
Yeah.
On the other hand, building a droid is only $99.
Oh.
So you can have an R2 unit or a BB unit. I kind of want to do a droid, but I want to make B9.
Oh no. No. Don't do that. Don't do that.
It'll just look like B9. It's not going to, obviously, because I can't, like, attach a rocket to it. Or a rocket launcher and a jetpack. It would look closer to BB-8 than like, what we imagine B9.
Just put a rocket launcher on your droid.
For context, B9 is a player character in our tabletop game, which is a BB unit that has caused a lot of death and destruction.
Look, while I may be...
And is evil. Although we discussed that he has a heart still.
Yeah.
For a droid, he has a heart
For a
still.
droid. So, wait a minute.
Because he has weakness. Came out wrong. Because he has weakness. Like, he has, like, weaknesses in regards to family.
Yeah, he has emotional weaknesses.
Yeah. Like, he cares about his brother,
Yeah.
which is, really his creator's son. But he hates his creator. That's because he hates Flo.
Is it?
But yeah.
I don't know. There's always a contest in Star Wars about who's got the most fucked up family. Because ain't none of those bastards clean.
Yeah. Apparently, we might be seeing some bounty hunters from Empire Strikes Back in the Kenobi show. We just saw who it was, but I don't think I want to give it away just in case for spoiler reasons. But your thoughts on that bounty hunter appearing?
The last time I saw him, things were not going so well.
But that was also after the events of the Kenobi show.
I'll be fine.
Yeah.
Probably.
It's still better than the way things were going for his buddy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So once again, we get another rumor that the Jedi Fallen Order sequel trailer will appear at Star Wars Celebration Anaheim. Once again, that kind of tracks with what we were thinking. It kind of follows, because we've been saying that for a while now, that's probably where it's going to show up. All right, and that's news.
Yeah.
So I guess let's go ahead and get into the story. So are your questions something that, because before we started filming, you claimed you have questions. Are these questions that we should hold till later, or something you want to bring up now?
I was going to bring them up as they sort
As
of
they came
popped
up?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go ahead and start with the story. So this is your spoiler warning.
Yeah. Here's the book review section, or in this case,
Okay,
the
short stories, plural, because they're two short stories.
But they're one story.
Yeah, because it's part 1 and part 2.
Yeah.
In the two insiders, because Insider sometimes does that. If they're a bigger story, it'll split it. Both of these are written by Charles Soule, who wrote the Light of the Jedi novel, so that kind of makes sense of why it connects so well to the Light of the Jedi story, because it kind of has to, because this takes place immediately before and immediately after Light of the Jedi.
Oh,
because we see that we'll get into it. So we start our story with our favorite non-four season couple, Joss and Adrian, Joss and Pika Adrian,
yeah.
who are basically done working at Starlight Beacon because we are told that they were engineers on the project and they were basically there to keep maintenance up and to kind of just fix things and make sure that Starlight Beacon was ready for its big show.
Yeah. And so Joss
So they're packing for vacation.
essentially doing the thing of like, all right, is this clothes like too dirty? No, okay, I'm putting it in a bag.
Yeah, whereas he is sure that his wife has made sure that none of her clothes are dirty at all. Like,
Yeah.
and he's doing the thing of, well, I'm just gonna put whatever fits in the bag.
Yep. And he's like, apparently that's not something Pika does. She's like done the Tetris for the bags. And I'm like, I don't know how people do that. I don't do it. I'm like, I got like what?
Yeah, I see. So how do you pack for vacation? Out of curiosity.
I get essentially 3 sets of clothes.
I'm assuming this is assuming a weekend away.
Yeah, either like a weekend to like,
Because obviously, if it's more, you'll bring more.
yeah. And I'm like, all right, just fold up the shirts and the pants, put them in like the main
Mhm.
bit, and I'll put like the socks in another, underwear in another, and like toothbrush and toothpaste
Yeah.
in another.
So I've learned for what I do is I roll up my shirts and pants because it actually takes up less space. I've noticed if you do the rolling technique and you just roll it up like into, and so I put it into my bag that way. So my shirts and pants go in that way, and then the socks and underwear will still fit. The underwear I'll also roll up. Socks I'll fold the way you normally fold socks because it's already in that circular shape that doesn't take a lot of room. And so then I'll put them in that way.
Yeah.
And then all of that's usually in the same bag for a 3-day.
Yep.
And then I'll try to put it like in the side pockets. I'll put my cleaning utensils if there's room. If not, I'll get a second bag.
I do recall, so I used to keep like medicine in my bag.
Just in case.
Yeah. Like for me specifically.
Yeah. Like just in case you need something. Yeah.
And my face is a lot better now than it used to be.
Uh-huh.
Like you remember when it was real bad.
Yeah. A lot of that was though because of like breaking out because of allergies and stuff.
And so I remember on one of our family's like trips over to Germany, you're not allowed to have more than a set amount of like
drugs.
Liquid, since the medicine was essentially like a paste.
Oh yeah. So this is post 9/11.
Yes, I was born after.
Oh, you were born after. That's right.
Well,
I'm
no,
sorry.
not after, but like just barely before.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm old enough that I was old enough to go on flights before.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so they were like, all right. And this has happened fucking almost every time. Out of the like 5 trips I've gone on, I am always stopped by airport security for various reasons. Sometimes it's just random chance. Sometimes it's I forgot that something was in my pocket. Or in that particular case, them explaining to me that you're not allowed to have this medicine because it looks way too suspicious to something that can be used for
Yep.
terrorism.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Because
oh,
post 9/11.
yeah. And I was like, it's just medicine for my leg. And they were like, okay, well, we're going to take it. And I'm like, fine. Here's what my leg looks like. And it was bad. And they're like, you know what? On second thought, you can keep it.
Yeah. So it's kind of, I guess, move along.
But that's
with it.
not
Yeah.
relevant to the story at all.
So
The TSA is not stopping the Adrians.
no, the Adrians are not worried. In fact, no, they're being actually stopped by the Jedi and the Admiral Krenara, who are showing off, because Admiral Krenara is showing off the Starlight Beacon to the Jedi.
Yeah.
Because he's like, look at all this magnificent thing we have done together.
Yeah. The reason why
like the Adrians are packing up to go along their vacation
Because they're done.
because they're done, and Pika's just essentially given like a final review, like once over before she leaves.
Yep.
And she's like,
Because her data pad has the ability to look at the systems of, hey, here's what's going on. Is everything engineering up to speed?
"Yep,
Unfortunately, she notices that there is a tiny issue. It's tiny, but she's like, hey, that's an issue. And because Pika is very observant of that,
it's like it's not an issue now, and it really
it could be
ain't
nothing.
nothing, but we're gonna check it out anyway. Let this be a lesson to you in the future, Jedi.
What, to check every small issue?
Check every small issue ever."
So they
As
go.
you can tell, I'm very upset by
Yeah, you're very upset about the future of the High Republic era.
I know it's not their fault, but when you have an entire section that has like 3 to 5 precognitive
Yeah.
people per like every 10,
Yeah, well, currently they don't. Yeah,
that might be a bit of an
yeah.
exaggeration.
Because there is a whole. When we get into Legend, because eventually I do want to get into Legends content, we will discuss the more like Sentinel, what they call the Sentinel Jedi class. So for now, not Consular. Sorry, the Consular Jedi's. But yeah, so they go ahead and go to look into that, and while they get stopped by Krenara on the way, and you see your buddy Buryaga,
Yeah, he's still
Bestest boy.
alive. Not missing at the moment.
bestest boy Wookiee Jedi Buryaga, along with Avar Kriss
Yeah.
and Buryaga's master
Nibasik?
Novasik, and I think there's one more Jedi.
There's one more, but I don't think they're named.
Yeah, and I can't remember off of the description who they are.
I'm guessing it's either Elzar or...
It's not Stellan. It's not Stellan. Stellan's busy on Coruscant because he's on the council.
I don't know.
Because he doesn't start going into the Outer Rim until later, like after the events of the book that we've yet to read, with the Galactic Fair.
To be honest, I feel like it's going to be
Yeah,
incredibly, in terms of tragedy, a lot more disappointing.
yeah, like it's built up at this point. Yeah,
I'm like, the hype is not going to live. The hype for
the hype for this tragedy.
is going to be so overwhelming compared to what it actually is.
But yeah, so they go to check out the issue, and they find, after like basically getting confirmation from Krenara to be like, hey, you could join us since we're also leaving.
Yeah,
And they're like, okay, we'll join you in a bit.
but we gotta go and do a thing first.
So they go and check, and it turns out, yeah, it was a big problem that if they did not deal with.
Yeah.
So
This brings up my first question.
so Joss knows how to fix it.
Yes.
But his arms are too big to reach. So he's like, hey, Pika, can you reach back there and do that for me? Also, be very careful, because if you do it wrong, you will shock your arm,
Not just her arm.
your
There's
whole body.
a good chance she will just die.
Yeah, there's a good chance you'll die of being electrocuted.
And this brings up my first question about Starlight Beacon. If you all knew this could be a problem, and knew that all you had to do was make an alternate circuit for it to flow through,
Yeah.
why didn't you do that before?
To be fair, they probably didn't know until then.
Well,
Because sometimes you don't know the problem until it happens.
yes. Then again, Starlight Beacon is supposedly
Starlight Beacon is the Titanic of.
was supposed to be like a modern miracle of the Republic.
Yeah. Well, it's part of Lena So's Great Works projects. Because she's doing this whole Great Works thing.
God, I want to be sarcastic, but I can't because I know what happens.
But yeah,
I'm gonna
so
rein that in.
so thankfully they managed to fix it.
Yeah. But
And
that's my first question. Why did you guys set it up this way?
it probably wasn't like they probably didn't know that it would go this way. But yeah, they fix it. And they're like, okay, cool. Now that Starlight Beacon won't explode because of this one thing. Because it could have exploded. Yep. Apparently. Before day one.
Yep.
of its grand opening.
Yep.
So yeah, so they go ahead and join up, back up with Krenara and them, get on a ship, and they're like, all right, time for our vacation. But no, there has to be a problem, because some ship out in the middle of nowhere got blown up in hyperspace, and now its parts are raining down on the
Been
planet.
here for a little bit longer.
It's almost like we read about this already.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. So the great disaster happens.
Yep.
And so, and
That's actually
they get the,
proper title than the disaster at the Republic Fair, because to be honest, you're not going to top
Yeah.
the Great Disaster.
So yeah, the great disaster happens. Hetzel Prime calls in a distress beacon, which we see how that happens. And so of course, Admiral Krennar is like, all right, we're gonna go this way, and the Adrians are given the choice whether to help or not, because they're like, all hands on deck if you're able to help, and the Adrians are like, yep, we'll help.
They're like, we were going to go on our vacation, but it's
We gotta do
fine.
the right
we
thing."
have to help them because it's the right thing to do.
And once again, another reason why I love it, the Adrians.
This also...
So that's part one. So that's part one of the story.
Yeah. The second question also came up in part one of the story.
Okay.
And it's one of those real quick flyby lines, and maybe I look too much into stuff in regards to Star Wars sometimes.
No, you're good.
And it was like, yeah, and this big fucking space station, I was like, that's both sweet and incredibly fucking stupid from a design standpoint as well. And they go, yeah, we made this station out of like materials unique to every planet that's represented on the station. I'm
Yeah, that way.
you know how in my stupid engineer brain that I don't ever use for anything,
Yeah.
it's like rattling over here. It's like, that's not how tensile strength works. You don't want to do that.
So I think the exterior is all made of the same material. If you look at it, it's pretty obvious that it's. But I think more on the interior design, it's so that way everybody kind of feels at home.
Yeah.
It's the same reason why they offer so many different types of food.
Yeah.
Uh,
I assume that that's what it means, and not that he used different materials across the entire
no,
station.
no.
But it can be read that
It can
way,
be read that way.
which means that this fucking place is going to fall apart at any minute. It is a miracle that it's even standing.
Yeah, or in this case, floating.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's meant to be
I think
read.
it's-
I think it's
Probably the other way, but at
Yeah.
the same time I was like, that's not a good design.
I mean, because it's the same thing. We'll get into this in the other short stories, because there's,
Yeah.
it's basically a lot of the short stories in the Insider magazines are about, they focus on day-to-day activities of Starlight. And so I think, because there's also areas where, like, there are certain gardens you can go to if you're from an alien world, and you can go into this garden and be like, oh, this is like my home. And they also have they have temperatures set in different parts of the station to match your species as well. So it's meant to be a home for everybody.
Yeah.
And I think that's more of what they mean.
I'm so confused about ice skaters, but that's not what we're talking about.
That's so far back.
It was last 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago. That's far back.
That is far back, I guess.
So
But those are my two, like,
yeah.
man, Starlight Beacon was fucked from the beginning.
So okay, so let's go into part two.
Yeah.
So part two of the story takes place after Light of the Jedi. So Joss and Pika Adrian have helped in a lot of battles at this point.
Yeah.
Because there have been battles against the Nihil now, like actual direct battles.
Fucking Nihil.
And
Yeah.
and the Adrians actually are part of this, because if you remember in Light of the Jedi, since it's been a month now, I think, since we've read Light of the Jedi, they helped resolve the issue of the Nihil being able to do short hyperspace jumps in combat. Because basically, instead of stopping the hyperspace jumps, the Adrians figured out a way to predict where they would end up. Because they would kind of do
That is not what they
what's
did at
the
all.
specific
So what they did, and I'm like, I don't understand why it was a rule that you guys said it pre-programmed.
So what the Adrians did is they just bypassed the like computer is like control over the thrusters. They just switched it to manual, and there's an engineer who's like, "You shouldn't do that," and I'm like, "Fuck you, asshole."
It's probably a safety feature.
That's exactly what it is, and I'm like, wouldn't you want to be able to remove this in case some shit happened where you needed to do it manually? Because ordinarily it doesn't allow you to.
Yeah.
I was like,
I mean, there's a way to do. So it's not a matter of it's not a matter of you can't do it. It's a matter of in a battle you probably don't want to.
yeah. Well, in this case, you wanted to.
Well, they were also able to find a way to kind of cycle and predict where the Nihil were going because of them messing with that stuff, though.
I don't remember reading that.
Because that was the issue, is the Nihil would jump, and then they would just surprise attack you behind you. And so they had to figure out a way to quickly, like deal with that. Like, it wasn't like an exact prediction. They weren't going, oh, this is exactly where... Because it wasn't like hyperspace tracking, because that's not... hyperspace tracking isn't a thing until the Tarkin Initiative.
Which is a while.
Which is a while. It's a while ahead. And yeah, because we haven't even seen Tarkin in any of our stories yet. So, yeah.
But eventually they are essentially brought into the room.
Yeah, because Kronara and a bunch of the other heads of the not really the military, the Defense Coalition, the Republic Defense Coalition, RDC, they bring them in.
Chancellor So is there.
Yeah, Lena So's there as well. And they bring him in and they're like, hey, we want to commend you for helping out because you didn't have to. Like, you're literally just citizens.
First off, good job on that.
Like, you're just citizens.
Secondly, good job on surviving. And thirdly, how the fuck did you do that?
Yeah, can you teach us? That way all of our computers can do that.
And so, Josh, I guess being a smart ass is kind of like, maybe we use the Force. And the Jedi immediately shut that down with like,
nah, we don't sense that.
yeah. And I'm like, well, I mean, yeah, probably not.
I'm also
considering.
I'm also glad that they kept Joss and Pica not Force sensitive, because it's nice seeing a non-Force sensitive characters. The High Republic is heavy Jedi, but it's not too heavy Jedi. Like, it has a decent balance. Because there are a lot. I'd say some of my favorite characters are some of the non-Jedi.
Yeah, but that's because they're not dealing with essentially the equivalent of like God whispering to them and doing a bunch of fuck shit.
No, they're just dealing with personal trauma.
Yeah.
And emotional damage.
Yeah. And like characters like Leox.
Yeah, I was about to say Leox and Geode. The
Leox, Geode, and the Ardens don't have to deal with that.
Yeah.
Because they're normal people who actually function.
Yeah. Instead they deal with Rathtars and and asshole rivals who work with the Nihil.
And there's Devo, who's I guess being paid by whoever.
Yeah, Diva's being paid by whoever. Yeah.
Which,
well, she's a Nihil.
Yeah.
Diva's a Nihil, and then War of the Bounty Hunters. Then she's paid by whoever.
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, they basically agree to help because they figure, why not? We've already done this much, and also like,
why not?
I guess we're just not going to get that vacation.
And they're like,
actually, no. That's their stipulation.
Yeah, they're like, give us our 2-week vacation, and we'll fucking help you with the Nihil problem. At first, they were kind of worried that like, oh man, we're gonna get sent to trial.
Yeah, because they thought they were in trouble.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that story you were telling me earlier on the way here. You were like, oh man, I'm so in trouble. Oh, no, it's a small matter.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I thought I was gonna fucking lose my job, but no.
Just something small.
Yeah, it was something that was easily fixable.
But in this case, they basically got a promotion without being part of the military structure, because there is no military structure. And they're also not part of the Republic Defense Coalition. They're kind of just liaisons.
I guess there's nothing,
because they don't really have him on contract that says the Ardens can't just say, "Fuck it,
Yeah,
we're out."
but I see them as like
They won't.
yeah, I see them as engineering liaisons
Yeah.
and like kind of like contractors. They're basically contractors
Yeah.
where it's just like, hey, we need you to do this, and the agents could say no, but because they're good people,
They probably won't.
yeah, they're gonna do what's best because they really believe in the "We Are the Republic" mantra that Lena So has sold, and I say sold, but like that sounds cynical. Lena So is not cynical about it. It's not cynical.
We've discussed
Cause-
so before.
Yeah, but
Unfortunately,
there's not a better word for it.
Yeah.
Like I have to say sold.
Promotes.
Yeah, promote. Yeah, she promotes this, and that's kind of her like how we get the galaxy to work together.
Yeah. The shame is, unfortunately, there is a very, very bad man who very, very much dislikes the Republic
And the Jedi
and is willing to commit
genocide.
genocide and war crimes to get it done.
To be fair, they're not war crimes because he's never like officially declared war.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. He's
Also, I'm pretty sure the Yavin conventions don't exist yet.
yeah, no, they don't. A lot of underhanded tact. I was reading fucking TV tropes earlier today, and I was looking at the loophole abuse.
Yeah,
And man, this
Hero.
actor uses a lot of them. He's like, it's not written down in the rule book that I can't do this, and even if it was, I wouldn't pay attention to it.
yeah. So that's part 2, and that's basically the short story. It's a good introduction to these characters.
Yeah.
As I mean, because you get a little bit of them in the novel, because they're not the focus, obviously.
Yeah. No.
But this is a good a good quick character look, and I kind of like the short stories for that because you can go outside of the main novels and be like, oh, I like these characters. Oh, here's more of them.
Yeah. There is a. I'm going to talk about this because it also gives me an excuse to talk about
Yeah.
my favorite Jedi.
Oh,
So I remember a while back, I can't remember which book it was in,
mhm.
but Buryaga was there, and it was when they were about to just fucking destroy, like, all these innocent people.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and later on, Buryaga's sort of hanging out. and
Oh,
he's
it's
like,
in Live. I think it's Live the Jedi.
Yeah. And he's like, I don't really like being here, and Josh.
Yeah, it's Live the Jedi.
Take a walk over, and they're like, "Hey, you guys better thank this Wookiee,
'Cause
because if he hadn't, we were going to kill you."
Yeah, we were gonna blow you all up. We were like seconds away from hitting the buttons.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Live the Jedi because that's during the Great Disaster Rescue at Hetzel.
And I'm like, that is called giving credit where it's due, and it
Well,
is appreciated.
Yeah, because the agents are not above that, and
Yeah.
and like they're like, yeah, we'll admit when we kind of helped out or when we fucked up.
Yep.
So quiz time.
Yep. What's this quiz about?
So it's a Jedi Masters quiz.
Okay.
Let's see. So this is in the Jedi. This is in Star Wars Insider 199.
Mm-hmm.
A Jedi's path does not always conform to the Order's traditions. Rogue Jedi have emerged who have followed the Force in their own unique fashion. What do you think about these independent thinkers? All right. So these are going to be independent thinkers within the Jedi Order, or even outside of it. So we're going to start with the light side.
All right.
Number 1. So this might even get me. Jedi Knight Nadar Veb placed too much value on matching his enemy's power with his own in a fight with which foe? Admiral Trench, Darth Sidious, General Grievous, and Darth Maul. I'll give you a hint. This is because I do remember this one now. It's in Clone Wars. I don't think you've watched Clone Wars though.
I haven't watched all of Clone Wars.
But Nadar is the former apprentice of Kit Fisto.
The greatest smile of
Yeah, the best smile. Because Nadar was a knight at this point.
I don't think he would go up. Sorry, what were the?
The choices are Admiral Trench,
No.
Darth Sidious,
No.
General Grievous, or Darth Maul.
I think Maul's a bit out of. No, he's not out of commission,
but he's busy pursuing other things. So I'm gonna go with Grievous.
Correct. And actually, your logic is, once again, it's kind of off, but it's correct, because Darth Maul is still out of commission because this is season 1 of Clone Wars.
Is he still a homeless robot Spider-Man?
Yes. He's currently still going crazy.
I was like, well, you can't outpower Grievous. He's got 4 arms. You're not winning that.
Well, also, Nadar was like, I can just be angry and fight this guy.
Well, that's not a good plan.
Next up, what codename did Ahsoka Tano use when she communicated with the Ghost crew? A. Snips, B. Fulcrum, C. Togruta, or D. Ashla. So this is from Rebels, which you have not watched at all. So
Is it Snips?
no,
No.
that's Anakin's nickname for her.
Name. Damn it.
It is Fulcrum.
Who gave her that nickname? Bonus round.
Oh, I forget that. I forget where Fulcrum. Oh, it's from the Ahsoka novel, isn't it?
So we'll get to it.
I forget the name of the character.
There you go. He is.
I've been
A
asked.
show I have not watched.
I've been
and a
asked.
book I have not read.
He is.
We'll get to that book. Don't worry.
Introduced. We finally see him in the prequel trilogy, but he's played by 2 actors who we don't see until the second movie.
Oh. 2 actors in the second.
Jedi, good guy,
2 actors in the second movie.
though. No. We don't.
I've been asked who gave the nickname. Oh, duh. It's Jimmy Smith's Bill.
Right. We don't see Bale in the first one, but there's a picture of the actor's like.
Yeah, because in the first film they reference him because they say
There was a scene shot with him.
yeah because they reference him in the first in the final cut they reference it because they're like, oh yeah, he's up for Supreme Chancellor.
Right. Bale creates the Fulcrum program.
Yeah, that's right. Leia's adoptive father. 3. Who did Quinlan Voss fall in love with during his mission to assassinate Count Dooku? A. Asajj Ventress, B. Depa Billaba, C. Ayla Secura, or D. Bo-Katan Kryze.
Respectfully, I don't think Bo-Katan seems the loving type.
I think she could have a relationship, but not with Quinlan Voss, not with a Jedi. I would love to see that relationship though of her with a Jedi. It would be hilarious.
I don't think it's Ventress because I don't think she loves many things besides power. What?
No, keep going. What's your answer? So you said no Bo-Katan. So the other answers are Depa Billaba or Ayla Secura. Depa is Kanan's master, and then Ayla Secura is the Twi'lek, the blue one, the one who gets shot down on Felucia in Return of the Jedi. I mean, Revenge of the Sith. The other third film.
What about that?
The other third film.
They fucking just go for it.
In the back.
Yeah. I'll try Secura, I guess.
No, it is actually Ventress. It's in Dark Disciple. We'll get there.
Is that a comic book?
Damn, it's a novel.
Okay.
It was meant to be episodes of Clone Wars, but then this is after Clone Wars got canceled. So they were like, well, we still want to tell the story, and it was written by Katie Lucas, but then they adapted it by Christy Golden rewriting it, and then...
I see. So, this is in a book that I haven't read.
You've done a good job, though. You've been guessing things that you haven't seen before. Yeah. So, number 4.
There's some things I don't have evidence for.
Yeah, it's hard to... Yeah. So, number 4, what did Count Dooku claim Qui-Gon Jinn was aware of that might make him sympathetic to the Separatist cause? So, this is an Attack of the Clones.
Okay.
A. Creation of a clone army. B. Taxation of trade routes. C. Corruption in the Senate. Or D. Obi-Wan Kenobi's feelings for Satine Kryze.
Well, he never said shit about Obi-Wan's feelings for Satine.
Since that wasn't resolved yet.
So that's the later plot point.
Yeah.
I think it's the corruption in the Senate.
It is. You're
Because he directly tells him, hey, the Senate is corrupt as shit, man.
He directly tells him it's, in fact, being led by a Sith Lord.
Yeah. I guess that counts as their evidence that Palpatine is the Sith Lord, but I wouldn't. I don't
Like
think
how
that's
Dooku,
a
like,
possible
yeah, I was about
report.
to say Dooku's not exactly the most reliable of cases at this point.
I also am curious if there's a separation of church and state.
It's a discussion I've had with some people in Discord, especially regarding the Jedi. I don't think there's a separation of church and state in the Star Wars universe because the Jedi are forced to operate as like basically police for the
Yeah.
Republic. They are basically police for a while.
They just
I think the Nihil problem is what pushes them into.
Yeah, the
being
Nihil
police.
problem. Yeah, the Nihil problem definitely leads to this closer cohesion with the Republic and the Jedi.
Even though they shouldn't be, but
I would argue that the Jedi shouldn't be taking any sides when it comes to, like, say, the Clone Wars. They shouldn't have been
Yeah.
involved. They should have been like, we're going to negotiate both sides, but because of them being so close to the Republic, they had to pick a
Yeah.
side. Because
by then they are the Republic.
yeah, by then they are the Republic. Yeah, yeah. Number 5.
Mm.
Which object introduced Ezra Bridger to knowledge forbidden by the Jedi? A. The Darksaber.
no,
B. Ochi of Bastoon's blade.
I don't think so.
C. The Grand Inquisitor's lightsaber. Or D. Sith holocron.
Probably that one.
Yeah. I feel
I don't think stabbing grants you knowledge.
yeah. 3 of those are. I mean, if you have Quinlan Voss's or Ray's or Cal Kestis's ability, then yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Because then you can just touch it and be like, oh, I know what happened. with this
remember-
weapon.
I don't remember a lot about
Psychometry.
wizard powers, but I'm pretty sure that's not one of them.
Yeah, Ezra doesn't have psychometry. He has the animal bonding thing. I forget what it's called.
The Doctor Doolittle power and Doctor.
Yeah, because a lot of it's been a thing in Star Wars for a
Yeah.
while that certain Jedi are more connected to nature, and so they'll
Yeah, it's funny because you first you're like, this is a dumb power, and then he uses it really, really well throughout the series.
yeah. It's also funny because early on he gets mad at the Loth cats, but then he's like, oh yeah, I'm attuned to all this. All right, so now we're going into the dark side.
Okay.
Number 6. Who once served as a Jedi Temple guard before falling to the dark side?
Mm.
The 5th brother, the 7th sister, the 8th brother, or the Grand Inquisitor?
Oh, this is some rebel shit.
Yeah, and they're all Inquisitors. Yeah,
I guess old fucking big forehead himself.
oh, the Grand Inquisitor, big forehead himself, the Grand Inquisitor. Yep. Which they're
He probably got that position by skill and experience.
well, so all of them are ex-Jedi, or at least we're led to believe that. Because so far we haven't seen one that wasn't an ex-Jedi. At least from the information we know of all the Inquisitors. Second sister is one from Fallen Order. And 9th sister is one from Fallen Order. I know for sure 10th brother is because Mace Windu comic, he gets mad at Mace Windu. I joke that him and Boba Fett have problems with Mace. And Mace, on the other hand, is like, what's your problem with me? I don't know you. But yeah, Grand Inquisitor.
I guess it's good that Boba eventually let that shit go.
Well, also, he eventually figured out that Mace is probably dead.
Yeah.
On the court of Samuel L.
Yeah.
Get his show.
Number 7. Which planet did Darth Vader visit on his first off-world mission for Darth Sidious? Malachor, Tatooine, Naboo, or Mustafar?
Well, I don't think it was Mustafar. I don't think it was Tatooine because he fucking hates sand.
Here's a hint. It is in Revenge of the Sith.
Oh. It's not Tatooine, though.
No.
Is it Naboo?
No, it's Mustafar. Because he goes to kill the Separatists.
Oh! I see. Okay, I see.
His first off-world mission as
I
Darth
was
Vader.
confused because
You were thinking something after Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
His first off-world mission
Yep,
as
'cause-
Darth Vader.
Yeah, because he was on Coruscant
Yeah.
most of the time as Vader, and then in revenge, and then he's like, "Hey, go to Mustafar to go kill these guys." In the war.
Considered that a separate
Yeah.
thing, but no, you're right. It is the first thing he does is Darth Vader.
All right,
It's for
so
an off-world mission. Yeah.
yeah, so we're going back to the Inquisitors.
Okay.
What? Because and it's funny that we just talked about her, but we didn't say her name, which is the question. What name did the second sister go by prior to her time as an Inquisitor? Eno Cordova, Trilla Sudori, Seer Junda, or Luminara Unduli?
It's Trilla, isn't it?
Yep, it's Trilla.
I know.
Everybody loves Trilla.
I do. I like that.
Ooh, Trilla.
Yeah. I wish things could have worked out better, but you made your fucking choices, lady.
At least at the end, she did the right thing.
Yeah.
Speaking of characters though who did not do the right thing, what did Barriss Offee's delusionment cause her to do? A. Destroy a Republic cruiser. B. Flee to Dathomir. C. Attack the Jedi Temple. Or D. Murder her master. This is Clone Wars.
Barriss Offee?
Yeah.
It's not. She didn't kill her master.
Yeah, because that's Luminara.
Her master's already dead. I think it's Maul or Savage.
No, they killed the other Adi Gallia. Luminara is still alive. She lives at least as far as we know until the Empire happens, and her dead body appears in Rebels.
Okay. So then that would make it C is attacking the Jedi Temple, right? Yeah.
Yeah, she bombs it.
Yeah, because that's why Ahsoka has to leave, because she sets her up.
Yeah, she frames her best friend. Supposedly.
I remember fucking Anakin. I do have that clip where he goes to confront her. He's like, "You're gonna fucking confess, or I'll kill you."
Yeah,
right now."
they have a lightsaber duel. Yeah. 10. Which event precipitated Asajj Ventress's descent into darkness? A. The Battle of Naboo. B. Master Kyneric's death. C. Battle of Geonosis. Or D. The election of Supreme Chancellor Palpatine.
I don't think it was. What's the question again?
Which event precipitated Asajj Ventress's descent into darkness? So what made her become Darksider? A. The Battle of Naboo. B. Master Kyneric's death. C. Battle of Geonosis. Or D. The election of Supreme Chancellor Palpatine.
I'm gonna go with B.
Yeah, because Kyneric was her master for.
Because I was like, what kind of fucking answer is
nobody knew that Kyneric was her master because he found her off-world and then died to pirates.
I was like, you won the election. How dare you? Like,
all right,
it's a terrible response.
we're getting to the end of the main questions. I think we won't have time to do the identify the quote and thing because it's already 1:58.
Yeah.
So we'll just do the last 5 questions and call
All
it.
right.
The influencers. Where did Kylo Ren learn the truth about Snoke's past? Exegol, Crate, Kef Bir, or Act 2?
I'm just gonna go with Exegol.
Yeah. Because on Exegol he sees all the cloning tanks of Snoke and also learns Palpatine's alive. Alright, what power did Darth Sidious offer to Anakin Skywalker in order to gain his loyalty? Force lightning, mind control, cheating death, or time travel?
It was cheating death.
Yeah. That's an easy one.
As a guy who knows about pursuing immortality, fucking don't.
It's because of my game.
A little bit, and also maybe
Just other
don't in general.
Yeah, other sources of media.
Yeah.
Who continuously sought to tempt Ezra Bridger away from Kanan Jarrus? Maul, Darth Vader, the Bendu, or Ahsoka Tano?
I'm gonna go with probably Maul.
Yeah. Maul kept going, I can be your master.
Yeah. 'Cause
Which,
I've seen them talking. I don't know the context for why they're doing the thing they're doing.
it's basically Maul searching for Kenobi and Ezra's looking for how to end the Sith. And Maul's like, I can teach you how to end the Sith because I was once one of them.
Yeah.
Which group eventually received Ahsoka Tano's support after she left the Jedi Order?
Hmm.
The Night Sisters, the Empire, the Rebel Alliance, or the Sith?
I feel like it might be the Rebel Alliance.
Yeah, that one was a
I
giveaway.
don't think the Night Sisters are taking new members. Don't.
Especially after what Grievous did.
Yeah. I don't think she'd help the Empire.
In what star system were Anakin Skywalker and Ben Solo both redeemed? Tatooine, Endor, Jakku, or Coruscant?
I feel like it's either Endor or Jakku.
What star system were Anakin Skywalker and Ben Solo both redeemed?
Okay, what was it?
Tatooine, Endor, Jakku, or Coruscant?
Endor's a moon, right?
Yes, but I'm not going to say anything. Obviously, there are other planets surrounding it. Because it is, and obviously we're talking about the star system, so it doesn't have to be specifically the planet that's named here.
Jakku's not a star system either, is it?
But it's in the star, like we're talking about the star system Jakku sits in.
So it's a planet.
We're just naming the planets, but we're talking about the star systems that they inhabit.
Fuck it. I'll just go with Endor.
You're correct, because it's so Anakin is redeemed above Endor because he's in the Death Star.
Yeah.
And then Ben is redeemed at Kef Bir, I think is the name of the planet, which is one of the planets inhabiting the same system. Actually, it's another moon of the Endor system. So,
The Endor system does have planets, just a bunch of moons.
but it's another moon in that system. All right. So I'm gonna tally up what we got. So you got 6, 7, 8, 9.
Can we not count the ones that I don't have information and prior knowledge for?
So you've actually done pretty well so far because I've counted 10 you've gotten right out of the 15 so far. 11, 12. You got 12 out of 15.
Okay,
That's passing.
it's like a C. I'll take it.
Pretty sure it's more than that. I'm not a mathematician though. It's an 80, so it's a B.
Yeah, okay, I'll take it. It's
Yeah.
just barely a B, but it's a B.
It's a B. It's a B, and that's what matters.
Yeah.
B as in best. It was your best try. In that case, we will say that out of the... Yeah. So did you stick to the path of a Jedi or fall to the dark side? You have taken your first steps from a certain point of view. So you got the second best out of the... Because it's worst, second best, and then the best you could do. So yeah. But of course, we also didn't do the rest of the questions, so we don't know if you would have gotten...
Who knows?
Yeah. All right. So that is this episode.
Yeah.
Next week, we are going to discuss the next couple of short stories, which are, once again, it's a combination of one short story in 2 parts. The next one is called it's another Starlight collection. It is Starlight...
Who we focusing on?
First Duty, Starlight First Duty. And we will be focusing on well, we're going to see the people that run it on a day-to-day basis. So the people in charge of it after it's officially, because obviously by the end of this last short story that we just finished, Starlight Beacon's open. So now we got to see how day-to-day operations go.
Man.
Which means, and also we're only a few weeks away from Queen's Hope's release, which means I need to figure out who I want to get to talk about that.
Yeah.
But thank you guys for watching another episode of Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. If you would like, if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Leave a comment. You can check out our Patreon, which is linked down below, where you can watch our content a week before it's uploaded to YouTube. With the second tier and with the first tier, you can hang out with us in Discord.
Yeah.
The Discord just got bigger because we have a lot of people in there.
A lot of new people showed up.
Yeah, some of my friends from other Discords, where we've just been hanging out playing video games. Lately they dragged me into Fortnite.
Oh boy.
But there's no building, so I'm kind of okay with that. Like, there's no building currently. Once building comes back, then I'm gonna get.
You're like, nope, I'm out.
Well, I'm not gonna get out, but I'm gonna be like struggling. I'm gonna struggle. And so we've just been hanging out. I think I kind of want to do a movie night as well, because I know somebody that's joined has not seen Solo yet, and so that'd be fun is to watch Solo for the first time because it's a fun movie.
Yeah, it's a fun movie.
I think they said it's the only Star Wars movie they haven't watched. So, and then you can also, if you're watching this on Twitch, so if you're watching us on Twitch and you want to check out our YouTube, it's youtube.com/EscapeRealityFilms. If you want to find us on Twitch, it's twitch.tv/CJStarWars94, where we do broadcast the podcast, but we also play video games live on Twitch. That's where you can watch me. Probably you can watch me play Fortnite maybe if I decide to stream it. But currently I'm doing Elden Ring, and that's been a thing.
Yeah.
I've been live streaming Elden Ring on there.
I think it's either Demon Souls or Elden Ring.
It's Elden Ring on there. Demon Souls is on YouTube.
Okay. Elden Ring is on Twitch. Demon Souls is on YouTube. Because I was like, that's not what that game looks like.
Yep. And then if you're watching on Twitch, feel free to subscribe and follow, which we got our first subscriber recently. So
That's good.
So we got, and I want to thank my buddy Matt for doing that because he's our first subscribe on Twitch. And I also want to give a shout out to our patron, our only patron. He goes by, I want to make sure I get his username correct. I think he is also a Matthew.
Oh boy.
But a different Matthew. And that is, trying to find him. I don't know if he's online or offline right now. I cannot find him for some reason.
Oh no.
Where'd he go? Hold on, I know where to find him. Because I've been playing D&D with him, so I know where to find him.
We've got to be somewhere, right?
Chaos. He goes by Chaos for you too.
I see.
But he's our first.
Right.
He's our first Patreon member.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, it really goes a long way. Like even if you're just bringing $1, that's a $1 extra that helps the the content. Also want to thank Gamers and Geeks and Mopcast Network for providing the space and letting us use this studio every week. If you want to check out the podcast from Mopcast Network, it's youtube.com/Mopcast Network. You can also check out them on Apple, Spotify, wherever you listen to your podcasts. And currently, we're about to start our third podcast. It's Tuesdays with Scotty, and that's coming up this upcoming week is when we're going to start we're going to air our first episode, and it's basically Scotty talking about whatever he feels like for that week. It's our it's the general podcast of whatever Scotty feels like talking about, and it's a lot of fun. The first episode, we've already recorded it. It's pretty great. We bring on co-host Drew from the My Star Wars Life and Mando Mondays, and we talk to him about stuff. And then this and then we also have Cult Movie Cantina, which last week we had our cult meeting where we just went over we talked a little bit more about Xanadu and some of the stuff that we cut out of the Xanadu episode, and we try some new jelly beans, and Then this week we're going to talk about The Crow with Brandon Lee.
Oh no.
And so it's such a great film, though. Such a great film, but yeah, I know. And then there's also My Star Wars Life, obviously, which we're going to be talking about. We had some technical issues, but we're going to talk about Kenobi stuff because we meant to talk about that last week, but there were some technical issues where we lost that episode.
Oh no.
So we're going to do it again.
Damn it.
Because that was a good discussion.
Over that.
Eventually, well, obviously it's not airing yet, but we were going to talk about the trailer, but obviously some issues happened that messed that up.
Yeah.
But we're going to talk about that this week probably, and I think that's it of those shows.
Yeah.
If you're in the Mobile, Alabama area, check out Gamers and Geeks. It's a gaming shop. You can get your Magic the Gathering cards, your Pokemon cards, your D&D books. Pathfinder.
Yep.
There you can do your wargaming. So if you're into Warhammer, they've got that. They've got an arcade in the back, which you can pay $10 for a day pass, play whatever games you want. They give you a wristband and everything, just to make sure they know you can play. And yeah. So thank you guys for watching.
Yeah.
And we'll see you guys next week with Starlight First Duty. Okay, are we good? I think we're good. We're green. We are having a little bit of issues. Let me shut down some stuff that might help. Uh-oh. Twitch keeps going down, but YouTube's still going.
Well, that's good. Really hope that works out.
I don't know what's going on though.
You would know more than I do.
Having some frame drops. Let me see here. Give me a second. Let me see on this end how everything looks. I'm making sure everything.
Yeah.
I don't want them to miss out too much of the podcast, but man. We'll do a be right back until we can solve it. Okay, we should be running fine again. We'll be back in a couple seconds. Just chat in the comments if we're up and running again.
Okay, we should be back. There we go.
All right. Oh,
We just had to switch Wi-Fi connections because we were on the basic one, but that one kept crashing. But the 5G one is working fine, so
all right.
we are good. Okay, so we last left off talking about Rodor Keen and Astawa Maru butting heads. That's where we left off. So, like we were saying, it's basically because they have the same role,
Yeah.
essentially. So, I guess, do we want to go back to what was going on then? I guess.
Yeah, I suppose so.
So while Velko is getting a layout of the medical facility, one of the patients
Reacts
very badly.
poorly to some of the
To-
treatment going on.
Yeah.
Has a bit of a seizure, which is not medically recommended.
And also is choking
It's
Okana.
Shit out of either Okana.
It's Okana.
It's Okana. Oh.
Yeah.
And they're like, we should probably do something about that.
Sweet. Thank you, thank you, Luna.
Thank you.
So yeah, that happens.
Yeah. I forget if this is the
Uh,
first time we see Tartfin just go for a gun.
Yeah, Tarpfin goes for a gun, but is knocked out. It gets a concussion in the
Yeah.
process for doing so. Velko, however, manages to grab the injector and stabilize the patient.
Does a nice little combat roll.
Yeah. Do a roll. Come on. You got to get those Elden Ring skills in. You got to roll. Roll.
She rolled through the attack.
Yeah.
Uh,
And then, as everything seems to be
Yep.
calming down, there is a scream. We can't, like you were saying to me in the messages, Starlight cannot go a day without something happening.
10 minutes. It's not even a day, it's 10 minutes. Can Starlight Beacon just have something go right for 10 minutes? The answer
Is no.
is no,
Um,
but that's kind of because of how the nature of stories work.
So that brings Velko back to Ambassador Cyril's room, where his guard droid has been decapitated and he has been shot.
Yep,
And that's part one.
that's the end of part 1.
So thoughts going up at this point?
God, I was at this point, I was like, the entire thing, he's like, I'm worried the Hissarians will get me.
Did you think the Hissarians got him at this point?
No. I was like, even if they did, why would they fucking do it here? When they shoot you as you were getting in your car, not in the middle of your ship, not in the middle of the hospital ward. Because that seems like a bad plan.
That has not stopped people from trying to kill people in hospitals before.
No. But I'm like, why wouldn't you wait until he was leaving if that was your plan?
Well, get him while he's vulnerable.
Yes.
So that is.
Attack the man on a station full of Jedi and Republic security.
I mean, but he is health vulnerability, rather, is what I mean.
You just up the medicine dose. You don't do something as public as shooting the bastard.
Well, part 2 is going to reveal what happened.
Yeah.
Because now, Velko, Avar Chris, and Maru, Buryaga,
Yeah.
basically the whole staff is on high alert now to be like, okay, what happened? We need to figure out because this is a diplomatic, incident.
waiting to happen.
Yeah. And obviously we can't have that on Starlight Beacon.
Yeah. Hey, you know that place where we're trying to make everyone feel all unified and shit?
We probably shouldn't have them killing each other.
Yeah. Having that happen seems counterintuitive to our goal.
Unfortunately, the security footage has been scrubbed.
Yeah. But only 3 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, it's between Velko running out of the room to help with the seizure patient and then Velko running back in.
Yep.
Yeah, to the bodyguard being shot rather. Obviously, like we said, everybody's kind of concerned about the idea that this is a diplomatic incident.
Especially Keen. Keen was like,
Yeah, because Keen's like, man, why did it have to be today?
he's also like, secondly, who planned this? Who was like, we'll put the two intensely the intense political rivalry between these two,
Yeah, the Hissarians and yeah.
and they put them essentially like right across the hall from each other.
Yeah, and of course, Cyril, the ambassador, is very adamant that it is the Hissarians. Proof provided by the bodyguard droid having a fist of the Hissarian's hair.
Yeah.
However, this story does not quite work
Yeah.
because both the Hissarians are still, as we said in part 1, recovering from injuries themselves.
Yeah.
During the Wazda emergence,
Hmm.
because that's why most of these people are. We probably should have talked about that. Most of the people that are in the medical facility are here because of emergencies.
Yeah.
So that is that.
And the emergencies tend to fuck people up pretty hard, assuming they survive at all.
Yeah. So, basically, Velko is put in charge of the investigation.
And like, here, figure it out.
Yeah. While Avar has to write up some reports.
Yeah.
Because
And she's like, well, I can't really break the rules.
to figure this out, but hey, Maru, maybe you could lead the right
Yeah.
direction.
And she's like,
And Maru basically points out to Velko, hey, there's evidence that you can find somewhere, I know.
and she's like, well, I can give you essentially the pass card to go and get to that area for reviewing stuff.
Yeah, like, because basically the bodyguard droid has been put into evidence, and he's like, well, it's against the rules for me to give you it, but that doesn't mean my droid can't.
Yeah. He's like, my droid has the authorization to go and do an autopsy. Even though I can't give it to you, and you technically shouldn't be, but my droid can perform the autopsy and get you in there.
Yeah, he's just like, my droid can do it, and if you just happen to follow my
There.
droid, follow my
mean,
droid in
I'm
there,
not responsible, and
I've got stuff to do back on the bridge.
yeah.
So
Anyhow, have a nice day.
yeah, I love Maru.
Yeah. Like, I'm technically not breaking the rules, but you know what? We'll just put this under the table and we'll forget about it.
Velko and the droid, during the autopsy, figure out who the assassin is, and they have proof.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's
we are not immediately given that proof. It's very
Yeah,
much one of those. It's one of those. Oh my goodness! It's
Oh
this
no.
person. And then next
The
scene.
same thing a lot of detective movies do that I find really.
I
cheap,
kind of.
in which they don't give you.
I
the
think that-
evidence until it's
Well, they gave
supposedly relevant.
some of the evidence, but
and give you the crucial bit.
yeah, I think you can figure it out. I mean, like you said, you already figured it out in part 1, essentially.
It was weird, and then I figured it out, and I was like, I don't fucking care, man. Like, it's not that the story is bad.
No.
It's just that I'm like, there's other shit to worry about, man.
Well, obviously, we have the bigger picture. For them, this is a big
They're
deal
like, this is the biggest deal, and I'm like, you don't know.
because this,
The storm is coming, and you don't fucking know.
wasn't Buryaga with Velko during this?
It might have been, I think.
Yeah, Buryaga was with Velko during the case with Casey and
Yeah.
finding the evidence. That's right.
He doesn't do anything, but
Yeah,
he's
Buryaga's just there.
like, I don't have anywhere else to be.
So
So they go back.
they go back to the ambassador's room where basically Velko has called everybody there and is like, all right, time for me to do the big detective reveal of
Yeah.
who it is.
It was the ambassador all along.
Yeah, and they're like, this is a pretty good plan.
Yeah, because so let's discuss what the plan was. So he rigged his droid to self-destruct after shooting him with the bolt just strong enough to maim him.
Yeah.
And then also had the evidence of the fur and of the hair in the droid's hand, which would hopefully lead them into the right direction that he wanted. Unfortunately, the droid's memory banks were not erased, and since the head was survived because it was decapitated,
It was not decapitated.
well, no, the head was decapitated from the body, but the head wasn't destroyed.
I don't recall it saying decapitated. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but since the memory was in the droid's head,
I thought they just found evidence of essentially the blasting powder that they used.
mhm,
And they were like, yeah, it's real clever how you put blasting powder inside your droid's head to make it look like it got.
oh yeah, that's right, yeah,
And it's also funny how we were able to find enough essentially blaster juice left for like
yeah,
the leftovers of someone being shot.
yeah. But the droid also they were able to
Yeah.
kind of look at
I think that's
The
the
tapes.
confirmation.
yeah the
evidence.
tape. Yeah, they found the tapes on the droid's memory banks, and they were like, yeah, you should have erased your droid's memory banks if you're going to do this kind of scheme.
That's
So instead of spending the ambassador's time in the hospital wing, they are now going to spend the rest of their stay in the detention center.
Yep. They can have a nice trip there.
And so yeah, and so as
I don't know if you can arrest people on that.
but of course, as we wrap up the story, Rodor Keen's like, all right, how do you want to? Would you like to finish your tour? Unfortunately, a distress call happens coming from the Kozlin system, and they immediately have to get right back to work, which that will lead us into the comic.
All right.
So, thoughts on this short story?
It was good. I think part of it is
Part of it,
I like
part of it is it's a micro story and not a macro
Yeah.
story. It's part of the micro of the day-to-day affairs. Whereas because we know stuff that's going on
Yeah.
later, the macro of it makes it seem like it's not a big deal, but it is and it isn't.
yeah.
Like, it's a big deal in the sense of, yes, it's important that this is dealt with because this can cause problems later.
Yeah.
But because we know the macro of the Nihil being a bigger issue, we're more concerned of why are we dealing with this? But I think it's still a good story to
Yeah,
see the day to
It is a
day
good story, and if I had read it first, I probably would have been more
invested.
excited and invested about it.
Yeah.
Alternatively, it may just be work schedule that's fucking killed me.
Yeah.
But-
Yeah.
It's not a bad story.
And this one was written by Cavan Scott,
Alright.
who is the author of the next mainline book that we're going to read, Rising Storm. He's the one that writes the big Galactic Fair incident. He also is known for the Adventures in Wild Space books.
Can I just take a guess at what happens at the Galactic Fair?
Let's save that to the episode just before we do that.
Okay. I also have a question for you, sort of, before we finish up.
Yeah.
So we know that Gal Tartfin is a traitor.
Yeah.
Does it bring you any satisfaction to retroactively
See Gal get knocked out
Yes.
a little bit.
Like, the thing is, they were.
It also hurts me more seeing Velko and Gal become friends.
You see, the thing is, for me, in regards to that, I was like, okay, so you scrambled some footage and ran away. And in terms of shit I've seen the Nihil do, that's pretty low.
Yeah. Like, honestly, it kind of just bugs me that Gal was a traitor because it doesn't fit, like, what we were introduced to, but I guess
Yeah.
we don't really know their, like, reasoning.
don't
Maybe
know.
they were an Nihil all
Yeah,
along.
I don't know their life.
But yeah. All right. Well, that is this week's episode. Next week, we will be looking at the High Republic, Volume 1 of the comic, which is I just bring There Is No Fear, which is the first 6 issues of the High Republic mainline comic.
All right.
Where we are going to get a lot more Avar Chris. We are going to get some Drin gear. We're going to get... What else we getting? We get some new characters. We get some Skier.
Okay.
We get some Skier. And that's kind of what to look forward to next week. Anything you'd like to say before I do all of our pushes? Anything? Any final thoughts?
Not really. I'm looking forward to like binging Kenobi.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. We're almost caught up to a lot of the High Republic stuff that we haven't done yet.
I think so far the High Republic's been pretty interesting.
It's a fun time era to kind of look at, especially knowing like where the Jedi end up
Yeah.
and the Republic end up. I'm curious to see how they get there.
Yeah, but someone, for the love of God, please get these motherfucking Nihil. They gotta go.
All right. So I do want to make an announcement.
Yeah.
Since we're live, I do want to bring up that tonight
Mm-hmm.
at let me make sure I get the time right. I believe it is 5.
Yeah.
With 5 p.m. PDT actually. Oh, so sorry, my brain is stupid. My brain is being a bit dumb. So that would be 7 our time. Okay. Oh, we got plenty of time then.
Oh.
I was trying to figure out my schedule for today, but that works out even better. So at 7 Central, which is our time,
Yeah.
I will be joining the Dyad for their podcast. So if you wish to watch that when it comes on, that'll be on the channel Element 7. And we are going to be we're just going to be discussing a lot of stuff that we talked about today, as well as some other stuff. And so that's going to be fun. And it's my first time being on somebody else's podcast, like that I'm not like producing in some.
It's your first time being like an actual guest.
Yeah, it's my first time being an actual guest and not being part of the production team of a podcast. So I'm really excited to share that with everybody. So be sure to check out that tonight at 7 our time.
Mm-hmm.
And that.
I just gotta go hang out at the neighbor's house for like 3 days.
And so yeah, so it'll be interesting being on that as a non-producer for once, and that's gonna be fun. So be sure to join us on that. That's Element 7 is the YouTube channel, and that's gonna be at 7 our time, 5 Pacific.
Yeah.
All right, and outside of that, thank you guys for watching. Be sure to like and subscribe if you're on our YouTube, which is youtube.com/Escape Reality Films. If you are watching on Twitch, that's twitch.tv/CJ Star Wars 94. Be sure to follow or subscribe, or both. Both is preferred. Every little bit helps. And if you really want to show us a little bit of financial support, that helps us get the stuff that we read. That helps us, make sure. Eventually maybe pay Seth to be on the show. Probably myself first, though, because.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, if I can pay myself first, that would be great.
Yeah.
Do this full time. If you want to help with that, that is patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. The first tier gets you access to our Discord, where you'll find us chatting. You'll get to read some of the stuff with us, because we talk about it a lot of the time. Not as much lately, because we've been doing short stories, but when we do novels, we'll talk about it as we're reading.
Yeah. We don't count short stories for the race.
Yeah, the race. It doesn't count for short stories, because that you can do in like maybe 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Even though we've been reading 2 short stories at a time.
Yeah, they still don't count.
And then thank you to Mobcast Network and Gamers and Geeks for providing the space where we get to have our podcast. Mm-hmm. Without them, we would just be doing this at my house.
Yep.
And
That's
so,
against your house, man. But
but there's not as much room, and also I don't have all the stuff yet that I would like to have to professionally run this.
I don't know.
And
I was just checking something.
yeah, no, you're good. Oh, and if you want to show them support, be sure to check out youtube.com/Mopcast Network, where where I help produce and am on their shows. We've got Cult Movie Cantina, where this week we are doing our cult meeting, where we're just gonna hang out, talk about. I'm not sure what we're gonna talk about.
Talking about the Oscars, some stuff we missed about the Crow.
Yeah, go ahead. There you go. Get on camera.
Hey everyone, this is Scotty at the Cold Movie Cantina. We're going to talk about the Oscars. We're going to talk about what we missed about on The Crow from last week's episode. Bruce Willis has some terrible news, so we're going to talk about Bruce Willis. Yeah, we got some terrible news about what happened to Bruce Willis, so we're going to talk about that, and we're going to talk about what we're going to watch the following next. It's a sinking kind of feeling kind of movie for next week, so that's what we're going to do.
Almost, yeah. Get some Lost Star vibes from the next film that we're watching. I'll explain that off camera.
I don't know what.
I'll explain it off
I
camera.
don't know what they do in their free time. That's between.
And so, and then also we have My Star Wars Life, where I think we're probably going to talk about some of the news that we've gotten this week, like that we've already talked about here. We're probably going to talk about the Obi-Wan getting pushed. Yeah. There's not a lot. It's 2 days.
Yeah,
That was our reaction. It's just 2 days. And we're getting another episode as part of that. So I think it's a marketing thing for celebration.
I think it's better to put it out before celebration, so people are talking about it during celebration instead of worrying about how they're going to watch it before they see it at celebration.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then but yeah. And also Tuesdays with Scotty's is starting.
Starting next week.
Yep, starting next week. And so that's going to be a brand new show where Scotty's going to just talk about whatever he feels like. And I'm on it as well. And we bring in a guest every week, and we get to hear some stuff about them and their lives. And it's a good show. We've recorded a few episodes, and it's been a lot of fun. And if you're in the Mobile, Alabama area, come check out Gamers and Geeks, where you can, it's basically one-stop shop for all your gaming needs, pretty much. If you like tabletop, if you like trading card games, if you like your minis, because I know right now, today, they're doing a Warhammer thing, I think, is what I saw.
They're doing a model. Model contest.
Model contest.
You build your model and they judge you.
Yeah, so build your model, get it paint. I'm guessing painting is part of it. Yeah. So there you go. So a lot of stuff goes on. I know they do Sundays. They have D&D Adventurers League, and I know in June they're having an anime convention. So there's a lot to look forward to. Also, if you like classic arcade games, in the back they've got $10 for the day free play arcade games. Just pay $10, get a wristband, and play with whatever games you want that they have available. Some of the games aren't fixed to do free play yet, but you don't have to play those. And they are also connected to what's the video game? Engage Gaming. We share the same building as them. They let you you can do a monthly fee, and you're able to play PlayStation, Xbox, PC, VR, whatever they have. Pick a game you want to play. I think you can switch out games. I haven't tested it yet. It's something I've been curious about just for the VR headset. Although I know somebody with a VR headset, so I should just let me borrow it. Because I want to play. I want to play Vader Immortal and Tales from Galaxy's Edge.
I think I got a chance to play through the tutorial of that recently.
Tales from Galaxy's Edge?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have Vader Immortal for the PlayStation, but I don't have a PSVR headset.
I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
Tales is fun, presuming that you're not like me and accidentally drop your gun and forget where it is halfway through.
But yeah, So a lot of fun stuff. Thank you guys for watching. Oh, also be sure to check out my books. If you are watching on YouTube, the links to them are in the description. I have written 3 books, and I'm currently working on more. I will give more details when we get further in on my writing. I have plans for this year. Well, I'm working on a couple things. So one thing I do want to announce is I'm working on an audiobook for my first book, Super Worlds. I've gotten together with my narrator, and we are working on getting that put together.
That's good.
And so Super Worlds is, if you like, the best way to describe it is if you like a Marvel film and Star Wars and you wanted to combine them, that's Super Worlds. You got superheroes in a sci-fi story.
That's a pretty apt description of the setting.
And the Coat Wars is a collection of short stories within that universe. A little bit of prequel stuff, get to know the characters that you read in Super Worlds, as well as a little bit more of hints of what's to come. And then the last book is Time Ninja. It's a little bit of fantasy sci-fi set in a ancient, not quite ancient Japan setting, but like classical Japan. I would say like what's, because you have samurai, and so classic Japan setting, and a little bit of Highlander inspiration there for those of you who know that, and a little bit of just enjoyment of time travel fiction in general and playing with the rules of time travel. All right. Well, I will see you guys next time,
Yeah.
and where we're going to read the High Republic Volume 1. Hey everybody, welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
back.
it's another
And
episode.
We got,
There's some news.
yeah.
There's actually a good bit of news. And then of course we got our review. So we'll start with the news.
As always.
Yeah, and we'll kind of go from there.
Yeah.
So what do we want to talk about first? Because there's some good stuff to talk about.
Let's start with them moving the release.
Yes. So I think it's common knowledge for a lot of people in the same that are as interested in Star Wars as we are, that Obi-Wan Kenobi's release date has been pushed.
Yep.
It was going to be the 25th of May, which was they moved it to the 27th.
They moved it 2 days.
They moved it 2 days. They moved it
That's-
to the Friday. Because it was the Wednesday, which is what Disney Plus has been doing, is Wednesday release dates. But they moved it to the Friday. But, well, don't be completely disappointed that they moved it, because now we're getting 2 episodes, because they're going to drop both.
To be honest, even if they hadn't, I would still personally be fine with that, because I'm like, 2 more days. You can wait 2 more days.
So there's a lot of reasons that they could have done this.
Mhm.
One of them is that Celebration is that week. And so what better plan than to wait until the actual Celebration weekend? Because Thursday's the first day of Celebration. So make Friday, everybody's going to be talking about Obi-Wan.
Get the hype train rolling, I guess.
Yeah. Get everybody talking about it.
Build up that anticipation.
And also, more than likely, they'll have a panel on
Probably.
Friday.
Yeah.
So maybe a watch together? Because they've done that before.
Maybe.
Usually, though, they do watch togethers before the show comes out. So, because with Rebels, they used to at least air the first episode, is what they would do. Or sometimes the first couple episodes, depending. Season 4 was just the first episode. That was the year I went. And they only did the first episode, which sucked because it was left on a big cliffhanger.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because you think that you are led to believe that Sabine's mom and brother were killed. And then that's it. That's the end of
Okay.
the first half.
I was going to be really rude just now, and
Sabine's the Mandalorian.
okay.
Were you about to ask who that was?
No, it wasn't that. And we care why?
Because Sabine's main character status, and also,
I see.
but yeah. So that's one reason that they could have done it. Another is people are thinking maybe they're trying to push the Obi-Wan episodes out a little faster, so to make way for Bad Batch.
Maybe.
Because we don't know when Bad Batch is coming anymore.
Yeah.
They're
like, if we shuffle the schedule around enough, they'll never know.
Yeah. Another theory is I forget what Marvel show is supposed to be out at that point. I think it's Miss Marvel.
Yeah, I could see.
They're trying to make sure that they don't overlap too hard.
Yeah.
Let's see. April, May. No, because Miss Marvel's not till June. I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, oh man, I forgot Chippendale is coming that soon. Anyways, back to Star Wars specifically though.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of reasons they could have done it. They might be trying to bring back Fridays.
Maybe.
Because that was originally the release date for Disney Plus shows. It was originally Fridays. And then they switched it to Wednesdays during Loki.
I've made my thoughts clear on Marvel before.
Yeah, you're not
on the podcast,
not on the podcast, but to me, yeah,
to
you are not the biggest Marvel fan. Like you
It's
will.
not
They're
a
not that you don't
hatred.
like. It's not that you. Yeah, it's not.
an apathy.
Yeah, it just doesn't intrigue you,
Yeah.
and that's fine.
Like, there are good stories.
Yeah,
and there are ones that are worth time.
But-
then there are
yeah.
ones where I'm like, you didn't have to
But-
do all this.
but maybe they're trying to bring Fridays back,
Maybe.
which I wouldn't be angry at because Wednesdays is kind of hard to.
It's also in the Wednesday is in the middle of the week, and if you've got stuff to do on Wednesday, you're like,
You're not going to immediately watch it.
Yeah.
Uh,
But on Friday, that's like the end of the week, so you're like, I'm not going anywhere. I don't
Yeah,
have to be
like-
up early Saturday,
yeah.
so I can just stay up late and watch it.
Yeah. Or you do what I do and get it when you when you get up, you watch it while you're getting ready for work, which is what I did both Wednesdays and Fridays. But it's easier to get away with Friday than it is Wednesdays. It feels like I don't know. But yeah, so Kenobi got moved. For the most part, not a big deal.
Yeah, that's not like it got moved 2 days. What, you gonna whine about that?
Yeah. So I guess since we're talking about Disney Plus, we'll keep on that.
Yeah.
Mando season 3 wrapped production.
Yeah.
Carl Weathers basically confirmed
Mm-hmm.
because he plays. I forget the character's name all of a sudden. I'm having a morning.
I think it was Grief Cargo.
Yeah, Grief Cargo. Yeah,
in the article.
yeah, you're right. Grief Cargo. Yeah. So he plays Grief
I
Cargo.
know that name is important, but I don't know who
Yeah,
that is.
yeah, because you have not watched the show yet.
I'm like, who the fuck are you? You're important. I don't know why you're important.
It's great.
Do you have an object? Do you have the MacGuffin or no?
He is a he's a essentially a governor.
Okay.
Yeah. And so he's like a secondary character.
Hmm.
Buddy to the Mando.
All right.
And so Grief Cargo himself basically confirmed, hey, we finished wrapping season 3, and so there you go. So season 3 is getting closer to being out. More than likely it'll be November, December. This is probably when it'll be.
Yeah. Hopefully Mando manages to take a bath by then.
Did you watch that video too? I saw a video that was making fun of the fact that since his creed is never to take off his helmet,
Oh.
when he finally takes it off, imagine that stench.
It's fucking stink fog. It's gonna come out.
But I think specifically their creed is to not take it off in front of people.
Yeah.
Because we do see him take it off in the show. You
Yeah. Of course.
haven't seen yet, but we see him take it off. We just don't see his face until later. And he basically doesn't take it off himself until like.
I assume it's more like.
But yeah. So more.
Takes a shower, but he has to keep
Keep the helmet on. But yeah. So Mando season 3 wrapped. Hey, so 2 shows to get excited about. I mean, obviously we also have Andor, which I'm excited about because I personally want to see a spy. I know you want to see a spy show in Star Wars.
Yeah. Wonder how well that's gonna work out.
So yeah. All right. Well, last but not least on news, so StarWars.com released an excerpt as they tend to do every now and then. They've been doing that a lot lately though, because last week we had Shadows of the Sith. This week we got Brotherhood. And this time we actually had time to like actually read, not skim it, because I just skimmed it last time. This time I read it.
Yeah.
And so did you. And it's the conflict of Brotherhood is that this takes place immediately after episode 2.
All right.
And it is the Cato Nemoidia affair that they reference in Revenge of the Sith.
Okay.
So it's the one that doesn't count. That affair on Cato Nemoidia doesn't count. So we're getting that story, and apparently, as part of that story, we get to see the first time Obi-Wan meets Ventress.
Yeah.
And the excerpt for this is amazing.
It's great.
It's exactly what you would want for the first time of Obi-Wan and Ventress meeting.
It's
Like, there's some flirting, there's some teasing, there's some I hate you, but I also don't know you well enough to hate you completely yet.
it would be like if you and someone had like a date set up by the government, but both of you knew each other like from hearsay, and you didn't like what you heard.
Yeah, because Ventress references that Dooku's talked about Obi-Wan and the Jedi as a whole.
Yeah. Oh well, thinking about that's right, because she's like, yeah, I heard about Dooku, and
I've heard about you through Dooku.
I was like, wait a minute. Thinking about it now, I would be like, that'd be like if your grandpa talked shit to the girl you were gonna go on a date with.
That's exactly that, because Dooku is basically Obi-Wan's Jedi grandpa.
Yeah. They're having what they're actually here to be doing is overseeing a disaster relief effort, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like essentially
Yeah,
going
because
through
they're
footage.
trying to figure out there was a bombing,
Yeah.
and they're trying to figure out what happened. They're trying to figure out what happened, and so
And they're like, all right, which side did this essentially? Like, who's trying to do
yeah, who's
what?
behind this? And so obviously the Nemoidians decide, well, we're going to bring both sides in to investigate. That way, if there's foul play between one of the other sides, then they'll catch each other, and it's a
Yep.
good way to keep it impartial.
Mm-hmm.
So the Jedi and the Republic send Obi-Wan, and the Separatists and Dooku send Ventress.
Yep.
And so we kind of get to see their dynamic play out a little bit, and
Oh, it's great. They're just like having this like really tense conversation of like, man, I sure fucking hope you didn't do this.
yeah.
I sure fucking hope you didn't do this, because it's not gonna be good for either of them.
Yeah, because basically they're like, I don't want to fight you unless I have to.
Yeah.
Because they still don't know each other well enough to where this isn't the dynamic we see in Clone Wars yet.
This isn't. I can take you. Don't care.
Yeah, this isn't Clone Wars where they're constantly like, I'm gonna kill you. This is, I'm not quite sure how I feel about you yet. But I like it. I think it's a good intro to their dynamic. I'm interested to see them working together.
Yeah.
Because like we said, they're working together on this case. Now, obviously, one of them is a big fat liar,
Yeah.
Ventress. Because more than likely the Separatists are behind this.
Likely. Alternatively, it'd be real weird if the Cato Nemoidians were like, "Yeah, we did it to ourselves," which would be very.
But
strange.
there's a lot to look forward to in this book
Yeah.
besides this. I mean, because we have also been confirmed that we're going to see the knighting of Anakin in this
Yeah.
book. Something that we've only seen in the 2003 Clone Wars cartoon, which is no longer canon.
I think I remember that actually.
That'd be the Gindi one.
Yeah,
The
it was a weird fever dream, but I remember it.
yeah, it's the Gindi one, Samurai Jack looking.
Yeah. Man, Gendy Tarkovsky is very.
Ah, he's
amazing,
so.
but Jesus Christ, does he fucking hate dialogue?
I think though it. Well, I mean, he's also. I was gonna say dialogue. It kind of works a lot of his stuff that doesn't have dialogue. Like hell,
it does.
he's made an entire show that's no dialogue. I don't know if you checked out Primal.
I want to, but I haven't.
It's literally no dialogue, just like emotions, music, facial expressions. It's man and dino, like a boy and his dog type story. It's very brutal though,
Well, yeah.
but like because it's an Adult Swim
Yeah.
show. It's very brutal, but it's like emotional at the like it's brutal to get the emotions going, and it's like gets you to feel for the characters. But yeah,
All right.
so that is the news for this week. I guess we'll get into our review as
Yeah.
normal. So this week we read the short stories that are in Star Wars Insiders. Starlight First Duty Part 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So this is once again we're kind of still in chronological order again.
Yep.
We're in the High Republic era. This takes place. Actually, let me check because I've written a timeline out because I've got it set for the season finale because
It happens before
it happens before the Republic Fair.
and before the fall of Starlight Beacon.
Well, yeah. If it's before the Republic Fair, it's before. and it's before the ending of the first 6 issues of the comic, which is why the comic is next week.
I would say that takes place before the stuff that happens at a Maxine station.
So it is actually after, because it's after Go Together, because Go Together ends after all of the Wave 1 books.
Okay.
Because, well, Part 1 happens before, obviously. Part 1 is of Go Together was before Light of the Jedi.
Yep.
And then Part 2 was after Light of the Jedi, which is after Into the Dark and A Test of Courage, because all 3 of those end at the same
Yeah.
point.
So it's after the Maxine station incident.
Oh, I thought you said before for some reason.
No.
So yeah. Yeah. So, because it's after Go Together, so it's automatically after Into the Dark.
Still pissed about what they did to Dez.
And we still don't know what's going to happen to him yet.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Hope he's okay.
So, that kind of puts us in the time framing. So, we're before a lot of the big stuff,
Yeah.
but after some of the,
Other
like,
people are
after-
like, man, some weird shit's going on.
yeah. They still don't quite know about, like, they know the Nihil are a problem, but they don't know the Nihil are exactly causing as big of a problem as they are.
Yeah, the problem isn't as extensive at this point.
All right. So, with First Duty, we meet our main character, Velko Jaheen,
Yeah.
who is just arrived to Starlight Beacon
Mhm.
to take up the post as the administrator and aide to Controller Rodor Keen.
Yep.
Rodor Keen is basically the one in charge of the Republic side
Mhm.
of Starlight Beacon, because Starlight Beacon is a co-op between the Republic and the Jedi. We meet Astala Maru, who is the Jedi counterpart.
This has nothing to do with the introductions of who's there, but it is important to
Yeah.
know about Mrs. Kaheen.
Jaheen.
Jaheen, not Kaheen. Who the fuck
You
is
were
Kaheen?
mixing Velko and Jaheen into one name.
I think she's from the same planet as that fucked up mad scientist lady,
Let me double check.
because they both say they're from a Soika.
Yeah, she's a Soikan. That is correct.
Yeah. And I think she fought for an insurgent group.
Velko?
Yeah.
Let me double check again. You probably are correct. You tend to get the smaller details a little bit more quickly than I do.
I might be wrong though,
Let's see.
because there's a brief discussion between her and the nurse that takes her to everybody important, and it was either that or one of the other people who's like, so which side did you fight on? And they're like, well, clearly it was this one. And she's like, no, it's the other one.
I don't see anything specific in her Wikipedia article, but you are probably correct. You are probably correct, though. But yes. So,
And she's like, I've never seen a place this clean in all my life.
yeah. And we also meet the junior nurse Okana, as well as the senior doctor Ganole,
Yeah.
however you want to pronounce it.
I will say this. You know my thoughts on cybernetics.
In the case of Ganole,
In the
it's
case of
necessary
Ganole, I believe it's necessary.
because he is a snake person,
Yes.
and it's like, I need limbs to
Yeah.
be a doctor.
Yep.
Because it's that snake race that we saw in Clone Wars.
Yeah. So I've expressed this on the podcast before, I think.
Your dislike for cybernetics?
No, not my dislike for them,
Oh,
but my reasonings for why people should and should not have them.
yeah. Yeah, you
I don't
talked
need
about
to
'em.
go over that
I mean,
again.
If you want to, you can, because, I mean, we get new people every now and
Yeah.
then.
So for those that don't know, my rule on cybernetics is if you need them, go get them. But if you have all your digits and stuff and you don't need them for stuff that you would do on the day-to-day basis,
Yeah.
then maybe don't.
Yeah. So, I gotcha.
And I understand that some people are like, let's push it a little bit further than that.
But
But that's not relevant to the story.
So along with, meeting, obviously, as part of her introduction to Starlight Beacon, they are like, hey, since you're going to be the administrator, you're going to need to know our chief of security.
Yeah.
And so Velko meets Gal Tarpfin, and they quickly become friends. Very, very quickly, which is good. And Gal is like, well, I'll give you a little bit of a tour, and we'll look around. I'll show you the area. And that's where we meet. That's where where Velko meets the doctors, because they walk by the lab and all that, and the patient's room.
Yeah.
They
She's also taken aback by that as well, since she's like, I've never seen some place this advanced with this many people being cared for.
yeah, because it's basically a
'Cause
big
once again, she's from War Planet.
yeah, and there's like a lot of and we talked about like how Starlight Beacon basically has to have everything in order to
Do its
function.
job.
Yeah, in order to function the way it's ideally supposed
to
to, and so that requires them having top of the line medical attention, medical facility rather, and also atop of like realizing that your medical facility also has to be able to cater to basically every species.
Yeah.
And that is important because we meet a ambassador from Skimbo named Surreal, who is insistent that a rival race, the Hasarians, plan to deal.
Thing is, they're like, man, they ain't gonna do shit. One of them is like in a full body cast, and the other one is barely breathing.
Yep.
They're not gonna do a damn thing to you.
And also not only that, they are basically our main characters are pretty insistent. They're like, look, you got your bodyguard droid,
And he's like, but none of his guns work.
and it's like, well, they don't need to work.
Yeah.
They're like, you are in the safest place that you could be.
Yeah. Plus, he's also got those big fuck off pincers. What the hell, man?
Yeah, like they're basically like, look, if something does happen, it would surprise us, but we can also deal with it if something happens.
They're like, we're pretty sure nothing's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah, go ahead.
I think one of them, it's the like Republican administrator. Their name is like Keen, right? Keen.
Yeah, you're talking about Rodor Keen.
Yeah.
Yeah, the controller.
I understand he's trying to do his job, but would he please shut the fuck up?
Yeah.
I understand
Like,
time and place. And
So for the audience, you want to specify like.
So what Keen does is complain all throughout these two damn stories.
Especially to poor Maru, who has to like.
Maru has to like. There's a weird like.
Because they're both.
They do the same job.
Yes, they do the same job, but for different people, and so that means that there's a lot of headbutting, because they're like, well, I'm in charge. Well, I'm also in charge. Except Maru actually doesn't care.